Dongjiang City No. 4 High School Awakening Plaza. The sweltering air was thick with the restless agitation of several thousand students. At the center of the square, a colossal blue magic array pulsed like a beating heart. With every ebb and surge of light, it tugged at the destinies of countless people. Senior Year Class 2 Shin Chingni's Grade Talent Frost Queen. The instructor's voice abruptly leapt several pitches higher, even cracking with excitement. At the heart of the array, countless ice crystals erupted from thin air, and the temperature plunged. A cold-faced young girl stood amid the wind and snow as if a deity gazing down upon mortals. Holy crap! Scrade. She's taking off? This is basically a guaranteed admission to Jingwu University. I heard they already prepared an SS grade dossier for her, a true national-level seed candidate. The crowd exploded at once, a flood of envious, jealous, and resentful gazes almost drowning that lone girl. In a corner, Zhang Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly watching it all. Having transmigrated to this high martial blue star 3 years ago, he understood the rules of this world all too well. Strength was the only truth, talent was the caste. Scrade meant standing above the masses. Next, Senior Year Class 4 Zhang Feng. Hearing his name, Zhang Feng drew in a deep breath and shouldered through the crowd, stepping onto the high platform. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was still nervous, yet his mindset remained steady. As long as it wasn't in grade lifestyle talent, whether fighting monsters or doing business, he would always find a way to survive. He took his position, closed his eyes, and began to sense. No grade golden radiance flooding the sky, no a grade purple auspicious clouds swirling in. Only a nondescript cluster of blue light slowly emerged within the array. The instructor glanced at the panel, the eye that had been eagerly hunting for prodigies instantly dimmed into boredom. Zhang Feng, awakening successful. Talent rating grade. Decent and proper, yet placed after Shun Qingni's dazzling grade. This result seemed as tasteless as plain boiled water. The instructor recited mechanically, talent name Diligence makes up for clumsiness. Effect: upon killing monsters you gain an additional 25% experience. The entire plaza fell silent for a heartbeat. Then scattered murmurs spread, tinged with faint mockery. Diligence makes up for clumsiness. That name is something else. Isn't this pure cannon fodder tool talent? Aside from leveling faster, it's utterly useless. No combat boost at all. It's fine. In the future, he can work at the guild as a full-time power leveler specializing in carrying rich clients' alt accounts. Perfect choice for a hardcore grinder. At least he won't starve. There were no vicious curses, yet this kind of pity that labeled a person an elite wage slave cut deeper than outright malice. A top scorer in theory classes, and in the end he awakened a power leveler talent, enough to mess with anyone's mentality. Zhang Feng's expression did not change. Because the instant the instructor announced the result, a cold mechanical voice only he could hear suddenly detonated in his mind. Ding! Identity anomaly detected in host. Soul strength exceptional. Pangu Heavenly God System is being forcibly bound. Permission overwrite initiated. Your grade talent Diligence makes up for clumsiness has been incrementally elevated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the soul hidden talent Infinite Grade Pangu Predatory Slaughter. Infinite Grade. Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, talent grades range from F grade to SS grade, a total of 9 tiers. Beyond that, Zhang Feng had no idea what might exist. Judging by the grade alone, Zhang Feng could already tell it was overwhelmingly powerful. Without hesitation, he pulled up the system panel that only he could see. Talent Pangu Predatory Slaughter Infinite Grade. Disguise display Diligence makes up for clumsiness grade. True effect shatters the constraints of law. Whenever you kill any hostile unit, monsters, NPCs, players, etc., a comprehensive judgment will be made based on the target's level, attributes, and strength, and you will forcibly seize a corresponding amount of free attribute points. Remark slave foes to grow stronger. The mightier the target, the more attribute points you plunder. Attribute allocation has no upper limit. Having read the description, Zhang Feng almost failed to keep his expression under control. In this world, ordinary professionals upon leveling up toiled bitterly only to receive 5 free attribute points. Even grade geniuses with talent bonuses stacked on their gains topped out at merely 20 or 30 points. But his talent granted attribute points simply for killing. If one monster yielded a single point, then slaughtering 10,000 would mean 10,000 points. What kind of concept was that? This was no Diligence makes up for clumsiness at all. It was walking the ultimate shortcut. Zhang Feng stopped daydreaming and go over there to choose a profession. Seeing him remain still, the instructor urged impatiently. With your talent, I suggest you pick knight or priest. Thick skin, strong endurance, able to tank monsters and provide healing. Easier to grind experience. Zhang Feng came back to himself, a gleam of sharp light flashing across his eyes. Knight, priest, such a narrow vision. Since killing monsters directly yielded attribute points, only one core logic mattered: efficiency. Only by killing fast enough could he reap attribute points in torrents. As long as he accrued enough, he could pour Constitution and Intelligence each up to 100 million. Even as a mage, he could stand toe-to-toe with a world boss. He strode to the profession registration desk, seized the guidance crystal, and spoke at a rapid pace. Change profession, mage. Huh. The registrar's pen twitched in his hand. He stared at Jiang Feng as though looking at an idiot. Classmate, I sympathize, but please don't act on impulse. You only have a great support talent. Mage gear is costly, bodies are fragile, mana consumption is high, and early on they have almost no damage. Choosing this profession is basically signing up to be a joke. Mages were universally recognized as paid-to-win professions, and the acknowledged rich man's class. Without money backing or a powerful combat talent, picking mage was making things unnecessarily hard on oneself. I'm certain. Jiang Feng's voice was steady, carrying a quiet, yet undeniable resolve. All right, then I'll respect your decision. The registrar shook his head helplessly and added, don't forget I did warn you. Young people these days really are hard-headed. Light descended and heat surged through his body. Class change successful. Profession mage. Skill acquired Fireball, LV1. Once the transfer was complete, Jiang Feng turned and headed straight for the portal at the center of the plaza. This was the gateway to the demon domain world, and he did not wish to waste a single moment. Jiang Feng. A cool, clear voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. Campus goddess Shin Qingni brushed aside the circle of sycophants clustering around her and walked straight to Jiang Feng. Her brows were faintly furrowed, her gaze carrying that superior concern unique to top students. Why did you choose mage? Mages find it very hard to survive early on. We're heading to farm the Grey Wolf Plain, and we're short of a bait to pull aggro. Do you want to come? You'll get 10% of the experience. Team settings could adjust percentages for experience and loot. Giving Jiang Feng 10% was in truth already rather generous. As expected, the surrounding boys' eyes instantly reddened. They looked at Jiang Feng as though he were their mortal enemy. This was the Scrade campus goddess's party. Even serving as cannon fodder bait was a chance countless people dreamed of. Jiang Feng's steps halted as he regarded the heavens-favored girl before him. Aggro bait. Nicely phrased. At its core it meant human shield. And in a party, he would have to split experience and spoils. Most importantly, Jiang Feng loathed playing the lapdog for others. What he valued above all was elevating himself and letting strength speak. No. Without so much as an extra glance at her, Jiang Feng left those two words behind and walked straight toward the pitch-black tower piercing the sky. Shin Qingni stood dumbfounded, her expression frozen in shock. I was rejected. Rejected by a grade talent, good for nothing. What the hell, who does he think he is? A lackey immediately jumped out to defend her. Ungrateful trash. A loser whose only use is sharing experience. What more could he possibly want? Yeah, he's the fusion of noob and deadweight. Hilarious. Does he really think he's some hidden big shot? The ridicule behind him did not cause Jiang Feng's steps to falter in the slightest. He stood before the massive teleportation vortex at the base of the magic tower, his body scanned by strips of light as his access rights were verified. A line of blood-red warning text popped up on his retina. Warning: single-player mode detected. Strongly recommended for novices to form parties. Death in solo mode will result in the loss of 100% of current experience and 12 hours of weakness. All attributes reduced by 60%. Do you still wish to continue courting death? Jiang Feng tightened his grip on the battered novice wooden staff in his hand, a stubborn light flickering in his eyes. He only needed to kill a single creature. Even the weakest chicken would be enough to test just how broken this talent truly was. Target Mutant Chicken Farm, LV1. Enter instance. This level 1 instance, unlike other level 2 Scarecrow Valleys or level 3 Big Grey Wolf Plains, is the weakest dungeon in existence. It was also deliberately chosen by Jiang Feng. He wanted to see how many attribute points he could gain from killing a single chicken. Light and shadow twisted, and a pungent stench of chicken droppings rushed toward him. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and found himself standing in a dilapidated farm. The sky was murky yellow, and all around him stretched breeding pens enclosed by rusty wire fencing. Cluck cluck. Not far away, a red-feathered rooster the size of a mongrel dog was staring at him intently. Red crown chicken mutated. Level LV1. Health 150,150. Attack 15. Defense 4. Skill Ferocious Peck. This was the weakest monster in the demon domain world. Though it was merely a chicken, its sharp beak could easily pierce a wooden plank. Once an ordinary player let this mutated fowl get into melee range, its rapid attack speed made it hard to even stay on one's feet. It was worth noting that in the demon domain world, any increase in one's level and strength would be reflected 100% in reality. Even equipment, pets, and skills whose entries carried the character true could be brought directly into the real world. Each such item was worth a fortune, obtaining 1 mint instant minor wealth. At this moment, Jiang Feng glanced at his own status panel. ID Qing Feng hidden. Class Mage. Level LV1. Health 100,100. Mana 100,100. Attributes Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Strength 10, Agility 10, Luck 10. Magic damage 48. Defense 28. Talent 100 synchronized with reality infinite level Pangu Predatory Slaughter. Effect 1. Upon killing, any unit forcibly sees 10 to N free attribute points, the exact number, depending on the target's strength. Effect 2. No upper limit on attribute point allocation. Hidden talent Diligence makes up for clumsiness. Grade B monster kill experience 25. Skill Fireball LV1. Fireball consumes 10 MP dealing 2 times magic damage as flame damage with a cooldown. Equipment Novice Staff, 18 magic damage. Novice Robe, 8 defense. With just 10 base intelligence and an additional 18 damage from the weapon, his total magic damage already reached 48. With the Fireball's 1/2 damage coefficient, the final damage was 57.6. After subtracting the monster's defense that yielded his actual output. In other words, with Jiang Feng's current fireball damage of around 53 to 54 after defense 3 casts would be enough to instantly kill a mutated chicken. With a 1-second cooldown and 10 mana per cast, mages were at least in theory highly efficient mobile cannons. Yet the shortcomings were just as obvious. His 100 mana could only support 10 skill casts, and combined with the low mana regeneration rate at early stages, his sustained combat ability was abysmal. Once his mana ran dry, he would easily be rushed down and killed at close range. Precisely because of this, mages were widely regarded as utter trash in the early game. After all, needing to rest 5 minutes after killing just 2 monsters made for pathetically low efficiency. Cluck! A piercing cry exploded in the air as the mutated poultry beat its wings and lunged toward Jiang Feng, carrying a foul wind. Its speed was nothing like a chicken's, more akin to a rabid dog gone berserk. Jiang Feng did not move. He did not even consider dodging. His muscles acted on instinct, lifting the novice staff as orangered light rapidly gathered at its tip. Anticipate, lock on, and release. Fireball. Boom. A fist-sized fireball roared out, slamming precisely into the red-crowned chicken's forehead. Sparks flew, feathers charred, and the red-crowned chicken let out a miserable screech as a bright crimson number floated above its head. 54. 1/3 of its health bar vanished in an instant. Its defense is lower than expected, a true glass chicken. Jiang Feng immediately got a feel for it. Before the red-crowned chicken could land and counterattack, he flicked his wrist, and the staff flared once more. Though it was his first real battle, the mental fortitude of a man who had lived 2 lives kept him steady as a veteran. While the red-crowned chicken was still stunned by the shock of the fireball, the second cast followed seamlessly. As Jiang Feng continued killing monsters, his motions grew increasingly smooth and natural. 53. The red-crowned chicken's health plummeted by more than half, leaving it trembling all over. Flustered, it beat its wings frantically, trying to escape. This human was terrifying. A flight was the only wise choice. Trying to run. Too late. Jiang Feng's lips curled upward as the third fireball cut off its path of retreat. Boom. The final fireball completely emptied its health bar. The mutated chicken convulsed twice before turning into white light and dissipating, a few copper coins clattering onto the ground. At the same time, a mechanical voice resounded in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. You have slain LV1 mutated red-crowned chicken, gaining 10 experience points. Talent bonus 2. 5. Talent. Pangu Predatory Slaughter. Triggered. Seizure successful. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. Jiang Feng's grip on the staff tightened abruptly, as though he had misheard. He stared fixedly at the prompts projected across his retina. 10 points. In this datafied world, players had to grind themselves to exhaustion to gain a level which only granted 5 distributable free attribute points. Yet now, by killing a single monster regardless of whether he leveled up or not, he received at least 10 attribute points. This was simply outrageous. With such unparalleled leveling speed, growth would be almost effortlessly joyful. The sensation of becoming stronger like this was intoxicating, hard to let go, and almost impossible to control. Woohoo! Jiang Feng exhaled a long breath, suppressing his wildly pounding heart. His gaze gradually turned scorching. Killing a single chicken granted 10 freely allocatable attribute points. What about killing 100 chickens, or 10,000? Jiang Feng did not dare to imagine it. Slowly he calmed down. This delightful reality was something he accepted gladly. Immediately, he began planning his forthcoming monster hunting schedule. First, allocate points to maximize returns, then clear the mutated chicken breeding farm instance. Jiang Feng swept his gaze across the panel. His 3 fireballs had consumed 30 mana, leaving him at 70,100. For a mage, an empty mana bar was equivalent to waiting for death. Since I have limitless attribute points, I'll patch up every shortcoming. With precise, rapid intent, Jiang Feng invested all 10 new points into intelligence. Point allocation complete. Intelligence 1020. Magic attack 4878. Mana 100-200. Mana regeneration 10 points per minute, 20 points per minute. In an instant, a cool sensation washed through his mind. The faint fatigue from spellcasting evaporated completely. Jiang Feng felt as if the crown of his head had turned into butterflies dancing in his sea of consciousness. His thoughts grew sharper, and the magical power stored within his body felt abundantly full. Jiang Feng gently breathed out. The surge of magic coursing through him was more refreshing than a cold cola in the height of summer. The combat strength granted by 20 points of intelligence was immediately apparent. Previously, that red-crowned chicken had needed 3 fireballs along with evasive footwork circling like an ancient king around a pillar. Now, he glanced at another experienced baby tens of meters away scratching at the dirt and casually raised his staff without even bothering to aim. Off you go. Boom. This time the fireball's color was so deep it bordered on black with a hint of eerie pale blue at its core. 90. A massive damage number floated up followed by a second cast. 91. The red-crowned chicken did not even have time to scream. Its head was blasted into charcoal, and it toppled stiffly to the ground. A complete overkill, damage far in excess of what was needed. Ding. You have slain LV1 mutated red-crowned chicken. Talent, Pangu Predatory Slaughter, triggered. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. Now this feels good. Jiang Feng was inwardly delighted. It felt exactly like playing on a private server with a 100-fold drop rate, where the fall of every single monster meant tangible solid growth. Next came the third one. Without the slightest suspense, his fireball traced a perfectly straight red line through the air, precise, as though guided by a targeting system. Another brutal kill. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Talent, Pangu Predatory Slaughter, triggered. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. He had already leveled up. 4 ordinary people reaching level 2 in the novice instance meant grinding for half a day, teaming up with several others to share that pitiful sliver of experience and slaughtering dozens of chickens. Yet for Jiang Feng, he swallowed all the experience alone, coupled with that seemingly inconspicuous 25 experience bonus from his talent. His leveling speed was akin to riding a rocket. By now his reserve of attribute points had already reached an astonishing 25. In this world, hesitation leads to defeat, and insufficient firepower is the original sin. Jiang Feng glanced at his panel, a gambler's frenzy flickering in his eyes. Balanced builds, survival builds. Those were excuses for the weak. As long as the monsters died fast enough, he had no need for defense at all. All in, everything into intelligence. With a single thought, he dumped all 25 points into the intelligence column. Point allocation complete. Intelligence, 2045. Magic attack, 78, 153. Mana 200, 450. Mana regeneration 20 points per minute, 45 points per minute. An unprecedented coolness exploded through his mind, as if his brain had been immersed in a spring of liquid mint, and even the world upon his retinas sharpened into high definition. At this moment his intelligence had already reached 45 points. Such a figure was so outrageous that one could easily believe it belonged to a level 10 newly advanced mage who had invested every single point into pure intellect. Keep going, don't stop. Jiang Feng looked toward the dense flock of chickens in the distance, the corners of his lips involuntarily lifting. Those were no monsters in his eyes, but rows upon rows of walking attribute points. The following stretch of time turned into a one-sided harvest. Relying on the mana regeneration granted by his high intelligence, 45 points per minute, Jiang Feng became a humanoid mobile artillery platform. One red-crested chicken after another was reduced to white light beneath his fireballs, unable even to approach him in melee. System prompts flashed before his eyes announcing successful plunder, and 10 free attribute points gained each time. By the time he was done, he had slain a total of 7 red-crested chickens, reaping 70 plundered attribute points into his hands. On top of that, his experience bar had once again filled to the brim, and the system congratulated him on reaching level 3, rewarding another 5 free attribute points. 75 points waiting to be allocated, he murmured. Jiang Feng stood atop a haystack in the breeding farm, gazing at the massive pool of points on his panel, as he sank into a brief, blissful dilemma. Although he pursued extreme damage output, he was not some brainless ironhead fool. The elite monsters and bosses waiting ahead would undoubtedly possess various mechanics. If he were ambushed, even once a frail mage body like his could easily be blown to pieces, which would be laughable indeed. You have to widen your perspective. Some margin for error is a must. Jiang Feng calmly began to allocate his points. First, he took out 20 points and slammed them into Constitution. The system confirmed the allocation with a crisp notification. His Constitution rose from 10 to 30, defense from 28 to 68, health from 100 to 300, and HP regeneration from 10 points per minute to 30. In the very next second, his health bar surged upward, and that vulnerable paper-thin feeling vanished completely. Next, Jiang Feng turned his gaze to that mysterious attribute, luck. Under normal circumstances, luck only subtly affected critical hit rate and item drop rate. Most people would never bear to waste precious points on such an intangible attribute, something you could neither see nor touch. But for Jiang Feng, even if it was pure superstition, he would stack it so high that it became science. Add 15 points to luck, and see if a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. The system chimed, confirming his allocation. Luck climbed from 10 to 25. The remaining 40 points, in adherence to his doctrine of violent aesthetics, he poured entirely into intelligence. The system once more signaled that the allocation was complete. His intelligence soared from 45 to 85, magical attack from 153 to 273, mana from 450 to 850, and MP regeneration from 45 points per minute to 85. When all the points had settled, Jiang Feng brought up his now luxurious status panel, character panel. ID Qing Feng hidden. Class mage. Level 3. HP 300,300. MP 850,850. Attributes: Constitution 30, Intelligence 85, Strength 10, Agility 10, Luck 25. Magic damage 273. Defense 68. HP regeneration 30 points per minute. MP regeneration 85 points per minute. These stats are insane, he breathed. Jiang Feng could not help marveling. Now his health was comparable to that of a level 5 warrior, and not just any warrior, but one who had poured everything into Constitution. His damage output even surpassed that of a level 15 mage. If Xingni, that shranked campus belle, were to witness these stats, she might well be shocked enough to try eating her own staff on the spot. Just then the last wandering red-crested chicken spotted Jiang Feng and rushed toward him with a cluck-cluck cry, bearing a tragic air of a moth flying into the flames. I'll send you on your way. With a casual basic attack, he loosed a fireball. A crimson damage value of minus 325 popped up as the red-crested chicken vanished, in an instant departing in peace. The system chimed in his ears. The level 1 mutated red-crested chicken had been slain, and his innate talent Pangu Plunder had been triggered, granting another 10 free attribute points. Where the corpse dispersed beside a few copper coins, there lay a simple ancient book quietly resting on the ground, and emitting an intertwined glow of soft blue and red light. The glow was not blinding, yet it made Jiang Feng's heart skip a beat. Blue and red light together. Could this mean a rare drop bearing the character for true? He strode forward, picked up the book, and the instant he saw its properties, his breathing halted for half a second. True explosive flame. Requirements: Mage level 3. Quality rare. Effect: a 1. 5-second chant unleashes group fire damage within a 5x5 meter area equal to his magic attack multiplied by 1. 8. The spell would, after a 1. 5-second incantation, rain fiery destruction over that 5x5 meter zone, dealing damage scaled at 1. 8 times his magic attack. Its special true trait indicated that this skill book originated from higher dimensional laws. Once learned, the spell would not only function within the demon domain, but could also be cast in the real world, its power manifested at 100%. The spell consumed 35 MP. Equipment and skill book qualities were divided into tiers: gray, white, green, blue, and purple, corresponding to inferior, common, fine, rare, and epic. Beyond that were pink, gold, dark gold, and red, legend, legendary, ancient, and divine. At the pinnacle lay 1 to 7 colored treasure-grade artifacts, each additional color signifying even more terrifying power. Holy! Even as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, Jiang Feng could not keep from cursing under his breath. A true skill book. On the black market, even the lowest level skill book bearing the character true could fetch a sky-high price in the millions, for it represented absolute combat power in reality. And this was the most precious kind of mage skill, a group attack spell. I add 15 points to luck, and it pays out immediately. This isn't just the goddess of fortune smiling at me, it's the goddess throwing herself into my arms, he laughed. Without another word, Jiang Feng slapped his hands together. The book dissolved into streaks of light that streamed into his brow. The system congratulated him on learning explosive flame at level 1. At that moment the ground began to quake violently beneath his feet. Deep within the breeding farm, 2 massive chicken coops collapsed with a deafening crash, sending clouds of dust billowing. 2 enormous black shadows burst out, riding a foul wind. They were 2 gigantic roosters as large as grown bulls, their feathers like cast black iron, eyes glowing with bloodthirsty crimson light. Monster panel. Name: Iron Feather War Chicken Elite. Level 3. HP 800,800. Attack 65. Defense 30. Skill: Iron Feather Barrage. So you've come to offer yourselves up for a test of my blade. Jiang Feng stared at the 2 imposing elite monsters, and instead of retreating, he excitedly licked his lips. If he were still relying on his single-target fireball, he might have had to kite such 2 800 HP elites around. But now, it's completely unnecessary. Jiang Feng raised his staff, gaze calm, as though he were looking at corpses already. After 1.5 seconds of chanting, a formidable surge of flame gathered at the tip of his staff. Explosive flame, go! Jiang Feng pointed his staff at the patch of ground between the two elites. A thunderous roar rang out as a massive cloud of fire 5 meters across erupted from nothing, flames devouring everything like a dragon in wrath. The heat wave rolled outward, reducing the nearby wooden fences to ash in an instant. The two majestic iron feather war chickens, still mid-charge, were swallowed whole by the sea of flames. Damage numbers: -461 and -462. Floated out of the inferno in terrifying red, a visual spectacle to the fullest. The elite chicken's eyes bulged in shock at the overwhelming damage, twisting into literal cross-eyed stares as their bulky bodies froze for a moment. In the demon domain, when damage exceeds 30, 50, or 60% of a target's total HP, the victim experiences varying degrees of bodily stiffness, from minor to moderate, and finally severe. Cluck, cluck. The two elites let out wretched screams. Their once gleaming iron feathers turned charred and curled with a hiss, while their health bars evaporated like water, draining by more than half in an instant. The pair, or rather the pair of chickens, were clearly terrified by the overwhelming magic damage of the. However, before even a heartbeat could pass, Jiang Feng gave them not the slightest chance. Without hesitation, he released the Reaper's final fatal strike. Still alive. Then I'll finish the job. Explosive flame. His staff tapped lightly once more, and another crimson explosion roared forth, swallowing the elites in yet another sea of fire. The two arrogant elite chickens failed to unleash a single skill. They were wiped out by the explosions at less than 3 meters away. They collapsed in miserable cries and dissolved into a vast shower of experience light. The system chimed upon slaying the level 3 elite iron feather war chicken. His talent had triggered a forcible plunder of attribute points, granting 30 free points. Another prompt followed, and another 30 were added. The prompts ringing in his mind were like celestial music. One elite monster granted 30 points. 2 elites meant 60 points in total. Coupled with the generous experience, the system announced that he had risen to level 4 and awarded another 5 free attribute points. Flame-like snowflakes drifted through the sky as Jiang Feng stood amidst the still burning embers. Gazing at the 65 newly arrived free attribute points on his panel, he smiled like a supervillain on the verge of destroying the world. This rate of growth was addictive enough to make one's scalp tingle. This is only the beginning. Jiang Feng inhaled deeply, focusing his eyes firm and blazing. All into intelligence. Including the 10 free points from his instant kill of the ordinary chicken earlier, he now had 75 points that he again poured entirely into intelligence. The system dutifully confirmed the allocation. His intelligence climbed from 85 to 160, magic attack from 273 to 498, mana from 850 to 1600, and MP regeneration from 85 points per minute to 160. The panel refreshed again, and the intelligence stat now blazed at 160 points. What did that mean? It meant that Jiang Feng's magic attack had broken through the barrier of 498. His form was already beginning to resemble a walking nuclear warhead. At that moment, a thunderous pounding sounded. Thump, thump, as the earth began to heave, as though some colossal creature were awakening beneath it. The small mound at the very center of the breeding farm suddenly erupted, magma spraying outward. A crimson giant beast the size of a heavy truck rose slowly, bathed in molten rock. Its entire body burned with roaring flames, each breath spewing black smoke. Its enormous comb resembled a blazing crown, radiating crushing pressure. Boss panel. Name: Explosive Fire Turkey King Lord. Level 5. HP 3-2003-200. Attack 225. Physical Fire Hybrid. Defense 82. Feather damage reduction. Skills: Flame Peck, powerful single target grease, feather mantle damage reduction, cluck of fury, sonic wave, roast chickens, revenge, self-destruction. Jiang Feng raised his head to gaze at the colossus, his battered wooden staff looking rather shabby in the boss's fiery glow. Yet the light in his eyes burned hotter than the flames cloaking the boss. A 200 HP slab of meat. He whispered, I wonder how many attribute points you'll drop when I carve you apart. A wave of scorching heat surged forward, the sulfur in the air so pungent it left his throat parched. The Fire Turkey King, massive as a heavy truck, locked its gaze on Jiang Feng, a thunderous growl rolling in its throat. Jiang Feng slammed his novice staff into the ground. Without any fancy chanting or elaborate gestures, the skill he had long been holding back erupted in an instant. True explosive flame. The surrounding air seemed to be vacuumed away in an instant as a blue-white fireball more than 5 meters in diameter coalesced above his head. The thing did not even look like a spell anymore. It was more like a falling meteor. Boom. The fireball smashed brutally into its face. The Fire Turkey King, just about to launch its charge, was struck as if by a locomotive. Its neck gave a toothaking crack, and its enormous body was forcibly flipped over. 816. A dark crimson damage number floated up. The Fire Turkey King fell into a 1. 5-second state of concussion. This was an advanced technique in demonic domain. When a single hit exceeded 20 of the target's HP, it forcibly triggered stiffness. Come on then. Weren't you arrogant just now? Jiang Feng's face remained expressionless. Seizing the opening, he struck while the enemy was weak, his staff tapping out twice as two instant-cast fireball spells chained seamlessly together. Bang! Bang! 516. 516. More than half of its HP bar instantly evaporated. Its health was dropping faster than a crashing stock market. Glowglota. The Fire Turkey King finally tore free from its stiffness. Bloodshot rage filled its eyes, its feathers bristled all over, and a greasy sheen coated its entire body. Grease feather shroud. Its defense rose by 30%. It opened its massive beak, brewing flames in its throat hot enough to melt metal. It was clearly enraged. Trying to cast a skill? Swallow it back. Jiang Feng gave it no chance. The cooled-down explosive flame once again slammed straight into its face. Rumble. Even with a damage reduction shield, that strike still dealt a terrifying 585 damage. The tremendous blast force rammed the flames in the Fire Turkey King's mouth back down its own throat, black smoke spurting out. Its skill was interrupted. In that instant, this nightmare lord that ruled over the novice village became nothing more than a clumsy sandbag before Jiang Feng ground mercilessly under the heel of raw numbers. Its HP plummeted wildly. 800. 400. Just as the boss's health dropped below the critical 10% threshold, an unforeseen change erupted. The Fire Turkey King stopped attacking. Its body swelled madly like an inflating balloon. The surrounding fences spontaneously combusted, the temperature spiking to a terrifying level. Warning. The boss has entered death frenzy. Roast Chicken's Revenge has been activated. A world-destroying explosion will engulf the entire field in 10 seconds. Range hole map. Self-destruction. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. A hard-coded death mechanic. With a mage's short legs, it was impossible to outrun the blast radius. With his frail body, he did not even need to be in the core of the blast. Merely brushing its edge would reduce him to ash. This was precisely why the textbooks declared, a mage soloing this boss equals suicide. No knight to raise a shield, no priest to cast resurrection. Faced with a full-screen AoE, there was only one outcome: death. Unless. Jiang Feng glanced at his experience bar, LV4, 5600. In the next heartbeat, his gaze turned both crazed and ice-cold. The EXP from a single boss is just enough to push me to level 5. Before entering the instance and attacking the boss, Jiang Feng had already calculated his way out. Only if he was certain would Jiang Feng attack this boss. If he was not, he would never have chosen to make a move. Now the Fire Turkey King's body had already swollen to its limit. Devastating white light seeped out from its splitting skin like a nuclear warhead on the verge of detonation. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. At the very instant the blast wave was about to engulf the tip of Jiang Feng's nose, the final explosive flame shot precisely down the boss's throat. 585. Its HP bar was instantly wiped clean. A world-shaking explosion tore through the entire farm. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky as Jiang Feng's figure was swallowed by a sea of fire. Yet in that tenth-thousandth of a second gap, a sacred golden light swifter even than the blaze of the explosion pierced down from above Jiang Feng's head. Congratulations. You have slain LV5 Lord Explosive Fire Turkey King. You have gained 500 experience, talent bonus 125. Your level has increased to LV5. HPMP fully restored. All negative statuses cleansed. The light of leveling up became like an absolute wall of defense, a sighing barrier that brutally held the explosion's aftershock at bay. When the flames finally dispersed, Jiang Feng stood in the center of the ruins without a single hair out of place. He gently patted the dust from his robe. Level up, heal timing. This basic maneuver barely deserves an 8 out of 10 from myself. At the same time, the cold voice of the talent system rang cheerfully in his mind. Talent, Pangu Predatory Slaughter, activated. Because you slew a Lord class unit, the plunder effect has critically triggered. Plunder successful. You have gained 802 free attribute points. Adding in the 5 points from leveling up, he had just pocketed a total of 165 attribute points in one wave. This was not killing monsters. It was practically robbing a bank. Jiang Feng drew in a deep breath, exhilaration flooding him. Then he saw the spoils that had dropped ahead from the slain boss. Stepping over still warm ashes that almost scorched his soles, Jiang Feng jogged forward. He bent down and scooped up the staff in one smooth motion. System prompt: you have obtained Crimson Flame Staff 1. It was a staff veined all over with flowing magma-like patterns. The crimson core at its tip still throbbed faintly like a freshly gouged out demon's eyeball, radiating a seductive luster. Beside it lay a heap of glittering coins so dazzling under the dim sky, they were almost blinding. The instant his fingertips brushed them, warm energy surged up his arm straight to his crown, more refreshing than an ice-cold cola in midsummer. Crimson Flame Staff Epic, requirement LV5 Mage. Magic Attack 98. Special Effect Detonation. Fire-type skill damage increased by 20%. Durability 280,280. Description: a staff bathed in the Fire Turkey King's blood, carrying a faint aroma of roasted meat. With this in hand, you are a walking arsonist. Almost 100 extra magic attack, and another 20% bonus damage. Jiang Feng's lips curled up so hard they were almost impossible to keep down. The novice's shabby wooden staff only added 18 magic attack. It was no different from a fire poker. And this one before him. This was not just trading a musket for a cannon, it was swapping a musket for an intercontinental missile. Without the slightest hesitation, he equipped it. Equipment equipped. Magic attack 498, 578. Watching his stats, Sword Jiang Feng swept all the coins on the ground into his bag with a frighteningly practiced motion. You have obtained 5000 gold coins. Hiss. Jiang Feng drew in a sharp breath, and even the sulfur in the air suddenly smelled sweet. At the current black market exchange rate, 1 gold coin equaled 1 Huaxia yuan. He had been in the instance for less than 2 hours and already pocketed 500 yuan. In this world, an ordinary wage slave toiled for a month to earn that much. So this is the world of the slaying monsters is basically operating a money printing machine. As long as my liver holds out, becoming the richest man is just a matter of time. Jiang Feng sighed in admiration and was just about to sort his backpack when a deafening thunderclap split the sky above. Immediately after, golden words like a divine oracle forcibly imprinted themselves onto the retinas of every player exploring demonic domain. No matter where they were in the world or what they were doing, they were compelled to watch. World announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player Foam from the Longwa East China region for slaying LV5 Lord Boss Explosive Fire Turkey King with astounding strength. As the player who solo cleared this instance, you are hereby rewarded. Reward 3 assignable free skill points. Reward 1500 reputation. Reward unlock LV5 instance, Gloomy Forest, Inferno difficulty. Reward unlock LV10 hidden class transfer clue, Melee Mage War Titan unique. Boom. The announcement rolled 3 times in a row, pomp and spectacle pushed to the limit. The chat channels across the entire Longwa region fell into a deathly silence, as if everyone had disconnected at once. 3 seconds later, the barrage exploded like an avalanche, instantly flooding the screen with a 999 scroll. What the hell? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? A solo clear. That's the Explosive Fire Turkey King. The insane boss with the full-screen self-destruct mechanic. Our guild sent in 3 teams yesterday, and all of them got turned into delivery boys. I'm running this instance too. Just now, our full 5-man party with 2 shield warriors up front still got sent to heaven the moment the boss detonated. Is that player with the ID phone some kind of immortal? How did he survive it? Mage? Look carefully at the class. The announcement says he's a mage. A glass cannon mage soloed a self-destruct boss. Does that even obey science? Newton's coffin lid can't stay shut anymore. There's only one possibility. He killed the boss in the very second before it exploded. What kind of terrifying DPS is that? I'm rolling a mage too. Nobody stop me. I'm going to become a spell emperor. Wake up, you upstairs. He's a god tier mage, you're just walking honor points. Go wash up and sleep. What is that hidden class, War Titan anyway? It even sounds brutally violent. Is this the power of a true big shot? It's insanely over the top. I beg you, big shot, reveal your ID. I'll pay handsomely for a carry. Soft cute with a sweet lowly voice, can tank, can heal, can warm your bed. Dongjiang City 4th High School Principal's Office. Bang! That is a hidden class. According to the information, the War Titan can both endure and devastate, comes with percentage-based damage, and is the ultimate nemesis of bosses. Putting points into both intelligence and constitution at the same time is practically invincible. The elderly Principal Hair, already Snow White, slaps the desk in agitation, making the teacup tremble violently as tea splashes across the tabletop. Check. Hurry up and check. The IP address shows it's on the Dongjiang City node. The principal's face is flushed with excitement as his trembling finger points at the holographic screen, looking very much like an old man who has just won the lottery. It has to be one of the students who just awakened. If this student is from our school, it would be like our ancestors blessing us from the grave. This year's admission rate is going to explode. The dean of teaching wipes cold sweat from his forehead and hastily flips through the list of names. Principal, this will be very hard to narrow down. If it were in class genius like Shen Qingni, it would be possible, but she led her team to the Grey Wolf Plains. As for the rest, could it be some student who awakened a powerful talent, but is keeping a low profile, hiding their true strengths? One of those wolves in sheep's clothing? Hard to say. To instantly kill the Turkey King at the very least, it would have to be Sklas. no at least S-class offensive lightning or fire talent. Yet in this cohort, aside from Shun Qingni, our strongest is only in a class wind type. No one even considers casting their gaze toward Jiang Feng, who awakened a mere class, power leveler support talent. After all, by common sense, a support type talent soloing a dungeon is no different from courting death, unless he no longer values his own life. Grey Wolf Plains Dungeon. Crack. An ice wall shatters, shards flying. Shen Qingni stumbles back a couple of steps, her exquisite mage robe stained with flecks of mud, leaving her looking unexpectedly disheveled. Careful, campus bell Shun. A knight beside her immediately raises his shield and charges forward, barely managing to block a wolf's pouncing attack. Panting heavily, Shen Qingni looks up at the world channel, where a golden dazzling announcement is displayed. For the first time, a feeling she has never known before, bewilderment, flickers across her cool, clear eyes. An anonymous ID, something foam. Who is it? She looks at her own party, 5 people coordinating together, yet every attempt to kill a few level 3 wild wolves is fraught with danger, their positioning needing constant careful adjustment. And that mysterious player has actually soloed their way through a level 5 dungeon. How can the gap between people be so vast? Could it be a transfer student from the capital Jingqing? Or some monster secretly trained by the military? The sycophantic boy who had been mocking Jiang Feng earlier now gapes, mouth hanging open, his expression utterly blank. Is that even human anymore? A hidden class. War Titan. That sounds even more terrifying than its class talent. When did our school ever produce such a deity-like figure? Shen Qingni bites her lower lip, a flame of unwillingness and determination igniting in her eyes. No matter who you are, when the college entrance examinations come, I will definitely catch up to you. Kyoto Huaxia's highest military command Special Operations Division. Inside a dim room, smoke coils and drifts so thick it stings the eyes and makes it hard to keep them open. A middle-aged man in a general's uniform sits with one leg crossed over the other, a cheap cigarette clamped between his fingers. His narrow eyes are fixed unblinkingly on the data streams flowing across the giant screen. His name is Li Yan, a famed Mad Dog general of Longwa's military, notorious for defying convention and winning battles in unorthodox fashion. Unlock level 5 dungeon hell difficulty. Unlock level 10 first turn profession, War Titan. This year's batch of graduates is interesting. Li Yan exhales a smoke ring, the haze blurring his slightly roguish features. Dongjiang City's data node. And this clear time is amusing. His fingers tap unconsciously against the tabletop, producing a steady thunk-thunk. The adjutant beside him freezes for a moment. General, is there a problem? Look here, Li Yan says, pointing at a modest line of text on the screen. The dungeon entry time and the end of Dongjiang 4th High's awakening ceremony differ by only 20 minutes. In other words, this little genius with the something phone ID finished awakening and without even going home charged straight into the dungeon wearing novice cloth gear. Li Yan bares his teeth in a grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, yet his eyes are as sharp as a hawk's. Not only a genius, but a lunatic who refuses to waste even a single second on becoming stronger. That's the kind of person I like, full of bite. General, shall we pull the student roster of Dongjiang 4th High? Do it, but don't alarm those old pedants. Li Yan crushes the cigarette, but into an ashtray overflowing with spent stubs, then rises to his feet, his cloak billowing behind him despite the still air. Change my schedule. I'm going to Dongjiang personally. This is a seedling with potential comparable to double S class. If those great clans or other forces get to him first, it would be a loss for the nation. Remember, investigate in secret. The fact that he can solo those self-destructing monsters means his burst power is terrifying. He must have a trump card no one knows about. The adjutant had not expected General Li Yan to personally hurry to Dongjiang, but on second thought, a genius of this caliber indeed merited such action. Inside the dungeon, the commotion of the outside world does not reach Jiang Feng's ears at all. He is completely immersed in the joy of dividing the spoils, unable to extricate himself. This time, with the level up plus the first kill plunder, I've amassed a total of 165 attribute points. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jiang Feng gazes at this fortune, sinking into a brief, happy dilemma. His previous all-intelligence allocation had been exhilarating, but it exposed a fatal flaw. He was far. If he hadn't forcibly overwhelmed that Turkey King with sheer damage just now, then, with his mere 300 HP, he would likely have died on the spot and lost a massive amount of experience. I'm a man destined to become a god of magic, not a god of death. Only the living can deal damage. That truth has never changed since time immemorial. Jiang Feng's eyes sharpen, his mind racing as he operates the attribute interface. Since this is the hidden path of a melee mage, I should lean a little toward close quarters combat, shouldn't I? A meteor mage is perfectly reasonable, right? With a thought, he goes all in. First, survival comes first. He dumps 70 points straight into Constitution. Attribute allocation complete. Constitution 3100. Defense 68, 208. HP 300, 1000. HP regeneration 30 points minute, 100 points minute. A warm current floods through his body in an instant. Jiang Feng feels his skin grow tougher, his heartbeat pounding powerfully like a drum. Just seeing the thickness of that health bar is enough to bring peace of mind. Next comes the mysterious attribute. Although its effect is not directly visible, the true explosive flame spellbook and the scarlet flame staff he obtained have already demonstrated its value. Take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He throws 30 points into luck. The remaining 65 points still go unwaveringly into the core attribute, intelligence. Only with enough mana can his spell machine gun keep firing without end. That is true unlimited firepower. Attribute allocation complete. Intelligence 160, 225. Magic attack 578, 773. MP 1600, 2250. MP regeneration 160 points minute, 225 points minute. Data races wildly across his retinal display before finally freezing at a set of values that would make an ordinary player despair. Character panel. ID Qing Feng hidden. Class mage. Level LV5. HP 10001000. MP 22502, 250. Attributes Constitution 100, Intelligence 225, Strength 10, Agility 10, Luck 55. Magic damage 773. Defense 208. HP regeneration 100 points minute. MP regeneration 225 points minute. Inventory 5,000 gold. This panel. These stats. This spell damage. I am the true definition of a man. Jiang Feng jumps to his feet, clenching his fists to feel the surging power within. Thanks to his monstrous stats, his HP and MP regeneration are now astonishing. Right now, even if I just stand here and let monsters of the same level hit me, my regeneration would probably outpace their damage. A benevolent, nuclear smile spreads across Jiang Feng's face. And I've unlocked Hellgrade dungeons as well. He looks toward the depths of the dungeon at a newly appeared blood-red portal. Chains of black iron coil around the frame, radiating a suffocating pressure as though it leads straight into the abyss of hell. Ordinary dungeon difficulties are divided into normal, hard, and nightmare, and players may choose freely which, but according to official data, monsters in Hellgrade dungeons are 10 times stronger than those in normal mode. Unless one fulfills the prerequisite conditions to unlock Hellgrade difficulty, entry is impossible. Their drop rates, however, are exceptionally generous. In short, as long as one's strength is sufficient, soloing Hellgrade dungeons is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Given the higher monster strength, once Jiang Feng's talent is triggered, he will gain far more attribute points to convert into combat power. Without pondering for even 2 seconds, he grips the Scarlet Flame Staff and steps straight into the Blood-Red Vortex. Upon reaching level 10, Jiang Feng also wants to witness firsthand the potential of that melee mage hidden class, or Titan, and see just how powerful it truly is. Entering LV5 monster map, Dark Forest, Hellgrade. The Blood-Red Vortex slowly dissipated. The moment his feet touched the ground, a stench like a sewer clogged for 10 years surged straight up to his head, nauseating enough to make one retch. A prompt flashed before his eyes: you have entered level 5 Dark Forest Purgatory mode. A warning followed immediately. On Purgatory difficulty, all monster attributes are increased by 1,000. Skill cooldowns are reduced by 50, and their aggro range is immense. Environmental curse, corrosive miasma. Within the fog, vision is reduced by 30, 1 HP is forcibly drained every second, and all healing effects are halved. A barrage of blood-red warning pop-ups frantically flickered across his retinal display. Any fully staffed elite squad, upon seeing this 1 HP per second debuff, would probably break down on the spot. For a fragile class like a mage, even at level 10 their health would only be 300 to 500 at most. Entering this forest was like tossing a stick of butter into a microwave. Within a few minutes it would melt away completely. Moreover, buying potions to resist the corrosive toxic fog was simply not cost-effective. It would be better to farm monsters on other maps for greater profit. Yet the official display showed that the drop rate on this map was 25 higher than that of maps of the same level, even comparable to the loot probability of level 10 dungeons. Jiang Feng calmly glanced at his status bar. HP 10001000. Auto recovery 100 points per minute. TCH, this is what they call a curse. A faint prickle rose across his skin, no different from a mosquito bite. If anything, it was almost amusing. His natural regeneration outpaced the miasma's corrosion by a wide margin. It was hardly worth mentioning. He cast another look at his mana pool of 2,250 points and the terrifying regeneration brought by his immense intelligence. Jiang Feng felt no ripple in his heart, only that the whole situation was absurd. He casually reached into his backpack and drew out the red flame staff. The crimson crystal at its tip glowed like a huge light bulb, instantly dispelling 3 meters of surrounding gloom. For ordinary mages, this curse is a death sentence. But for me, Jiang Feng's eyes were clear. It's just the steam fee for taking a sauna. As long as he emptied enough monsters before his health bar ran dry, plundering sufficient attribute points, and then throwing them all into Constitution, this so-called certain death environment would become nothing but a joke. A long piercing howl suddenly tore through the deathly silence from deep within the fog. At once pairs upon pairs of ghostly green eyes flared in the darkness, densely packed and chilling to behold. Level 7 Purgatory Monster, Ghost Demon Wolf. Ghost Demon Wolf Purgatory Enhanced. Level 7. HP 4500. Attack 280. Traits: Phantom Step, Evasion Rate 40, Ghostly Fangs, Armor Penetration, and Bleeding. Description: Assassin of the Forest. By the time you blink, your throat is already severed. There were a full dozen plus of them. They fanned out from all directions, closing in so fast they left only streaks of gray afterimages. Such was the terror of Purgatory-class monsters. High attack, high evasion, and they came in packs. A conventional party like Shin Qingni's, even with 3 shield warriors holding the front, would be torn to shreds by these mad dogs. 4500 HP. Tougher than that Turkey King from before, I'll give them that. Jiang Feng tightened his grip on the staff, not even blinking, a kindly, yet greedy smile curling his lips. But before my 773 magic damage, all beings are equal. They're all just walking bundles of experience. The first wolf was already leaping through the air, its fetid jaws nearly grazing Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng did not dodge. Mages don't dodge, that's an archer's job. His right hand jerked the staff, magic surging from his fingertips in a brutal, unrestrained torrent. True explosive flame. Aim. There was no need to aim. Truth existed only within range and area of effect. A thunderous detonation followed. Centered on Jiang Feng, the air within a 5-meter radius ignited in an instant. Blue-white flames blossomed like a miniature fuel-air bomb, detonating on the spot. The wolf, still frozen in midair in its handsome pouncing pose, did not even have time to scream. Its body was like a wax statue thrown into a furnace, curling, charring, and evaporating in an instant. Damage numbers: 1688 with a restraint bonus, 1710 with explosive burn, 1655, erupted in a fountain of terrifying red digits. Though it was not an instant kill, the Purgatory monster's stagger mechanic triggered at once. The 3 wolves struck, heating, were flung like broken kites, slamming into tree trunks with a wet smack and sticking there, impossible to pry off. Keep going. Don't stop. Jiang Feng's face remained expressionless as he swung his staff again and again, transforming into a ruthless, spell-firing machine gun. With 225 points in intelligence, his casting wind-up was almost non-existent. 2 more instant cast fireballs shot out neatly, finishing off the wounded. Bang bang. A crisp chime kill. Level 7 Ghost Demon Wolf Purgatory. Gained 300 experience, talent bonus 75. Talent: Pangu Predatory Slaughter, triggered. Plunder successful, gained 55 free attribute points. Another chime kill. Level 7 Ghost Demon Wolf, gained 55 free attribute points. Chime after chime rang in Jiang Feng's ears in rapid succession. The sound was 100 times sweeter than a slot machine spewing coins in a casino. In barely 3 seconds, the first probing wave of 5 wolves had all been reduced to ash. The ground was carpeted with glimmering gold coins, while on Jiang Feng's panel his unassigned attribute points had surged by 275. Purgatory difficulty. This is clearly an attribute ATM. And the experience gain is delightful as well. Jiang Feng swept his gaze around. The remaining dozen or so wolves had clearly never witnessed such carnage. They paced restlessly within the fog, low whimpers in their throats, filled with fear and confusion. With their limited intellects, they simply could not comprehend how this human, who looked as if a single shove would topple him, could casually raise his hand and unleash nuclear bombardment. Trying to run. Did you ask my staff for permission? Jiang Feng laughed and took the initiative. Like an old man taking a stroll through his own back garden, he hefted his staff and charged straight into the densest part of the wolf pack. Explosive flame. Fireball. Explosive flame again. Boom, boom, boom. Flames roared skyward, and the once gloomy dark forest now blazed as bright as festival fireworks. Those wolves, so proud of their superior agility, could only kneel before blanket bombardment. No matter how fast they ran, as long as a tongue of flame brushed against them, more than 1,000 HP vanished on the spot. After 2 rounds of indiscriminate shelling, the world fell quiet. In the clearing, only charred corpses and scattered spoils remained. A crisp chime sounded. Kill Ghost Demon Wolf 12. Total plundered free attribute points 660. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, a tingling pleasure running all the way up to the crown of his head. What did this represent in the outside world? A heavens chosen like Shin Qingni, after leveling past 100, might only have accumulated about this many attribute points in total. And Jiang Feng, he had taken less than 5 minutes, and had not even broken a sweat. This pace of getting stronger is truly addictive. Leaning against a charred tree trunk, Jiang Feng recovered his state while swiftly allocating this enormous windfall of points. He knew very well that although purgatory monsters were fragile, to him, their damage was genuinely high. If he later encountered level 10 and above elite monsters, even if only 10% of their attacks landed on him, it would still be troublesome. Since my goal is to change class into a war titan, I can't just think about being a turret. Jiang Feng's eye sharpened as he issued rapid orders in his mind. Add 100 points to agility. No getting kite for me. Add 160 to constitution. Toughness is king. The remaining 400 points all go into intelligence. Firepower coverage is the real truth. Point allocation complete. Intelligence 225 625. Constitution 100 260. Agility 10 110. Magic attack 773 1973. HP 1000 2600. MP 22 56250. HP regen 100 per minute 260 per minute. Defense 208 528. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, feeling explosive power surging through him on the verge of overflowing. 2600 HP, 528 physical defense. These values utterly broke the balance. At present, the top level 10 full defense shield warriors wrapped in metal cans from head to toe barely reached a little over 300 defense and at most 1500 HP. As a mage, Jiang Feng's stats had completely surpassed legitimate tanks by nearly double, and that was without wearing much top-tier equipment yet. Killing these 12 purgatory-enhanced monsters had also raised his level to 7. The 10 unassigned points from leveling were casually tossed into luck. Luck 55-65. Now this mist is nothing but a joke. Jiang Feng watched the green numbers flickering on his retina. 4 3s. The corrosive sting had vanished, completely replaced by a numbing sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. He strode through the forest, plunging into dens of monsters as if he owned the place. After sweeping through 3 packs of wolves just as he prepared to venture deeper, a dazzling golden light beside a massive wolf carcass blinded him. Jiang Feng reached out and grasped the air. A silver-edged ancient skill book fell into his palm. Tip: due to your off-the-charts luck stat, 65 points, a rare drop has been triggered. Mana shield, passive special level 5. Quality rare, true top tier. Effect: when taking damage, automatically deducts magic points MP to offset the equivalent damage. 1 MP offsets 1 HP. Trait: no cooldown, does not occupy global cooldown, instant cast. Description: as long as your mana bar isn't empty, you are an immortal god. The moment he saw the attributes, Jiang Feng's pupils constricted and he burst into laughter. Holy shit, a godly skill has arrived. Mana shield was the core survival skill for mages. Usually only high-tier mages who completed that damn chain quest after their 3rd class advancement could learn it. And for an ordinary mage, it was a mana-sucking black hole. Activating the shield left no mana for spells, making it utterly useless. But who was he, Jiang Feng? He was a fountain of life with over 6,000 mana points and a mana regeneration rate of 625 points per minute. Paired with my infinite mana regen and high constitution, this isn't just a shield. This is an invincible golden body. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng clapped his hands together, and the skill book dissolved into starlight, merging into his brow. From this moment onward, he was no longer a simple mage. He was a humanoid fortress disguised as a mage piloting a mecha. The clear progress is already at 30. Jiang Feng looked up into the depths of the forest where an extremely violent aura was stirring, as if some massive beast had been awakened. I wonder if the monsters over there can withstand one of my fireballs. As he journeyed, Jiang Feng mused that with only 65 points of luck, he had already obtained an ultra-rare magical skill. What would happen with even more luck? Wouldn't that be utterly broken? After a moment of thought, he allocated all 1375 attribute points he had plundered from killing monsters into his luck stat. Luck 65 1440. First, raise his own strength to a certain level, then boost the drop rate. The luck stat. As high as possible, the more the better. Meanwhile, outside the Demon Tower's teleportation gate, at the massive vortex-like dungeon entrance, several dozen students had already cleared the normal dungeon, now lying in scattered groups on the ground, recovering HP, their faces grimy and weary. School beautician hasn't come out yet. Looks like the LV3 dungeon is indeed tough. Hey look, why is that stone tablet glowing? A sharp-eyed student pointed at the blood-red stone tablet that had been gathering dust in a corner, his voice trembling. That was the exclusive display for hell difficulty, usually ignored because no one dared to enter. But now at the top of the tablet, a blurred ID, foam, was emitting an eerie red glow. The data trailing behind it was even more shocking. Gloomy forest hell. Clear progress, 35. Kills, 36. Time elapsed 9 minutes 15 seconds. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Not even a breath could be heard. After a full 3 seconds, the crowd erupted like a boiling pot. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Hell difficulty. Killed dozens of monsters in 9 minutes. Did he go in with a harvester? No kidding. Those are all Hell tier enhanced monsters, each with 10 times the stats of a normal dungeon mob. My god, this has to be a bug. Or some god tier hacker is cheating. Who the hell is this XXX phone anyway? Could it be that big shot who cleared the Chicken King earlier? How could our school be hiding such a Buddha? As the crowd reeled in shock, the roar of helicopter rotors suddenly tore through the sky, deafening their eardrums. A pitch-black military helicopter emblazoned with the falcon insignia of the National Army descended with a gale-force wind and landed arrogantly in the center of the playground. The cabin door slammed open. A middle-aged man in a black military coat, a cheap cigarette dangling from his lips, jumped out. Ignoring the trembling school officials, his hawk-like gaze locked onto the blood-red stone tablet. Li Yin, the notorious Mad Dog general of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Watching the flickering progress bar, a playful smile curled his lips, revealing a row of stark white teeth. 9 minutes, and over a third of the progress. This little brat's kill efficiency is fiercer than my own elite. Li Yin took a deep drag of his cigarette, blowing a smoke ring into the old principal's face, and chuckled. Old man, no need to check. A monster like this can't be contained in your school's little files. He turned around, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable bloody edge. Issue the order. Lock down the scene. Tell every student who comes out to stay put. I'm not going anywhere today. I'm staying right here to welcome this big shot back in triumph. I want to see which little bastard is going to give me such a big surprise. Deep within the gloomy forest, the air was thick with the stench of decaying leaves and decomposed bones. Visibility was compressed to a mere 5-meter radius. Jiang Feng strolled along holding his crimson flame staff, like an old man taking a walk in his backyard. The crunch of crushed bones underfoot was crisp and rhythmic. 3 minutes left. If I don't speed up, that nest of assassin monsters will scatter. He glanced at the red dots on his map, his eyes carrying the casual air of someone in a hurry to get dinner. The Hell Dungeon was known as the graveyard of newcomers, not just for its insane stats, but for the monster's high intelligence. For example, right now, the surroundings suddenly fell into dead silence, even the wind ceased. 6 faint shadows like specters glided along the ground, silently creeping into the blind spot behind Jiang Feng. A classic ambush textbook execution. Ghost Assassin Hell Elite Level 8. HP 6,500. Attack 480. Traits: Backstab, critical damage, 200, poison coating. This coordinated ambush, combined with the high multiplier of Backstab, had the theoretical damage to instantly send a fully defensive shield warrior of the same level back to the respawn point. They might even owe the monster HP. Shing. 6 poison-coated daggers struck simultaneously, tearing the air with a sharp shriek. Precise, ruthless, sealing off all escape routes. Yet Jiang Feng didn't move. He didn't even turn around. With mana shield dodging. That would be an insult to this godly skill and a disgrace to his supreme attributes. Clang, 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 clang. A dense series of metallic impacts exploded as if the daggers had struck not a novice cloth armor, but an unshakable wall of lament. A faint blue light shimmered on Jiang Feng's skin. The daggers sank half an inch, then stuck as if in quicksand, unable to penetrate further. A cascade of data visible only to him floated above Jiang Feng's head. Mana shield triggered. Damage taken 450, backstab critical. Damage offset. Mana deducted 450 points. The simultaneous backstabs from 6 assassins rapidly consumed 2700 points of Jiang Feng's mana. If this had been an ordinary mage, they would have been drained of mana and dead, reduced to a loot box on the ground. But Jiang Feng glanced at his mana bar. Mana 35506250. Almost as soon as the mana dropped, his base regen of 625 points per minute kicked in, rapidly replenishing it. The 6 ghost assassins became visible. Their usually cold, eerie green eyes displayed an emotion akin to seeing a ghost for the first time. They looked at their daggers, then at the unharmed Jiang Feng, falling into a deep crisis of existence. Was this a scratch? No, this was a damn polish. Had enough scratching. Jiang Feng turned around, the crimson flame staff almost poking into one of the assassin's nostrils, his tone as calm as if he were asking for directions. Since I can't break through the defense, it's my turn. There were no fancy incantations or overly dramatic skill calls. Up close, he unleashed it. Simple and brutal. True explosive flame. Boom. The blue-white flames erupted at a very close range, the immense shockwave sending all 6 assassins flying like ragdolls. 3,100. 3,250. 3,088. After 2 consecutive explosive flames, the terrifying damage numbers flooded the screen, glaringly red. Such fragile high-attack creatures like assassins had no right to even scream in the face of Jiang Feng's overwhelming damage. Their bodies still in midair were already carbonized by the intense heat, turning into a pile of black ash carried off by the wind. Ding. Killed 6 level 8 phantom assassins. Triggered talent Pangu Slaughter. Plunder successful. Gained free attribute points, 420 points. Experience points surged rapidly to 52 of level 7. Simply marvelous. Ordinary people would need to reach level 70 or 80 to earn such rewards, yet for Jiang Feng it happened in the time it took to drink tea and serve water, far exceeding expectations. Jiang Feng stood amidst the wreckage, not rushing forward. He opened his panel, his gaze passing over the basic attributes, landing once more on the most mystical and captivating attribute, luck. A final boss at the Inferno level will definitely drop a class transition token. But the War Titan is the only hidden profession, so the drop rate for the token is likely appallingly low, akin to winning the lottery. Jiang Feng's eyes hardened as he thought to himself, in this data-driven world, as long as the base number is large enough, probability is nothing but a joke. Can't luck save the unlucky. That's just because your stats aren't high enough. System allocate points. All points to luck. Not a single one left behind. Point allocation complete. Luck 1440 1860 buzz. Although there were no visible changes to his physical attributes, Jiang Feng casually kicked a stone at his feet, revealing a gold coin hidden beneath. Even the mist floating in the air seemed to deliberately avoid his mouth and nose. 1860 points of luck. In this world where the average luck value is only 5 to 10 points, he was now a walking child of the universe. Even drinking cool water could yield golden teeth. In my current state, even if I walked down the street, the bird droppings falling from the sky would probably be made of gold. Jiang Feng put away his panel, adjusted his breathing, and cast his gaze toward the deepest part of the forest. Just as he finished speaking, a level 5 owl monster suddenly crashed into a large tree, dropping 5,000 gold coins. Wow, what a great drop. Alright, I won't worry about not having the probability to drop the War Titan class later. Awesome. There the ground began to shake violently. Countless thick vines surged forth like giant pythons, the soil churning. A decayed, ancient, and violent aura was rapidly awakening. The final boss was on duty. Rumble. The ground cracked as a twisted giant tree towering 10 stories high burst forth from the earth. It oozed black venom all over its trunk, covered with countless agonized human faces. Hundreds of vines danced wildly in the air, creating a piercing sound, as if a horde of demons was in a frenzy. Inferno level Lord Corrupted Tree Realm Master level 10, HP 150001, 5000 magic attack, 850 defense, 800 hardened bark skills, full screen poison mist, strangling vines, life drain. Even from 100 meters away, the suffocating sense of oppression still assaulted him. 15,000 HP. This was not something players at this stage could even touch. It was a fusion of a health tank and a damage dealer. Roar. The Tree Realm Master let out a dull roar. The sound wave carrying dark green poison mist instantly covered the entire area. This was its opening move, full screen poison mist. It forcibly deducted 30 points of health per second and also applied a 30 slow effect. For an ordinary team, this was a team wipe skill. The priest simply couldn't keep up with healing, and the fragile would suffer even more. Jiang Feng stood at the center of the poison mist, not even furrowing his brow. Hiss hiss hiss. The poison mist corroded the light blue mana shield, making a sound that grated on the teeth. Mana 30. Mana 10, mana 30, mana 10. The blue bar appeared to decrease at a speed of 20 points per second, but for Jiang Feng, who had over 6,000 mana points, it was hardly significant. He raised his head, looking at the imposing tree demon. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With 1,865 points of luck bolstering him, this boss no longer looked like a monster in his eyes. It was a super blind box labeled guaranteed to drop gold, begging him to open it. It's quite big, no need to aim, makes things easier. Jiang Feng raised the crimson flame staff, the tip pointing directly at the Tree Realm Master's menacing main head. Since you are a tree, let me show you what forest fire prevention means. Everyone's responsibility. Boom. A burst of explosive flame, more dazzling than any before, crazily condensed at the tip of the staff, the color even faintly tinged with purple. The towering 10-story corrupted Tree Realm Master seemed to sense Jiang Feng's disrespectful words, its hundreds of snake-like vines instantly stiffening the countless twisted human faces on its trunk, wailing in unison, the sound wave shattering large areas of withered wood around. Roar. The earth cracked and countless dark green thorny vines burst forth from the ground, instantly closing in like a cage, attempting to grind Jiang Feng into mush. Skill strangling vines. Physical damage coefficient reaches 2.5 times with mandatory binding. If a knight of the same level were trapped by this move, even with a damage reduction shield, their health would drop to 0 in an instant like a leaking fish tank. However, Jiang Feng stood still, not even lifting his eyelids. Dong! 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 The sound of collisions like hammering metal rang out in a dense pattern. Those vines capable of piercing steel struck him, causing nothing more than ripples on the light blue shield, the only contribution being a string of numbers floating above Jiang Feng's head. Mana 450. Mana 480, is that all? Jiang Feng even felt like laughing. Under the extreme high defense and high magical shield, even one major skill attack was insufficient to shake Jiang Feng's foundation in the slightest. The Tree Realm Master seemed momentarily stunned, its underdeveloped plant brain clearly unable to comprehend why physical strangulation was ineffective against a cloth armor profession. In its fury, its massive canopy trembled violently, a scarlet energy ripple instantly enveloping Jiang Feng. Skill Life Drain. This was its ultimate skill, ignoring defenses and extracting a percentage of the enemy's health to restore itself. Once this move was executed, even in a 1,000-person battle, it could instantly recover to full health. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The red light wrapped around Jiang Feng, yet it seemed to encounter an insulator. Mana Shield Judgment ongoing. Damage fully transferred. Mana 400. Still trying to drain health. I think today, even with all your might, you won't be able to kill me. Jiang Feng knew he was a numerical anomaly, and he accepted this fact with pleasure. I've played enough with a sudden downward thrust of the Crimson Flame Staff, the Violet Red Fireball that had been gathering power at the tip of the staff, surged in size, instantly transforming into a miniature sun with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. This was no ordinary magic. It was a devastating blow enhanced by the combination of true explosive flame, Crimson Flame Staff, ignition effect, high intelligence bonus. In the next life, don't be reborn as a tree, it's too easy to catch fire. Boom. A violet red mushroom cloud erupted from the center of the forest. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized all vegetation within 100 meters, and the colossal body of the tree lord let out no more than a muffled cry before being completely blown apart from within by the raging flames. Wood splintered and sap evaporated. A shocking damage number read to the point of blackness slowly floated up from the sea of flames. 8945. Fatal weak point kill. Good heavens, such high damage. You have to know that this mighty Inferno boss had a total health of only 15,000. Then came another powerful attack that utterly shattered the boss's desire to survive. Congratulations. Successfully killed LV-10 Inferno level Lord Corrupted Tree Lord. Achievement completed, first solo clear of Inferno level dungeon, perfect rating. Golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly enveloping Jiang Feng. Your level has increased to LV-8, LV-9, LV-10. HPMP fully restored. However, what made Jiang Feng's heart race was not the level up notification, but the deafening system alert that nearly shattered his eardrums. Triggered infinite level talent Pangu Slaughter. Current luck value detected at an astounding 1860 points. Triggering Child of Fortune effect. Plunder critical hit. Double rewards. Then double again. Current multiplier 400. 4 times the drop rate. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was more exhilarating than robbing a bank. Plunder successful. Obtain free attribute points 200 points x 4 800 points. Obtain gold 75000x 4 300 coins. 3 million gold. Converted to real currency, that's an entire 300,000. This wave directly achieved financial freedom. Jiang Feng felt his backpack weighed heavily in his hands. That was the delightful weight of money. But it wasn't over yet. Amidst the ashes of the boss's burning body, 2 dazzling orbs of multicolored light quietly hovered. Unlike ordinary equipment, glows, these 2 orbs emanated an ancient and sacred aura of law. Jiang Feng quickly stepped forward and reached out. Item obtained, hidden class transfer scroll, War Titan, unique lucky critical hit triggered. Item quality forcibly upgraded. Current item renamed Primal War Titan transfer book, forbidden level. Primal War Titan level 10 description. This is a lost ancient legacy. Upon transfer, you will gain extraordinary power of the ancients. Trait 1. Gain 100 points of unallocated attribute points for each level up. Trait 2. Each of your melee attacks will deal real damage equal to 100 of the sum of your wisdom, constitution, and strength. Trait 3. You are both a mage and a titan. You can crush a dragon with one hand and sweep the ground with forbidden spells with the other. This thing. Jiang Feng looked at the 100 free attributes per level, his hands trembling slightly. Ordinary classes only gain 5 points per level, hidden classes at most 10 or 15 points. This Primal Titan grants a full 100 points. What kind of concept is this? It means that leveling up once is equivalent to others leveling up 20 times. This is not just winning at the starting line, it's being born at the finish line. This 1860 luck value is simply an official cheat. Jiang Feng gradually adjusted his mood to calmness and turned his gaze to the second item. It was a skill book radiating waves of the void. Obtain skill book Flight, universal lucky critical hit. Skill quality forcibly upgraded. Current skill renamed Void Walking Mythical Level. Void Walking effect not only allows you to fly through the air, but also lets your body briefly enter the void dimension. Trait once activated, ignore any terrain obstacles including walls, barriers, and even the bodies of monsters. Movement speed 500. Cost 50 MP per second. Description: even an air wall cannot stop you, you can go wherever you want. Wall hacking. Jiang Feng chuckled. With this skill paired with his infinite mana, why would he need to navigate mazes and dungeons? He could directly fly through in a straight line to find the boss for tea. This time I've hit the jackpot. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged looking at the 800 points of plundered attributes he had just acquired plus the 15 points from leveling up 3 times and some accumulated fragments totaling 815 points of unallocated attributes. Since the luck value is so useful, let's invest them all. Tasting the sweetness, Jiang Feng unhesitatingly began to allocate his points. Allocation begins. Luck value 1862,675. Jiang Feng did not rush to exit the dungeon, but chose to undergo the class transfer first and learn the skills. He held tightly the parchment scroll radiating the aura of the ancient primordial era, Primal War Titan Transfer Book. The luck value has now reached 2,675 points. I am now a human-shaped lucky fish. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, next witnessed the miracle. Shred. With a sudden pull he tore open the scroll. Boom. A dark golden beam of light rushed forth like a heavenly river, instantly washing over his body. Crack, crack, crack. The previously somewhat thin skeleton of a mage made a sound like exploding beans. Although it looked unchanged on the surface, the muscle density beneath the robe was undergoing a frenzied reconstruction. If before he was a fragile mage, now he was a Trex in human skin. Ding. Class transfer successful. Class change: Mage War Titan unique. Current level LV10 detected, triggering hidden class benefits. Attribute recoil compensation activated. Compensation calculation: hidden class earns an additional 95 free attributes per level, 1005 total compensation, 950 points. Current unallocated free attribute points, 950 points. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, his fingertips bursting the air, creating a crisp sound. And there's the attribute recoil compensation. Moreover, according to class trait 2, increasing either strength, constitution, or wisdom will also enhance real damage. After weighing it briefly, Jiang Feng began to allocate points. Strength, constitution, and wisdom each increased by 300 points, with the remaining 50 points added to luck. Constitution 260, 560, wisdom 6, 25, 925, strength 10, 310, luck 26, 75, 2725. Final panel. ID: Jiang Feng, hidden class Primal War Titan, level LV10, health 5600, 5600, mana 9250, 9250, attributes: Constitution 560, wisdom 925, strength 310, agility 110, luck 2725, allocatable attributes 0 points, magic damage 2873, defense 1128, HP recovery 560 points, minute MP recovery 925 points minute. After allocating his attribute points, Jiang Feng also took the opportunity to learn the flight skill. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the magic skill Void Walk. You have activated this skill, costing 50 mana points per second. In an instant, Jiang Feng felt as though the entire world had transformed. The once solid earth and rough rocks now appeared to him like layers of water curtains that could be effortlessly parted. Whenever he wished, his body seemed able to merge into the folds of this space, no longer bound by the laws of physics. So this is the effect of a super skill, eh? Not bad at all. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, the exhilarating sense of spatial control intoxicating him. Yet this was not the greatest gain. He pulled up his class panel again, his gaze fixed on the 3 overwhelmingly dominant traits of Primordial War Titan. 100 free attribute points per level. This transformed him into a monster with 20 times the attributes of his peers. Moreover, the effects of Trait 2 and Trait 3 were certainly not to be underestimated. Trait 2. Each of your melee attacks inflicts true damage equal to 100 of the sum of your intelligence, constitution, and strength. Jiang Feng glanced at his 3 primary attributes, which had already soared beyond the heavens. Intelligence 925, Constitution 560, Strength 310, totaling nearly 180 points of additional true damage. What did this mean? It meant that even without using any skills, a basic staff strike would deal an extra 180 points of true damage. And it was true damage that ignored both defense and shields. While it might not seem astronomically high, it was far from insignificant. Don't forget, the attributes Jiang Feng plundered would increase alongside the monster's levels and strength. This meant that in the later stages, the more attribute points he had, the greater the true damage inflicted upon enemies. As for the most obscure Trait 3. Trait 3, you are both a mage and a titan. You can crush a dragon with one hand, or unleash a forbidden spell to scour the land with the other. This line sounded majestic, but its specific mechanics were somewhat vague. Can I also learn warrior skills? The system typically appeared as proactive prompts in Jiang Feng's mind. This time it was his first attempt to converse with, can I also learn warrior skills? The system typically appeared as proactive prompts in Jiang Feng's mind. This time it was his first attempt to converse with it, and he wasn't sure if communication was possible. Reply to host based on the class principle of War Titan, you have broken through class barriers. You can not only learn all mage-type skills, but also all skill books from warrior classes, including Berserker Shield Warrior and Magic Swordsman. Furthermore, when releasing warrior skills you benefit from intelligence attribute bonuses. When casting spells you benefit from strength attribute bonuses. Hearing this, Jiang Feng seemed to understand. It was essentially a binding. From now on, whether he added points to strength or intelligence, he would enjoy attribute bonuses. Not only that, but he could learn all mage and warrior skills. This expanded upon the original War Titan's dual cultivation of war and magic, adding dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of potential class paths. Subsequently, Jiang Feng shifted his focus to his magic damage and immediately grasped the situation. Magic damage 2873 930 strength bonus dam. So this was the real highlight of the primordial War Titan. The first two traits, though powerful, paled in comparison upon deeper reflection. This third-class trait was the ultimate trump card. A warrior's physique, a mage's output, and assassin's burst, a tank's defense. This wasn't just a hexagonal warrior, it was an all-around flawless, invincible existence. The class change was complete and attributes were maxed out. Standing in the center of the ravaged dungeon, Jiang Feng glanced down at his newly learned skill bar, then looked up at the world announcement, still flashing wildly in midair. If he had only felt stronger before now seeing these rewards, he felt as though he might truly ascend to the heaven. World announcement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to player Wind Hidden for breaking the Hell Mode dungeon record. Reward reputation 3000000. Rewards server exclusive title Hell Conqueror, all attributes 5. 3 million reputation. Jiang Feng couldn't help but let out a whistle. This stuff was hard currency in Demon Realm. An ordinary player slaving away on a month's worth of quests would at most earn a few tens of thousands of reputation points, having to carefully budget even for a potion. 3 million. It was enough to buy several decent shops in the main city. Indeed, with great strength, killing a boss yields such generous rewards. Jiang Feng sighed, casually closing the chat channel that was still flooding with messages. The comments had gone wild, all begging for support, powerful allies, or even a pet monkey. Especially when he spotted several familiar IDs, even the usually aloof class beauty from next door, posting Big Brother, carry me. Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. If they were to find out that Wind was actually Jiang Feng, the guy who usually sat in the corner, just burying his head in books. The image was too beautiful to contemplate. Composing himself, he picked up his crimson flame staff and headed toward the teleportation gate that signified dungeon completion. But after just 2 steps, he halted abruptly. Something was wrong. Jiang Feng squinted, hearing the faint clamor seeping through from the other side of the gate. It was the roar of helicopter rotors and the crackle of a loudspeaker. All non-essential personnel fall back immediately. The dungeon exit is now under the jurisdiction of the East River Military District. I repeat, this area is now under control. The voice was loud enough to be heard even across the spatial barrier of the gate. Jiang Feng frowned. The military had intervened. It made sense. A Hell Mode first clear combined with a unique hidden class. Such a setup would be more suspicious if it didn't cause a stir. That loud voice sounded familiar, like that Mad Dog General Li Yin who often appeared on TV. This man was notoriously unreasonable. If he fell into his hands within 10 minutes, everything, down to the color of his underwear, would be exposed. I want to get stronger, not become a lab rat, and definitely not go shouting 121 in a military camp every day. Jiang Feng pursed his lips. For now, he had no intention of serving the nation. He only wanted to develop, quietly waiting until he possessed even greater power. Then in this chaotic world, he might consider casually lending a hand to those worth helping. Going out now would make him a monkey under the spotlight, unable to even enjoy a peaceful meal later. Besides, that school beauty Shinshingni was probably outside too, right? If she saw that he was actually this big shot, Wind, the expression on her face would certainly be amusing, but the ensuing trouble would be endless. Soon Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon his newly learned skill, Void Walk. Void Walk ignores all-terrain obstacles, including walls and barriers. Go wherever you wish. An idea quickly formed in his mind. He walked to the edge of the dungeon, where the thick air wall stood. This was the dungeon's boundary. Beyond lay a chaotic void of turbulent streams, deadly to any ordinary person. Might as well try to phase through the wall. Jiang Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Buzz. The magical energy within him began to stir. Magic value E920092550 MP. A consumption of 50 points per second isn't considered high for nearly 10,000 points of magical energy. In the next moment, the impenetrable air wall that separated reality from the instance suddenly changed in his eyes. No longer an obstruction, it resembled a thin layer of mist. Jiang Feng extended his hand and gently probed. He passed through. The sensation was marvelous, like dipping his hand into jelly. There was a bit of resistance, but it could not stop him. Is this the essence of a mythic-level skill? Jiang Feng grinned, stepping forward as his body instantly became transparent, like a ghost seamlessly merging into the terrifying chaotic void. Outside the instance at the East River 4th High School playground, the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. The jet-black armed helicopter was parked in the center of the playground, its rotor blades slowly turning, creating winds that tousled the skirts of the nearby girls. Li Yin sat confidently in a folding chair brought by his aide, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, seemingly endless. Behind him stood 2 rows of armed soldiers, their gazes sharp, true elites who had seen blood. The old principal wiped his sweat, standing beside him with a forced smile. General, isn't this a bit too grand? Scaring the kids isn't good either. Scaring. Li Yin tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, his military boot crushing it. The ones who can destroy monsters in a hell-level instance won't be frightened by this show of force. You're underestimating the youth of today. After speaking, he glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. 30 seconds left until the instance force. Li Yin stood up, adjusted his coat collar, his eyes filled with fervor. Everyone listen up. No matter how they look when they come out, even if they're a beggar, salute them immediately. That is our hero from East River. Yes. The roar shook the heavens. The students who had just completed the ordinary instance looked on with envy. This is the treatment of a big shot. A military leader personally welcoming them with the entire faculty and students watching. Isn't this just walking tall in East River City? Li Yan's plan was thorough, treating this big shot with the highest respect, confident that he would be recruited by them. However, it seemed that in the end things might not turn out as Li Yan imagined. At this moment, Shen Qingni stood at the front of the crowd, having just completed a difficult instance, which should have made her the center of attention. But now everyone was staring at the blood-red portal, completely ignoring her. She bit her lip, her expression calm. Who exactly is this big shot? Time ticked by second by second. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Buzz. The blood-red portal emitted a reluctant humming sound, its light flickering violently for a moment before extinguishing. The originally distorted spatial vortex quickly calmed down, turning into ordinary air. Empty. No one. The playground fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves and the awkward turning of the rotor blades remained. Li Yan's smile froze. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, confirming that the portal had indeed closed without even a ghost appearing. Where are the people? Li Yan turned to the technician beside him, his gaze fierce enough to devour. The technician nearly dropped his keyboard, his fingers flying across the holographic screen, sweating profusely, reporting, General. The data shows. The instance has indeed been closed. That big shot should have come out. Nonsense. Li Yan kicked over a nearby chair. Since they left, where did they go? Did they get eaten by? No. It's impossible. The technician swallowed hard. The clearance record shows a perfect clearance, indicating the player was unharmed. But the signal source of that ID suddenly disappeared 1 second before the instance closed. Disappeared? Li Yan was stunned. Having fought his whole life, he had seen all sorts of strange talents and skills, but he had never heard of anyone disappearing into thin air in front of everyone when approaching a portal. General, could it be some high-level spatial skill? The aide leaned in, whispering, like a directional teleportation scroll, or something. Nonsense. Even the old geezers in the capital barely have a few of those scrolls. Where would a freshly awakened student get one? Li Yan cursed, but suddenly, as if he thought of something, a brilliant light burst forth from his narrowed eyes. Wait. War Titan, hidden profession. If this kid obtained some incredible skill book in the instance. Li Yan suddenly ceased to be angry. He looked at the empty playground, and suddenly broke into a wide grin, laughing louder and louder until he was nearly doubled over. Huh. Good. What a good kid. Not only can he fight, but he can also run. He played a perfect escape right under my nose. Looks like I really underestimated him this time. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Did this general go mad with rage? After Li Yan laughed enough, he suddenly waved his hand, the hem of his coat slicing through the air. Fall back. General, are we not investigating anymore? The aide looked bewildered. Investigate what? The kid made it clear he didn't want you idiots to see him. Li Yan strode toward the helicopter, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. I like this capable and clever little monster even more. Send the order down to classify all data of this batch of awakened students as top secret. Anyone who dares to leak a word, I will execute him. Yes. The helicopter roared into the sky, leaving behind a group of teachers and students still in shock. Xin Qingni looked up at the sky, and for some reason Jiang Feng's plain silhouette suddenly flashed in her mind. That figure who had rejected her invitation to team up and walked alone toward the magic tower. No, it's impossible. She shook her head, trying to dismiss this absurd thought. How could a grade talent accomplish such earth-shattering feats? Meanwhile, in East River City, in the old district. In a dilapidated alley, the air suddenly rippled like water. A figure appeared out of thin air, nearly stumbling into a puddle. Tisk, the control over the landing point of void walking is still not precise enough, nearly sending me into the next door Aunt Wang's bathhouse. Jiang Feng steadied himself and brushed off the dust from his clothes. This place was at least 3 kilometers away from the School of Dead, and near his home that usually saw no visitors. Safe landing. He glanced in the direction of the school, where faint alarm sounds seemed to be coming from. Let them search slowly. Jiang Feng hummed a little tune as he leisurely headed home. This old neighborhood didn't even have an elevator, and the motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered inconsistently. But at this moment, everything seemed extraordinarily pleasant to him. Why? Because he had money in his pocket. Just now, while traveling through the void, he casually counted the items in his backpack. Gold coins, over 3 million pieces. What does this even mean? Enough to buy a large villa in the city center, hire 2 maids, and still have plenty left to feast on lobster until he got sick of it. Let me go back and take a shower first. Jiang Feng pushed open the slightly rusted security door of his home. No one was there. His parents' ordinary factory workers were still working overtime at this hour. Such was the cruelty of this world. Without talent, even if you worked yourself to the bone, you could barely scrape by. But from today onward, things would be different. Jiang Feng walked into his cramped bedroom, threw himself onto the bed, and stared at the patch of mold on the ceiling, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably. Primordial War Titan, master of all professions. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air, as if seizing the entire future. This is only the beginning. Once I deal with this gear and convert it into real-world resources, then sweep through the auction house for a batch of skill books. Jiang Feng rolled over and pulled out his phone with a cracked screen from under the pillow. As soon as it powered on, various news notifications popped up. All of them were about the phone Grandmaster. A bold pitch-black headline was particularly jarring: citywide lockdown. Where is the first clearer of the infernal realm hiding? General Li Yin vows to find the phone god, even if he has to dig 3 feet into the ground. In-depth analysis: the mysterious Grandmaster may be an heir of a reclusive clan, extremely unsociable. Reading those analyses, so serious yet utterly nonsensical, Jiang Feng nearly burst out laughing. What unsociable expert? Utterly ridiculous. There were even plenty of experts analyzing the psychological profile of this mysterious Grandmaster. If those so-called experts knew that the reclusive Grandmaster they were talking about was currently staring blankly at leftover food in a microwave, they'd probably eat their own glasses on the spot. Creak. The rusted security door let out a screech. His parents were back. Their footsteps were heavy and dragging like 2 old worn-out machines. His father Zhang Zhangwo wore a faded blue work uniform, stained with the smell of machine oil. His mother Lu Tsulan carried a semi-transparent plastic bag containing a few hard-steamed buns and half a roast duck bought on discount from the neighborhood. Xiao Feng still awake. Lu Tsulan forced a smile onto her weary face. You must be starving. Let me heat up the food. Tonight the workshop worked late to rush a batch of defective goods. It's fine, I just got back too. Jiang Feng took the plastic bag, his gaze briefly sweeping over his father. Old Jiang was acting a bit off today. Instead of his usual habit of demanding a few shots of cheap liquor as soon as he walked in, he trudged silently to the balcony and lit a cheap Hongmei cigarette. The smoke curled in the dim yellow light, his hunched back resembling a poorly crafted bow that couldn't be drawn. Dad, did the factory stir up trouble again? Jiang Feng asked casually while arranging the roast duck on a plate. Sigh. Zhang Jiangguo took a deep drag and stubbed the cigarette, but out on the windowsill, as if crushing some resentment. That bloodsucker Zhou claiming poor profits to lay people off. It was clearly the old machinery breaking down, but he blamed us veteran workers for operational errors, docking our pay, and trying to force us out. Enough, old man, don't say such disheartening things in front of the child. Lu Tsulan brought out the heated buns, her eyes slightly reddened. I can wash dishes if I have to. As long as Xiao Feng can make something of himself, our hardships are worth it. By the way, Xiao Feng, how did the awakening go today? Finally, the main topic. Jiang Feng took a bite of the steamed bun, his tone as flat, as if discussing the price of cabbage. Not bad. Lucky. Upgrade talent. Grade. Zhang Jiangguo spun around, his bleary eyes widening like brass bells. That's an elite talent. Good lad. Our Jiang family's ancestral graves aren't just smoking with good fortune. They're on fire. That kid next door Wang only awakened a grade talent and acts like he's better than everyone. It's not that amazing. It's just a support-type talent called Diligence compensates for weakness. It gives extra experience for killing monsters. Jiang Feng poured his father a glass of water, seamlessly weaving a flawless cover story. Not great in combat, but these days being a booster for big shots is a sweet gig. Fast leveling's safe. Boosting is good. Boosting is good. Lu Tzulan nodded repeatedly, letting out a long sigh of relief. I was afraid you'd awaken some kind of charging berserker risking your life. Following a boss around for easy experience is the safe way. The couple was clearly more than satisfied with this outcome. In the survival philosophy of the common folk, nothing mattered more than living and stability. By the way, Jiang Jiangguo suddenly perked up looking excited like an old man gossiping. Have you heard? Today a Grandmaster codenamed Feng cleared the legendary Infernal Realm dungeon that even geniuses couldn't beat. Even General Li Yan from the military district sent an armed helicopter to pick him up. Now that style. Heard about it. It's all over the market. Lu Tzulan said, her face full of envy. That's a celestial star descending to earth. If our Xiao Feng could be half. No 1% as accomplished my life would be complete. Jiang Feng lowered his head to drink his porridge using the bowl to hide the irrepressible smile at the corner of his mouth. 1%? How much is that? Probably enough for me to kill a chicken for fun. Dad, Mom. Jiang Feng put down his chopsticks, his expression turning slightly serious. Actually, I got really lucky today. I scavenged a skill book on the edge of a dungeon, and a guild member bought it right after I came out. A skill book? Jiang Jiangguo was startled, immediately on alert. How much did you sell it for? You didn't get cheated, did you? Those guild folks have more tricks than a honeycomb. Not much. Jiang Feng reached into his hoodie pocket, actually pulling from his system inventory, and produced 2 stacks of crisp 100 yuan notes, gently placing them on the wobbly table. 20,000. The living room fell into dead silence, so quiet you could hear the TV from the neighbors. For a family with a monthly income of less than 5,000 burdened by a mortgage and medical bills, this stack of red bills wasn't just money. It was a fortune, a lifeline. In truth, Jiang Feng had over 3 million gold coins in his inventory, enough to buy several shops in Dongjiang City. But he didn't dare take them out. If he suddenly pulled out 3 million, his parents wouldn't sleep tonight, suspecting he'd robbed a bank in a mask. 20,000 was just right. It fit the reasonable income ceiling for a grade talent newcomer, solving their immediate crisis without raising suspicion. So much. Lu Quillen's hands trembled, a chronic condition from years of hard labor. She wanted to touch the money, but dared not. Take it. Jiang Feng pushed the money toward her, his tone brooking no argument. Dad quit that miserable factory job. Use this to pay off the debts first and buy some ribs for the next few days. He'll have plenty of these side gigs working with the guild. Jiang Jiangguo looked at the money on the table, then at his son's face, still youthful, but now bearing a calm maturity, and his eyes instantly reddened. This man, bent by the weight of life, opened his mouth, 1,000 words finally condensed into a single nasally uttered phrase. Good lad. You've grown up. That dinner, though consisting only of pickled vegetables, steamed buns, and cold roast duck, tasted like a royal feast to the old couple. Late at night, 10:30, Jiang Feng returned to the cramped bedroom, locking the door behind him to shut out the hushed excitement of his parents in the living room. As soon as the door closed, the warmth on his face faded, instantly replaced by an absolute calm. 20,000 can only solve survival, not destiny. He skillfully powered on the second-hand computer, which ran like a tractor, bypassing the regular browser to log directly into a secret dark web forum, Dongjiang Underground Black Market. Since he had transformed into the only ancient war titan possessing the incredible feature of dual cultivation of combat skills, it was clearly a waste to rely solely on those 2 mage skills. He needed something hardcore to test just how absurd the intelligence-enhanced physical damage could be. The mouse scrolled rapidly as the fluorescent light from the screen reflected in his dark eyes. Ordinary skill books. He ignored them. Whiteboard equipment. He passed them by. Flipping to the 13th page of the trading area, a red-marked pinned anonymous post instantly captured his attention. Urgent sale, rare warrior skill book, brutal charge, and passive skill, heavy armor mastery. The seller urgently needs gold, no platform involved. See you tonight at midnight in Area C of Dongjiang Black Market. Brutal charge. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful expression on his face. This was the core displacement and hard control skill for warriors with a charge path that maintained invincibility, knocking out anyone it hit, combined with his currently absurd levels of strength and constitution. This was no longer just a brutal charge, it was practically a humanoid bulldozer. And then there was that heavy armor mastery. Although the system classified him as a mage, this mage was rather unconventional. If a mage with infinite mana regeneration and turret-style magic damage donned high defense, thick heavy armor, and wielded a staff like a hammer, that image was simply too beautiful a dimensional strike against the very concept of a mage. He'll take it. Jiang Feng glanced at the time and shut down the computer. He rummaged deep in his closet for a black hoodie, and found a pure white faceless mask he had bought at a comic convention to cover his face. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to sleep now. I have to report to the guild for special training early tomorrow," he called out as a cover before locking the door behind him. In the next moment, the air in the room shimmered slightly. Skill-activated void walk. There were no magic circles, no casting time. Jiang Feng's figure instantly became ethereal, like a drop of ink dissolving into the deep sea, directly ignoring the solid concrete walls and vanishing into the vast night. The underground night of Dongjiang City was louder than the surface. There were no laws here, only rules. The dark alley, renovated from an air raid shelter in the old city, was the largest awakening black market in Dongjiang City. Neon signs flickered with ambiguous light in the damp mist, the air filled with the scent of cheap perfume, blood, and machine oil, embodying a full cyberpunk atmosphere. Zila, the surveillance camera in the corner of the alley, suddenly glitched for a moment. A figure cloaked in black, as if inked from a Chinese painting, appeared out of thin air in the blind spot. Jiang Feng adjusted his mask, pulling the hood low to reveal only his calm, deep-set eyes. The entry fee was 10,000 gold, and he tossed it without even blinking. The burly man at the entrance took the gold weighted in his hand and scanned Jiang Feng's black robe, which bore no guild insignia, before grinning. "These days lone wolves have it tough. Oh, be careful not to be swallowed whole, brother." Jiang Feng ignored him, plunging into the bustling crowd. Even at midnight, the black market was still teeming. Both sides of the stalls were filled with freshly unearthed bloody equipment, unknown monster limbs, and even dubious slave contracts. Jiang Feng's target was clear: a skill bookstore. He felt like a beggar clutching a mountain of gold, possessing thousands of terrifying attributes and infinite mana, but his methods were pitifully limited to casting fireballs. Old Black's General Store. Jiang Feng stopped in front of a shop with a tattered sign. This place looked unremarkable, yet it was recognized in the forum as a hub of good goods. The owner was a mysterious black market dealer who would sell even standard equipment from the city defense forces if the price was right. Even though the skills and equipment purchased could materialize in the real world, most people would avoid buying gear with the true prefix, simply because at lower levels the speed of equipment upgrades was rapid, and they would depreciate quickly, serving only as temporary items. In stark contrast, once a skill was purchased, it became permanently usable, with effects completely synchronized with the real world. In the game world, skill books could be directly purchased from NPC bookstores, whereas in the real-world black market, merchants had more diverse supply channels. They either took on agency work for major companies and gaming clubs at low prices to bulk acquire skill books, or purchased various rare skill items dropped by hunting teams on missions to profit. At that moment, the store was dimly lit, with only a few crystal balls emitting a faint blue glow. Behind the counter, an old man as thin as a monkey was examining a magic core with a magnifying glass. Not looking up, look for what you want yourself. Materials on the left, equipment on the right, and skill books in the middle. No bargaining, fake ones will cost you 10 times. Of course, that means your life. Jiang Feng said nothing and walked to the middle shelf, running his fingers over the dusty spines of the books. Beginner water bullet technique, 5,000 gold. This skill was indeed a bit weak. Vine entanglement, 8,000 gold. A low damage minor control skill, buying it made no difference. Firewall technique, 2,000 gold. It seemed somewhat useful, but for Jiang Feng it was just useless. Jiang Feng's gaze was as discerning as someone selecting cabbage in a market. If shown to other students, seeing these skills costing tens of thousands of gold would likely leave them breathless. Any skill book here was worth more than a month's salary for an average worker, if not more. And Jiang Feng now, the more than 3 million gold coins quietly lying in his backpack, gave him the confidence to look down on everything. This is what they call money power. Boss. Jiang Feng casually pulled out a skill book, glowing with a faint blue aura, and tossed it onto the counter. Rare mage skill, fire resistance, circle, which can instantly repel enemies within 5 meters around me. He'll take it. Old Black's eyelids flicked as he glanced at the skill book. Good. That's a lifesaver skill, a flat price, 15000. This price was marked up by at least 30%, but the skill was indeed rare. Wrap it up. Jiang Feng's voice was hoarse, intentionally disguised. He didn't even want to haggle. Going into a dungeon was like taking down a boss with one hit. Why bother struggling here? He quickly tossed another book. Frost armor increases physical defense and slows attackers. He'll take it. Arcane missile, multi-segment tracking strike. Although single target damage is low, I have abundant mana. Cough, I like it, he'll take it too. One skill book after another was slammed down on the counter, making dull sounds. Old Black's initially indifferent expression gradually solidified, no longer looking at the magnifying glass, his eyes bulging as they moved up and down with Jiang Feng's actions. Was he here to stock up? In just 2 minutes, Jiang Feng had already picked 7 or 8 mage skill books totaling over 600,000. But this was not the end. Zhang Feng turned towards the warrior section in the corner, which was stacked with more dust, clearly indicating that mages rarely visited such muscle-bound things. His finger paused on a dark red-covered book. Warrior Rare Skill Book. Savage Charge Effect. Charges forward fearlessly, dealing Strength x1. 5 physical damage to enemies in the path, forcibly knocking them back and stunning the target for 5 seconds upon hit. The user is in a super armor state during the charge. This is it. Zhang Feng's lips curled slightly upward. What does a mage fear? Being approached. But for this mage, what he feared was the enemy not coming close. Just imagine. When the enemy thinks he's a fragile mage and finally charges in for the kill, he counters with a super armor. Savage Charge slams into them, then smashes their skull with his staff. What a merciful, wholesome scene that would be. Zhang Feng pulled out the Savage Charge, then casually grabbed a copy of Furious Strike, consumes health to significantly boost the next basic attack's damage, and a passive skill, Heavy Armor Mastery. He slapped all 3 books onto the counter, leaving even Old Black dumbfounded. Brother. Old Black swallowed, staring at Zhang Feng as if he were insane. If I'm not mistaken, you just picked mage skills right. These are core warrior skills, and they require extremely high strength stats. A mage investing in strength. Only someone with reckless abandon would do that. What do you interrogate your customers before selling? Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow beneath his cloak and pulled out a crystal card from his sleeve, a bearer card commonly used in the black market. These plus the mage skills I picked earlier. How much? Old Black choked on his words, but upon seeing the gleaming card, instantly put on a fawning smile. Who cared if the guy was crazy? Money was king. Repelling Fire Ring for 1500. This batch of basic spells at a package price of 200. This Savage Charge is a rare find, barely circulated in the market, so ITLL cost 3500. And these two. Old Black's abacus rattled as he tallied the total, 800 gold coins in total. Let's round it off. 85000. That sum would bankrupt any small guild in Donjiang City. But Zhang Feng merely nodded. Swipe the card. Just as he handed over the crystal card, a hand clad in a diamond-studded white glove suddenly cut in and pressed down on the Savage Charge. Hold on. A slightly frivolous male voice sounded behind Zhang Feng, dripping with arrogance. I've been searching for this book for half a month. I want it too. Zhang Feng didn't stop, didn't even turn his head, merely pushing the card forward with a bit more force. First come first served, understand. The owner of the hand seemed taken aback by the disregard. With a cold laugh, he exerted force, trying to snatch the book away. Rip! The book remained unmoved, as if welded to the counter. Zhang Feng's strength stat of 310, coupled with his wisdom of 925, which also counted as strength, meant that even a casual press was more than an ordinary awakened could budge. Huh. The young man behind him let out a surprised grunt, clearly baffled that he couldn't overpower a robe-clad mage. Zhang Feng finally turned his head. In his line of sight stood a young man in expensive enchanted leather armor, his face screaming, "I'm a spoiled brat, who dares defy me?" Behind him were 2 expressionless bodyguards, both around level 15, clearly elite enforcers. Friend, the young man said, shaking his slightly numb hand, his gaze darkening. I'm Zhao Feng, Vice President, son of the Mad Lion Guild. This Savage Charge is crucial for my class advancement. Do me a favor and step aside. The Mad Lion Guild, one of the top 3 powers in Donjiang City, indeed had the clout to throw its weight around. The onlookers who had been watching the spectacle quickly backed away, fearing collateral damage. Old Black cowered behind the counter, eyes gleaming, clearly enjoying the show. In the black market, what happened outside was between the buyer and fate, but inside the shop, whoever had the most money was king. Do you a favor? Zhang Feng's voice carried a strange amusement beneath his mask. He genuinely wanted to laugh. With a fortune of several million on him, he had dared to charge through a military encirclement. Who was this rich, second-generation brat trying to cut in line with his so-called reputation? What's your reputation worth? How much per pound? Zhang Feng retorted. Zhao Feng's face stiffened, then twisted into indignation. He'll pay double. 700,000. He shot Zhang Feng a provocative glare. That's the value of my reputation. If you can top that, the book is yours. But I say that shabby outfit of yours has already drained your savings with those mage books, hasn't it? Double, huh? Zhang Feng sighed as if troubled. Zhao Feng, thinking he had intimidated him, snorted smugly and reached for the book. Boss. Zhang Feng suddenly turned to Old Black, who was still watching the drama unfold, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the night's pleasant moonlight. All the skill books in this shop, regardless of class. Even those summoner books for raising skeletons, as long as they're blue quality or above. He paused, pulling out another crystal card from his pocket, stacking it with the first, and gently tapping them on the counter. The crisp clink echoed eerily in the dead-silent shop. I'll take them all. And as for that Savage Charge, I'll offer 1 million. Zhang Feng turned back to Zhao Feng, whose expression had frozen solid. The mask's mocking grin seemed even more derisive under the dim light, and his voice cut like an icy blade. Want to compete in wealth? I don't indulge brats like you. Silence. The black market skill shop was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Zhao Feng's sneer was stuck on his face, as awkward as a failed image load. A million. His bodyguards gulped audibly. That sum could buy several of their worthless lives. Who are you trying to fool? Zhao Feng snapped back to reality, veins bulging on his neck, pointing at the plain black crystal card in Zhang Feng's hand. With that bargain bin gear of yours, not even a glimmer of light effect. If you can actually swipe 1,000,000, I'll eat this counter today. Zhang Feng didn't even bat an eye. He tapped the counter lazily and said, as if buying green onions at a market, "Swipe the card. Hurry up." Old Black didn't hesitate. Though his hands trembled slightly, his professionalism held. Whether the man was a madman or a tycoon, cash in hand was what mattered. Beep. The crisp electronic tone echoed through the cramped shop like a heavenly sound. Transaction successful. Gold deducted 185,000. The million was to crush Zhao Feng's bid, and the 85,000 was the clearance price for the mage section. Nearly 2 million gold coins spent without blinking. That single beep was louder than any slap, shattering Zhao Feng's face into pieces. Zhao Feng's face instantly flushed a deep shade of liver red, his breathing rapid like that of a bellows. He had been domineering in Donjiang City for many years, always using money to crush others. Today he was actually humiliated by a mere passerby in such a nouveau riche manner. This was akin to driving a Ferrari to show off, only for a nearby Wuling Hongguang to suddenly take off, as if breaking the sound barrier. You? Zhao Feng, filled with anger and shame, felt a flash of cold light in his hand as a poisoned dagger slid into his palm, murderous intent surging instantly. A hoarse cough echoed, striking Zhao Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. In the shadows of the corner, two terrifying auras locked onto him in an instant. They were the dark sentinels of the black market, at least level 30 experts. Killing a second-generation heir like him was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Young Master Zhao, the old black man hummed happily while packing a pile of skill books, not bothering to look up. This is a small business. If you want to act wild, turn left at the door. If you break something, the Wild Lion Guild can afford it, but your life may not be worth it. Zhao Feng felt a chill run down his spine and forcefully retracted the dagger. This was the underground black market, a lawless zone. Even the military dared not easily tread. The forces behind this old man were not something he could afford to provoke. Good, very good. Zhao Feng fixated on the figure in the black robe, wearing a comical smiling mask, his gaze as venomous as a snake. You have money, right? I hope you live to spend it. With a sudden wave of his hand, he turned and left with two bodyguards. Before exiting, he made a blatant gesture of cutting his throat towards his bodyguard. Zhang Feng observed this scene through his mask, feeling no waves of emotion, even wanting to laugh. This classic don't leave after school scenario he had read hundreds of times in novels. Unexpectedly, it was his turn to be the protagonist today. Boss, hey, race your goods a little bit. The old black man pushed over a large bundle of skill books, his wrinkled face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Little brother, with such a generous offer, this ring is just to start. Consider it a gift for you to play with. He pulled out a dull iron ring from a miscellaneous box under the counter. This was merely a low-level power ring granting 2 strength, something even a dog wouldn't bother to pick up if thrown on the street. Zhang Feng did not disdain it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, so he reached out to take it. The moment his fingertip touched the ring, unlocking the ring's seal, detected that the host's luck value is extremely high, 25 points, triggering the turning stone to gold mechanism. Buzz. A brilliant golden light flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes, visible only to him. The originally rusty iron ring had its surface grime instantly shed, revealing a dark golden material as deep as the starry sky beneath. Acquired equipment: Starfall Ring, unique growth type, quality dark gold, attributes, all attributes, 10 special effect, lucky strike. 1 chance to deal 10 times critical damage on attack. Zhang Feng's eyes hidden beneath the mask widened in shock. All attributes 10. What does this mean? As his level increased and base attributes rose, this ring would become increasingly outrageous. Moreover, it offers a 10-fold critical hit. This is not just a start, this is clearly a divine artifact in the making. I wonder if it can stack with my luck attribute. If it can, it might be even more powerful than divine artifacts. If the old black man knew he had casually given away a seaside mansion, no half of Donjiang City, he would probably find a data cable to hang himself right at the door. Thanks. Zhang Feng put on the ring, feeling his all attributes surge once again, his mood brightening. He swept the pile of invaluable skill books into his backpack and turned to leave. At this moment, at 1 o'clock in the morning, deep in a dark alley. This was a blind spot for surveillance, with sewage flowing on the ground, emanating a putrid smell, indeed a good place for murder and trafficking. Zhang Feng had just walked 100 meters when he suddenly halted. The entrances behind and ahead were running. Why aren't you running now? Zhao Feng emerged from the shadows, playing with the blue glowing dagger in his hand, a cruel smile of Catan mouse on his face. Kid, weren't you quite arrogant in the store just now? You smashed me for $1 million. If I kill you, that money will be enough for me to exchange for a full set of premium red gear. This is a total steal. 2 bodyguards stood before and behind him. One was a shield warrior LV-16 wielding a massive shield, and the other was a berserker LV-15 brandishing dual blades. With this lineup, if a common mage were to replace one, it would be like meat on the chopping block. Take off your mask, kneel, bow 3 times, and hand over your backpack. Zhao Feng licked his lips, his eyes greedy. I might consider just breaking your 2 legs, leaving you 1 life to beg for food. Zhang Feng stood still, neither moving nor speaking. What is he doing? He is distributing skill points. Learned Savage Charge LV1, learned Resist Fire Ring LV1, learned Heavy Armor Mastery LV1, as numerous skill books transformed into light dots and vanished. Zhang Feng felt a powerful force fill his limbs, an impulse to smash through all obstacles before him. Are you dumbfounded? The berserker bodyguard behind him chuckled, his gaze contemptuous. Young master, don't waste words with him. Who delays could lead to change. Let me take care of him. As the words fell, the berserker suddenly pushed off the ground, charging towards Zhang Feng's back like a cannonball. A mage. Once closed in, they are as fragile as thin paper, easily pierced. However, the figure that they regarded as a lamb to be slaughtered, the man in the black robe, suddenly moved. He did not chant any spells, nor did he create distance to kite. Zhang Feng spun around violently, gripping the valuable crimson flame staff, as if it were a firewood stick, holding it horizontally across his chest with both hands. The next second, boom. The cement ground beneath Zhang Feng's feet exploded instantaneously, spiderweb-like cracks crazily spreading in all directions. Skill activated, Savage Charge. 310 points of base strength plus 925 points of intelligence, along with 560 points of constitution, further multiplied by 5 all attributes title, and 10 all attributes bonus. Starfall Ring, the true damage transformed by the hidden profession Ancient War Titan. Zhang Feng's entire being morphed into a black shadow, not retreating, but advancing, colliding head-on with the berserker. This is what is known as striking a stone with an egg. No, it is using violence to conquer violence. Seeking death. A trace of disdain flickered in the berserker's eyes. You did a mage dare to confront a berserker? That is asking for a short life. The 2 figures crashed into each other in the narrow alley. There was no expected sight of the mage being flung away. Only a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting echoed. Crack. The berserker's scream had barely begun when it abruptly ceased. At the moment of contact, he felt as if he had collided with a speeding bullet train. The dual blades in his hand shattered, and he was sent flying backward at twice the speed. He came crashing violently into the alley wall. Boom. The wall collapsed, dust billowing. The level 15 berserker was embedded in the wall, his chest caved in, blood spewing from his mouth, and nose clearly gasping for air. What? Zhao Feng, who was preparing to enjoy the show, had his smile freeze on his face, his eyes nearly. Is this really a mage? Which mage charges in more fiercely than a dump truck? Moreover, he just bought heavy armor for his little brother today, boasting astonishing defense that can withstand 8 powerful attacks from a level 20 awakened. But he got taken down by this kid in just 1 encounter. The shield warrior bodyguard in front reacted swiftly, immediately raising his heavy tower shield to block in front of Zhao Feng, shouting, "Young master, retreat quickly. This kid is playing tricks. He must be a high-level warrior disguised in a mage's robe. Be careful." Zhang Feng finished off one opponent and turned around, the comical smile on his mask appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. He did not pause for a moment. With a wave of his staff, no fireball was launched. He initiated a second charge, targeting the armored canister with the shield. Come on. My shield's defense is a staggering 500. Even a warrior of the same level cannot break through. The shield warrior roared as a yellowish glow enveloped him, activating the skill immovable as a mountain. Zhang Feng moved like lightning, instantly closing the distance. No fancy techniques, just a simple, brutal basic attack. His staff swung heavily against the tower shield. 100 trigger feature Wrath of the War Titan. This attack carries Wisdom, Constitution, Strength, True Damage. Super terrifying true damage, even with a defense of 999. 9 billion, it wouldn't matter. Directly ignoring defenses. Numeric monsters do not lie, they are particularly pragmatic. Bang! A loud noise erupted like thunder, splitting the ground. That indestructible steel tower shield shattered into countless fragments under Zhang Feng's staff. The staff continued its momentum, striking heavily on the shield warrior's head. The burly man didn't even grunt, his head tilted, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, the heavy helmet denting inwards. Physical transcendence, instant rebirth. The alley fell silent. Only the distant sound of a dog barking could be heard. Zhang Feng flicked the non-existent blood off his staff and turned to look at the terrified Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng's legs turned weak, leaning against the wall, and trembling, a warm liquid trickling down his pant leg. The two high-level bodyguards he was proud of had failed to last even a second in front of this monster. What kind of monster is this? A mage? To hell with mages. Which mage can smash a shield warrior's shield with a single strike? This is unscientific. Why you? Don't come over. Zhao Feng's voice trembled, tinged with tears. My dad is the vice president of the Crazy Lion Guild. I have money, I'll give you however much you want. Zhang Feng stepped closer, looking down at the once arrogant rich second generation. Money. Zhang Feng reached out, yanking off the priceless gemstone necklace from Zhao Feng's neck, skillfully stripping the 3 storage rings off his fingers. The movement, so smooth, it was almost painful to watch. Now they are mine. Zhang Feng's voice was flat, as if he were simply taking his own cabbage from a market. As for your dad. He raised his hand and slapped Zhao Feng across the face. Smack. Zhao Feng spun around twice, 2 bloodied teeth flying out, rolling his eyes back and faint. Next time send more wealthy people. This isn't enough. Zhang Feng finished looting, glanced at the chaos on the ground, and skillfully activated a skill. Void Walk. The spatial ripples shimmered, and the terrifying black figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind a mess of debris and 3 unfortunate souls. That night, a terrifying urban legend spread through the black market of Dongjiang City. If you encounter a man dressed in a mage's robe and wearing a smiling mask in a dark alley, do not believe he is a mage. That is a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Whoever believes will die. The morning mist had yet to disperse, and the red brick walls of Dongjiang Fourth High School were gilded by the early sun. The air was mixed with the aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks, along with an uncontainable sense of restlessness. Zhang Feng slung the worn canvas bag over his shoulder, half a meat bun in his mouth, and sauntered into the school gate. Last night he had been shopping in the black market until midnight, casually transcending a few unwise fellows, leaving him now with heavy eyelids. As soon as he entered the school gate, he sensed something was off. It was too noisy. Normally at this time the high school seniors would either be memorizing skill formulas or discussing equipment parameters, looking like withered eggplants. But today the playground was like a boiling pot, with everyone shouting at the top of their lungs. Have you heard? That wind god from last night was incredible. He didn't even use the main entrance, just evaporated on the spot. No kidding. My cousin works for the City Defense Army. He said General Li Yin was so furious he nearly smashed the helicopter. He said he'd dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. So damn cool. He didn't even give the mad dog general face. That's the real display of a big shot. Zhang Feng chewed on his bun, expressionless, as he passed by the spitting classmates. Experiencing the gossip firsthand was quite marvelous. He wandered to the bulletin board, which was already surrounded by a throng. At the center there was a huge notice with a red background and black text stamped with the blood-red seal of the Dongjiang Military District, exuding a chilling aura. Bounty notice: searching for the hellish first clearer, codenamed Wind. Anyone providing valid clues will receive a reward of 1 million federal coins. Those who directly assist the military in finding the individual will receive 5 million plus a villa in the city center and inscribed resource allocation. Sign Li Yin 1/1000. Zhang Feng squinted and counted the zeros, feeling no waves in his heart, even wanting to laugh. Fortunately, he had hidden his ID beforehand, otherwise he would have been found by General Li long ago. He didn't want to be discovered by other factions before he had sufficient strength. Make way, make way. The morning meeting is starting. The director's loud voice, amplified like a loudspeaker, rang out. On the podium, Principal Wang Zhengwo was beaming, his signature balding head shining under the sunlight. He looked even more excited than on his second wedding day, his hand holding the microphone shaking. Students, quiet. The sound of electricity crackled, and the entire venue fell silent. I believe everyone knows. Just yesterday, in our Dongjiang city, a peerless genius whose solo cleared a hell-level dungeon was born. This extraordinary talent is one of our newly awakened students from the 4th High School. Wow. This statement was like tossing a cigarette, but into a barrel of gasoline. All the students went wild, glancing at each other, their eyes filled with doubt and anticipation, wishing they could stick labels reading "I" than the big shot on their foreheads. Is it from our school? No way could it be my deskmate. Come on, your deskmate has a level life talent. Even killing a chicken is a struggle. Then it must be Zhang Kuang from class 1. He awakened as an 11 berserker. That doesn't seem right, as Zhang Kuang was crying for help after being bullied by wild boars in a normal dungeon yesterday. Oh, I saw it with my own eyes. The principal stood on the stage, his murky old eyes shining like 2 searchlights, scanning each group of students below inch by inch. He was searching, looking for that student with an unruly gaze, a cool demeanor who clearly did not belong among the ordinary. His gaze swept over the second class of seniors. Zhang Feng stood at the back of the line, tucking his neck, perfectly utilizing the body of a 200-pound fat man in front to block his view. He was holding the last bite of his bun, debating whether to throw it away or eat it. The principal's gaze lingered in that corner for only 0.1 seconds before disdainfully moving on. The principal passionately waved his fist. "You are the pride of the 4th High. Please do not hesitate." The principal passionately waved his fist. "You are the pride of the 4th High. Please do not hesitate. Step forward. The nation needs you. The school will provide you with the highest scholarship." Jiang Feng stuffed the bun skin into his mouth expressionless as he swallowed it down. The meat filling was a bit lacking. A poor review. The morning meeting concluded and the crowd dispersed. Jiang Feng flowed with the stream of people towards the classroom, but his mind was occupied with serious matters. He still needed to handle the items retrieved from the 2 bodyguards last night and find an opportunity to visit the black market auction house. And there was the leaky window at home and his father's chronic rheumatism. Jiang Feng. A cold voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The previously noisy crowd fell silent for a moment, and then a multitude of jealous glances pierced him. Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks and looked up. Shun Qingni stood before him. Today she still wore the standard white combat uniform, accentuating her graceful figure with her high ponytail tied behind her head, exuding an air of competence and pride. She was the possessor of the strength talent ice, queen, a paragon of excellence, and the dream girl of all the boys in the school. At this moment, those beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Feng. Her gaze was complex, filled with inquiry, confusion, and an indescribable intuition. A woman's sixth sense can sometimes be eerily accurate. Yesterday at the entrance of the dungeon, she had watched that silhouette and felt an eerie overlap with the phone mentioned in the later world announcement. Though reason told her it was absurd, she couldn't help but want to confirm. "Did you go into the dungeon?" Jiang Feng's tone was calm, lacking both the sycophantic flattery of a fan and the surprise of being addressed by the school beauty. Shun Qingni frowned slightly. Too calm. On this morning when the entire school was discussing the god of wind, everyone was fervently excited, yet Jiang Feng's gaze resembled a still pond, seemingly uninterested in everything around him. "Yesterday." Shun Qingni paused, her eyes sharp as knives. "Did you clear the dungeon?" "I did." Jiang Feng nodded, utterly unperturbed. "Which dungeon?" "The mutated chicken farm, LV1. Jiang Feng shrugged and pointed to the school badge on his chest. "With my brank talent, which dungeon should I not clear? Am I supposed to go die in the dark forest?" Shun Qingni stared into his eyes, trying to discern any signs of panic or deceit. But there were none. In those black pupils there was only indifference, and a hint of weariness towards early morning classes. Well, it made sense. Shun Qingni's doubts dissipated instantly, replaced by a sense of self-mockery. What was she even thinking? A support-type talent like Diligence can make up for weakness, could not possibly be that monster who soloed the hellish boss. Such a level of powerhouse must have awakened some extremely aggressive strength, or even S-strength talent, possibly hailing from a prestigious family in the capital. To associate Jiang Feng with such figures lofty in the clouds was simply an insult to the strong. "No worries, just asking casually." Shun Qingni's brilliance dimmed, returning to her usual aloofness. "I had intended to take you to level up yesterday, but since you don't want to team up, you'll have to work hard on your own." Though a brank talent, if one were diligent, they could still become a high-level substitute player and live decently. This was a truth, but also a lofty platitude. It was like a billionaire telling a beggar on the street, "As long as you work hard at begging, you too can have enough to eat." "I appreciate your kind words." Jiang Feng smiled, his grin perfect and unblemished. Shun Qingni nodded and turned to leave. Her ponytail drew a sharp arc in the air, stirring a fragrant breeze. Surrounding boys immediately flocked to her, escorting the goddess into the classroom like stars surrounding the moon, leaving Jiang Feng standing alone. "Who?" Jiang Feng watched her retreating figure, exhaling softly. Thankfully, this woman was merely intuitive and somewhat stubborn. If she really latched onto him, his plans for making a fortune while staying low-key would be shattered. He turned and walked into the classroom, taking a seat at the back by the window, the main character's designated seat. Students in the front row were still debating heatedly whether the god of wind used a sword or a knife. Jiang Feng silently pulled out a copy of the high-dimensional monster atlas to block his face. With a thought, his attribute panel unfolded on his retina. ID Qing Feng, hidden class, ancient war titan, level LV10, strength 310-15, wisdom 925-15, agility 110-15, constitution 560-15, luck 27-25-15. Staring at this series of horrifyingly impressive stats, Jiang Feng couldn't help but nearly burst into laughter. The entire school was searching for the legendary god of wind. Even though Li Yin raised the bounty to 10 million, and even though Shun Qingni racked her brain. Who would have thought? The king who exterminated chickens announced on the bulletin broke records and burned through hell. At this moment, he was sitting in the corner of class 2 in the 3rd year, contemplating whether to buy grilled sausages at the convenience store during the break, because he hadn't had enough breakfast, or to hold off until lunch for something better. This could be considered a form of great concealment among the common folk. Buzz, his old phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Jiang Feng took it out to see a bank notification. Your account ending in 5200 received a cross-bank transfer of 2,000 yuan at 0830. Note living expenses, don't be stingy, by some meat to eat. From Dad. Jiang Feng's fingers froze. This was likely the full attendance bonus for the month along with overtime pay all rolled into this. Even though the family was on the brink of starvation, and even though they had just given them 20,000 yesterday, this old man. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, stowed the phone back in his pocket, and the hint of laziness in his eyes vanished, completely replaced by an unprecedented determination. Since he possessed such extraordinary abilities, he would have to make a significant profit and provide a better life. The entrance to the LV-10 public dungeon graveyard of burials in Dongjiang City. Due to the ongoing frenzy over the God of Wind soloing the Hell Dungeon, the once desolate entrance was now as crowded as a subway station during rush hour. Various guild scouts and leveling teams were stationed here, hoping to catch another glimpse of a wild, tall powerhouse. Look, that's Shun Xingni from Class 4. Strength Talent Ice Queen. TSK Tisk, this is quite the lineup. Her team is fully equipped with top-tier members, including a tank, healer, and damage dealers. I heard that the Shun family spent several million to equip her with a full set of exquisite blue gear to secure the first clear. The crowd spontaneously parted, creating a path. Shun Xingni walked at the front, her staff emanating a chilling aura, her gaze as cold as if she had just crawled out of a freezer. Not far away, Jiang Feng was leisurely gnawing on a Yang ice pop, costing 2 yuan each, like a laid-back uncle watching the commotion meandering toward the portal. Halt! You there, the one I'm pointing at. A thunderous voice directly stopped Jiang Feng. The dungeon safety control instructor Old Chun furrowed his brows tightly, his large hand pressing down on Jiang Feng's shoulder. He glanced down at Jiang Feng's school badge and the level feedback from the system, and his face darkened. Jiang Feng, I remember you. Brank talent diligence can make up for weakness. You at LV-10 Fragile Mage are not in school studying your textbooks, but are here to solo graveyard of burials. Do you seek death, or do you plan to defraud the school's compensation? Jiang Feng casually tossed the popsicle stick into the trash, smiling lightly, his tone steady. Teacher Chun, I just wanted to practice a bit, and picked up a handy iron weapon. Practice? Old Chin's eyes bulged in surprise. The bloodthirsty zombie inside has high defense and attack, and it's poisonous. Your fireball technique would barely scratch it. Nearby, several upperclassmen burst into laughter. Is this guy watching too much news? Does he really think soloing is as easy as drinking water? My level 15 berserker brother was chased and screamed for help inside yesterday. He must be out of his mind thinking about money without considering how long his little wooden stick can hold up. Shun Xingni also stopped, turning to look at Jiang Feng, disappointment clear in her eyes. She had thought Jiang Feng was just a bit reclusive, but it seemed he was simply out of touch with reality. Jiang Feng, don't waste time in a place like this. Shun Xingni said flatly, with the tone of a superior giving a warning. The monsters here can ambush you, and without a shield you won't last 3 seconds. Jiang Feng ignored the mocking crowd and casually pulled out a completely black shabby wooden stick with a fake red gem on the tip from his backpack. This was his pre-prepared smoke bomb. Teacher Chun, I had a stroke of luck yesterday and dropped a rare shield from killing a chicken, Jiang Feng said, casually releasing a bit of his suppressed mana. Old Chin sensed it. Oh, this kid's mana pool was indeed significantly longer than that of an average mage. Jiang Feng leaned in a bit, lowering his voice. Teacher, I really need money. I want to get my family a house with windows. Hearing this, Old Chin's serious face softened a bit. He sighed, forget it, I know kids from families like yours. I understand your difficulties. But remember, if your health drops below 30%, crush the stone and roll back. Dying inside means losing experience. Isn't that a waste of time? Alright, thanks teacher. Jiang Feng nodded in gratitude, not glancing sideways at Shun Xingni as he stepped through the swirling blue vortex. Shun Xingni watched the disappearing figure, her eyelid twitching. Let's go enter the dungeon. Don't let someone so arrogant disrupt our rhythm. Entering dungeon, Bone Burial Wasteland, LV10 LV15. Difficulty hard. The reason for not entering the Nightmare difficulty dungeon was that it was too eye-catching. Not only the teachers and students in the school, but even generally was keeping an eye on it. If anyone knew Jiang Feng was the esteemed Qingfeng, he would undoubtedly become famous in Dongjiang City in no time. Clearly this was not what he wanted to see. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he was greeted by a desolate expanse of red earth with dead tree branches clawing like ghostly hands from hell. The air was thick with the stench of rotting flesh that could make one faint. As soon as Jiang Feng landed, he heard the sound of bones cracking beneath his feet. Crack! The earth suddenly exploded and a green pus-covered creature crawled out. Monster bloodthirsty zombie normal. Level LV10. Health 5500, 5500. Defense 300. Skills poisonous grasp, bloodthirsty desire. 5,500 health. That's just a slightly tougher sandbag. Jiang Feng sneered as the shabby wooden stick in his hand was enveloped in crimson flames. Since he concealed all equipment effects to outsiders, it looked like an ordinary firewood stick. Roar! The zombie lunged at Jiang Feng like a gray cannonball, bringing a foul wind. Jiang Feng didn't even lift his eyelids, gently tapping the ground with his staff. Resist fire ring. Boom. A circle of violent red ripples instantly erupted. Originally a skill meant to push back enemies, under Jiang Feng's terrifying intelligence boost it transformed into a devastating AoE. 4,323. Mixed damage. 2064. True damage. The zombie let out a miserable scream as it was sent flying 5 meters, instantly killed, exploding into a puddle of black blood. Killed LV-10 Bloodthirsty Zombie Experience, 350 Talent, 25. Triggered, Pangu Plunder, forcefully plundering 30 free attribute points. 30 points not bad. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. He could even sense that a single small skill had obliterated this level 10 monster. This was all under the premise of adding nearly 3,000 luck attributes. Moreover, his hidden class War Titan was indeed a hybrid of warrior and mage. Even when casting magic skills, he could gain additional power boosts multiplied by the Resist Fire Ring 100 skill power coefficient. Using the melee warrior skill power strike also had similar effects. Intelligence could boost it further, multiplied by a skill power coefficient of 1.5, resulting in the final damage, and it was mixed damage higher than single damage. Additionally, each attack on an enemy could also deal extra true damage equal to the sum of power, constitution, and intelligence attributes, indeed showing some strength. Continue, hurry up. Jiang Feng transformed into a black shadow, madly harvesting in the wasteland. Killed LV-11 Bone Archer, plundered attribute points, 35. Killed LV-11 Bone Archer, plundered attribute points, 35. Killed LV-12 Nether Spirit Elite, plundered attribute points, 80. In less than half an hour, the wasteland was already covered with the corpses of over 50 monsters. The golden light of leveling up continuously rose from beneath Jiang Feng's feet. Ding. Level up LV-10 LV-11. Ding. Level up LV-11 LV-12. Gained class exclusive bonus free attribute points 100. Gained class exclusive bonus free attribute points 100. Jiang Feng stopped glancing at his status panel. Because he killed too quickly, he had already accumulated a total of 250,0200 points of unallocated free attributes. System, I want to allocate points. 500 points in Constitution, 1,000 points in Intelligence, 1,000 points in Strength, 100 points in Agility, 100 points in Luck. Point allocation complete. Open status panel. ID Qing Feng hidden. Class Ancient War Titan. Level LV-12. Title Hell Conqueror. All attributes 5. Health 106, 001, 0600. Mana 192, 501, 9250. Attributes Constitution 1060, Intelligence 1925, Strength 1310, Agility 210, Luck 2825. Allocatable attributes 0 points. Magic damage 5873, hybrid of warrior and mage with additional strength boosts. Defense 2128. HP recovery 17. 7 points second. MP recovery 32. 1 point second. Equipment Crimson Flame Wand 98, magic damage Novice Robe, 8 defense Starfall Ring, 10 all attributes, 1 chance to deal 10 times critical damage. Looking at these broken values, Jiang Feng twisted his neck. Now if he stood still and let a similar level warrior strike him, the opponent would probably break their hand. However, what puzzled Jiang Feng was that after killing 50 monsters, he only looted a few piles of coin, with the remaining 1.5 million gold coins from before he now exceeded 2 million. Although the gold drop rate was terrifyingly high, comparable to a 100-man gold farming team, he had yet to obtain a single piece of equipment or a more precious accessory. Even the 1 chance of a 10-fold critical hit from the Starfall Ring did not trigger. Jiang Feng did not think too much. The sheer amount of gold dropped indicated that the drop rate had significantly increased. It should be noted that 90 of players in this world felt their attributes were insufficient, and few would waste attribute points to increase their luck. Maintaining around 40 to 50 luck attributes along with accumulated equipment to reach 100 points in luck was already quite good. What more could one ask for? As he delved deeper, Jiang Feng suddenly heard a massive roar in his ear. Roar! From deep within the wasteland, the ground shook and a monster over 5 meters tall, carrying a gigantic tombstone, burst forth. Lord level BOSS Graveyard Watcher Sane, level LV-15, health 650, 006, 5000, defense 1550, skills death, aura, loses 2 health per second, unyielding. 65,000 health. Jiang Feng smirked, filled with fighting spirit. The 5-meter skeletal frame of the graveyard watcher Sane suddenly lurched forward, wielding the moss-covered giant tombstone, completely blocking Jiang Feng's retreat. The death aura exploded instantly, causing the grass beneath his feet to wither into charcoal. If it were an ordinary LV-15 elite team, the shield warrior would probably have bitten down on their teeth in defiance, and the healer's shield would have to be desperately stacked. But in Jiang Feng's eyes, this heavy blow was as slow as a PowerPoint slide transition. 212. Health. 212. Health. Looking at the steadily decreasing health above his head, Jiang Feng bore a broad smile. Although it has some power, it's really not much for me. Jiang Feng pivoted on his toes, too lazy to activate the mana shield, casually picking up the crimson fire wand that radiated dark red flames, charging towards the same boss. True explosive flame. The fire element at the tip of the staff was compressed wildly, transforming the originally orange-eared fireball into a dark purple hue, exuding a sense of annihilation at the moment of release. As the fireball collided with the tombstone, the Starfall ring erupted with dazzling pink light. Triggered Starfall effect damage increased by 10 times. Triggered feature Wrath of the Primordial. Additional 49392 points of true damage. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose from the center of the wasteland. Just a moment ago, the imposing Sane, with its unyielding buff, appeared fragile, like a wet piece of tissue paper, before that dark purple flame. 202922. Annihilating critical hit. The tombstone shattered into dust, and Sane didn't even let out a whimper. Its massive skeletal frame vaporized in the intense heat. 65,000 health was nothing compared to the 2500 damage dealt. The decaying smell in the wasteland was completely incinerated, and the air became clear. Defeated LV-15 Lord Graveyard Watcher Sane experience 45,000 talent bonus, 25. Cross-level solo kill rewards doubled. Triggered Pangu Slaughter forcefully seize 1,000 free attribute points. Level up LV-12 LV-15. Gain class-specific bonus, 300 free attribute points. Jiang Feng exhaled a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him almost reaching the top of his head, and couldn't help but exclaim, soloing a boss. So exhilarating. He didn't rush to allocate points, but first lowered his head to look at the pile of loot surrounding him. With 2,825 points of luck, the ground looked like a treasure trove densely packed with glimmering lights. 10 pieces of equipment starting with purple rarity, among which 3 pink items were simply dazzling. For an ordinary 50 or 100 points of luck, having 1 or 2 pieces of purple rarity drop would already be considered incredibly lucky. However, speaking of which, according to class restrictions, mages could not wear heavy armor. But when Jiang Feng picked up the shoulder plates, he once again felt the might of the War Titan. Wasteland Commander's heavy shoulder plates, level 15 quality, legendary pink requirement, strength 80. War Titan ignores class restrictions, attributes constitution 80, defense 120, effect melee retaliation 20. Jiang Feng grinned, not wasting any words, tearing off his cloth attire on the spot and directly changing into the new gear. Shadow Guardian boots, level 12 quality, epic purple requirement, agility 60. War Titan ignores class restrictions, attributes agility 85, movement speed 15, effect phantom block 15, chance to trigger block at close range, cooldown 50 seconds. Bloodthirsty bone pattern, heavy armor, level 15 quality, legendary pink requirement, strength 75. War Titan ignores class restrictions, attributes constitution 70, health 500, effect bloodthirsty frenzy, chance to trigger upon attacking, increasing attack speed and lifesteal effect by 15. Soul Reaper necklace, level 12 quality, epic purple requirement, wisdom 55. War Titan ignores class restrictions, attributes wisdom 50, effect soul extraction upon defeating an enemy, 30, chance to immediately restore 3 of max mana. Titan spinal leg armor, level 15 quality, legendary pink requirement, strength 85. War Titan ignores class restrictions, attributes strength 75, defense 80, effect unmoving as a mountain, greatly reduces the chance of Bei. ID Jiang Feng hidden class, primordial War Titan, level LV 15, title Hell Conqueror, all attributes 5, health 121, 001, 2100, mana 297, 502, 9750, attributes constitution 1210, wisdom 1975, strength 1385, agility 295, luck 2825, distributable attributes 1300 points, magic damage 6023, dual cultivation in battle, additional increase from strength, defense 2540. This powerful feeling filled him with intense pleasure. Nothing felt more exhilarating than becoming stronger. With HP and MP combined over 400 health and more than 200 points of defense, he was simply invincible. Thinking about the remaining 1,300 distributable attributes, Jiang Feng again invested 1,000 points into wisdom, with the rest allocated to luck. Wisdom 1975, 2975 magic damage, 60, 23, 90, 23 mana, 19750, 29750 luck, 28, 25, 3125. His magical damage had once again reached a terrifying level. As for the other equipment, they were meant for archers and priests, which Zhang Feng could not equip, so he simply put them up for sale on the game's trading platform. Zhang Feng lowered his head to glance at the pile of spoils emitting various spiritual lights inside his backpack, unable to suppress the surprise and joy hidden in his eyes. A staggering 3,125 points of luck value, which is outrageous. This is 300 times the base drop rate of a level 1 player, and even compared to an ordinary level 10 player, the gap is immense. As long as he can continue to plunder a massive amount of attribute points, Zhang Feng's drop rate will gradually soar and his abilities will reach terrifying levels. The future is immeasurable. Apart from the 5 legendary and epic items that can be equipped, the remaining spoils are all formidable goods. 2 level 15 priest robes, 3 longbows exuding a murderous aura, and leather armor. During this early phase where even blue items can be treasured, throwing these things out would probably make the guild leaders overturn their tables on the spot. Zhang Feng skillfully navigated to the cross-server trading platform of Magic Domain, casually opened an anonymous stall, and piled up those 5 useless trash items all at once. Price for 2 million gold coins. This amount is sufficient to buy a standalone villa with a swimming pool in the city center of the real world. Just as he clicked confirm, his private message box directly displayed 99, almost like watching a live broadcast barrage. Private message: bro, set a price for that purple weapon longbow. I want to pay in real currency. You'll definitely be satisfied. Private message: I am from the Dragon Tiger Guild. Let's be friends. If you withdraw this deal, we can discuss it offline. Zhang Feng didn't even bother replying and directly blocked him. There are too many people making empty promises. He only cares about real money. Just as he was about to close the interface, a private message from an ID called Yinyu Yao popped up. They'll take everything for 2 million without negotiation. Additionally, I want to secure all your future high-level equipment outputs. A deposit of 1 million has already been transferred to the platform's escrow account. You can withdraw it anytime. As long as you have the goods and willing to pay double the market price. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. Yinyu Yao? That name sounds somewhat familiar. He remembered the strategist operations officer of the top club Yaoguang in the Magic City, famously known as the Midas Touch in the circle. Zhang Feng was indeed a bit curious about this woman, so he typed a reply: double the market price. Do you actually engage in such a losing deal? The other party replied instantly, clearly watching the screen: this isn't called a losing deal, it's called making friends. It hasn't been long since the server announcement, and here you are with the exclusive drops from the level 15 boss saying, which indicates that you must have something special. During this early phase, your output capability is also something we place great value on. Zhang Feng smiled. Talking to smart people is indeed worry-free. In simple terms, each has its needs. Zhang Feng wants cash while the other party is interested in quality equipment. Alright, contact me when you have goods. The other party was evidently decisive deal. Moreover, as the operations officer of Yaoguang, you can reach out to me in the future if needed. Looking forward to our cooperation. Ding. Transaction successful. Your account has received 2 million gold coins. Your account has received Yinyu Yao's deposit 1 million gold coins. Account balance 7 million gold coins. Looking at that string of numbers that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to earn, Zhang Feng patted the dust off himself, but he was wondering, having made so much money without any capital, if he wanted to use the money to improve his family's life, how would his parents perceive him, and what excuses should he come up with to gloss over it? Should he just say he won the grand prize in the lottery? Then, Zhang Feng's mind stirred, and the hidden trait of Ancient War Titan was instantly activated. The pink glow and purple mist enveloping him vanished completely in an instant. To outsiders, he still appeared to be that mediocre mage holding a shabby wooden stick and dressed in beginner's cloth. But he knew well that in the outskirts of the real world, countless powerful monsters had already taken root, and there were even more terrifying alien races. These terrifying forces have been lurking and developing on Earth for 60 years. If he cannot continuously grow stronger, Zhang Feng had a premonition that one day he would be completely swallowed by these evil entities. Zhang Feng did not rush to exit the dungeon, but instead sat cross-legged on the blood-red scorched earth, opening the class advancement tree. In Magic Domain, there are corresponding dimensional advancements at levels 30A, 70, and 120. But when his gaze swept to the second transfer node, level 30, he was directly stunned. The various flashy branch paths that should have been displayed now appeared as an abyss of darkness. Class Ancient War Titan second transfer requirement, LV30 advancement direction. The only clue: find the lost Pangu. Zhang Feng's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes, but in an instant he relaxed, even allowing a faint smile to creep onto his lips. I must say hidden classes truly live up to their reputation, he whispered softly, his tone carrying a sense of understanding. Regular class promotions have long since fallen behind my pace. In the case of ordinary professions, switching classes is a common occurrence. Just find the corresponding level transfer mentor, receive the transfer task, and successfully complete the challenge to switch classes. Even at the second transfer node, many conditions for the next job change would be displayed. But hidden classes are entirely different. The transfer tasks they require are far more difficult than those of regular professions, exceeding tenfold. Complaints about the difficulty of hidden class transfers are everywhere on the forum. Many players, even after reaching level 30, have been unable to complete the transfer task due to their insufficient strength. There are even players who struggle to level 33 or 34, barely completing the challenge, and some relying on the potential boost of hidden classes have to wait until level 40 or 50 before finally succeeding in their transfer. Not to mention his ancient level hidden class, which is already several times stronger than an ordinary war titan. Its transfer difficulty can be described as nerve-wracking. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he spoke confidently. Interesting, the more challenging it is, the more it indicates the high ceiling of this profession. Then he looked around. The remains of Sane, whose 5-meter-high skeletal form had turned to ash, had yet to cool, and he sat cross-legged in the center of this blood-red scorched earth, casually spitting out the grass root from his mouth. He glanced at the time in the upper left corner of the system, 1515. I can't go out now. Jiang Feng smiled brightly. If this dungeon is cleared in such a short time, it will definitely attract attention. If General Li sets his sights on me, my hidden identity would be completely exposed. Since he needed to lay low, he had to do it professionally. With nothing to do, Jiang Feng opened the system forum, preparing to see how far the top players have progressed. If he could find any clues about his second-class transfer, that would be even better. Just as he entered the forum homepage, a prominently displayed bold and top post with over 700 replies directly caught his attention. Blood red alert: the third defensive line of the East China Sea has fallen. The Abyss sect skin peeler has appeared with 3,000 awakened ones falling in battle. Where is the dawn for humanity? Jiang Feng clicked on the video, the screen shaking violently. The black seawater boiled as if it were boiling, with a tide of stitched monstrosities surging toward the defense line. The so-called modern electromagnetic cannon was no different from a toy water gun under such a scale of magical energy assault. Weakness is the original sin, a truth applicable in any world. Jiang Feng scrolled to the comments section filled with negativity and agitation. Level 60 experts were instantly killed. I've heard that those monsters have begun to organize and establish bases, showing no regard for us humans. Don't be pessimistic. Have you all seen? Our genius Shen Xingni has awakened and shrank talent. People like her, when they grow, will become the backbone of humanity. That's in the future. The key now is who can fill the vacuum of combat power on the front lines. Jiang Feng closed the post with a scoff. The Shen school beauty who mocked him outside the dungeon had become the hope of the entire village. Those who want to be saviors can go ahead, it's too exhausting. Jiang Feng shook his head. I just want my dad to retire early and for my mom to stop scrimping. Of course, in this world where other races run rampant, protecting one's own requires being even more unreasonable than all the other races. Then he searched for Ancient Titan of War and Pangu Spine. The screen only displayed a line of cold red text: insufficient permissions. This information involves high-dimensional taboos. It is recommended to retry after reaching level 30. Is my level so low that I don't even qualify to take a look? Jiang Feng's gaze turned slightly cold. Fine, if there are no clues, then I will forcefully level up until the system has no choice but to reveal the truth. First, he planned to level up to level 30. Maybe by then he would also have clues for the second evolution. Just as he was about to clean up the spoils, Jiang Feng suddenly caught sight of something white in the large pit created by the gravestone. Jiang Feng didn't know what it was, so he walked over and bent down to inspect it. In the grave pit, there was actually a disturbingly white egg. What is this? As soon as his finger touched the egg, it felt extremely cold. Then an eerie silence followed, bringing a sense of decay. This object resembled an egg, but was a stone devoid of any life. Immediately, a system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected mysterious pet egg undiscovered. Would you like to consume 1,000 magic points to force identification? Identification. Jiang Feng didn't even blink. For an ordinary player struggling with blue mana, those 1,000 points might be a matter of life and death, but for him, a limitless stat increaser, it was just a casual task. Moreover, with 3,125 points of luck, he was betting that this round would win him even more from the system. Buzz. At the moment of infusing magic, the gray egg shell trembled violently, cracking open a fierce gap. What burst forth was not golden light, but a radiant 7-colored brilliance capable of piercing the eye membrane and spanning the sky. Warning. High-dimensional luck interference detected identification result has deviated. Judging. Due to your outrageous luck, the hidden entry desperate salvation has been triggered. Congratulations. The worthless egg has completed life retrogression and undergone ultimate mutation. Acquired one colorful quality, pet ancient apocalypse, giant dragon juvenile. Wow, this is even more precious than a 9th level red quality mythic grade treasure. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, a one-color apocalypse giant dragon, and it's of the ancient level. Incredible. Boom. The 7-colored light pillar shot into the sky, directly shattering decades of gloom over the burial wasteland. At the center of the light pillar, the eggshell shattered piece by piece, transforming into a cascade of stardust. A figure about the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child emerged from the chaos. It was not a ferocious armored beast, but a little girl exquisite as a porcelain doll. She wore a short skirt woven from 7-colored dragon scales, her snowy hair cascading down to her ankles, 2 white jade-like dragon horns atop her forehead, and a pair of rosy little feet floating in midair. The girl opened her eyes, and in her pupils seemed to be the entire galaxy crushed together. She looked at Jiang Feng first with confusion, then sensing the aura of providers, her eyes instantly lit up. Aya! Like a pink nuclear bomb, she dove into Jiang Feng's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Her little head continuously rubbed against the nook of Jiang Feng's neck, mumbling strange syllables. Mama! Mama! Jiang Feng froze, the corners of his mouth twitching. As a pure man, being called Mama did indeed short-circuit his brain. Pet information, unnamed quality, 1 color above mythical taboo of the gods, status juvenile, personality, lively, extremely, dependent, battle maniac. Cough him, not your mom, I'm your master. Jiang Feng lifted the soft little creature, looking into her watery big eyes, and instantly softened. Forget it, from now on call me Big Brother. Aya. The little girl nodded as if she understood, wanting to burrow back into Jiang Feng's embrace. Since you're a Dragon Clan incarnation, I'll call you Dragon Girl. Ding. Naming successful. Dragon Girl's intimacy towards you has increased to 100, life and death together. Upon hearing her new name, the Dragon Girl excitedly broke free from Jiang Feng's grasp and happily spun in the air. Dragon Girl. Likes the name. Her clear voice had barely faded when an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from her small body. With a casual wave of her hand, a faint 7-colored ripple spread out. Boom. Within a kilometer radius, the hardened deadwood and lord-level gravestones upon contact with that ripple evaporated into ash as if struck by a 2-dimensional foil. Even those thick earthen mounds were flattened to the ground. Jiang Feng's pupils shook violently. What destructive power! And you call this a juvenile? The Dragon Girl was startled by the commotion. Looking at the ruins, she casually dismantled, her fingers trembling, her eyes turning red. Did I do something wrong? Jiang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heart racing. If she were to bring this back to the city center in the real world, just a moment of joy could likely wipe out half a street. Oh no, half a city. It's okay, you did well. Jiang Feng squatted down and rubbed her head. From now on you can wreck places like this, but you must behave outside, understand, dear? The Dragon Girl sighed in relief, her little face blooming into a smile. System notification, your pet Dragon Girl observed the battle and absorbed the remnants of the Lord's soul, gaining 1/0 experience. Dragon Girl's level increased, LV1, LV15. A series of upgrading golden lights erupted around the Dragon Girl. What? Another upgrade? Jiang Feng was astonished. He was utterly impressed. While he fought monsters to gain attribute points, this little ancestor didn't even need to look at monsters. Just wandering around here for a bit, she leveled up to 15. He casually opened the Dragon Girl's attribute panel. Name Dragon Maiden. Level LV15. Attributes: Strength 5850, Wisdom 5900, Constitution 7500, Agility 4800. Traits: Ancient Dragon, Vein Growth Coefficient for all attributes increases with level. Skill 1, Avatar Ascending to the Heavens. Can transform into her true form, Flying Speed 800, ignores any no-flee zones. Skill 2, Burning through the 9 heavens. Full screen AoE. Within the range of Dragon Breath, enemies suffer 8 times magic damage plus flame damage with true burning. Jiang Feng remained silent for a long time. He looked at the panel he had worked so hard to build, then at this nuclear bomb little girl. This is not a pet, it's a portable strategic weapon. Mount full screen instant kill, fully automatic idle. Jiang Feng gazed at the exquisitely crafted dragon, made in his heart, chanting how amazing it was. He extended his hand, and the Dragon Maiden immediately nudged her little head against it, purring softly like a kitten just weaned. Who would believe it? Just this little fellow who looked a bit silly and not much taller than a butt crack had just waved her hand and physically formatted the map within a kilometer. At that moment, a dull sound belonging to the system echoed like a clap of thunder, forcibly cutting off all players' background music, booming across the entire magic domain region and even the real world. Server announcement: Huaxiao region, congratulations to player hidden for completing the burial ground hard for the first time. Time taken 31 minutes, 24 seconds. Server announcement: Huaxiao region, congratulations to player hidden for successfully defeating the LV-15 boss, Graveyard Guardian Sang. Achievement: unlocked boss hunter. Server announcement: due to the astonishing efficiency of this player, rewards granted reputation 50,000 gold. Server announcement: the originally lively world channel fell into a 3-second silence. Then the barrage exploded like an avalanche, scrolling so fast that the afterimages were indistinguishable. What the hell? Did I misread? 31 minutes. That's a hard dungeon for level 15, dude. I just want to ask which good person clears dungeons by the minute. I have a full party of 5, and even the gatekeeper monsters take forever to kill. Report. Definitely cheating. Where's the official? Why aren't they cleaning up the game environment? Don't be sour upstairs, that's a solo clear. Did you see? That's soloing. This is a true big shot. Are you crazy? We just finished the map in 10 minutes. Could he have flown over? Is there a possibility that this guy's damage is so high that he can just steamroll without stopping to recover mana? Big shot, notice me. Sweet voice able to tank heal and warm the bed, please carry me. Outside the dungeon of Dongjiang No. For high school. All the teachers and students were wide-eyed, their jaws almost dropping to the floor, staring blankly at the holographic projection in midair. Old Chen's teacup fell to the ground with a bang, scalding tea splashed on his pants, yet he remained oblivious. 31 minutes. Solo clearing a hard dungeon. Old Chen swallowed hard, his gaze vacant, murmuring to himself, who on earth is this god descending to experience life? Do the young people today not value martial ethics anymore? At the dungeon entrance, Shun Qingni, who was resting, suddenly looked up. At the moment she heard the announcement, her fingers tightened around her staff. This big shot, she whispered, her stunning face filled with shock and defeat. Just 5 minutes ago, her elite team had just worked together to take down a level 10 elite monster, and everyone felt like they were the best in the world. But now that proud achievement felt like a joke in front of this big shots announcement. Is this the gap between grade talent and true strength? Inside the dungeon, Jiang Feng was oblivious to the excitement outside. He casually muted the noisy world channel, his gaze resting on the ruins before him, which had been reduced to rubble. It's about time to go. Jiang Feng glanced at the time. Since he had already secured the kill, there was no value in staying here any longer. It is worth mentioning that as long as one clears the burial ground, all maps in the magic domain world will be unlocked. At that time, there will be no restrictions from the layers of real-world dungeons. Wherever one wants to go, one can freely travel. Using the login wristband previously issued by the school, going online and offline is just a thought. There is no need to use teleportation portals. The energy from the magic tower can easily be concealed by Jiang Feng's big shot identity. Dragon Maiden. Jiang Feng looked at the little lowly still playing with the drifting ashes in midair. Yeah, the Dragon Maiden paused her actions, tilting her head, her big eyes blinking at him. Transform. Jiang Feng pointed to the sky. Take me to a place. The Dragon Maiden's eyes lit up as if she had been waiting for this command. All right, she responded cheerfully, her small body suddenly soaring into the air. A clear and resonant dragon roar suddenly erupted in the dungeon space. The colorful light surged, instantly illuminating the dark sky in a dreamlike manner. Within the radiance, her petite form began to rapidly expand and stretch. White jade dragon horns emerged prominently, sharp as divine weapons. Delicate, colorful scales instantly covered her entire body. Wide dragon wings suddenly unfurled, shrouding the sky in an instant. In just a breath's time, the adorable little lowly had transformed into an ancient giant dragon over 100 feet long, spanning the sky. Her entire body was as white as snow, with every scale shimmering with profound, 7-colored brilliance. Noble golden vertical pupils looking down upon the earth, and all living beings unleashed in unmatched pressure that made all beings prostrate and the heavens tremble. This is the true form of a level 1 mythical pet, the ancient destruction dragon. Even in its juvenile phase, the bloodline-derived pressure was enough to make ordinary carbon-based life forms tremble. The transformed Dragon Maiden lowered her noble head docilely, exposing her wide and flat back to Jiang Feng, even kindly retracting her dragon might. Jiang Feng was also unceremonious, lightly stepping on her back. The touch was warm and slightly cool, like stepping on the highest quality warm jade. The dragon scales automatically slightly raised, forming an extremely comfortable and stable groove seat, and a faint energy shield rose accordingly. To the Wailing Canyon coordinates, 244, 889. Jiang Feng stated the location of the next destination. That is the area for high-level monsters from LV-18 to LV-22, and it's the most densely populated place with the fastest monster respawn that he knows of. Since he had this dragon maiden who can be considered a fully automatic idle assistant, not going to such a place to farm monsters would simply be an insult to talent. Roar. The dragon maiden let out a low growl, her wings suddenly flapping. Boom. At this moment the air was instantly compressed and exploded, producing a deafening sonic boom. The massive dragon body, like a bolt of white lightning, tore through the air and soared straight up for 90,000 miles. Skill activated, avatar Heavenly Sovereign. Current flight speed 800, sonic cruising mode. Ignoring terrain obstacles, disregarding low-tier anti-air domains. It must be said that this skill can also be combined with the void walking technique, a flight method in a state of nothingness, making the speed even more rapid. Below the burial bone wasteland instantly became a small black dot. Jiang Feng looked down to see a massive glass-like deep pit resembling a large blackened eye gazing at the earth, silently narrating the recent inhuman one-sided massacre. In the next moment, he landed in this windswept area filled with howls of ghosts. This was a notorious death zone in the magic domain section of Dongjiang City. Deep in the valley, LV-18 stone gargoyles and LV-22 venomous harpies were entrenched here. Due to the narrow terrain, dense monsters, and inherent flying abilities, even a fully armed elite squad of 100 would advance at a snail's pace, and a slight misstep could lead to total annihilation. But at this moment, a one-sided cleansing was taking place here. Above the clouds, a gigantic primordial dragon shadow cast a shadow that obscured the sun. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on the broad back of the dragon, even having the leisure to pull out a bottle of blue potion as a drink. Dragon Maiden, it's time to work. Jiang Feng patted the warm scales beneath him, as if directing a precise large-scale combined harvester. Roar. The Dragon Maiden let out a cheerful low growl, lacking the imposing demeanor of a divine beast, instead exuding an excitement of ill bite, whoever my master tells me to bite. In the next second, the dragon's mouth opened. Buzz. The fire elements in the world seemed to be forcibly drained at that moment, converging into the abyss-like dragon throat. Immediately after, a fan-shaped dark golden dragon breath like a deluge poured down into the valley below. Skill burning 9 heavens. Boom. There were no screams, no resistance. The densely packed red-named monsters in the valley vaporized instantly upon contact with the dragon breath, without even a damage number appearing. The hard rock cliffs melted into crimson magma flowing down the valley floor, transforming the originally eerie Wailing Canyon into a purgatorial sea of fire. The system notification sound frantically spammed in Jiang Feng's ears, merging into a long buzzing tone. Killed LV-18 stone gargoyle, triggered the talent Pangu Massacre, gained 130 free attribute points. Killed LV-22 venomous harpy, triggered the talent Pangu Massacre, gained 155 free attribute points. Killed. In just one breath of the dragon, Jiang Feng's vision was obscured by a dense array of 130-155. That feeling was like standing in a torrential rain, with every raindrop being gold. This efficiency. Jiang Feng glanced at the experience bar. The experience bar, which had just reached LV-15, shot up as if injected with steroids, instantly breaking through LV-16 and rushing towards LV-17. And what did he do? He merely sat there. This sense of not even having to lift a finger made Jiang Feng unable to help but sigh. Is this the joy of being at max level while refreshing the starter village? So decadent, but I love it. Ordinary summoners or hunters usually share half the experience with their pets when they kill monsters, and some passive skills of the master might not even trigger. However, there seemed to exist some high-dimensional soul contract between the primordial war titan and the primordial world-destroying dragon, meaning the kills by the Dragon Maiden were entirely counted as Jiang Feng's property. In other words, when the Dragon Maiden kills monsters, it will 100 increase experience points. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng would receive money, experience, and attribute points. Nothing would be lost. The partnership between master and pet was truly a perfect match. Jiang Feng opened the Dragon Maiden's control panel and found the option that made his heart race in the behavior mode section. Auto-targeting annihilation mode idle. Activate. Command given. A glimmer of red light flashed in the Dragon Maiden's large vertical pupils, and then with a flap of her wings, she actively broke free from her previous hovering state and began to circle above the valley. She didn't need Jiang Feng's manual controls. Her advanced AI could accurately judge the monster spawn points, spraying fire wherever the monsters were dense. Meanwhile, a series of dense reward notifications would appear in the system panel. Ding, you leveled up. Level increased to 18. Killed LV-22 venomous harpy, triggered the talent Pangu Massacre, gained 155 free attribute points. Killed LV-22 venomous harpy, triggered the talent Pangu Massacre, gained 155 free attribute points. Killed LV-18 stone gargoyle, triggered the talent Pangu Massacre, gained 130 free attribute points. due to triggering hidden luck during this kill, gained an additional 1302 free attribute points. The feeling of leveling up while sitting or lying down was simply exhilarating. It was even more uplifting than having a beautiful dream. Especially when looking at the unallocated free attribute points in the panel rising higher and higher like water in a cup, that feeling was something only Jiang Feng, the person involved, could truly understand. Then he yawned and glanced at the time in the real world. It was 2 in the morning. Although the game had a deep sleep mode, he still had to log off lest his parents come into the room and find him missing, worrying for nothing. By the way, activating the system sleep also allowed for offline benefits provided there were pets to fight on behalf of the master. After all, once the character logged out of the magic domain, the real body would return to reality, and only players with pets could earn rewards through idling. Similarly, when Jiang Feng logged into the game in reality, his physical body would temporarily disappear in reality. In short, it would be fine to wake up tomorrow and log in again to collect rewards. With the combat power and monster farming efficiency of the Dragon Maiden, the rewards would undoubtedly surprise him greatly. Dragon Maiden, just fly here, spray fire at anything alive you see, got it? Sure, Jiang Feng casually instructed. Who? The Dragon Maiden let out a low hum as a response, opening her mouth to unleash a dragon breath that directly killed the elite monster that had just emerged, demonstrating her reliability. Very good. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction and logged off. This slumber, Jiang Feng slept exceptionally soundly. In his dream, he seemed to have transformed into a voracious dragon rolling atop a mountain of gold coins. In the real world, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, casting patches of light upon the floor. Jiang Zhangguo had gone out early to buy groceries while Lu Tzulan was frying eggs in the kitchen. The sizzling, homely sounds roused Jiang Feng from his sleep. He sat up in bed, stretching his limbs with a series of crisp cracks from his joints. His mind was clear and his spirit refreshed. It was worth noting that all character attributes and combat power within the game would be synchronized 100 to the human body in the real world. However, equipment, weapons, and pets whose prefixes did not bear the word true could not be synchronized to the. Yet all equipment, weapons, pets, and items of divine grade or above would also be synchronized 100 to reality, even if their panel information lacked the true prefix. I wonder how the gains were after being logged in all night. Jiang Feng's mind was preoccupied with the game's earnings, much like those veteran players who used to stay up late grinding and would eagerly rush to their computers at dawn to collect their rewards. But now his temperament had long since become as steady as still water. No matter how great his anticipation, he would first sit down calmly for a meal and spend quality time with his family. At the dining table, his mother Lu Tzulan couldn't help but advise him, Xiaofeng, the school is empty now. Once the students have awakened, there's no need for classes anymore. From now on, it all depends on your own fortune. Go online and develop well later. Your father and I missed out on that demonic realm world, but you kids have caught the right time. Lu Tzulan was gentle-natured and a bit talkative, yet she never worried about disturbing her son. She knew that since 3 years ago, Jiang Feng's disposition had become exceptionally composed. Even the notoriously picky and eccentric old lady Zhang, their neighbor, often praised the child for his steadiness, saying he would surely achieve great things in the future. She had only studied up to the 2nd grade of elementary school. Back then, her family was poor with many siblings. To take care of her younger sister, she had to drop out early. Later, even when the country opened up the game policies and login devices were available everywhere, she merely smiled and let it be. That was an era for the young, and she had ultimately missed it. His father, Jiang Zhangguo, was different. He and Lu Tzulan had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Ever since the demonic realm login device was released, he had been steadfastly playing for 3 hours every day without fail. He worked hard at the factory during the day, and when he came home at night, he would dive into the game to level up. Now he was only just past level 28. His level wasn't high, but he could earn a bit of extra money through the game, which helped a little with the household expenses. Mom, I understand. My strength is not bad now, and it will only grow stronger. Don't worry. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, yet carried a reassuring certainty. He paused for a moment, then asked softly, by the way, is the 20,000 yuan I gave you last time enough? If it's not, just tell me. I've only just started, and it's already going well. In the future, I will definitely move you into a villa so you can live a truly stable and prosperous life. A villa? Lu Tzulan repeated softly, somewhat in disbelief. Since the awakening ceremony, she had watched her son grow more mature and sensible day by day, with his strength increasing steadily. Her heart was filled with both surprise and deep emotion. Jiang Feng noticed this and secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he had only taken out 20,000 yuan. If he had truly presented a huge sum of money to his parents, he feared it would have frightened them. Wealth and prosperity aren't important to your mother. What matters is safety. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng responded with a simple, okay, then turned and walked back to his room. Parents always have their children's best interests at heart. Jiang Feng was also determined to ensure his parents lived a good life. He paced thoughtfully in his room. With a mere thought, he once again connected to the demonic realm network. A low hum sounded, followed by the rushing noise of data streaming beside his ears. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. Wailing Canyon. No, it should now be called Wailing Plains, or perhaps Giant Pit of Wailing would be more fitting. The once intricate and rugged canyon terrain filled with jagged rocks looked as if a comet had struck the earth. All the rocks had been melted into glassy crystals, and the ground was so flat it could serve as a mirror. For dozens of kilometers around, there wasn't a single monster or person in sight. Even the grass had been completely incinerated. The air was thick with a pungent smell of sulfur, and occasionally a few embers stubbornly flickered with residual flames. In the sky, the dragon girl had already reverted from her true form back into that adorable, exquisitely carved little girl. She was lying on the stone platform where Zhang Feng had slept the night before, listlessly counting her fingers. Seeing Zhang Feng come online, her eyes lit up, and she pounced directly at him. Zhang Feng caught this nuclear-powered little girl and casually patted her head. "Silly girl, how's it going?" "Mama." "Oh no, Master Long is bored to death. There are no monsters left to kill around here. I was so lonely in the second half of the night." The dragon girl clung to Zhang Feng, incessantly acting as clingy as possible. This little one, despite repeatedly insisting that she was absolutely not a clingy pet, was proving otherwise. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, found the girl adorable, but was even more eager to see the rewards from the overnight grind. From 2 a.m. until now, the plunder gains from that talent were far from insignificant. This was all thanks to little dragon girl's relentless monster-slaying intensity. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to open the system log. Whoosh! A dense waterfall of kill records cascaded down, impossible to scroll to the end. At the very bottom was a glaring golden summary: AFK duration 6 hours, 42 minutes. Total monsters killed 9150, including elites lords. Level up LV 18, LV 30 max. EXP overflow 1300. Gold earned 524000. Materials equipment obtained numerous inventory full low-quality items auto discarded. He hadn't expected to have killed so many monsters, a full 9150. In fact, if the monsters had refreshed quickly enough, given little dragon girl's strength, she could have killed several times that number. But that wasn't the main point. The most important thing. What made Zhang Feng's breath catch was the change in the attribute point column. Talent Infinite Grade Pangu Plunder is in effect. Cumulative free attribute points gained 1235250. Zhang Feng stared at the long string of numbers on the panel. 1235250. 1,235,250 points. Just yesterday, he had toiled away soloing the infernal dungeon, risking his life, and all his attributes combined were only a few thousand. And now, he had merely gone home and slept soundly, and his attribute points had broken through the million mark. This was the terrifying chemical reaction produced by an ancient divine pet combined with the infinite plunder talent, pure dimensionality reduction attack. This efficiency was simply too invincible. It was purely a tailor-made super cheat device. If this doesn't take off, it would be a disservice to the 6 hours of high-quality sleep I just had. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands together and skillfully opened the attribute panel. He understood the underlying logic of this world all too well. To keep the initiative forever in his hands, luck must be maxed out. Luck determined the drop rate's quality of items and could even interfere with all the rules of luck in this game world. Time to open up the horizons. Let's invest 500,000 in luck. As Zhang Feng confirmed, the panel values instantly fluctuated. Attribute allocation complete. Luck 31 25 50 3125. Next up is output and survival. As an ancient war titan, his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts allowed strength and wisdom to coexist jointly, determining the cap on true damage. Wisdom 300,000, strength 300,000, vitality 100,000. The remaining 35,250 points will go entirely into agility. The moment the command was issued, Zhang Feng felt the laws of the magical realm gushing into his body. Like this terrifying surge of energy made his bones emit a thunderous crack, distorting the surrounding air into visible ripples. Attribute allocation complete. Wisdom 2975, 302975, strength 1385, 31385, vitality 1210, 0, agility 295, 35545. Looking at the splendid panel, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. You see, ordinary players earn 5 attribute points for each level up. Dividing 1 million by 5 means a player would need to level up 200,000 times, while Zhang Feng is stuck in a level 20 map reaping rewards all night. It's simply terrifying. The top players in this world are only a few thousand levels, while Zhang Feng's attribute points are nearly 1,000 times theirs. Especially with over 100,000 vitality points, he could withstand nuclear blasts and soak in volcanic hot springs without losing a layer of skin. Then he opened the attribute panel. ID Ching Feng Hidden Profession Ancient War Titan Level LV 30 Title Hell Conqueror All Attributes 5 Health 1 0 Mana 302975 Attributes Vitality 110 Wisdom 302975 Strength 31385 Agility 35545 Luck 503125 Allocatable Attributes 0 points Magic Damage 90 to 4 Dual Cultivation of Martial and Magical Arts Additional Boost from Strength Defense 202540 HP Recovery 1687 points Second MP Recovery 5049 points Second. This attribute set is simply monstrous. Even a super private server wouldn't dare to be this generous lest they end up in the red. Just looking at the HP of 1,000,000 points and mana exceeding 3 million is like a little cow taking a flight. Utterly astounding. With HP recovery exceeding 1600 points per second and MP recovery even surpassing 5000 points to be frank, with Jiang Feng's current defense the damage inflicted on him by others couldn't keep up with his recovery. Magic damage has also approached 1,000,000 points not accounting for magical skill damage and additional bonuses from the Ancient War Titan Super Hidden Profession. Even closing his eyes and performing basic attacks could unleash the explosive effects of ultimate forbidden spells. Let's take a look at the goods in my bag. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and opened his virtual backpack, crammed to the brim. Over 3,000 pieces of equipment lay quietly in the slots, their colorful radiance leaving one dumbfounded speechless in astonishment. So many good items. Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The worst of them radiated a noble purple glow with not a single blue or green item in sight. This was because Little Dragon Girl had a high strength attribute and enough carrying capacity, choosing to keep only the higher quality equipment and discarding the rest. This was an enormous profit. Jiang Feng swiped his finger directly, setting the filter to the highest level. Only show divine grade red gear. Whoosh. The backpack interface instantly became much cleaner, yet still displayed a total of 85 pieces of glaring red equipment. All divine items. One must understand a single ordinary piece of red gear on the market could rival the wealth of a large guild. Usually it wouldn't go for less than several hundred million. If the attributes were even better, selling for tens or even hundreds of billions wouldn't be out of the question. Yet Jiang Feng had a staggering 85 pieces of such items in his bag, as if he had raided a flea market. Currently his level was firmly stuck at LV 30, and he needed to complete his second class transition to continue gaining experience. Thus he focused on these mage red gear, starting to happily pick and choose. Equipment is divided into 7-piece sets of armor and weapons and 5-piece sets of accessories. In this world the drop rate for accessories is abysmally low. Even the offspring of wealthy families often lack rings and bracelets. But Jiang Feng managed to piece together a top-tier set of mage accessories and weapon from these 85 pieces of red gear. He scanned through each item's attributes. Each one would be enough to shake the entire Huaxia battle zone. Doomsday Fire Staff Divine Item Level LV 20 Profession Mage Magic Attack Power 1500 Wisdom 500 Feature All fire skills range tripled with absolute armor penetration. Abyssal Magic Hood Divine Item Level LV 20 Profession Mage Defense 900 Wisdom 300 Feature Mental Immunity ignoring all illusion control. Titan Starfall Heavy Armor Divine Item Level LV 20 Profession Mage Defense 100 Wisdom 500 Feature triggers Starfall counter damage when hit, dealing physical damage equal to double his wisdom. Along with the Lava Rift shoulder pads which provide 5 health recovery per second and the Weaver's Void Belt which expands capacity 10,000 times without any weight. Plus the Dragon Scale Piercing Leggings which grants immunity to slow effects and the Star Step Boots which increase evasion by 30 while walking in midair. His defensive capabilities reached a frenzied dimension. Next it was time to gather the 5 Hardest to Collect accessories. Eternal Magic Energy Necklace grants 10 to all attributes with a 50 reduction in all skill cooldowns. Eye of Destruction Ring grants 50 magic critical hit rate and 200 critical damage. Even more outrageous is the Void Space Ring, which comes with a forbidden spell Absolute Defense immune to any damage for 3 seconds when activated. Time Stasis Bracelet grants 500 Wisdom with a 100 increase in casting speed ignoring interruption during casting. Dusk of the Gods Bracelet grants 500 Strength with a 1 chance to trigger instant death upon attack, dealing real damage equal to 20 of the boss's maximum health. Equip. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Boom. A pillar of red light shot up into the sky. His original gear was instantly replaced. The dark red heavy armor was adorned with fiery patterns that flowed like magma, and he held a long staff ignited with heavenly flames. At this moment Jiang Feng emanated a sense of destructive oppression that even the space around him could hardly. The already extraordinary attributes were further amplified by this full-level divine armor resulting in a frenzied expansion. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, feeling a perverse power between his fingers that seemed capable of easily crushing stars. No wonder those large guilds are desperate to monopolize boss fights. The enhancement from divine gear is truly ruthless. This level 20 divine armor, along with the enhancements from jewelry and weaponry, had increased Jiang Feng's magical damage by over 100,000, surpassing 1 million. In terms of total attributes, each individual stat increased by at least 5,000 or even over 50,000. While this may seem trivial compared to Jiang Feng's own stats, it represented a tremendous boost for other players. Yav. At that moment, the dragon girl flew over and circled around Jiang Feng twice. The little creature clearly sensed her master had become even more formidable, happily rubbing against his cheek. Just as Jiang Feng was about to find a hapless soul to test the power of his new gear, a glaring crimson notification box suddenly popped up in the center of his vision. Ding! Your level has reached LV30. System permissions are being unlocked. The forbidden entry you previously searched for Pangu Marrow has been unlocked. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, the lazy look of amusement on his face vanishing instantly. The second transfer clue had finally arrived. Hint: the exclusive second transfer advancement task for Ancient War Titan has been triggered. Divine Bone Reshaping. Task objective: go to the East River City's underground abyss and find the lost Pangu Marrow. Severe warning: this area has been heavily sealed off by the Abyss Sect Skinner, and it is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to form a full-scale team of 100 to venture forth. Abyss Sect Skinner. Jiang Feng smacked his lips, recalling the news he had seen online yesterday. The third defense line of the East Sea had fallen seemingly at the hands of this group of heretics. How dare they encroach on my mission? They recommend forming a 100-man team. Jiang Feng let out a cold laugh, slamming the doomsday staff that radiated terrifying pressure into the ground like a hammer, causing a web of cracks to spread out. Since they have crossed paths, he would uproot this anti-human tumor without hesitation. In his life, he had never cultivated kindness, only loved killing and arson. Jiang Feng raised his hand to close the glaring warning panel, glancing towards the abyss with a calm tone that concealed a chilling intent to kill. Dragon Girl, let's go. I have some business to attend to. The fourth defense line of the East Sea. Smoke obscured the stars, and the scorched earth stretched on. Inside the command center, Deputy Commander Zhao Xianghan had bloodshot eyes, drawing his sidearm to press it. The third defense line had fallen, and tens of thousands of soldiers had perished. The war flag of the Abyss Sect had already been planted on the ridge 10 kilometers away. He felt they could no longer hold the line. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the command room's door was kicked in. Li Yin strode in, covered in blood, and with a swift move he knocked Zhao Xianghan to the ground, sending his gun skittering across the floor. Coward! Li Yin loomed over him, his voice cold and piercing. Tens of thousands of brothers are sacrificing themselves on the front lines, and you, the commander, are here seeking death. How cheap is death? When soldiers die in battle, that is called martyrdom. Li Yin drew his battle blade. If you die here, it can only be called cowardice. Li Yin turned around and shouted angrily at the assembled officers outside the door. Relay my orders. Dismiss Zhao Xianghan from all military positions. From now on, I will take command of the fourth defense line. I am called the Mad Dog. The soldiers I lead, even in death, must bite off a piece of flesh from the Abyss Sect. Today this defense line shall not retreat a single step unless we tread over our own corpses. The cold wind howled. 50,000 defenders drew their swords in silence, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. They understood this was the final battle. 15 minutes later, in front of the trenches, the earth began to tremble. Dense black, demonic energy surged from the horizon. The Abyss Sect Skinner army was pressing in. Leading the way were 3 heretical leaders riding level 90 Abyss Bone dragons, holding up a flesh totem radiating a strange red light. That red glow was the essence of the task item Jiang Feng needed. Li Yin raised his battle blade, about to issue the charge order. Yet without warning, the clouds above split open. From the high sky, a domineering dragon's roar resounded throughout the East Sea battle zone. The sound waves materialized into a forceful shockwave that swept through. The 3 Abyss Bone dragons, which had just been displaying their might, suddenly went limp. They plummeted from the sky, crashing hard into the ground, trembling as if they were shaking. Not only the bone dragons, even the national dragon beasts worshipped behind the 4th defense line of the Dragon Kingdom were now lying on the ground, whimpering. Everyone instinctively looked up. A massive dragon engulfed in golden red flames tore through the void and descended. Its body blocked out the sun, its scales shimmering with ancient destructive laws. On the back of the giant dragon stood a slender figure, clad in dark red starfall heavy armor and wielding a staff ablaze with heavenly fire. The mere pressure emanating from him severely distorted the space of the entire battlefield. Jiang Feng gazed down at the densely packed army of monsters, his eyes locking directly onto the totem held by the 3 leaders. He had found it. Jiang Feng leaped off the back of the dragon girl. From a height of 100 meters, he fell freely, without a parachute, purely in freefall. He couldn't even be bothered to use any cushioning skills. The density of his body piled up by 100,000 points of constitution had long turned him into a true, human-shaped nuclear bomb. Boom. The moment Jiang Feng's feet touched the ground, the laws of physics faltered. At his landing point, the ground, within 100 meters, sank several meters. The terrifying shockwave rolled forth like an earthquake, instantly turning hundreds of abyss monsters into a mist of blood. Pure physical transcendence was the most lethal. Li Yan and the 50,000 defenders were left dumbfounded. Did he just wipe out a group of high-level magical creatures with a single landing? The Skinner leader barely steadied his footing, a mix of shock and anger as he pointed at the pit and shouted, "Which ancient relic of the Dragon Kingdom are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Abyss sect? Today I will." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Feng raised the doomsday staff in his hand. He despised villains who talked too much before dying. He was just here to gather materials. True explosive flame. At the top of the staff, a piercing azure white light suddenly magnified. No chant, no magic array. Millions of magical damage combined with the triple enhancement of divine gear, area effect, and true damage features. This one basic skill had been forcefully transformed into a forbidden spell effect. The blinding white light illuminated the night as if it were day. The searing heat instantly vaporized the 100,000-strong heretical army. 100-level leader. An abyssal bone dragon. Not even a complete corpse remained. They were directly reduced to gas. The terrifying shockwave spread wildly in all directions. Li Yan roared at the top of his lungs, ordering everyone to take cover. The defensive barrier of the front line flickered violently under the impact of the aftershock, nearly shattering on the spot. After the light dissipated, a dead silence fell over the entire battlefield. Where was the Grand Army? Where were the slopes? As far as the eye could see, only a bottomless vitrified basin remained. 100,000-strong army had been wiped out by a single basic attack. Jiang Feng stepped onto the warm, crystalline ground and walked to the center of the basin. An ancient bone fragment, exuding an archaic aura, floated silently in midair. Under such devastating destruction, it hadn't even acquired a single scratch. Truly a divine relic. Jiang Feng reached out and grasped the bone fragment. Ding. Quest item acquired: Pangu spinal cord fragment. Analyzing second-class change. Super hidden quest clue. Analysis complete. Proceed to the Kunlun ruins, the nameless immortal's cave abode, to undergo the final trial. Jiang Feng tucked the bone fragment away and turned to walk toward the dragon girl circling in the sky. Senior. Li Yan finally snapped out of his stupor, charging out of the trench and shouting at the top of his voice. I am Li Yan, a general of the Dragon Kingdom, and I thank the senior for saving our front line. May I ask for the senior's esteemed name? Jiang Feng paused and cast a sidelong glance at him. The dark red visor concealed his expression, revealing only a pair of eyes as calm as an ancient well. In his life, he had never cultivated good karma, only delighting in slaughter and arson. It was best to conceal his merit and fame. Without answering, he blurred and landed back on the dragon girl's back. The dragon girl's wings thundered as she tore through space, and the pair of them vanished directly into the chaotic void. The battlefield fell into a deathly stillness. Li Yan stared at the tens of kilometers wide scorched basin, trembling with excitement. Such power. A one-man army, absolutely unstoppable. Li Yan's voice was hoarse. He suddenly recalled the opening gestures of that spell, that overwhelming sense of crushing dominance, and even wondered if this was the same powerhouse who soloed the infernal dungeon yesterday. But Li Yan felt it couldn't be. In just a few short days, that rising star had grown to such a level. Such a speed of growth was too exaggerated. It simply wasn't on the same dimension. What he couldn't imagine was that these two powerhouses were indeed the same person. Then within half a day, a top-secret report of the highest encryption level was slapped onto the round table of the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command. The Eastern Sea Third Frontline was recaptured. 100,000-strong abyssal army was completely annihilated. 300-level heretical lords were executed. Duration less than 10 seconds. The perpetrator suspected to be a mysterious powerhouse commanding an ancient primordial dragon of destruction. The Dragon Kingdom's high command was shaken to its core. The vast meeting room fell into a dead silence, then a row of generals rose to their feet in unison. The destructive power displayed by this unknown entity was a dimensionality reduction strike, effortlessly crushing the Dragon Kingdom's existing guardian war gods. This person aids our Dragon Kingdom. 9 times out of 10 he is a descendant of the Dragon Han. Good, well struck. Those scum deserve to be slain by our nation's supreme warrior. Find him. Spare no expense to recruit him. The Supreme Commander's verdict was final, and the order was instantly transmitted to all secret departments nationwide. The news spread like wildfire, and the domestic internet went into a frenzy. Holy crap! Such a tough heretical powerhouse reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Our dragon kingdom actually has such a transcendent being. This is the foundation of our Huaxia. What abyssal cult? Before this big shot they're nothing but a fart. This big shot is definitely the one who soloed the infernal dungeon. This move defies the heavens. Reverses fate. Glory to our great Xia. A fierce wave of national pride swept across the entire country like wildfire. The figure of this mysterious powerhouse was directly enshrined on the altar of the Dragon Kingdom's faith and totems. Many had seen powerful individuals, but never one with such overwhelming strength. Annihilating such formidable enemies with a single strike was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, who had caused a nationwide earthquake, had already landed steadily on the extreme icy peak of the Kunlun mountain range. Gale force winds howled, carrying a blizzard. An ancient, dilapidated bronze gate was embedded deep within the glacier. Hint: you have discovered the nameless immortal's cave abode. Zhang Feng pushed open the gate with one hand, and the heavy groan echoed through the snowy mountains. Inside, awaiting him, was the second-class change trial, one capable of transforming him into a primordial deity. Yet the aura of law emanating from the depths of the cave felt strangely familiar. Who exactly is this immortal? Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Stepping into the cave abode, a bone-chilling cold assailed him. Initially, Zhang Feng thought that an immortal who could leave behind such a relic must possess some transcendent abilities, and he harbored a certain reverence as a younger generation of Huaxia. Suddenly, a fierce phantom lunged out of the darkness. It was a guardian beast of the abode bearing 3 eyes and a body clad in lightning-scaled armor. Level LV-80 Lord. The beast let out an ear-splitting roar, its claws aiming straight for Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng did not move. He didn't even raise the staff in his hand. Bang! The moment the beast's claws touched the dark red heavy armor on Zhang Feng's body, the dormant aura of primordial bloodline within him erupted violently. No skills were used. It was purely the passive recoil from a superior bloodline and his monstrous attributes. Awoo! The LV-80 guardian beast let out a miserable howl as if struck heat by a runaway truck crashing heavily into the stone wall. Its lightning scales shattered all over the ground, and it vomited copious amounts of golden blood, severely wounded and on the verge of death. Zhang Feng was stunned. Was this beast serious? I didn't even use any force. Noble guest, please show mercy. An aged but flustered voice came from the depths of the cave abode. Immediately after, over a dozen phantom figures clad in ancient Taoist robes emerged, lining the path. This scene was far too surreal. But since Zhang Feng had already transmigrated, encountering such extraordinary sights was nothing new. The leading white-haired old man scrambled out, breaking into a cold sweat at the sight of the gravely injured beast. He turned and bowed deeply to Zhang Feng, his attitude utterly humble. The Celestial's arrival graces my humble abode. This beast was blind to offend the Celestial, and its death is well-deserved. Zhang Feng looked at this group of terrified immortals before him. He suddenly realized that with his current monstrous all-around stats, he had long surpassed these immortals by more than just 1 or 2 realms. In his eyes, they were at most mortals who knew a bit of magic. Zhang Feng put away his staff and gave a slight bow. This junior Zhang Feng means no offense. I have come only seeking the opportunity for a second-class change. I humbly ask for the senior's understanding. Zhang Feng remained perfectly polite, for these were real immortals who had lived for centuries or more. As long as they didn't deliberately put on airs, he was happy to coexist peacefully and treat them as good friends. The old man trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the cultivation world, the strong had always been revered and the weak treated like ants. This transcendent powerhouse, who could crush a guardian beast with a wave of his hand, was actually still observing Huaxia's etiquette with him. You humble this old one. The old man's beard quivered with excitement, his attitude even more respectful. This old one's surname is Zhang, a descendant of the Flame Emperor from 5,000 years ago, and my name is Kunlun. This mountain was named after me back in those days. Zhang Feng nodded. It turned out that this world was no different from his previous life. It had merely evolved into an era of universal awakening. Elder Zhang, I wish to enter the final trial. Zhang Feng got straight to the point. Zhang Kunlun quickly led the way, bringing Zhang Feng to the depths of the cave. There lay an ancient Bagua formation, emanating a ghostly blue light. Young friend, this formation shares a source with the external magic tower, yet it can directly link to the supreme rules of the demon realm. Only here can you be assured of safety. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered. This immortal elder was after all a descendant of the ancestors, possessing exceptional insight. Listening to his advice was certainly not a mistake. Zhang Kunlun's expression grew serious. But young friend, remember, after completing your job change you must leave quickly. Do not let curiosity about the things inside take hold of you. Why? Zhang Feng asked. Zhang Kunlun sighed with a bitter smile. That is a world within a world. The first Emperor Wu of Han, these legendary emperors have all entered there. The The waters inside are too deep. Jiang Feng's heart trembled. The first emperor and Emperor Wu of Han had not perished. It turned out they had formed a team to tackle a high-dimensional instance. This realization completely opened his mind. This world would surely have unimaginable events unfolding. Thank you for the information. Jiang Feng stepped into the formation eye. Buzz. The scene before his eyes instantaneously tore apart, as if he were plummeting into an endless starry sky. Countless ancient laws transformed into tangible chains weaving through the void. Ding. Detection of Pangu Spine. The second job change task for the ancient war titan has been submitted. Bloodline restructuring in progress. A surge of violent energy instantly flooded his entire body. In that moment, Jiang Feng's physicality of 100,000 points was crazily compressed and purified, his bones radiating a dazzling dark golden hue. Congratulations. Second job change completed. Job upgraded to Ancient Star Tyrant. Gained exclusive domain Tyrant's Divine Realm. Upon expansion, all hostile targets within the domain will have their attributes forcibly reduced by 50, cannot be exempted. Gained 5000 free attribute points to distribute. All attributes greatly increased. Just as Jiang Feng was about to scrutinize the surging attributes, a chilling whisper suddenly echoed from the depths of the starry sky. A line of crimson-black warnings popped up on his retina. Extreme danger warning. Detected that you are on the edge of the Divine Court ruins. Minimum entry level for the current area, LV900, 90,000 level. An indescribable entity is approaching you. Please evacuate immediately. 90,000 level. Jiang Feng stared at the just unlocked panel, his eyelids twitching violently. Even if his attribute points were cheated, encountering such a dimensionally oppressive force at 90,000 level would still be utterly futile. Excuse me, I must take my leave. Without any hesitation, Jiang Feng decisively activated the exit command. Before a giant hand capable of crushing planets could reach from the depths of the starry sky, he transformed into a streak of light and sped away. His feet landed back on the blue stone slabs of the immortal cave, and Jiang Feng let out a long breath. Second job change completed. Level cap unlocked to LV70. He looked down at his hands, now covered in dark golden divine patterns, and chuckled softly. Jiang Feng turned around and stepped out of the Bagua formation. The oppressive presence of a 90,000 level creature was undeniably behind him, but he hardly cared. Now in Blue Star he had already achieved a dimensional suppression. Yet since this realm still had higher mountains, it only ignited the fervor within him. As long as his health bar was thick enough, even the divine could be slain. Outside the formation, Jiang Kunlun and over a dozen immortals held their breaths, not daring to exhale. As Jiang Feng stepped out of the formation, his expression was calm as water surrounded by dark golden star divine patterns, the aura of the ancient star tyrant surging wildly. Jiang Kunlun, seeing Jiang Feng's demeanor, was astonished to the point that his beard trembled, bending lower. Young friend, your disposition is truly defying the heavens. When the first emperor and the two emperors of Yin and Huang stepped into that space, they emerged with expressions of horror, taking days to regain their composure. Yet you returned to clarity in an instant. Our descendants of Huaxiao truly have produced an extraordinary prodigy. The surrounding immortals nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Jiang Feng resembling that of a humanoid monster. For thousands of years there truly hasn't been anyone as fierce as him among the Huaxiao bloodline. Jiang Feng slightly nodded, his tone unperturbed. Elder Jiang, you flatter me. I simply know when to yield. If I can't fight, I retreat, avoiding unnecessary probing. Jiang Kunlun quickly stepped aside to lead the way, inviting Jiang Feng into the cabinet. In this place, with blue bricks and dark tiles, rich spiritual energy condensed into white mist rolling beneath his feet. After taking a seat, Jiang Kunlun lifted his teacup and revealed the secret of their stay. We remain at Kunlun solely to guide the Huaxiao bloodline. The otherworldly space is fraught with dangers, and we need a level 10 job changer from Huaxia to relieve us of our burden and follow our predecessors to cultivate in that realm. A 10,000 level to enter. The scale has opened up. It seems that place is where the real immortals bat. He did not ask further. The gap in levels was too vast. Probing further was meaningless. His current primary goal was to earn money and raise his attributes. After the pleasantries, Jiang Feng declined the immortals' invitations and stepped directly out of the immortal cave. Standing atop the Kunlun snow mountain, the cold wind tore at the snow, and Jiang Feng directly opened the system's built-in communication panel. The monetization plan was officially initiated. He found the ID of Yin Yu Yao and casually sent a message. 3,000 pieces of equipment, the lowest being purple epic and the highest being divine red gear. Can you handle that? In just 3 seconds, the communication box flickered as if possessed. Yin Yu Yao directly sent a high-privilege voice request, and Jiang Feng clicked to connect. Big shot. You're not joking, are you? 3,000 pieces. Does that include divine red gear? Yin Yu Yao's voice trembled with barely concealed excitement. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to waste words and flipped over 10 system screenshots. Rows upon rows of purple epics and red divine lights instantly filled the screen. I beg you please don't put it on the trading platform. Jiang Feng turned off the microphone and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, at the top floor of the Yinyu building of the Yinyu Guild, I beg you please don't put it on the trading platform. Jiang Feng turned off the microphone and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, at the top floor of the Yinyu building of the Yinyu Guild and Dawn, I beg you please don't put it on the trading platform. Jiang Feng turned off the microphone and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, at the top floor of the Yinyu building of the Yinyu Guild in Donjiang City, Yinyu Yao kicked open the conference room door, heavily smashing the holographic projection onto the conference table, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Presidents of all major chambers, switch to the highest encryption channel. 3,000 pieces of high-level equipment, including 73 pieces of red text divine gear. Cash on the spot, throw money. Anyone who dares to be stingy today should roll out of the Huaxia business world." The executives of the Chamber of Commerce stared intently at the equipment list projected on the screen, their eyes nearly popping out. Such a strategic resource of this level could completely rewrite the history of the Huaxia war zone. Moreover, there were also more than a dozen TrueWord equipment. What is TrueWord equipment? It is the finest gear that can be brought into the real world. The entire conference room instantly fell into madness, with countless frantic budget adjustment orders being issued like snowflakes. 10 minutes later, Yin Yuyao reconnected with Jiang Feng. Her voice was already hoarse and strained, yet it exuded extreme excitement. "Boss, our 9 major chambers of commerce have drained all liquid funds, mortgaged 80 level 3 main cities, and raised a total of 35 trillion gold coins. But this is still 30% short of your total equipment valuation." Jiang Feng looked at the vast snowy mountains and replied nonchalantly, "Make up the difference with physical items. I still need class transition clues, hidden maps, etc. And the rarity must be top-notch." Yin Yuyao gritted her teeth and directly handed over the guild's most confidential trump cards. "I have 2 super hidden job scrolls that have never been cracked. One is the Archer's Underworld Sniper, and the other is the Priest's Life Seeker. This is the top-tier foundation that our guilds have earned with our lives. Deal. Let's proceed with the highest confidentiality contract of the system." Jiang Feng declared. It must be said that once this contract is shared with Jiang Feng, others will no longer be able to use it. Just this one system rule of magic domain is quite reasonable. His father Zhang Zhangwo was a struggling archer who could only play solo to farm small monsters to help with household expenses. His mother Lu Tsuelon hadn't even registered an account yet. These 2 hidden job scrolls would completely solve the survival and development issues of his parents. Jiang Feng thought of equipping his parents with suitable professional gear to enhance their combat power. As a family, they thrived together. Now that he had gained strength, he naturally wanted to support his parents in becoming stronger, embodying the saying, "When one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven." A dazzling golden light flashed, and 35 trillion gold coins were instantly credited, while 2 scrolls radiating ancient waves lay quietly in the corner of his backpack. In a great mood, Jiang Feng realized that this wealth, enough to rival nations, would allow him to push through any resource point with his financial prowess for a long time to come. After settling the mundane matters, he immediately switched back to his character's attribute panel. The second class transition was complete. His level had broken through limits, and the system rewarded him with 50,000 free attributes. In addition, 2 exclusive passive skills for the second class appeared on the panel. 2 dark, golden passive skills quietly floated in the center of his vision. Ancient Battle Technique. All laws return to 1 effect, integrates all mastered battle skills into 1. All attacks forcibly deal true damage equal to the sum of strength intelligence, ignoring any defenses and shield loss. Characteristic: when the enemy possesses a shield, attacks instantly shatter 80 of its shield limit and reduce its life recovery effect by 80. Passive melee basic attacks trigger 12 times true damage and come with a high attack speed bonus. Ranged magic attacks trigger 5 times true damage. Dominance of all laws. Eternal indestructibility effect: the higher the character's physical attributes, the stronger the percentage of damage reduction, damage reflection ratio, and percentage defense gain. An integration of offense and defense, growing stronger with each battle. Jiang Feng scanned the skill description, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed inwardly, "This is the ultimate core of a melee mage." In the past, he relied solely on his absurd stats to smash enemies with his staff. Now, with all laws returned to 1, the combined total of strength and intelligence exceeding 700,000 melee attacks, directly multiplied by 12. Moreover, the true damage soared to over 9 million. No cooldown, no consumption. A single basic attack could drain the health of a world boss of the same level. Of course, Jiang Feng had over 40,000 agility, making his flying speed and movement speed exceptional. Once he got close, he had an attack speed of 444 times per second, capable of leaving his enemies questioning their existence. Furthermore, the second-class advancement brought not only skills, but also a leap in life levels. Jiang Feng glanced at his overall panel and found that his base attributes had increased by a staggering 15. ID Qing Feng, Hidden Job, Ancient Star, Tyrant Level LV 30 Title, Hell Conqueror, all attributes 5. Health 1277915, 1277915, Defense 250, Magic Points 4059236, 4059236, Magic Damage 1 Physical Damage 107 Attack Speed 444 times. Second characteristics: Constitution 127791, Intelligence 405924, Strength 358402, Agility 44458, Luck 64, Zone 15, Allocatable attributes 5000 points. Wealth 5 trillion, Gold Reputation 305000. Since melee benefits are so high, survival must be maxed out. Jiang Feng's thoughts were extremely clear. Currently, the combined total of intelligence and strength exceeds 700,000, with firepower already overflowing. Once his constitution reaches 300,000, and he adds agility, his attributes will be perfect. He decisively pulled out the 50,000 free attributes rewarded by the second-class system and poured them all into constitution. Attribute points allocation complete. Constitution 1277911777791, Defense 2555823555582, including 15 increase, and Divine Equipment bonus. Health 1277911777910. A violent sound of bones echoed within him. A layer of dark golden divine patterns emerged on Jiang Feng's skin and then receded. Over 1 million in health, 350,000 in defense. Combined with the damage reduction effect of dominance of all laws, he could stand still and let 100 mages bombard him for an entire day without breaking through his nearly 3,000 points of automatic health recovery per second. Once my constitution surpasses 300,000, it'll raise my agility. Jiang Feng planned inwardly. In the underlying logic of this world, every 100 points of agility equated to 1 times attack speed. Once his attack speed increased, combined with the 12 times true damage of basic attacks, he would become a flawless meat grinder. Just as Jiang Feng pondered where to grind levels, the dragon girl perched on his shoulder suddenly sat up. Eek! The little loli excitedly pointed at the void behind Kunlun Mountain, ancient dragon-shaped runes sparkling in her big eyes. Ding! Your pet ancient dragon pulse has produced a bloodline resonance. Discovered exclusive hidden map, Ancient Dragon Descent Abyss LV50. This area evolved from the ancient dragon's place of demise, with all monsters at the boss level posing a high danger. Do you wish to proceed? A level 50 map with all boss monsters. Jiang Feng chuckled. What kind of dangerous area is this? It is clearly a resource machine tailor-made for him by the system. This is still a copy map hidden in the real world, which is bound to yield greater returns than the game's native dungeons. After gathering the good stuff from this place, he could then venture into even higher level maps. Hundreds of levels, or even thousands of levels would be easy. Let's go, Dragon Girl. The Dragon Maiden's wings suddenly spread wide, instantly transforming into the form of an ancient giant dragon. Jiang Feng leapt onto the dragon's back, tearing through space, and diving headfirst into a gray-white spatial rift. In the moment of descent, a thick aura of death and overwhelming dragon might rush toward him. Beneath the dim heavens, the massive Dragon Bone mountain range extended endlessly, with dark red lava rolling and flowing between the cracks of the bones. As soon as he landed, the magma ground ahead erupted with a thunderous explosion. In the next moment, it was as if he had entered another world. This was the map of the real world. Jiang Feng could not be found in the real world, but here in the other world, he could move freely. Suddenly, a bone-spiked sub-dragon monster roared out, bringing a rain of fire. Subterranean Subdragon Guard. Level LV50 Elite Boss. Health 1. 5 million. Attack Power 60000. Skill Dragon Resilience, Defense increased by 300. An elite monster at level 50 with over 1 million health. To defeat it outside a fully equipped team of 100 would be required grinding for 3 hours just to bring it down. Moreover, these top-tier teams would need to be high-level and coordinate with each other to gradually take it down. Jiang Feng stood still, raising the Armageddon Fire Staff casually, just in time to test the long-range damage. Instant cast small skill Fireball. A flash of fire appeared at his fingertips, triggering the passive skill. All laws returned to 1 instantly. The originally orange-red fireball transformed into a blinding azure, carrying 5 times the real damage, smashing toward the Subdragon Guard's chest at an unreasonable speed. Boom. The Subdragon Guard's proud armor instantly turned to dust. 3. 75 million. Real damage. Over half of this monster's body evaporated, its health bar plummeting, letting out a tragic wail as it collapsed to the ground. Jiang Feng moved forward, gripping the staff, reverse-handed, smashing down onto the remaining head of the Subdragon Guard. Close combat trigger. 12 times real damage. 9 million. Real damage, severe damage overflow amid the sound of bones shattering. The subdragon guard's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Ding. Killed LV-50 subterranean subdragon guard, gained substantial experience. Defeated an elite boss above his level, gained free attribute points 6500 points. 6,500 points. Jiang Feng's gaze instantly became intensely fervent. Killing 100 ordinary monsters outside was nothing compared to shattering the skull of an elite monster here. Truly a case of killing chickens to explode dragons. Who else remains? Without any hesitation, Jiang Feng grasped his staff and rode the dragon soaring into the clouds, resembling a god of slaughter as he charged into the depths of the bone forest. In just 5 minutes, 10 subterranean subdragon guards were smashed to mush in succession. All were one-hit kills up close. Under the enhancement of high agility, the staff swung, creating afterimages swiftly and cleanly dispatching foes. Congratulations. Level increased to LV-43. Due to the ancient profession characteristic of the Star Tyrant, every level gains 1500 attribute points. Gained 19500 points. Total free attribute points 84500 points. Including talent plunder rewards. This visibly explosive speed of becoming stronger sent Jiang Feng's blood boiling. After grinding for 6 to 7 hours to kill 100 ordinary monsters, he only plundered 1.2 million attribute points. This time just killing 10 monsters granted him over 800 points. Next, he aimed to strive for daily earnings to reach new heights from 7 to 8 million, gradually pushing to tens of millions, or even higher. Only then would he be sufficiently safe. One must admit the experience points for monsters here are indeed high. Similarly, killing 10 ordinary level 50 elite monsters would only raise a character to level 35. This time, he jumped up 13 levels, which was simply fantastic. However, just as he smashed the 11th subdragon guard with one blow, the dragon bone mountain range beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding magma pools flowed back into the ground. A suffocating pressure erupted from the very bottom of the abyss. A terrifying black dragon over 100 meters long tore through the rock layers and soared into the sky. Its body was covered in dark purple crystalline scales, and its eyes burned with a cold abyssal soul. Abyssal Dragon King, Unique Hidden Lord. Level LV-60. Health 12 million. Attack 180000. Defense 300000. Shield Abyssal Law Barrier 10 million health. Characteristic Death Explosion causes 200 of its maximum health as devastating physical damage. The Abyssal Dragon King let out a deafening roar that could tear eardrums. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing a pitch-black dragon breath infused with the power of laws, heading straight for Jiang Feng. Flashy. Jiang Feng didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he advanced. Bending his knees slightly, he forcefully pushed off the ground, causing the earth to collapse. He swam upstream against the dragon breath. All Law's dominance activated fully. The dragon breath that could melt steel struck him, yet only raised a series of damage numbers below 3 digits. Purely scraping damage. This pitiful damage was quickly compensated by high automatic healing. Jiang Feng transformed into a dark red lightning bolt and instantly appeared above the massive head of the Abyssal Dragon King. The Armageddon Fire Staff was raised high, over 700,000 of strength and wisdom raging within him. All Laws returned to 1. The staff slammed heavily onto the crystalline scales atop the Abyssal Dragon King's head. Crack. The tens of millions level Absolute Shield triggered its passive upon contact with the staff, shattering 80 instantly. Following that, 12 times real damage poured into the Abyssal Dragon King's skull without reservation. 9 million. Real damage. 36 million. Critical hit bonus affected by the Eye of Destruction Ring magic. Critical hit rate 50. Critical damage 200. With extremely high agility, in an instant at a terrifying speed, the boss was directly killed. Jiang Feng didn't even have time to launch a second attack before the battle concluded. The wail of the Abyssal Dragon King was stuck in its throat, and that long health bar was instantaneously emptied. Boom! The dying Abyssal Dragon King's eyes suddenly shone with blinding blood light, and the abyssal energy within it went completely berserk. Its massive body swelled rapidly. Self-detonation. 24 million level destructive physical damage erupted in an instant. The raging energy storm flattened the 3-kilometer radius of the Dragon Bone Mountain range. A massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky, obscuring the abyssal heavens. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Jiang Feng stood steadily at the center of the charred crater. Not a single scratch marred his dark, golden heavy armor. With a terrifying 7 million health plus 3500 defense under the high damage reduction of All Law's dominance, this 24 million physical damage annihilation explosion only caused him to lose 500 health. In just 16 or 17 seconds, his powerful health recovery ability quickly restored Jiang Feng's health. This was under the condition of having only 1700 constitution attributes. If he had more constitution, the damage reduction would be even greater. Ding. Killed. LV60 Abyssal Dragon King experience points skyrocketed. Level increased to 45, gained 300 unallocated attribute points. Due to the influence of the super profession characteristics, 1500 points per level. Triggered Pangu Plunder. Defeated a lord above his level, gained free attribute points, 200 points. After a series of killings, they finally arrived at the most satisfying phase of reckoning. Zhang Feng glanced at the panel log. The previous 10 Abyssal Dragon Guards along with 1 Abyssal Dragon King allowed him to accumulate a massive amount of attribute points in a very short time. He had originally accumulated 84500 points plus the 300 points gained from killing the Abyssal Dragon King, which allowed him to level up twice, and then there were 200 points from defeating a higher tier raid boss. In total, he now had 109500 free attribute points. Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng focused his thoughts and allocated all of these points into his physique attribute. The moment the allocation was completed, a dull, thunderous sound echoed within his body. His dark, golden bones emitted a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache as muscle fibers frantically tore apart and instantly reassembled, raising his bonus density to an inhuman level. Allocation complete. Physique 1777912872291. Defense 35558257458 boosted by divine gear and titles. Health 177791528729115. Approaching 300,000 in physique. Zhang Feng clenched his fist, and the compressed air between his fingers produced a piercing explosion. At this moment, even if he stood still and allowed a large siege cannon of the same level to bombard him, his health would regenerate faster than he could lose it. He had already become the absolute meat shield overlord among his peers. His gaze returned to the debris-strewn bottom of the meteor pit. After the explosion of the Abyssal Dragon King, a dazzling array of loot was left behind. Zhang Feng took a glance and saw a total of 5 pieces of equipment. With a staggering 6400 points of outrageous luck, the quality of the monster drops had been forcibly elevated. One piece was a blood-red divine-grade gauntlet emitting a sanguine glow, another was a pitch-black ancient-grade chest armor, while the remaining 3 were epic-grade accessories shimmering with purple light. Looking at the attributes, they were merely the ordinary superior kind, not comparable to his current red divine gear. He simply clicked to pick them all up and stuff them into his backpack. He would set them aside to trade with Yin Yuyao for gold coins. If they lacked the financial strength to purchase them, he could always put them on the trading market. After all, they were sought-after goods, so there was no worry about not finding buyers. The things that drop every day are probably worth a country's GDP for a whole year. Zhang Feng dusted. However, upon reflection, the GDP of a country from his past life in this world would likely not just amount to this. Once money crosses a certain threshold, it truly becomes just a string of numbers. This statement was entirely correct, just as Old Ma said in his past life. He looked up at the gray-white horizon. A level of 45 was neither high nor low. Today's efficiency in monster hunting was extremely high. He could easily push through to level 70 and unlock the 3rd class transfer. Just as Zhang Feng was preparing to summon the Dragon Maiden and head to the next leveling area, an unforeseen change occurred. The abyssal base, which had originally calmed down, suddenly collapsed without warning. The surrounding lava surged inwards, instantly solidifying into black stone, and the gravity of the entire space surged hundreds of times in that moment. The system's alert transformed into a piercing crimson warning box flashing frantically on Zhang Feng's retina. Extreme danger warning. Player luck value detected to be severely overflowing, forcefully triggering the foundational world laws of the primordial dragon abyss. Ancient seals have been loosened. An indescribable ancient abyssal ancestor is imprisoned within. Its power is extremely terrifying and carries the remnants of divine court laws. Do you wish to immediately and completely lift the seal? Note, this operation is highly likely to result in the player being cursed and killed by a powerful creature with death penalties 10 times that of normal deaths. The Dragon Maiden in the air let out an anxious low growl. Her massive dragon form suddenly descended firmly, blocking Zhang Feng, her slit pupils fixed intently on the gaping fissure. This was a fear stemming from her higher bloodline instinct, but whatever lay beneath could threaten her life. Zhang Feng glanced at the warning box. Cursed death. He laughed out loud. As long as the system dared to show a health bar, even the Heavenly King would have to let me unleash my attribute points today. Lift the seal, Zhang Feng decisively chose. Boom. The moment he confirmed, the Dragon Bone mountain range within a 10-mile radius beneath him was utterly shattered. A claw made of pure white bone, several hundred meters long, violently tore through the crust. Following that, a gigantic skeletal dragon, so large it blotted out the sky, crawled out from the depths of the abyss. Its skeletal frame was filled with a viscous black substance, and the surrounding space cracked with fine black fissures under its immense aura. Primordial Bone Tyrant Abyssal Dragon Ancestor, Forbidden Seal, Level LV80. Health 800000. Physical Magic Attack 150000. Defense 120000. Trait Divine Court Remnants. Immunity to 99 of magical and physical damage within its domain. Trait Undying. When receiving a fatal blow, forcibly exempt from death, and retain 1 health point, gaining an absolute invincibility status for 10 seconds. 80 million health. Both resistances exceeding 1 million plus 99% damage immunity and absolute health lock. If the stats of this monster were posted on the forum, it would surely plunge all guilds in the Huaxia battle zone into despair. This was clearly not meant for players at this stage. It was purely a plot mechanism monster designed to stall progress. The Abyssal Dragon Ancestor's hollow eye sockets ignited with 2 wisps of eerie green soul fire as it lowered its head and opened its massive mouth capable of swallowing mountains, preparing to unleash abyssal breath. Jiang Feng had no intention of giving it the opportunity to strike. With over 40,000 points of agility exploding forth, Jiang Feng bent his legs slightly and pushed off forcefully. The black basalt beneath his feet vaporized into powder. Pure speed broke the sound barrier, leaving a series of sonic booms shattering the void in its wake. In less than 1/10 of a second, Jiang Feng's figure appeared directly above the massive skull of the Abyssal Dragon Ancestor, holding his staff upside down. His blood surged within him like molten mercury, the combined force and wisdom of 700,000 instantly converging at the tip of his staff. Today I shall grant you salvation. Jiang Feng calmly uttered a single word: kill. The Armageddon Fire Staff transformed into a dark red shadow and struck fiercely at the crown of the Abyssal Dragon Ancestor. 12 times true damage. Ignoring all damage mitigation mechanisms, ignoring all armor and shields. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds of bones cracking echoed throughout the abyss. Streams of blood-red damage numbers rapidly floated up from the top of the Abyssal Dragon Ancestor's head. 1800000. True damage. Damage severely overflowed. Due to the influence of the tyrant's domain, all attributes of hostile targets are forcibly reduced by 50 within the domain, no exemptions. 1800000. 1800000. 7200000. True damage. Under the effect of the Eye of Destruction Ring, critical damage 200, critical damage is 400. In that brief moment, less than 1 second, the system's undying health lock mechanism bestowed to the Abyssal Dragon Ancestor didn't even have the chance to trigger. The underlying health lock code was violently torn apart by absolute true damage. Jiang Feng never expected that true damage could counter such a powerful boss skill. The breath of the Abyssal Dragon Ancestor got caught in its throat, and its massive body froze within a second. Then, starting from its skull, it began to crumble, turning into a sky full of gray-white ashes cascading down. The battle was over. It took less than a second. It was simply terrifying. Ding! You have slain a LV80 Forbidden Seal creature. Experience points greatly overflowed. Your level has risen by 10 levels. Current level LV55. Due to the influence of a super hidden job trait, you have gained 1500 unallocated attribute. By crossing vast realms to kill forbidden creatures, you forcibly seize the world's essence. You have gained 2000 free attribute points. 200,000 points. Jiang Feng landed steadily, glancing at the soaring numbers on the panel, exclaiming in astonishment. Combined with the 15,000 points gained from leveling up, this single instance had unlocked a total of 215,000 attribute points. This was simply outrageous, completely beyond the understanding of normal human leveling. For ordinary jobs, every level up grants only 5 attribute points, and even within an all-attribute system, the increase is extremely limited. Even slightly stronger advanced professions only grant around 10 points per level, at best a few dozen points. Hidden professions, no matter how rare, typically yield just over 100 points at level 1. Top hidden professions that can break 300 points are extremely rare. Yet, for Jiang Feng, receiving 1500 points per level places him at the pinnacle, belonging to the most elite super hidden professions. This is merely the basic benefits from leveling up, which amounts to little more than a fraction for him. What truly propels his power to explosive growth is the forced plundering from his talent. Each time a monster is killed, he can gain thousands to tens of thousands of attribute points, and the returns become increasingly exaggerated in the later stages. It's important to note that the difficulty of leveling up in the later stages is already immense, and the efficiency of receiving massive attribute points from killing monsters is utterly incomparable. This rate of growth is nothing short of terrifying. What concerns Jiang Feng even more are the two luminous orbs floating where the ashes dissipate, a head devoid of any ground filled with purple or golden light. One orb radiates a flowing seven-colored brilliance, while the other emanates an ancient and vast dragon aura. Jiang Feng stepped forward, grasping the orb of colorful light with one hand. The system's notification sound unexpectedly carried a hint of electric tremor. Ding! Due to the influence of peak luck, the forbidden drop undergoes a fundamental transformation. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the world's only equipment, a level 1 colorful divine artifact. Jiang Feng opened his palm to reveal a staff entirely forged from pure star sand, with a miniature black hole embedded at its tip, resting quietly in his hand. At the moment of acquisition, the surrounding space emitted a mournful wail, unable to bear its weight. Staff of Cosmic Destruction. Quality level 1 colorful divine artifact, 7-colored divine artifact, unique in the server. Wearing requirements: level 50, base wisdom, 300 base strength, 30000. Requirements met. Base attributes. All attributes forced increase 1000 points. Magical attack power 100000. Physical attack power 800000. Divine artifact trait 1 dimensional crushing. Your attacks completely ignore the target's realm defenses, forcibly converting 100 of panel damage into real damage. Divine artifact trait 2, Tyrant's Law. Normal attack range is automatically expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Each basic attack is treated as casting a forbidden spell. Divine artifact trait 3, Immortal artifact. This equipment cannot be dropped, cannot be destroyed, and ignores any laws of deprivation. Jiang Feng looked at this panel, his eyes brightening. All attributes increased by 100,000. Base magical attack increased by 10 million. 8 million physical attack power. In an era where everyone struggles over a mere 1 or 2,000 attack power, this weapon is nothing short of a cheat. In comparison, the disparity is 1,000-fold. Jiang Feng held the staff, understanding that if he unleashed a basic attack in the heart of Dongjiang City, the area effect of this forbidden spell-level staff would be enough to cause a catastrophic disaster. Without any hesitation, he stored the Staff of Apocalypse Fire in his backpack and directly equipped the Staff of Cosmic Destruction. Though the first trait of the divine artifact overlaps with the professional effect of the ancient Stardust Tyrant, both providing real damage, the true core enhancement of this equipment lies in the second trait. It may seem unremarkable, yet it directly escalates the attack range to a terrifying level. A 10-meter radius encompasses just over 300 square meters, while a 100-meter range totals over 30,000 square meters, equivalent to covering nearly 300 offices of 100 square meters each from his past life. With a single basic attack, it can sweep across an entire area. It's akin to a nuclear explosion. The moment the staff was acquired, a layer of 7-colored divine radiance spread along Jiang Feng's right arm, enveloping his entire body and perfectly merging with the dark gold divine patterns on his skin. He casually summoned the attribute panel. ID Qing Feng hidden. Profession Ancient Stardust Tyrant. Level LV 55. Title Infernal Conqueror 5 to all attributes. Health 38729110 38729110. Defense 780000. Mana 5059240 5059240. Magical damage 11520000. Physical damage 938000. Attack speed 1444 times second. Attributes. Constitution 387291. Wisdom 505924. Strength 458402. Agility 144458. Luck 740115. Allocatable attributes 215000. These attributes are incredibly domineering. Jiang Feng closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. Overall, this drop was quite bountiful. It is worth mentioning that this divine artifact level equipment has already surpassed the red quality divine gear and weapons. In this world, while the Demon Domain system once announced the existence of such hidden qualities that surpassed divine equipment, no one had ever truly obtained one. Equipment ranges from level 1 colorful to level 7 colorful. Each increase in color level enhances the attributes significantly. Subsequently, Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the remaining orb of dragon aura on the ground. Ancient Dragon's Reverse Scale. Quality mythical, unique, special, consumable. Effect can only be consumed by pure-blooded dragon clans. Upon use, forcibly complete a supreme bloodline leap, unlocking all primordial dragon inheritances. As Jiang Feng clearly read the panel information, the dragon girl in midair had already shrunk in size, transforming into a golden light as she dove down. She anxiously circled around Jiang Feng's wrist. Her large watery eyes were fixated on the reverse scale, and she was almost drooling with anticipation. However, due to their master-servant contract, she refrained from snatching it, and could only convey her eagerness through her pitiful gaze. Look at your eagerness. Jiang Feng chuckled, casually tossing the reverse scale over. Don't be impatient, it was intended for you all along. Yage, the dragon girl cheered, opening her small mouth to swallow the reverse scale in midair. The blinding golden light instantly enveloped her. The massive phantom of an ancient dragon rapidly reshaped within the light. A terrifying pressure from the high-ranking bloodline surged outward, causing even the hard basalt beneath to shatter inch by inch. As the golden light dissipated, the dragon girl did not revert to the form of a little lowly, but transformed into a palm-sized glassy golden dragon. Her level skyrocketed directly to LV50. However, the high-ranking ancestral dragon pressure emanating from her was even stronger than that of the level 80 forbidden abyss dragon she faced earlier. Immediately, the ancient dragon cub possessing world-destroying power made a movement highly inconsistent with its identity. It flew in front of Jiang Feng, gently biting his index finger and playfully nibbled with its small milk teeth. Then its body coiled around Jiang Feng's wrist, tightly resembling a pure gold bracelet. It rubbed its little head adorned with tender dragon horns back and forth in Jiang Feng's palm. It emitted a soft purring sound akin to that of a kitten, its face filled with the dependence of a full stomach. Jiang Feng looked at the lively creature on his wrist, shaking his hand in exasperation. It was impossible to shake off what clung on tightly. He then summoned the attribute panel of the dragon girl. Name Dragon Girl. Level LV50. Attributes: Strength 58500, Wisdom 5900, Constitution 7500, Agility 48000. Traits: Ancient Dragon Origin. Devouring the Ancient Dragon's reverse scale completes the ultimate bloodline leap, greatly surpassing the growth multiplier of all attributes, with geometric increases in attributes upon level up, immune to all dragon suppression and mental control. Skill 1. Transformation: Ancient Dragon conquering the heavens. Evolution. Can transform into the true form of the Ancient Dragon. Flight speed 2000. Ignoring all laws of flight prohibition, during flight all damage dealt increases by 100, automatically forming an Ancient Dragon domain that slows enemies by 50. Skill 2. Ancient Dragon Breath Burning, the world's evolution. Super AoE with no dead angles. The true fire of the Ancient Dragon covers the heavens and earth. Enemies within the area suffer magic damage 20 times extreme fire damage accompanied by undispellable unimmune true burning with Dhamma. Active, can grant the master absolute protection, immune to all lethal damage for 3 seconds, while rebounding all damage taken with an extremely short cooldown. The purity of this bloodline has reached an unbelievable level. Jiang Feng sighed silently in his heart after reviewing the panel. A typical giant dragon could never possess such monstrous attribute values. In the past, it was exceedingly difficult for her to level up, but after devouring the treasure, her level directly stabilized at 50. Moreover, all attributes surged 100-fold, already nearing the attribute levels he had frantically plundered over the past few days, making her combat power terrifying. This sheer dimensional suppression combined with his own aura buff caused her combat power to soar. Since your combat power is sufficient, my output environment will be even more comfortable. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze and opened his attribute panel. He poured all 21500 points of free attributes he had just plundered into agility. At the moment the points were allocated, his bones did not emit any dull sound. Instead, a wave of extreme ethereality surged. The flow of time around him seemed to slow down. The trajectory of the wind blowing over the rocks, the dust floating in the air, all became crystal clear to him. Point allocation completed. Agility 1444583594558. Movement speed greatly increased. Nerve response speed has crossed the threshold. Base attack speed 1444 hit second, 3595 hit second in 1 second, 3,595 basic attacks. Jiang Feng held the staff of universal destruction and casually waved it forward. He didn't even need to exert any effort, and over 3,000 afterimages overlapped together. The space ahead was directly pulled out into a pitch-black vacuum fissure. The attack speed and range have overflowed. This round is guaranteed to win. Jiang Feng casually twirled the staff, very satisfied with the current durability and output frequency. Just as he was about to exit this abyss, the dark sky suddenly erupted with a 7-colored aurora that pierced through the universe. The grand announcement from the system, accompanied by a slight electric tremor, directly ignored the map's concealment. It echoed loudly in the minds of all players in the server. World announcement: the Great Way contends, the laws tremble. Congratulations to the mysterious player ID hidden for triggering the taboo law and obtaining the server's first 1-colored treasure-level artifact, the Staff of Universal Destruction. The divine weapon has appeared, and a great age has begun. World announcement: the Great Way contends. A series of over 10 times. The banner with red background and golden letters rolled frantically at the top of the server channel. Jiang Feng usually couldn't be bothered to check the chat channel, but this was the first instance of a colored super divine item. He was somewhat curious about the external reactions and casually clicked on the regional channel. In the next second, the information flow on the light screen was directly refreshed into afterimages. One colored treasure. I haven't even seen a purple item. How could someone have dropped a 7-colored divine item? Big shot. I want to cling to your thigh. I have warm beds and carry my own rations, and I can even be a lucky boy. Is this drop something a person can achieve? This broken game definitely has internal dogs. Internal dogs my foot. This must be someone soloing a level 100 taboo existence. Does the big shot need any accessories? I directly kneel in place. The Wild Lion Guild announces this person is our public recruitment target, offering a reward of 500 million for the big shot's information. Providing clues will earn you 10 million. Can the Wild Lion's foolish bird pattern open up a bit? You want to buy information about a one-colored treasure for 500 million. A single basic attack from the big shot could wipe out your guild's base. Countless people were frantically shocked in the channel, and the heat reached a boiling point. At the same time, at the command center of the 4th Defense Line in the East Sea, General Mad Dog Li Yin stared at the 7-colored aurora that had yet to dissipate in the sky. His steel water cup in hand was crushed into an iron lump. Is this the same person who with a single strike annihilated countless heretics, solving the 3rd and 4th defenses? Li Yin took a deep breath, cold sweat pouring down his body. Just killed 100,000 heretic troops, and then turned around to smash a taboo existence to drop a one-colored treasure. This is simply insane. Does he really treat these wicked supermaps as his own backyard? He's constantly restocking. He abruptly turned his head and shouted at the intelligence officer. Immediately investigate for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground in Dongjong City, you must determine the identity of this invincible powerhouse before the aristocratic families and clans. Remember, lower your posture as low as the dirt. Below the abyss, Jiang Feng looked at those forces clamoring to buy coordinates in the channel, chuckling disdainfully. Just as he was about to close the panel. Ding ding. The private communication channel lit up. It was a top priority encrypted request. Sender Yin Yuyao. Jiang Feng connected the communication. Immediately, Yin Yuyao's voice came through, suppressed, yet still trembling. Big shot. That one-colored treasure was your doing, right? What else? Is there a second one in the whole server? Jiang Feng spoke blandly. Congratulations on reaching the top of the server. Your fortune is truly exceptional. Yin Yuyao initiated the highest level of commercial flattery, and then cautiously shifted the topic, probing. Big shot, those 3,000 divine items you previously traded to us should also have taken you some time to accumulate, right? She indeed thought so in her heart. No matter how absurdly strong a person is, it's impossible to drop 3,000 high-tier divine items in one day. The only explanation is that this big shot has been quietly developing and only chose to clear out today. You've thought too much. Jiang Feng had no intention of leaving her any illusions, directly stating the truth. There are too many monsters today, my backpack simply cannot hold any more. The communicator fell into a dead silence. After a full 5 seconds, the sound of Yin Yuyao gasping for breath came through as if her CPU was about to overheat. A day. Big shot, are you saying that you produced enough gear in just one day to bankrupt the 9 major guilds? Yes. Jiang Feng casually tapped the bottom of his staff against the basalt ground, nonchalantly adding another strike. By the way, just to inform you, around this time tomorrow, there should be another batch of goods of the same scale. Yes, but the levels will be a bit higher and the quality will only improve. Can you handle it? If you can, I can list it all for trade in the entire server. Don't. Living Ancestor, please don't do that. Yin Yuyao's voice instantly rose by 8 octaves, revealing her undeniable fear. Big shot. The impact this batch of goods will have on the market is terrifying. Originally, she had rallied the 9 major guilds to desperately acquire this batch of goods, aiming for monopoly. She thought this was the hidden expert's accumulated strength over years, and as long as they played the hunger marketing game, it would yield huge profits. But if Jiang Feng could produce 3,000 divine items every day, this monopoly would simply be a joke. 3,000 divine items flooding the market would directly trigger a financial tsunami around Dongjong City. Yin Yuyao spoke rapidly, as if afraid Jiang Feng would actually go through with it. If you throw out another 3,000 items tomorrow, the server's economic system will truly collapse on the spot. Goods are valuable because they are scarce. If divine items become common, the more than 30 trillion the guilds invested would be wasted. Yin Yuyao wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, not daring to offend Jiang Feng at all. She understood very well that someone capable of such a monstrous output was far beyond all the guilds in strength. She couldn't even imagine that Jiang Feng's luck value was not a mere 5-digit number, but an astonishing 744,000. Can't handle it. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Really can't, big shot, not a drop left. Yin Yuyao forced a smile, her voice dry like she had swallowed sand. The liquid funds of the 9 major guilds have been drained. Within 24 hours, they absolutely cannot gather another 30 trillion. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, understanding the economic carrying capacity of this world. As his luck value continued to skyrocket, the items he produced would only become more outrageous. Simply hoarding gold coins would soon turn into a pile of useless numbers. Then let's change the way we play. Jiang Feng looked at the rolling ash in the sky and said, barter. In reality, secret realm quotas, limited edition, hidden profession scrolls, and high-level breakthrough materials. As long as you can provide these tangible items, they'll supply you with as many divine items as you want. Hearing this, Yin Yuyao not only did not refuse, but instead became invigorated. The big shot did not want money, but resources, indicating that these guilds still had value to be utilized. Big shot, think bigger. The conventional trade market can no longer contain your greatness. Yin Yuyao immediately threw out her trump card. In reality, there is a circle composed of the country's top families and super guild leaders called the Tianshu Secret Society. The secret society does not accept gold coins, but only points. 100 million gold coins can be exchanged for 1 point. The treasures inside are all confidential and not for external circulation. I happen to have a black card quota which I can directly transfer to you for free. By giving away this quota, Yin Yuyao could ensure that her guild firmly clung to the #1 player in the entire server. This investment would be incredibly profitable. All right, Jiang Feng agreed readily. Hearing Jiang Feng's favorable tone, Yin Yuyao's eyes turned, and she boldly suggested, big shot, since the equipment market is saturated, you actually don't need to stubbornly pursue divine items. Your output efficiency can match several hundred top-tier teams across the country. Oh, why not switch tracks to farm for job change materials? She quickly pulled up market data. Right now, a large number of players are stuck at the second job transition threshold, and the drop rate for job change materials is extremely low, making them absolute hard currency. This thing is in short supply. Whatever you produce can be devoured by the market in an instant. Jiang Feng paused slightly while tapping his staff. Indeed, he relied on his abnormal attributes to crush monsters without even considering the cost-effectiveness of commercializing his gains. He simply sold whatever he dropped. That's a good idea. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Once my wealth value is sufficient, I can buy resources from the Tianshu Secret Society whenever I want. Hearing Jiang Feng's casual tone, Yin Yuyao quickly interjected. No, big shot. With your extraordinary strength, farming for second job materials is a waste of your talents. The price of third job materials is dozens of times that of second job materials. Instead of wasting time, why not directly leapfrog? Jiang Feng smiled lightly. When it comes to money-making schemes, the leaders of these guilds indeed had some knowledge. If that's the case, then he'll go straight for fourth job materials. Oh, wouldn't that be even more profitable? Fourth job corresponds to level 120. This is the highest tier threshold currently accessible to human powerhouses from Blue Star. Yin Yuyao gasped sharply, her tone instantly becoming extremely serious. Fourth job materials are indeed top-tier, highly profitable items. Their prices are stable and always in short supply. But their drop mechanism is extremely harsh. It can be said to be a nightmare for those without luck. When killing level 120 monsters, a player's luck value must exceed 5.0 points to have a very small chance of triggering a drop. She immediately recounted an industry legend. There was once a fast-paced thief who stacked his luck to just over 5.0 with a full set of ancient jewelry. He scavenged for materials in the fourth job map for a day and found 28 materials, making a killing. Big shot, if you can gather enough luck value, farming for fourth job materials will absolutely be a windfall. 50,000 luck value. Jiang Feng glanced at his glaring 74015 luck value displayed on his panel. While others struggled to gather a baseline of 50,000, his 74,000 luck value simply meant he was going to stock up. The drop rate would definitely be beyond imagination. Got it'll go this time. Jiang Feng's tone was flat, revealing no details. Yin Yuyao was overjoyed and quickly sent over a string of coordinates. Big shot, these are the coordinates for the level 120 perilous map, Fallen God Wasteland, which produces the fourth job core material, Divine Crystal. There are dense monsters there. It's practically a harvesting ground tailor-made for you. After hanging up the call, Jiang Feng glanced at the coordinates, looked at the nearby square, and focused his thoughts. The golden dragon coiling around his wrist instantly unwrapped and soared into the sky. The dazzling golden light erupted loudly. A roar of the ancestral dragon shattered the clouds, and the dragon maiden revealed her true form as a colossal ancient dragon over 100 meters long. The glass scales refracted a heart-pounding divine glow, and the pure pressure of a superior being poured down like a torrential rain, completely enveloping the entire main city. In the square below, tens of thousands of players were collectively petrified. The previously bustling trading area fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze was firmly glued to the ancient giant dragon in the sky that blotted out the sun. What the hell? Is that a player's mount? Are they insane? There's a system-imposed no-flee law above the main city. How did it get up there? My level 80 knight was instantly hit with the tremble debuff, all skills grayed out. Look, someone's on the dragon's back. That's the ancestral dragon domain, a power of primordial origin. To tame such a mighty dragon ancestor as a mount, this strength is simply absurd. Countless players frantically took screenshots and hurled appraisal spells skyward. The next second, a row of glaring red warnings flashed on everyone's interface. Target's combat power is too high, insufficient authority. Target has hidden their ID. Jiang Feng stood with his hands behind his back atop the dragon's head. His dark red starfall heavy armor shimmered with flowing light, and the cosmic annihilation staff at his waist radiating a seven-colored halo was extraordinarily flashy. The pressure from his full attributes of 100 even materialized into an actual aura. The probing skill light waves that tried to approach were shattered by this force before they could get close. Let's go. Jiang Feng patted the dragon's horn. The dragon girl's wings suddenly flapped, unleashing the domineering aura of the primordial dragon. The air was violently pushed aside, creating a massive white sonic boom cloud in midair. The colossal dragon body tore through the sound barrier, leaving a dazzling golden trail across the sky before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The main city square was dead silent for a full 3 minutes, then erupted into a frenzy that nearly lifted the dome. High above, the fierce wind howled. The dragon girl's panel showed 4/8 agility, and with a 20x movement speed boost, traversing millions of miles was as easy as strolling through a backyard garden. In just 10 minutes, the scenery ahead changed abruptly. The azure sky was swallowed by dark red blood clouds, and the earth was split by countless chasms. 100-meter broken divine statue was half buried in black sand, exuding an air of desolation. This was the perilous level 120 map, Fallen God Wasteland. Around them roamed horrifically mutated monsters, their bodies wreathed in high-order law energy. Any one of these creatures, if taken outside, could trigger a defense battle for a first-tier main city. The dragon girl folded her wings, dove smoothly, and landed steadily on the wind-eroded stone platform at the center of the wasteland. Jiang Feng leaped down nimbly, his combat boots crushing the black sand. Almost at the same time, dozens of scarlet eyes lit up in unison from the surrounding blood-red mist. Heavy footsteps approached like war drums. Mutated Punishment Enforcer 4th Turn Elite. Level LV 120. HP 1120000. Physical Attack 250000. Defense 2000000. A terrifying panel of over 11 million HP. This data alone would shatter the Dao heart of any top-tier full third-turn team in the nation. Even for them to take down just one, they'd need tanks to rotate aggro and whittle it down for dozens of minutes. Jiang Feng casually lifted the cosmic annihilation staff. His absurd 740 luck stat was already itching for action. He raised his hand without chanting or even bothering to lock on. Like shooing away a fly, he casually swung a basic attack forward. Tyrant's Decree triggered. Within 100 meters, over 30,000 square meters of void instantly collapsed. A blinding 7-colored waterfall of light poured down like a galactic cascade, completely engulfing the entire stone platform area. Space was forcibly compressed by millions of magic damage, producing an extremely sharp sonic boom. A dense cluster of red numbers soared into the sky. 2314384. True damage. Affected by Tyrant's divine domain, all hostile targets within the domain have all attributes forcibly reduced by 50, cannot be negated. 925759296. True damage. Affected by Ring of the Annihilating Eye, critical damage 200, total critical damage 400. A full 57 punishment enforcers, each with tens of millions of HP, didn't even have time to scream. Their massive bodies instantly vaporized in the 7-colored light. Gold coins exploded like rain mixed with 3 diamond-shaped crystals radiating a holy glow. Obtained gold 2000. Obtained 4th turn core material divine crystal X3. And Jiang Feng's level was skyrocketing. Level 56. Level 57. Level 58. Leveling up was as swift as riding a rocket. Meanwhile, the 4th turn core divine material, which the 9 major trade unions outside were begging for, and had driven to astronomical prices, was dropping like common cabbages all over the ground. A single basic attack had triggered a nuclear blast covering 30,000 square meters. This clearing efficiency was simply beyond the pale. At the edge of the area, a dozen or so punishment enforcer elites who had barely escaped the blast radius were dumbfounded. With their high-level intelligence exceeding level 100, they didn't even bother with the mechanics. They instantly cleared their aggro and turned to flee. Thus began a desperate survival drama. Since you're here, why run? Jiang Feng stomped the ground. His 35000 agility exploded instantly. Hundreds of afterimages were pulled through space as he crossed 3,000 to 4,000 meters in a single second, blocking the path of the fleeing monsters. Zhang Feng's speed at this moment was 3,594 times that of an ordinary player. And this was without activating Void Walker technique that grants a 5-fold movement speed bonus. Once activated, his speed would far exceed 3 to 4 kilometers per second, allowing him to traverse over 10 kilometers in an instant. He swung his staff again. Boom. The fastest fleeing elites were blown into a mist of blood. In midair, the little dragon girl was not to be outdone. She raised her head and roared, her palm-sized body expanding to 100 meters in the wind. Ancestral Dragon Breath, incinerate all realms activated. Golden Ancestral Dragon True Fire blotted out the sky, turning into a violent ring of flame that expanded wildly, instantly covering an area of several kilometers. The intense heat melted the earth into a churning lake of magma. Dozens of fourth-turn monsters lurking in the ruins didn't even get a chance to show themselves before being burned to ash. The system notification stuttered briefly in Zhang Feng's mind. Ding. Crossdire kill of LV-120 Mutated Punishment Enforcer. Massive experience bonus gained. You have leveled up. Level increased to LV-59. LV-60. A straight surge, gaining 5 levels in a row. 7500 class attribute points were credited directly. Then came the simple and brutal ultimate reward from his talent. Triggered infinite grade Pangu Plunder. Crossdire gap is immense. Forcibly plundered free attribute points 5000. Triggered infinite grade Pangu Plunder. The screen was flooded with dazzling notifications. Zhang Feng glanced at his attribute panel. With the dozens of level 120 elite monsters he had personally taken down, plus the batch of small fry cleared by the dragon girl, he had gained a total of 29000 free attribute points in a single session. A full 2.9 million. This number was beyond absurd. It was practically defecating on the Blue Star's combat power ceiling. Every move he made affected the world's trajectory and the balance of its rules. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and walked to the center of the battlefield to collect the drops. His own basic attack had only yielded 3 crystals. But when he turned around, he saw that at the center of the sea of fire the dragon girl had breathed, there were densely packed 10 divine crystals floating. Not only that, but at the very center, an ancient parchment scroll radiating a primordial fluctuation had also dropped. The Divine Relic Treasure Map ancient level produces treasures far beyond the advanced treasure maps available in the shop, guaranteeing the excavation of ancient-grade dark gold quality treasures. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Feng's face. He looked up, and the dragon maiden in midair shrank rapidly to the size of a palm, transforming into a streak of golden light that darted into his embrace. The little dragon raised its head, gently nudging Zhang Feng's chin with its 2 jade-like horns. It emitted a purring sound like a kitten, its tail wagging so fast, it almost left an afterimage. That little expression was filled with 4 big characters seeking praise. Zhang Feng casually brought up the pet panel for a glance. Luck 200,000, a full 200 points of luck. No wonder your drop rate is so outrageous, Zhang Feng said, somewhat amused. With his own astounding luck value of 740,000, he actually had to take a step back in front of this little girl. He reached out and pinched the soft cheek of the dragon maiden, smiling. Well done. From now on, the task of sourcing goods will be entirely yours. The dragon maiden's big eyes instantly lit up, excitedly flipping twice in midair. In her innocent mind, being able to help her master was the greatest joy. The warm interaction between master and pet felt extremely out of place in this perilous 4-turn hell. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away at the edge of the wasteland, behind a half-collapsed ruin wall, 8 players clad in level 110 epic gear with guild prefixes were huddled like quails pressing against the black sand pit. Each of them held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They were the 100-level exploration team of the country's top guild, Warsoul Hall. The team leader swallowed hard, pointing towards the distant, still bubbling magma lake, his voice trembling as if shaken through a sieve. Guys, am I hallucinating? That nuclear explosion range. Was it a mage's normal attack? A 30,000 square meter normal attack? The chief mage beside him gripped his staff tightly, his hands trembling. Captain looked closely at that mount. Golden light, ancestral dragon pressure. That was the big shot who disregarded the no-flee zone and took off from the main city just now. And that staff in his hand, glowing with rainbow colors, is the only 1-class divine artifact in the entire server. This must be the first clear of the forbidden boss today, igniting the whole server with that living ancestor. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with overwhelming fear and jealousy that pierced to the bone. To explore this 4-turn map, they were truly on edge. Deploying a single small mob took an eternity of tactical planning, exhausting all kinds of skills until they were near bloodshed. Yet here came that big shot, clearing 30,000 square meters with a mere normal attack. Even a sneeze from his mount would permanently alter the map's terrain. What kind of adventuring was this? This was simply a high-dimensional being cleaning up cyber trash. Was that scene recorded? The captain asked, his eyes red and biting down hard. Recorded. Absolutely high-definition panorama. The team member nodded quickly. Send it out. The captain waved his hand forcefully. We may never qualify to hug such a thick thigh in our lives, but this first-hand information will definitely sell for a sky-high price. Only 5 minutes later, the frontline news sections, the official forum of the Magic Realm, and the world channel of the entire server all crashed. A video titled Dimensional Strike. The divine artifact Big Shot levels the 4-turn wasteland single-handedly. Exploded across the entire internet like a deep-water bomb. Holy crap. The ancient ancestral dragon has appeared. A 10 million health 4-turn divine punishment being instantaneously killed. A single normal attack directly causing a nuclear explosion over 30,000 square meters, and the officials call that a mage. The mage players collectively broke down okay. This monster-slaying efficiency is simply invincible. They treat the level 124-turn treacherous maps like a vegetable market, going crazy with their sourcing. Countless high-level players on the forum wailed frantically. The high-ranking members of major guilds across the country stared at the screen filled with 8-digit true damage and fell deep into self-doubt. The CPU was almost smoking. What does this even mean? This level of power has utterly shattered the existing game rules, reaching a dimension unattainable by human effort. At the same time, in the capital within the highest military command center, a dark blue holographic screen floated in midair, continuously replaying the same shocking footage. Golden light tore through the heavens, and 7-colored radiance swept across 30,000 square meters of wasteland. The 10 million health 4-turn demon simply vanished into thin air like paper. Mad Dog General Lian stared intently at the boiling magma lake on the screen, breathing heavily like an ox. Bang! He slammed his fist down, and the special alloy table was dented into a terrifying pit. Now that's what I call a true dimensional strike. Lian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice so agitated it was almost cracking. Holding the divine artifact Shattered Star, even a normal attack could stabilize the world. If this living ancestor could be brought into the military, what nonsense abyss crisis. What frontline heresy. Head sweep them all away. General. Behind him, a major intelligence officer stood at attention and saluted, speaking rapidly. The coordinates shown in the video are the level 120 Fallen God Wasteland. This mysterious big shot just completed the map and is very likely still on site. Should we log in immediately to recruit him in person? Nonsense. Lian cursed with a laugh, standing up abruptly and grabbing the encrypted wristband on the table. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Notify the Soul of War team immediately. I'll log in and rush over now. Remember, even if you get killed by the aftermath of the big shot's normal attack, come back smiling for me. The outside world had already been stirred up by this video, with countless guilds desperately trying to cling to this biggest thigh in the entire server. At the center of the storm, Jiang Feng stood comfortably deep within the Fallen God Wasteland. He stroked the smooth horns of the Dragon Maiden while scanning the system notifications that had yet to dissipate on his panel. 2,975,500 free attribute points. This amount of wealth is akin to cheating enough to leave all players around the world with burnt CPUs. Jiang Feng's expression was calm. With a thought, he decisively split this massive amount in two and slammed it into the strength and luck panels. Attribute points allocated successfully. Strength 458,402, 236,5902. Physical attack power 9. 38,015. 10 million attribute points allocated successfully. Luck 740115174015. Allocation complete. Jiang Feng casually clenched his fist, the sound of thunder resonating through his bones. Strength broke through the million mark. Now, even without considering the actual damage, relying solely on the power of normal attacks, he could easily send a 100-level Lord flying. In fact, he would end up owing Jiang Feng several numbers in damage. As for luck, he decided to pile it up to 2 million casually, lest he be outdone by the Dragon Maiden's outrageous drop rate. His strength surged once again in a terrifying wave. Jiang Feng then unfolded the ancient-level divine relic treasure map from his backpack. The map's patterns flowed like water waves, ultimately freezing into a flickering point of eerie purple light. Jiang Feng glanced at the coordinates and raised an eyebrow. Interesting indeed. This divine treasure's coordinates were actually located in the level 150 death zone. Across all of Huaxiao, players who managed to reach the 4-turn class at level 120 were considered nearly top-tier combatants, let alone the absolute forbidden zone of level 150 that no one dared to enter. However, he was not in a hurry to dig for treasure now. Dragon Maiden, Jiang Feng said, putting away the treasure map and patting the little golden dragon's head. Stay here and continue grinding for 4-turn materials and collect the treasure map. When I log in next time we can go dig together. Upon hearing the words next time, logging in, the dragon maiden's tail, which had been wagging vigorously, suddenly froze in midair. She tilted her little head, her big eyes filled with grievance. With her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, she murmured softly, if only I could be in the same world as my master. Jiang Feng looked down at her, his gaze unconsciously softening. After swallowing the ancestral dragon's reverse scale, not only did this girl's level soar, but her mind also began to mature. In the past her mind was filled only with eating, but now she had such delicate thoughts. Now in this era of universal magic domains, high-level items could manifest in reality, making it not a far-fetched dream to bring her back to his world. All right, Jiang Feng's voice softened. When that day truly comes, you can do whatever you wish. The dragon girl blinked, a blush creeping onto her small face as she gathered her courage to look up at him. I don't want to be a prodigy, nor do I want wealth. I just want to stay with my master, never depart. She spoke earnestly, her golden eyes shining brightly. Jiang Feng felt warmth in his heart as he gently ruffled her hair. He didn't say much, just turned and stepped forward. Boom. With an explosive burst of 35,000 agility, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The dragon girl was slightly taken aback, and before she could feel disappointed, a whirlwind swept through, and Jiang Feng landed back in front of her. In his palm lay a small yellow flower he had found among the rocky crevices. Though unremarkable, it was the only sign of life remaining in this wasteland. He had swept with his basic attacks. Here you go. He stepped forward, gently pinning the little wildflower next to her crystalline dragon horn, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her temple. It suits you perfectly. The dragon girl froze, her heart racing so fast it felt like it might explode. It turned out that her master hadn't left, but had specially gone to find her a flower. The next moment she could no longer hold back, rising on her tiptoes and leaping into his embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist, her small face buried in his chest, her voice filled with deep reliance. Master. Jiang Feng gently hugged her back, whispering, just wait here for me, I will be back soon. As soon as his words fell, he transformed into white light and logged off under the astonished gazes of numerous players. The dragon girl looked at the spot where Jiang Feng had vanished, her previously grievance-filled little face suddenly covered in frost. The small yellow flower above her head was fiercely protected by her primordial power. Her petite body soared into the air, and the dazzling golden light tore through the blood-red clouds. The 100-meter-long ancient ancestral dragon's true form descended once more, exuding a terrifying pressure. The dragon girl opened her massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of intense golden true fire. The dozen or so newly spawned four-turn divine punishment envoys didn't even take a step before being completely engulfed by the sea of flames. The real burning damage stacked layer upon layer, and their millions of health points were wiped out in 2 seconds. The ground turned into boiling magma under the high temperature, and a large number of spirit stones and top-notch materials exploded across the ground. Dozens of kilometers away, the watching streamers and bystanders were dumbfounded, leaving this ancient ancestral dragon to farm in the four-turn map. This boss is pure chaos, way too fierce. Just then a dozen streaks of light rushed from the sky, crashing heavily onto the black sand ground. The leader, dressed in military combat armor, was none other than the military's mad dog, General Li Yin. Behind him followed the fully armed military soul squad, all at least level 120. As Li Yin steadied himself, he was met with a terrifying wave of high temperature. He looked up just in time to witness the dragon girl swinging her tail. Crack! 3 four-turn lords were directly swept off their feet. The overwhelming pressure of the ancestral dragon made all the 100-level military experts present tremble in their legs. Li Yin widened his eyes, scanning his surroundings, but did not see that staff-wielding boss. The dragon girl in midair sensed the presence of humans approaching, her enormous golden dragon eyes locking onto Li Yin. Her gaze was filled with ferocity, completely devoid of the slightest gentleness she showed Jiang Feng. Li Yin's heart raced. He knew very well that daring to draw a weapon, this dragon would not hesitate to roast them into charcoal. He quickly sheathed his knife, spreading his hands wide as he shouted, Dragon God, we come representing the military with no ill intent. We only wish to wait for your master to log in for a visit and exchange. The dragon girl exhaled a breath that carried sparks, utterly disinterested in these weak humans, and turned to charge deeper into the wasteland to continue farming. The vice captain wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked in a low voice, General, should we just wait here? Li Yin stood upright, his gaze firmly following the distant golden dragon. Wait. Whether it takes 10 days or half a month, we must wait. Everyone stay in position. No one is allowed to step into the magma, even a step. In the real world Dongjiang City, Jiang Feng picked up his graduation certificate and walked slowly across the school square. Ahead in the resting area, a group of newly awakened senior students sat in a circle, gazing at the young man in the center with eyes full of admiration. The man wore a silver swordsman badge on his chest, already reaching the threshold of the third turn. Newbies don't think that awakening means you can walk all over everyone. The young man crossed his legs, carrying an air of arrogance from someone who had been there. In the magic domain, talent is one thing, but brains are even more important. I've been struggling in the magic domain for 2 years, and am about to hit the third turn. If you follow me, I promise you'll live a life of luxury, and no matter how strong the enemy is, I will help you take them down together. The surrounding students exclaimed in wonder, their eyes full of longing. Jiang Feng simply put his hands in his pockets, casting a faint glance before continuing on his way. He knew that all this passion and yearning still lay within the ordinary person's understanding of power. For him, who had long crossed the threshold of the mundane and could shake the abyss, what lay before him was merely youthful exuberance, fresh and vivid. He only wanted to settle his family as soon as possible, while steadily improving his strength, and his state of mind had long since calmed, paying no heed to the discussions around him. The young man was speaking passionately, and when he saw Jiang Feng walk past without a sideways glance, not even pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. The surrounding students also turned to look curiously, observing this extraordinary peer. Jiang Feng's footsteps slightly paused, yet he did not turn back. Clearly at an age just after graduation, his back exuded a calmness and weariness that belied his years, resembling a sage who had witnessed the world. To him, these passionate youths, full of enthusiasm for power and the future, resembled the self he wanted. They were still excited about the third turn, the defensive lines, and a promise, while the paths he had walked, the abysses he had seen, and the powers he had wielded had long since exceeded their understanding. It wasn't arrogance, nor was it aloofness. It was simply that the worlds they inhabited were already entirely different. The excitement and aspirations of these youths he observed without a trace of disturbance. Jiang Feng retracted his gaze, his steps steady as he continued forward. The gazes and discussions behind him were gently left behind, like the wind brushing away dust, leaving no trace. An hour later, Jiang Feng returned to the old neighborhood. After picking up his graduation certificate, he planned to take his parents away and move to the most central city in Huaxia. Downstairs, an elderly woman was sitting on a stool, cracking sunflower seeds, just about to greet him. A dozen pitch-black, heavy, floating armored vehicles emblazoned with the Tianshu emblem silently drove in, completely blocking the passage. The car door popped open, and 30 awakening individuals, all dressed in standardized combat uniforms and at least level 70, stepped out, in orderly fashion, forming 2 rows at the entrance of the corridor. The leading man in black quickly approached, bowing respectfully to Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, the Tianshu Special Operations Team has arrived, as ordered, and the dedicated transport channel is ready. The old lattice hand trembled, scattering sunflower seeds all over the ground. The scene before her left her stunned, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and led everyone upstairs. At home, Zhang Jiangguo and Lu Solan were sorting vegetables, while their childhood friend, the chubby Li, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. The front doors swung open, and 30 high-level awakening individuals with a dense aura surged in, instantly filling the house with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhang Jiangguo's vegetable leaves fell to the ground with a quivering sound. Xiao Feng, did you cause trouble outside? No, Jiang Feng replied calmly. I accepted a commission in the demon realm, and they gifted me a house. I'm here to help you move. Move? Where to? Lu Solan looked utterly bewildered. The elderly couple and the chubby friend were momentarily stunned, unsure how to react. You'll know when we get. Jiang Feng provided no further explanation. The privileges of the Tianshu Black Card were just that straightforward. The chubby friend was secretly astonished, as he could clearly see that these men in black were all clad in valuable purple gear, with some even wearing pink equipment. Having such high-level awakening individuals serve as escorts was astonishing. In less than 10 minutes, their belongings were packed up. Jiang Feng took his parents aboard the hovering armored vehicle. Following a slight spatial fluctuation, the hatch slowly opened. Zhang Jiangguo stepped onto the high-density spirit energy alloy floor, his legs feeling a bit light. Lu Solan tightly grasped her son's arm, her eyes filled with disbelief. The chubby friend behind them was even more dumbfounded, utterly shocked by the scene before him. A massive translucent energy dome covered over 100 manners, with the perimeter deployed with the military's top-tier plasma anti-air arrays and abyss energy detection towers. This was no residential area. It was clearly a fortress as solid as a rock. Even the air had undergone multiple purifications with spirit energy particles so dense they felt almost tangible. Taking a deep breath was refreshing. Here in the heart of the core forbidden zone of the Huaxia capital, Tianshu Longyuan, Jiang Feng walked ahead, gazing at the defensive system capable of easily crushing 100-level magical beasts, and nodded slightly. Only by settling his family here could he truly feel at ease. Given the rapid surge of his current attributes, it was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. With such top-tier security, even in the face of the most powerful foreign attacks, he could ensure his family's safety. Moreover, the living privileges attached to the Black Card would also be the most secure way for him to engage with the Tianshu secret society in the future. Dozens of awakening individuals above level 70 quickly moved their luggage into the main building. Jiang Jiangguo swallowed hard, his voice still trembling. Xiaofeng, how much does this place cost? No money needed, it was a gift, Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an everyday matter. The chubby friend broke into a cold sweat, nearly unable to stand. A gift? This was Tianshu Lonyuan, a place so exclusive that countless war god-level figures and top financial magnates struggled to set foot into a single tile here was worth enough to guarantee a common person's livelihood. This utterly unimaginable scene allowed the chubby friend to truly grasp what it meant for the fantastical to collide with reality. At that moment, an elderly man in a tang suit walked gracefully along the tree-lined path. His steps were light, and although his aura was restrained, it exuded a significant pressure, clearly indicating he was a powerhouse above level 100. Lu Zuolan was startled and quickly pulled Jiang Jiangguo's sleeve. Old man, isn't that teacher Zhang Chonglin, who acted as an emperor for many years? Zhang Chonglin stopped, glanced at Jiang Feng and the others, and raised an eyebrow slightly. He belonged to a special military department, having long guarded the Abyss defense line, and had only recently returned to Lonyuan for rest. Acting had become a distant memory, and opportunity led him to abandon the arts and join the military, dedicating himself to the defense line. New neighbors. It's been 3 years since anyone moved in at Lonyuan. This place is accessible only for those with military merit or extraordinary permissions, Zhang Chonglin smiled at Jiang Feng. To live here you must either have outstanding military achievements or connections that reach the heavens. The young brother seems quite unfamiliar. I'm Jiang Feng, just arrived. He nodded slightly, maintaining a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. Although Jiang Feng did not deliberately exude pressure, his body and soul, forged from millions of dimensional attributes, had already transcended the mundane. He simply stood there, his back straight, naturally emanating a formidable aura. Zhang Chonglin felt a sudden tightening in his heart. This young man is certainly not simple. Jiang Jiangguo, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. His son, whom he had watched grow up, faced this national treasure-level figure with such steadiness, his aura not yielding in the slightest. At that moment, a gentle sound of footsteps approached. A woman in an ankle-length dress walked over gracefully, her appearance stunningly beautiful, exuding an ethereal quality, even without makeup, making the surrounding restless spirit energy particles appear exceptionally docile beside her. The chubby friend paused, his breath. She was one of the leaders of the 9 major commerce associations in the country, a core member of the Tianshu secret society, truly a person standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Teacher Zhang. The woman first greeted Zhang Chonglin, then her gaze fell on Jiang Feng, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of restraint. I hope I'm not intruding. Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Zuolan became increasingly anxious. Someone who only appeared in the news would come to their door, and her demeanor was so humble. The woman looked at Jiang Feng, her tone somewhat probing. Today I heard that a new resident with a black card moved in your aura. Reminds me of a very important friend from the demon realm. She was Yin Yuyao from the demon realm. Upon learning of the changes in Lonyuan's privileges, she rushed over immediately, only to verify her bold speculation. Jiang Feng understood her meaning at a glance. In the beginning he might have concealed some things. But now, having single-handedly cleared the level 124 turn forbidden area, his power was enough to sweep across 1,000 meters, and he had long passed the stage of deliberately hiding. It's me, Jiang Feng replied calmly. I'll log in tomorrow. I'll provide you with the materials for the 4 turn. Yin Yuyo's body trembled slightly as she stared at him, momentarily unable to speak. Indeed, it was him. The seemingly newly adult young man before her was the invincible living ancestor who had single-handedly leveled the 4 turn wasteland, causing a massive upheaval across the entire server. What made her even more apprehensive was Jiang Feng's effortless composure. What kind of terrifying absolute power must one possess to exude such confidence of dimensional crushing? Zhang Chonglin, having navigated both military and political realms for most of his life, sensed something off in the air with just a glance. These 2 young people were definitely up to something. Haha, today's youth are truly stronger than ever. Zhang Chonglin laughed heartily, stepping back 2 paces with great tact. As an old man with military duties, I won't interrupt your reunion. Before leaving, he gave Jiang Feng a meaningful glance, signaling that he understood. Jiang Jiangguo finally came to his senses. He grabbed Lu Quillen's arm and said, Old woman, there are still some odds and ends in the house that need to be taken care of. Let's go inside first. What odds and ends? Didn't Xiaofeng say that the Tianshu people would help tidy up? Lu Zuolan was utterly bewildered. Just get inside when I tell you to. Stop being a third wheel. Jiang Jiangguo shot her a meaningful look and practically dragged his wife into the main building. The chubby Li who standing nearby was still wide-eyed and clueless when Jiang Jiangguo reached out and tugged him along. Fatty, you come too. Let's check out your room. Though completely baffled, Li, who sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly ducked his head to follow, turning back every few steps with an expression of eager excitement, like someone about to witness a juicy drama. The courtyard fell silent in an instant, leaving only Jiang Feng and Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed. It was the absolute composure of a top-tier powerhouse stripped of all flashy game effects. There was no hint of arrogance, yet it carried an oppressive aura of dimensional suppression. Jiang Shuyan looked at him, her breathing unconsciously becoming gentler. You. They both spoke at once, then stopped in tacit understanding. Jiang Shuyan's ears flushed slightly as she broke the awkwardness. Let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Jiang Shuyan, Shu for unfurling yuan for the multitudes. Jiang Feng nodded, gently, his voice calm. Jiang Feng, Jiang of the Great Rivers. Jiang. Jiang Shuyan paused, then chuckled softly. I thought you might share my surname, the ginger character Jiang. The night breeze swept through the courtyard, and the spiritual energy plants glimmered faintly, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. What were you about to say? Jiang Shuyan blinked and asked tentatively. Nothing. I was going to ask your name too. Jiang Feng replied casually. The same pronunciation. Quite a coincidence. Jiang Shuyan couldn't help but smile. Having spent long years in the treacherous business world, she found Jiang Feng's steady, honest, and clear-minded nature surprisingly refreshing. As they chatted, Jiang Shuyan's gaze flickered toward a second-floor window of the main building. Jiang Feng turned to see three heads dart back behind the curtain. With his perception stats in the millions, the suppressed breathing of his parents and the fat man sounded like drums pounding in his ears. He smiled and shook his head. Are you free tonight? Jiang Shuyan took the opportunity to invite him. Come over to my place, and we can finalize the transaction details for tomorrow. Sure. Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation. Even though he preferred to walk alone, a bit of exposure to high-level circles wouldn't hurt. Back inside, the old couple and Fatty were sitting upright, staring blankly at the unplugged television. Xiaofeng, who exactly is that girl? Lu Zuelon couldn't hold back anymore. A business partner I met in the demon realm. Jiang Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, brushing off the question. For the next half hour, he faced an interrogation from all sides. Jiang Feng only said he got lucky in the game, landed a hidden class, and traded high-level materials for the house. Not a word about being able to kill 100,000 monsters with a single slap to keep his parents from worrying. Fatty Li Hu's eyes lit up, and he practically shot off the couch. Brother Feng, I knew you were no ordinary guy. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Point where you want me to go, and I'll fight without hesitation. Jiang Feng glanced at him. Li, who had been a childhood friend, straightforward and reliable. As his own plans expanded, he would indeed need a trustworthy younger brother like this. All right, contact me online tomorrow. Jiang Feng left a brief reply. At 7:30 p.m. Jiang Feng stepped into the No. 6 Manor in District 8. Jiang Shuyan had changed into a cream-colored home dress, shedding some of her coldness for a touch of warmth. Jiang Shuyan's parents welcomed him warmly. When her father shook Jiang Feng's hand, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The young man showed no energy fluctuations, yet his imposing mountain-like presence was something he had only seen in a few military marshals. The old couple tactfully excused themselves for a walk, leaving the two alone. On the second-floor terrace, Jiang Shuyan got straight to the point. Jiang Feng, your instant kill of 100,000 heretics on the East Sea defense line has already alarmed the highest military echelons. But this wave of demon attacks isn't so simple. She pulled up a top-secret projection. Jiang Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The Abyss cult's doing. The Flayer's cult is just a front. Jiang Shuyan's eyes turned cold. The Tianshu Secret Council dug deeper and found that several Western nations have secretly allied with Abyss lords, aiming to drain China's high-end combat power. If it weren't for your dimension-shattering strike, international media would be screaming about China's crumbling defenses tomorrow. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. Alliances of the West and schemes of the Abyss were nothing but jokes in the face of absolute numerical superiority. So what do you think I should do? Jiang Feng asked calmly, his tone steady, but not truly seeking advice. It was a deliberate test to gauge the breadth of this business queen's vision. Jiang Shuyan straightened up instantly, her gaze sharp and resolute. Your combat power is already the ceiling of this era. You must never join any faction or be bound by rules. Your daily resource output rivals the national treasury. You can use the Tianshu channels to forge a personal legion loyal only to you, becoming a power in your own right. She met his eyes, her tone unwavering. Logistics, sales channels, resource exchanges. They'll handle it all. You need a chief steward, and in the most qualified person in the entire server. Jiang Feng smiled. Direct and decisive. The benefits far outweighed the risks. He had no intention of relying on any faction, and even as he weighed his path, he firmly believed his own strength could clear all obstacles. As for Jiang Shiyun, Jiang Feng's view of her was clear: a long-term, reliable trading partner. The sheer volume of resources he commanded required a stable top-tier channel to monetize efficiently. All right, pleasure doing business. Jiang Feng raised his teacup. Pleasure doing business. A hint of barely suppressed joy flickered in Jiang Shiyun's eyes. On the outskirts of the fallen god wasteland, the scorching heat of the lava lake still baked the black sand. Li Yin stood ramrod straight, ash covering his shoulders. For 8 full hours he and his elite squad had waited here without blinking. His adjutant hurried over and whispered, "General, urgent dispatch from the capital." A mysterious big shot just moved into Tianshu Dragon Court. General Zhang Chonglin himself confirmed the man's unfathomable aura. "He suggests we pay our respects as soon as possible." Li Yin frowned and waved dismissively. "No matter how high-ranking that Dragon Court guy is, at best, he's a martial-level talent. The one we're dealing with now is a living ancestor who can level a 4th-turn wasteland with basic attacks. 2 different things. We'll visit Dragon Court in a couple of days. For now, keep everyone glued to this dragon." Li Yin hadn't yet connected the two. In his mind, someone who could ride an ancient primal dragon and unleash a 3 nuclear blast had to be a centuries-old hermit, not someone living in Tianshu Dragon Court. In the real world, at the No. 12 Manor in the 8th district of Tianshu Long Yuan. After dinner, Jiang Feng locked the bedroom door. He activated his wristband, and a blue stream of data flowed through his pupils, flashing with white light. Welcome back to the demon realm. At the same time, his physical body in the real world vanished without a trace. As soon as Jiang Feng landed, a violent electronic audio storm erupted in his mind. Ding! Slaying the LV-120 mutated Punisher. Triggering infinite-level Pangu massacre. A continuous stream of system notifications filled the air with a heavy metal echo. Jiang Feng looked up, exclaiming in amazement. The once uneven ruins of the fallen god had now been scraped flat. The dark red terrain covering 100 kilometers had completely transformed into a smooth, mirror-like, glazed basin. This efficiency of clearing the area would bring tears to any capitalist. In midair, a 100-meter-long ancient ancestral dragon snorted loudly. The golden flames it exhaled twisted the void to an extreme degree. Sensing Jiang Feng's presence, the dragon's massive body suddenly shrank. In an instant, it transformed into the size of a palm, directly diving into Jiang Feng's embrace. "Master, you finally came. I've missed you so much." Not far away, Li Yin, who had been on guard for 8 hours, stared at this scene in shock. Just a moment ago, it was the ancient ancestral dragon that exuded overwhelming pressure capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. In the next moment, it turned into a cute creature diving into its master's arms. This absurd contrast made Li Yan's offer Jiang Feng soar to new heights. Giggle. The dragon girl affectionately rubbed her neck against Jiang Feng. She raised both small hands, holding a crystal stone shimmering with 7 colors, looking up with a proud expression that seemed to say, "Praise me." Jiang Feng smiled and rubbed her dragon horn, casually opening the system backpack. Upon closer inspection, even his big heart skipped a beat. 4-turn core material divine essence crystals, 5,200 pieces. Ancient level divine relic treasure maps, 1,800 pieces. Gold 1. 3 billion. Just over 8 hours of automatic gameplay. With 2 million luck points boosting the effect, the dragon girl practically treated this 4-turn wasteland as her endless mining area. She turned the exceptionally low drop rates that others fought over into wholesale prices. Even more shocking was the accumulation of unallocated free attribute points on Jiang Feng's panel. A whopping 300 million points. As usual, he allocated 50 million points each to Constitution, Wisdom, Agility, and Strength. The remaining 100 million points were all invested into luck. Additionally, with the boost to level 70 and the system's supplementary 10-level class feature attribute point reward totaling 750 points, he also allocated them all to luck. He opened the character panel. ID Qing Feng, Hidden Profession, Ancient Star Tyrant, level LV70, title, Hell Conqueror, all attributes 5. Health 503879910, defense 100 million, magic 50505940, 50505940, magic damage 1. 5 billion. Physical damage 1. 5 billion, attack speed 503594 times second. Attributes Constitution 50387291, Wisdom 50505924, Strength 52365902, Agility 50359458, Luck 10815115. Such a powerful attribute panel made Jiang Feng feel immensely satisfied. If this trend continues, he might even find godly gear in the street stones when he goes out. After allocating the points, he noticed several figures striding over the scorched earth 100 meters ahead. Leading the way, Li Yin was clad in military combat armor. He stopped at a safe distance, standing at attention and performing a very standard military salute. Mr. Jiang, Deputy Commander Li Yin of the East River Defense Line, has been waiting here for a long time. The entire military spirit team behind Li Yin stood at attention. Their movements were synchronized, their eyes revealing unabashed fervor and worship. You are too polite, General. Jiang Feng smiled, his demeanor easygoing. After waiting for 8 hours, is there something urgent? Seeing this legendary figure so approachable, Li Yin felt a lot of his tension ease. He lowered his posture and got straight to the point. The military harbors no ill intent. The highest command in the capital has unanimously agreed to invite you to serve as the highest honorary guest of Huaxia. Fearing that Jiang Feng would refuse, Li Yin spoke rapidly to add, you will have absolute freedom. No attendance required, not bound by any military discipline, only asking that should Huaxia encounter a crisis you might lend a hand. Additionally, the National Treasury is willing to open its doors wide, willing to absorb the high-level resources in your hands with conditions at your discretion. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Having already drained the liquidity of the 9 major chambers of commerce yesterday, the current supply was indeed outrageous, and the national machinery stepping in would perfectly fill the funding gap. Moreover, having an unconstrained honorary guest title would save him countless troubles. All right, we are all working for Huaxia. I accept this honorary position. Jiang Feng nodded decisively. He directly opened his backpack. Material trading is also not an issue. However, I have quite a bit of stock on hand. How much can you manage to take? Li Yin rubbed his hands, both excited and somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't closed his eyes for 8 hours, having witnessed the terrifying monster-slaying efficiency of the dragon girl, and after a long moment, he finally said, with my current highest authority, I can only take a maximum of 1,000 4-turn divine essence crystals. That's fine. Jiang Feng didn't even blink, initiating the trade on the spot, directly sending 1,000 crystals over. Watching the heavy strategic resources in his backpack, Li Yin was so excited that his hands trembled. This was enough to directly forge 1,000 top-tier 4-turn powerhouses. Jiang Feng's pricing was straightforward, 1 crystal for a neat 10 million. Normally on the market, they were around 12 to 13 million, peaking at even 18 million. Thank you, sir. The military is always at your disposal, eagerly awaiting our continued cooperation. Li Yin saluted once more, leading his team back with full loads. After they left, Jiang Feng pulled up the communication panel, took a screenshot of the remaining 4,200 crystals and 1,800 treasure maps, and sent it directly to Jiang Shuyun. In the real world at Tianshu Longyuan, Jiang Shuyun, wearing a silk nightgown, was holding a goblet, calculating the upcoming Chamber of Commerce layout. Ding dong. A special alert notification chimed. She clicked on the screen. The moment her gaze fell on that string of numbers, she froze completely. Her fingers trembled violently, nearly crushing the goblet, worth several thousand in the process. The red wine splashed all over her, but she didn't care to wipe it off. For 1,200 crystals, 1,800 ancient treasure maps. Jiang Shuyun felt her scalp go numb. Did he just hack the system code of the demon realm? In the entire Huaxia war zone, there were less than 10,000 4-turn players. To compete for a single divine essence crystal top, guilds could engage in bloody battles with thousands in the wild. Now Jiang Feng placed these items in front of her like cabbages. She took a deep breath, forcibly calming her racing heart, and quickly dialed the voice call. Jiang Feng, you are simply amazing. Her voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. She was so astonished that she forgot to use the polite address of sir and directly called out his full name. It was just a casual swipe. Jiang Feng spoke in a flat tone, I just gave the military 1,000. Can your guild handle the rest? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Shuyun took several deep breaths and quickly calculated, no, we can't. I suggest you sell it through the headquarters of the Jingxing Real Secret Society, but it will take at least a few days to digest this batch. If you're willing to lower the price a bit, the turnover speed can increase significantly. As a top-tier guild leader, her mind worked quickly, and she immediately proposed a solution. If you need money urgently, I can use Tianshu's overseas secret channels to transfer this batch to the international market. Jiang Shuyun paused for a moment, her tone becoming more intimate. By the way, I have seen that the military has hired you as a national guest elder. We are all on the same side. I will definitely handle this matter for you, ensuring you don't have to worry about a thing. Jiang Feng glanced at the scorched earth beneath his feet and casually replied, the export is not a problem. But I have a rule. Go ahead. When selling to those foreigners, you must give me triple the price based on the current highest international premium. Not a single cent less, otherwise we want talk. Jiang Feng's tone was utterly indifferent. Jiang Shuyun stood there stunned. Triple the exorbitant price. This idea was simply brilliant. Those top guilds abroad were already in a frenzy fighting for their fort. This was clearly a strategy to forcibly drain the high-end combat strength of the major Western empires, forcing them to pay with their national fortune. Jiang Shuyun was so excited she nearly jumped up, laughing out loud. Got it. We need more goods to completely strip those Western empires bare. After finishing his instructions, Jiang Feng casually mentioned that this was just an appetizer, and that more goods would be shipped tomorrow in even greater quantities. Jiang Shuyan repeatedly assured him, her heart racing, as if it would leap out of her throat. After hanging up, Jiang Feng turned to look at the dragon girl, suspended in midair. I need to log off for a bit. You stay here and idle. I'll be back soon, and we will switch to a more profitable output. Upon hearing this, the dragon girl's golden eyes instantly filled with grievance. Her small hands were tightly intertwined, and her voice was muffled. Master, do you have another dragon outside? Jiang Feng nearly couldn't hold back his laughter as he stepped forward to rub her dragon horn. Don't overdramatize things. I need to handle some real-life matters. After briefly comforting her, Jiang Feng pulled up the system panel, transformed into a beam of white light, and exited the demon realm. In the real world, Tian Shu Dragon Garden. The living room was filled with the aroma of tea, and several top-quality empty teacups were placed on the rosewood table. Jiang's mother, Lu Tsulan, sat on the sofa, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, feeling awkward no matter how she sat. Seeing Jiang Feng push the door open, Lu Tsulan hurried over. Xiao Feng, you're finally out. Several important figures just visited, including a general named Li Yin, who just left. Your dad and I were afraid of saying something wrong and offending them. Jiang Feng helped his mother sit down and gently said, Mom, relax, just be yourself. They came to visit for our family's sake. Even if you did say something wrong, they wouldn't dare to get angry no matter how many lives they had. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsulan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Jiangguo pulled Jiang Feng to the balcony and asked in a low voice, Xiao Feng, what's going on? Why are people from the military looking for you? Jiang Feng leaned against the balcony railing and spoke candidly. I accepted a mission yesterday and casually eliminated 100,000 aberrant monsters. As a token of appreciation, the country awarded me the title of National Guest Elder. Jiang Jiangguo felt his brain buzz. National Guest Elder. These 4 words held a value that could be directly written in textbooks. They represented a status that stood at the pinnacle of the Huaxia hierarchy. He gaped, unable to utter a word for a long time. Jiang Feng pulled out 2 scrolls and a black card from his personal space and handed them to his father. Dad, these are 2 top-tier hidden profession scrolls, Nether Sniper and Life Pleader. This card holds permission for 1 trillion gold coins. You and Mom can use it to buy the best login device available. The rest can be kept as pocket money. We moved here so you could develop in the demon realm at ease. Looking at the glowing scrolls in his hand and hearing the astronomical figure of 1 trillion, Jiang Jiangguo's hands trembled as if he were sifting grain. He had never seen such a celestial scene after working hard for most of his life. His son had not only grown up, but had transformed into a celestial dragon, completely overturning his worldview built over decades. In the afternoon, Jiang Feng went out and strolled to the depths of the community, heading to the Tian Shu Secret Society headquarters. It was a massive diamond-shaped building suspended half a meter above the ground, enveloped in a light blue energy shield. 247. As the top extraordinary trading venue in the country, the entry requirements were extremely high, only recognizing core elites. Jiang Feng submitted the black card and smoothly entered the circular auction hall. Just as he found a spot to sit down, a young man dressed in a custom-made robe approached him. Brother, I'm Lin Zishuan, son of the Tianlin Guild president. You seem unfamiliar. Did you just move in? The man's attitude was quite polite. Jiang Feng simply nodded. Lin Zishuan was quite familiar, enthusiastically introducing him to the auction items and various unwritten rules of the venue. Just then the auctioneer on stage struck the wooden hammer. The first auction item, the genuine treasure heart shielding jade. Enhanced by high-dimensional laws, it can be brought into reality to withstand a lethal blow once. Starting bid 100 points. In this place, 100 million gold coins equaled 1 point. Adding the trillion transferred to his father and the profit from selling 1,000 divine crystals to Li Yin, Jiang Feng casually glanced at his account balance. With previous accumulations and these recent incomes, the total had reached 102.5 trillion gold coins, which converted to 102.5 million points. Jiang Feng's expression was indifferent as he directly raised his bidding paddle 1,000 points. The entire venue fell into silence. Several representatives from large guilds who were about to raise their paddles froze in midair, awkwardly retreating. Good heavens, did he just raise the bid tenfold on the first hand? Where is there such a domineering and unreasonable way to play? Lin Zishuan was slightly taken aback. As a top guild's young master with substantial family wealth, he could still tell at a glance that this person's origins were anything but simple with such a casual bid. For the next half hour, this high-end auction became a one-man grocery shopping show for Jiang Feng. Indestructible Ember, 1,500 points. Spiritual Cleansing Liquid, 2,000 points. In total, there were 10 top-tier genuine treasures, and Jiang Feng didn't even blink, relying solely on his cash ability to seize 6 of them. The ancient dark golden shell of the 1,000-year mystic turtle. Attribute. Significantly enhances physical defense ordinary hot weapons struggle to penetrate. Automatically triggers the mystic turtle shield capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a level 100 powerhouse. Long-term where can strengthen bones, prolong life, and stabilize one's cultivation. Exhibits strong resistance against malevolent forces, curses, and mental disturbances. Description: an ancient relic of the mystic turtle, a treasured protective item formed through the passage of time, extremely rare. A burly man in black armor suddenly stood up in the front row, his voice deep, as he declared the Crazy Lion Guild bids 400 points. Zhang Feng's expression remained calm as he raised his bid card and said 1,000 points. The burly man's face stiffened and his mouth twitched. He had brought a limited number of points this time, and 1,000 points had already surpassed his psychological limit. Continuing to compete would only lead to embarrassment. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly sit back down, completely giving up on the auction. At that moment, a robust voice came from the VIP box on the second floor. "I am Zhang Chonglin, bidding 1,200. Zhang Feng's gaze shifted slightly as he glanced towards the box, his expression still calm, and then he raised his bid card again, 2,000 points. The air instantly froze for 2 seconds. The next moment, Zhang Changlin's hearty laughter echoed down from above. "Oh, it's Zhang Xiaoyu. Forget it, I won't compete for this item. It's yours." The wooden hammer fell heavily. Zhang Feng went up to pay and took the mystic turtle shell, heading straight to the second floor and pushing open the door to the box. Once inside, without saying a word, he placed the mystic turtle shell directly on the tea table in front of Zhang Chonglin. "Old Zhang, this item is of little use to me, so I'm giving it to you." Zhang Feng spoke casually. "In the future, my parents will be living at Longyuan, so I'd appreciate your extra care." Zhang Chonglin looked at the mystic turtle shell on the table, his heart surging with waves. This was a truly rare treasure worth a fortune. How could this young man just give it away without so much as a frown? "Good lad. Generous and straightforward." Zhang Chonglin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder heavily, laughing heartily. "This kindness, I will remember it in my heart. Your parents living at Longyuan with me around, they will surely be safe and sound." Zhang Feng knew very well that such treasures were considered rare and valuable in the eyes of others, but for him acquiring them was not a difficult task. He was now earning daily amounts comparable to an entire country's GDP in his past life. If he truly entrusted Jiang Shuyun to gather items, dozens wouldn't be a problem. It was better to go with the flow, making connections at Longyuan to pave a way for his parents' future stability. Moreover, this mystic turtle shell was only slightly more effective than the heart-protecting jade, not truly a top-tier treasure. If he truly wanted to enhance his parents' combat power, he ultimately needed to strengthen their inherent attributes, which was the right path. Such external items were at most just embellishments. Returning to the first floor, the auction had already reached the final free consignment stage. Zhang Feng strode to the consignment platform, directly throwing up 4,204 turn divine essence crystals and 1,500 ancient treasure maps. He kept only 300 treasure maps for himself, planning to dig through them slowly to see what he could uncover. When the large screen lit up with this outrageous list of items, the entire auction hall fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. Immediately after, countless wealthy individuals collectively gasped in shock, the sound echoing wildly in the hall. Bang! Lin Zixuan suddenly stood up, knocking his chair over in the process. Over 4,000 four-turn crystals. 1,500 ancient treasure maps. This isn't an auction, it's like selling treasures by the pound. Several business tycoons in the front row had red eyes, breathing heavily like a broken bellows. Just as everyone was in shock, a window in the second floor box was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Chonglin leaned out halfway, his voice booming, "Everyone. The batch of goods Zhang Xiaoyu has brought forth is absolutely guaranteed for quality. I, Zhang Chonglin, am willing to vouch for him with military credibility." The crowd below erupted in murmurs. Everyone understood the weight of military credibility, and Zhang Changlin's action undoubtedly tied his reputation to Zhang Feng. No one knew that Zhang Chonglin was clear as day in his heart. Zhang Feng casually giving away an ancient dark golden mystic turtle shell, and being so generous, was not the behavior of an ordinary noble scion. There must be astounding backing behind him. Moreover, Zhang Feng had entrusted his family to him, which was open sincerity in itself. By publicly vouching for him, he was not only repaying a favor, but also announcing to the world that he had formed a friendship with this promising young man, thereby solidifying his position in Longyuan and with the military. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed Zhang Feng's power and financial capabilities. Associating with such a person could only bring benefits and no drawbacks. With this military bigwig's endorsement, the hall erupted into chaos. The deathly silence of the hall lasted only 3 seconds. In the front row, an elderly man with silver hair suddenly moved, springing out of his chair with remarkable agility, even faster than the professional bodyguards accompanying him. His eyes were red, his voice tinged with urgency and solemnity as he shouted, Mr. Jiang, I Su Jingshuan will personally guarantee this batch of goods, offering a premium of 1.5 times the highest market price. The entire audience collectively gasped, their scalps tingling, and the buzz of conversation exploded. Most people in the audience found the name Su Jingxian unfamiliar, but the few tycoons in the core circle suddenly changed their expressions. This old man was a legendary powerhouse from a hidden lineage rarely seen in public. Everyone understood in an instant that the Su family had genuinely recognized the value of this batch of treasures, intending to use them to expand their own foundation and cultivate elite members of their clan, hence they were willing to spend heavily to acquire them. Jiang Feng's wristband vibrated, and he glanced at the screen, seeing a message from Jiang Shiyun. This is the big client I helped you contact. Their background is very deep. Jiang Feng immediately understood. It turned out Jiang Shiyun had already found the right person for him in advance. This woman was indeed a big player in finance. She had successfully handled everything quietly, saving him a lot of effort. All right, deal. Jiang Feng nodded decisively. Without any bargaining, minutes later the transaction was finalized. The system's settlement panel flashed wildly in Jiang Feng's retina. Deducted 4,200 Fortune Divine Essence Crystals, 1,500 Ancient Divine Heritage Treasure Maps. Deposited 14.34 million points, equivalent to 14.34 trillion gold coins. Current account balance 15.36 trillion gold coins. Lin Zixuan stood dumbstruck beside him, completely bewildered. He swallowed hard. Initially he thought this person beside him was just a well-off young master. He never imagined it was anything, but this was clearly a formidable character capable of shaking the whole situation. Selling thousands of core crystals as if they were cabbages was simply terrifying. Brother Jiang, no. Lin Zixuan lowered his posture significantly, handing over his gold card business card. In the future in the imperial capital, if you need any errands or chores, just let me know. The Tianlin Trading Association will always be at your service. Jiang Feng merely cast a faint glance, and no one knew that a storm sweeping through the imperial capital had quietly begun. No need for formalities. Jiang Feng casually accepted the business card. He happened to need to establish an intelligence network in reality, and Lin Zixuan, a clean background scion who understood boundaries, might prove useful in the future. Leaving the Tianshu secret meeting, Jiang Feng leisurely returned to Manor No. 12. As soon as he entered, he saw his parents in the living room, watching the holographic television worth over 100 million. Jiang Feng walked to the coffee table and laid out several treasures he had just obtained. Dad, Mom, take these 3. He picked up the fiery red eternal flame seed and the spiritual energy cleansing liquid. These 2 can cleanse the muscles and bones, solidifying your foundation. When used with the hidden profession scrolls I gave you, the awakening will be even more effective. He then handed the heart protection jade to his mother Lu Tzulan. This jade can be brought into reality and will save your life once in a critical situation, so keep it close. In his past life, Jiang Feng was an orphan and had never felt the warmth of family. In this life, his parents worked hard to support his education. Living frugally, he always kept their kindness in his heart. Now that he possessed sufficient strength, he naturally wanted to ensure that his family could remain safe in any perilous situation. Zhang Jiangguo looked at the treasures radiating spiritual energy on the table. His lips trembled a couple of times, unable to speak, only giving a firm pat on his son's shoulder. After settling his parents, Jiang Feng was just about to head upstairs when his wristband vibrated. It was a call from his childhood friend Li Hu. Brother Feng, I checked the internal forum of the Dragon Garden. The equipment prices are outrageous. With my current savings, I probably can't even defeat small monsters. Li Hu casually complained, not expecting anyone to help him. Jiang Feng said little, simply raising his hand to initiate a transfer. Ding. You have transferred 500 gold coins, 5 billion, to the account Li Hu. The other end of the line fell silent instantly. The next second, Li Hu's astonished exclamation erupted. What the heck? Brother Feng, how much is this? 50 small targets. He was completely stunned, remembering Jiang Feng as the ordinary student he once knew. Now his financial prowess made him question reality. Go to the Tianshu Commerce Association and get the best pink gear set. Stock up on high-level potions to raise your level. Jiang Feng spoke in a calm tone. As my childhood friend, you shouldn't be left in the dust. Li Hu's voice trembled with excitement. In an instant it felt as if his fate had been rewritten. Brother Feng, I understand. Rest assured I won't let you down. After hanging up, Jiang Feng walked into his bedroom and lay on the bed. He pressed a button on his wristband, initiating the login. A stream of azure light instantly enveloped him. In a flash of white light, Jiang Feng re-entered the demon domain world. The blood clouds above the fallen god wasteland still rolled ominously, and the air was thick with an acrid burnt smell. The dragon girl, who was idling in midair, noticed his arrival and let out a clear dragon roar. She instantly shrank her massive form into a golden light and pounced onto Jiang Feng's shoulder, rubbing her little head against his cheek, with a look of pitiful yearning for affection. Enough, don't act spoiled. Let's focus on business. Jiang Feng casually patted her dragon horn. He opened his backpack where 300 ancient-level divine relic treasure maps lay quietly. Having harvested enough from the wasteland, it was time to test the value of this batch of maps. He locked his gaze on the coordinates level 150 Death Zone God's Grave. Let's go. Jiang Feng didn't even summon his mount, directly activating void walking. With a 5-fold speed boost, he vanished into the folds of space, covering 10 miles in a single step. The dragon girl watched in amazement. Her master had become stronger again. She also wanted to continue evolving, hoping Jiang Feng would lend her a hand, but felt too shy to say it directly. Jiang Feng saw through her thoughts at a glance, and said lightly, "I will help you continue to improve later." The dragon girl felt a surge of emotion in her heart. The ground was riddled with massive intersecting chasms, each of which spewed forth annihilation winds capable of easily tearing. The ground was riddled with massive intersecting chasms, each of which spewed forth annihilation winds capable of easily tearing apart a fourth transformation powerhouse. There was absolutely no space for ordinary monsters to survive here. Wandering about were only the void souls tainted by divine curses. This place was an absolute death zone in the Huaxiao battle zone where no one dared to tread. Jiang Feng stood at the edge of a protruding cliff, ignoring the piercing howl of the winds beside him. With a thought, the first divine relic treasure map shattered in his palm. Locating coordinates. Location successful. Your current luck value is 1018151115 points. Triggering ultimate miracle critical hit. Excavation successful. Accompanied by the crisp system prompt, the void before him was forcibly torn apart. A dazzling rainbow pillar shot into the sky, splitting the black deep sea above wide open. A multifaceted crystal stone pulsating like a heart slowly emerged. Obtained item: Ancient Divine Path Source Rainbow Treasure. Effect upon fusion permanently increases 5-dimensional base attributes by 100 points. Gains the absolute characteristic invulnerable to all laws, ignoring all level-based control and instant death judgments below oneself. Restriction usable only by third transformation and above professions. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. This was an incredible windfall. Just casually digging up a map could add 1,000,000 to all attributes. And it came with absolute immunity to control. The strength was simply absurdly overwhelming. Though it required being above level 70 and completing the third job change to use, he had already reached level 70, and the third transformation was just within reach. If he could conveniently dig out the third transformation token for his own profession this time, it would be utterly perfect. Jiang Feng's actions didn't pause as he decisively tore apart the second and third treasure maps. The rainbow light exploded one after another, and the crisp system prompt rang in his ears. This experience of zero-cost purchasing was extraordinarily exhilarating. Ding! Excavation successful. Obtained item: Chaos Pearl, Tricolor Quality Rainbow Treasure. Jiang Feng cast a glance at its attributes. This item wouldn't be very useful if hatched, but for high-level pets, it was absolutely an experience booster that crossed tiers. In the demon domain, pet settings were extremely flexible. Surplus high-level pet eggs and source items could be used to forcibly nourish the main battle pet. Open your mouth, I'll give you a great supplement. Jiang Feng casually tossed the Chaos Pearl, which radiated a chaotic aura. The dragon girl, spiraling in midair, swallowed it whole. A brilliant golden pillar instantly pierced through the black deep sea, and the dragon girl let out a resounding dragon roar that shattered the void. Her already terrifying aura underwent an immeasurable transformation. Relying on her previous rampant monster slaying, she had already reached level 70. Now devouring the tricolor treasure, she completed her second ultimate transformation, directly breaking through the system's limits. Her form rapidly switched between a 100-meter true self and a petite shape, finally settling steadily on Jiang Feng's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to pull up her attribute panel, and his eyelids jumped violently. Name: Dragon Girl, level LV 70, attribute: Strength 800, Wisdom 0, Constitution 800, Agility 0, Luck 400, 40 million. The total of 5-dimensional attributes reaches 80 million. After the ultimate leap of her bloodline, the Dragon Maiden's skills underwent a complete transformation, gaining 2 powerful new abilities, resulting in a dramatic surge in her combat power. Jiang Feng examined the panel seriously. Trait: Ancient Ancestral Dragon Source. Having devoured the Ancestral Dragon's reverse scale and the Eye of Chaos, the leap was completed, granting permanent immunity to dragon suppression, mental control, and all negative states, with skill damage increased by 100. Skill 1: Ancestral Dragons command myriad dragons following transformation, transforming into the Ancient Ancestral Dragon. Flight speed 5,000, ignoring all restrictions on flight and bans. The Myriad Dragon's domain unfolds, slowing enemies by 80 and reducing their attack by 40, causing them to lose health and mana per second, while allies receive a 50 boost to all attributes. Skill 2, Ancestral Dragon's Flame All Annihilation Transformation, a large-scale, Nodiad Angle, Doi, causing 50 times magic fire damage accompanied by undispellable true burning. Directly destroys, shields, restores health, revives, and grants invincibility, sealing 80 of recovery ability for 120 seconds. Skill 3, Ancestral Dragon's Blessing All Laws Returning to Origin Transformation, passive damage reduction of 95, immunity to control attacks, ignored defense damage reduction, and revival, causing enemies to become rigid upon hit. Active grants the master 8 seconds of absolute protection, immunity to death, and control fully reflects damage, while adding true damage with a cooldown of 360 seconds. Skill 4, Ancient Dragons Might Millennia Growth, new passive, every level up grants 10 million to all attributes and 20 to all elemental resistances, resilience, slow resistance, and damage reduction, each increased by 3. Skill 5, Lord of Myriad Dragons Dragon Domain Supremacy, new ultimate, transforming into the Lord of Myriad Dragons, all attributes surge by 50 times, skill effects double, can devour enemy dragon powers for health recovery, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 4 hours. Truly a pet of ancient grade, this growth rate would leave any hidden class player speechless. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. With these outrageous skills and such a terrifying panel, the Dragon Maiden's combat power has transcended dimensions. Even the most fortunate would likely faint on the spot. After confirming the pet status, Zhang Feng simply turned off the anonymous option on the panel. He revealed his ID publicly. He needed fame now. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the greater the fame, the louder his name would ring. When the time comes to convert his mountain of surplus resources into cash, merchants from all over the world would rush to deliver money to him. With the addition of 100 million points of outrageous luck, the already high-yield ancient treasure maps have completely turned into Zhang Feng's exclusive blind box wholesale market. The worst guaranteed drop is a god-level red gear, while the colorful items seem to drop like candy. Zhang Feng remained expressionless, continuing to shred the blueprints. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qing Feng for successfully excavating the crown of the Abyssal Overlord, one colorful treasure in an unknown forbidden zone. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qing Feng for successfully excavating the Tome of Time's Annihilation, one colorful treasure in an unknown forbidden zone. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qing Feng for successfully excavating the Myriad Realms Star Disk, one colorful treasure in an unknown forbidden zone. The glaring crimson messages scrolled continuously in the world channel. Dozens, hundreds of times. All players in the server halted their actions, staring blankly at the chat channel. Does anyone understand? Someone pinch me. Who is Qing Feng? Are colorful treasures now unsold goods at a street market? That is a colorful treasure. An ultimate treasure that only exists in legends, 10 times, 100 times stronger than red gear artifacts. With such a drop rate, he must have sacrificed the lifespan of the entire server to modify the underlying data. Quickly report him. In Huaxiao, servers have been running for decades, and not a single colorful treasure has ever appeared. How does he manage to dig up so many in the blink of an eye? Yesterday I smashed 3 trillion on treasure maps, losing everything. This big shot can casually dig up the worst treasure, which is the only one colorful treasure in the entire district. Is there still any justice left in this? The world channel instantly exploded. Such a scene was unheard of even for veteran players of top guilds. It was simply absurd to the point of defying logic. In a high-level leveling area in Dongjiang City, the elite team of the Mad Lion Guild ceased all combat. The president, watching the barrage of announcements in the channel, dropped his giant sword onto the ground, his mind blank, completely doubting life. At the headquarters of the Tianshu Secret Society, Jiang Shiyun, who was calculating accounts, felt her heart skip a beat upon seeing the district-wide broadcast. She had thought that Zhang Feng selling over 4,000 fourth-turn crystals was already the limit. Now it seems that this man is single-handedly challenging the resource laws of the entire world. Jiang Shiyun suddenly realized the terrifying entity she had come to know. This is no ordinary big shot. He is clearly a walking super treasure manufacturing factory. Zhang Feng toyed with several treasures in his hands, resting his chin on one hand, lost in thought. Crown of the Abyssal Overlord, position, headgear quality, 1 colorful grade, colorful treasure server, unique, wearing requirements, level LV70 class, Overlord warrior tank, all basic attributes, 0, already met basic attributes, all attributes, 480 defense, 480 treasure, trait 1, abyssal pressure. Weakens all enemy attributes by 30, reduces skill damage by 50, treasure trait 2, Overlord's authority. doubles the power of all summons and servants' immunity to control treasure trait 3. Indestructible treasure, cannot drop, cannot be destroyed, ignores laws of deprivation. Zhang Feng opened his inventory, his gaze landing on the newly forged World Star disc. The chances of obtaining accessory equipment were exceedingly low, far below that of weapons and armor. To unearth such a level of colorful treasure relied entirely on his monstrous luck value, exceeding 100 million. Zhang Feng casually equipped the star disc. The crisp sound of the system notification rang out, and his overall attributes surged once more. This was the 13th piece of equipment he possessed. With a thought, he activated the star disc's special ability, World Traversal. Whoosh! Zhang Feng's figure disappeared from its original spot, without even a tenth of a second delay, instantly reappearing on a black peak 10 miles away. The distance was fully under his control with no casting time or wind-up, maximizing his mobility. This accessory is quite convenient. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He continued to check the other drops in his backpack. In the corner lay a newly obtained 70-level rainbow treasure staff, its attributes indeed superior to the 50-level staff of cosmic ruin he currently wielded. Yet Zhang Feng ultimately chose not to change his equipment. He no longer lacked the minuscule increase in damage indicated on his panel. What he truly needed was the broad area clearing and extremely efficient monster farming. Moreover, the Staff of Cosmic Ruin came with its own Tyrant's Law, allowing each normal attack to transform into a forbidden spell, making its practical value far exceed that of ordinary high-level treasures. Immediately after, a series of crisp notification sounds rang out. Ding! You have obtained Leggings of the Star Shatterer Epic. Ding! You have obtained Void Law Spirit Crystal X1 enhancement material for treasures. Zhang Feng's expression remained calm. The godly epic gear that top guilds outside were frantically competing for was merely an ordinary item in his eyes. The Law Spirit Crystal still held some value to be saved for later synthesis into a level 100 treasure. Zhang Feng did not stop, continuing to tear apart the ancient treasure maps in his hand. In one go he unearthed more than 20 maps, raking in several rainbow treasures, with the rest being a pile of premium materials, yet he had not seen any treasures of the second rainbow grade or above. Zhang Feng grew too lazy to scrutinize further, intending to finish digging them all before tallying up. However, when he tore apart the 200th treasure map, the black rock cliff beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. The treasure map in his hand did not trigger the colorful light column like before, but transformed into a beam of pure black light, shooting straight down into the bottomless abyss below. Warning: your luck value has exceeded the current space's bearing limit. Excavation has triggered the seal at the bottom of the god-burying abyss. Hint: you have unearthed an unknown ancient god tomb. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned upside down. The pitch-black chasm below was violently torn apart by a towering hand covered in corpse spots. A terrifying aura surpassing level 150 dimensions, accompanied by ancient whispers, surged forth from the depths of the abyss. A broken massive bronze coffin floated upward, its lid dripping with dark golden divine blood, exuding destructive laws. The system scan completed instantly, and an extremely dangerous crimson panel popped up in front of him. Name: Ancient Fallen Deity. Song Yuan. Weakened level LV 150 Divine. Level BOSS. Health 101. 2 billion Defense 0. 200 million Skill 1. Divine Punishment Domain. Ignores resistance. Forces a 10 reduction of enemies' max health per second. Skill 2. Annihilation Starfall. Massive AoE. Draws void stars to crash down, causing immense true damage. Skill 3. Wrath of Heaven. Ultimate move. Detonates divine fragments, forcibly kills all beings below level 300 in sight. The pressure from a level 150 divine boss cascaded down, instantly pulverizing surrounding boulders into dust. An ancient and authoritative voice reverberated throughout the Forbidden Land. Sleeping for 30,000 years. Song Yuan's voice carried an extreme disdain. Insect who has disturbed my rest. Zhang Feng stood at the cliff's edge, looking down at the bronze coffin, exuding terrifying pressure. His feet had not moved even half an inch. A surge of extreme excitement welled up in his eyes at the sight of an unprecedented fat sheep. Gripping the staff that glowed with 7 colors, Zhang Feng laughed outright. Deity. As long as you reveal your health bar, you'll be nothing more than a pure ATM. Zhang Feng raised the staff, his tone utterly self-evident. Don't sleep, get up and drop gold coins. Without any complicated chants or activating any status skills. Zhang Feng struck with the most unadorned and straightforward normal attack. This blow carried Zhang Feng's own attributes, exceeding 100 million, triggering the passive All Laws Return to one's total force and intelligence multiplier for true damage, while also stacking the 100% defense-ignoring characteristic of the Rainbow Treasure artifact. With an astonishing attack speed of 500,000 times per second, this strike exceeded the visual capture limit of the Demon Domain system, leaving not even a trace in the void. Boom! Bang! Rumble! A dull explosion of utmost intensity erupted. That bronze coffin representing the highest dimension of the current server along with the ancient god Song Yuan still trying to show off inside, was instantly obliterated the moment it came into contact with the staff's attack judgment. 246892384. True damage. Affected by the tyrant's divine domain, all attributes forcibly reduced by 50, cannot be exempted. 98756952296. True damage. Affected by the Ring of Annihilation triggered a critical hit. 246892384. 246892384. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions of crimson damage values soared into the sky like a tsunami. Not even a scream had the chance to escape. That ancient deity said to be immortal through the ages was instantly obliterated into a sky full of light spots. What divine punishment domain? What ultimate move? In the face of absolute violent numerical suppression and true damage, the underlying codes of the system were rendered nullified. Among the myriad paths of the world, I alone revel in slaying gods and extinguishing immortals. Ding! You have successfully killed the ancient fallen deity, Song Yuan, LV150. Triggered the unique infinite talent Pangu Larceny. Congratulations, you forcibly plundered 2 million free attribute points. Hint: your level has reached the current class transfer limit. Experience points are temporarily stored. As the storm subsided, all things returned to lifeless silence. Even the boss's ultimate skill, Wrath of Heaven, capable of detonating divine fragments and forcibly killing all beings below level 300 on the field, had never been triggered from start to finish. It was evident that Jiang Feng's power had long since transcended the rules. No matter how terrifying the move, it had no capacity to initiate before him. Or rather, he could no longer be considered an ordinary being. The essence of his profession allowed him to break through the boundaries of life levels, becoming a nearly divine, ancient pseudo-deity. The residual power of the staff still lingered in the air. The space within 100 miles trembled violently as large swathes of the heavens and earth shattered into nothingness. Even the perilous time turbulence was forcefully repelled by this overwhelming might. According to the system's rules, any being caught in a time turbulence would be eternally exiled, never to find relief. Yet Jiang Feng stood firm, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. His terrifyingly abnormal attributes exempted him from any pull of the time turbulence. 3 seconds later, the void began to heal itself. The ground was littered with exquisite spoils radiating a dazzling light that could blind the eyes. Jiang Feng strolled forward and picked up the ancient heavy token that lay at the center. Item acquired: Ancient Star Tyrant's 3rd Transition Token. Not bad, it really dropped directly. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows, slightly feeling rather surprised. He had thought that this pivotal item for the transition would require thousands of attempts to uncover, yet unexpectedly, it led to a boss encounter, which dropped it upon defeat. He placed it into his backpack. Jiang Feng then picked up the spirit stone nearby, swirling with mysterious. Item acquired: Ancient Refining Warrior's Essence, level 70. Effect can forcibly elevate the designated weapon's level of the wearer to level 70, significantly enhancing its base attributes while retaining original characteristics. This one isn't bad either. Jiang Feng immediately crushed the essence. A brilliant divine light surged into the staff in his hand, enveloping it in a dazzling halo. The wearing level of the Staff of Cosmic Destruction instantly jumped to level 70. He opened the weapon panel. Staff of Cosmic Destruction, quality 1, colorful artifact, rainbow artifact, unique in the entire server, wearing requirement level 70, already met base attributes, all attributes, 45000 points. Magical attack power 500, physical attack power 4500, artifact, trait 10, dimensional crushing. All your attacks completely ignore the target's realm defenses, forcibly converting 100 of the displayed damage into real damage. Artifact trait 2, Tyrant's Law. Default attack range of normal attacks expanded to a radius of 100 meters, each basic attack considered as casting a forbidden spell. Artifact trait 3, Eternal Artifact. This equipment cannot be dropped, cannot be destroyed, and ignores any laws of deprivation. Both magical and physical attack powers surged by nearly 50 million. This is the terrifying aspect of equipment automatically evolving with level. Not only that, Jiang Feng's own attributes also saw a slight increase. Though not exaggerated, the reasoning was simple: if a character can undergo a transition, so can a weapon. According to the rules of the Demon Realm system, equipment above level 100 will automatically evolve with. It can be said that even a top-tier player at level 99 would be easily crushed by a level 100 player wearing ordinary equipment. Once Jiang Feng raises this staff to level 100, it will undergo a true qualitative change. He glanced at the subsequent content of the 3rd transition quest. System prompt: 3rd transition, trial ultimate goal. Map: high dimensional level 200 area, land of the fallen divine, beings coordinates x927. 3 y1466. 8 uz712. 2. Task description: kill the ancient fallen deity Tsunyuan, complete form, seize its core divine fragment, and submit it to the third transition altar to complete the regular third transition and unlock the corresponding high-tier professional system. Special hint: this trial has a small probability of triggering the Divine Legacy hidden assessment. The so-called Divine Legacy refers to the origin legacy left behind by the fallen deity. A once triggered one can skip the usual third transition and directly awaken a super hidden profession that far exceeds the norm, at which point attributes and skill systems will be comprehensively reconstructed. So it was like this. The figure he had just defeated was merely a weak avatar of the opponent. The transition matter was now on the agenda. Jiang Feng felt a surge of anticipation within. He was curious to see just how much his potential limit could elevate after completing this third transition. Jiang Feng stored the token fragment and activated the Myriad Realm Star Plate once more. His figure flickered rapidly between various coordinates in the God Burial Abyss, transforming into a merciless treasure hunting machine. With the advantage of instantaneous movement with no cooldown, he swiftly excavated the remaining 100 ancient treasure maps like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Half an hour later, the haul ended. Jiang Feng opened his backpack to count the spoils: a total of 106 pieces of 1 colorful grade weapons and accessories, 2 pieces of 2 colorful grade top-tier artifacts, as well as 50 pieces of red gear, plus a large pile of divine materials for weapon upgrades and accessory crafting. He had no intention of parting with any of these red gear or artifacts. He planned to keep them all and bring them back home for his parents and little fatty Li Hu. However, there was a small problem. The initial warehouse's 100 slots had long been filled to capacity. The system indicated that each expansion of a slot would cost 200 gold coins. Jiang Feng glanced at his account balance, which was filled with an uncountable number of zeros, and spoke in an extremely flat tone. Directly expand to 100 million slots. Ding. Deducting 200 gold coins, 2 billion. Your warehouse has been successfully expanded to 100 slots. 2 billion gold coins spent without even a blink of an eye. It's all about extravagance without humanity. Jiang Feng effortlessly deposited the high-tier artifacts and various materials into his seemingly endless private warehouse. After completing all this, he clapped his hands and looked towards the end of the infinite abyss. Level 200 map, let's go. Just as he was preparing to head towards the land of the fallen divine beings, the communication channel suddenly flashed with light and message notifications popped up continuously. Jiang Feng casually opened the message panel. Li Yan's message appeared first. Mr. Jiang, the senior officials have discussed it. The title of National Guest Elder no longer matches your current strength and achievements. We plan to promote you further and grant you the highest authority to access confidential information and coordinate among various battle zones. The merits you have established this time are too great. Huaxia will not shortchange its own people. In Li Yan's eyes, Jiang Feng's growth could no longer be described as rapid. The speed of his rise could only be termed as terrifying. Jiang Feng was also well aware that the commotion he had caused this time was indeed too great. The game had been live for nearly 40 years, and not a single piece of colorful equipment had ever appeared, yet on this day, over 100 pieces had emerged through his hands. It was only reasonable for the higher-ups of Huaxia to take such notice of him. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm as he sent a voice message. No need for the authority. I am a Huaxia person, and I will naturally act when the time comes. There's no need to trouble yourselves with the rest. Inside the military camp, Li Yan slapped the alloy table, his face filled with joy. This is exactly what he wanted to hear. The other party did not covet power nor stir up trouble, yet possessed unbeatable strength. He was simply a national treasure forged from pure gold. Immediately a message from Zhang Chonglin arrived. The old general lowered his posture, and with a tentative tone, sought to procure 2 replacement pieces of equipment from Jiang Feng. Without a word, Jiang Feng selected 10 idle supreme crimson pieces from his warehouse, added 3 Yitzai Jibao Yitzai treasures, and sent them all at once. Keep the money. Oh, I only wish to make a friend of General Zhang. If there is any shortcoming in the future, please be indulgent. On the other end, Zhang Chonglin opened the message. He stared at the row of divine-grade equipment that shimmered with flowing light and exuded an imposing pressure, and then at the top-tier prismatic armors that even veterans 20 years into the demonic realm had never seen. The old man drew a sharp breath. He stared at the row of divine-grade equipment that shimmered with flowing light and exuded an imposing pressure, and then at the top-tier prismatic armors that even veterans. He refused several times, but Jiang Feng's determination and sincerity were unmistakable. Zhang Chonglin also knew Jiang Feng did not need the money to press payment would only create awkward distance, so feeling obliged, he finally accepted with some embarrassment. The old general pounded his chest and vowed that the affairs of the Jiang family would be treated as if they were his own Jiang households. He had clearly incurred an enormous debt of gratitude. Soon after, Jiang Shuyun sent a brief message informing him that all channels for dumping goods abroad at triple premiums had been opened, and that henceforth any sale of equipment or treasures would be decided solely by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng replied with a single cool word, "Very well." Even so brief, the reply left Jiang Shuyun profoundly astonished. Those Yitzai Jibao rarer than divine artifacts were for Jiang Feng as commonplace as factory output. What terrifying drop rates, what prodigious luck, and what overwhelming symbol of dominance did this reveal? Finally, a voice message came from Li Hu. The stout man's voice trembled. He had guessed that the Qing Feng flooding the world channel was none other than Jiang Feng himself. "Brother Feng, those system announcements about hundreds of treasures. Did you really cause them?" Jiang Feng answered calmly and patiently. "Don't make a fuss, take the money and hurry to level up. Bring my parents along to level up as well. If your parents are free, they can join the team too. Treat it like a leisurely outing. No need to push yourselves." Li Hu was even more stunned. Where others fought top-tier monsters and bosses at the edge of life and death with meticulous tactics, Brother Feng spoke of it as lightly as a picnic. Such nonchalant dominance belonged only to Jiang Feng. Li Hu hurriedly agreed, promising to cover everything and logging off to make the arrangements. Without further words, Jiang Feng transferred another 4 trillion to Li Hu, urging him to spend freely and not scrimp. If it was not enough, he would provide more. Li Hu was moved. Having such a generous old friend was truly reliable. Then Jiang Feng sent 1.5 billion to each of his parents' accounts, 3 billion in total. To him, the sum was mere pocket change handed over casually. He reminded his parents again not to be stingy in the game. This was the trend of the future. Just follow the tide. His parents stared at the long string of digits and had long since lost any sense of scale. Where others toiled all day in the game for negligible returns, their son's account treated astronomical figures as child's play. Not even the so-called heaven pass was this extravagant. Having finished his instructions, Jiang Feng cut the communication, stepped forward, and his figure vanished from the spot. The surrounding space reassembled in an instant. Level 200 zone, the Song Yuan ruins. The firmament had utterly collapsed and countless shattered star fragments hung inverted in the void. Ahead, a towering phantasm clad in dark golden divine armor loomed at the center of the wreckage. A viscous, substantial feeling law of death coiled through the air. Ancient fallen deity, Song Yuan perfect form. Level LV 200 divine class great boss. HB 100 100 billion. Defense 115 11. 5 billion. Sensing the presence of a living being, the 10th Sanshang phantasm abruptly opened its eyes. It recognized at a glance the staff in Jiang Feng's hand, tainted with the aura of a doppelganger. When it felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Jiang Feng, attribute bonuses numbering in the hundreds of millions, the ancient god's pride collapsed instantly. Its colossal form contracted swiftly into human scale. Song Yuan knelt on one knee in the void, voice trembling. Heir of the primeval. You have won. I am willing to offer my divine soul and become your contracted thrall. I have lived 30,000 years and know the rules of this world. Jiang Feng looked down at him with cold contempt. I do not keep idlers. Your combat power is insufficient. The dragon maiden circled Jiang Feng's shoulder and released a disdainful dragon cry. By lineage and potential, this fated wild god was not even worthy to be her morsel. Song Yuan snapped his head up, desperate. I know a higher tier transfer method. I also know the ultimate secret of the god demon war 30,000 years ago. If you spare me, I can make your power multiply by dozens of times after your 3rd ascension. Jiang Feng arched an eyebrow, mildly intrigued. The instant his aura flickered, ferocity flared in the depths of Song Yuan's sunken eyes. Die, insect. Boom. The divine fragment in Song Yuan's chest detonated, erupting into a nihilistic black beam that pierced through ages and shot straight at Jiang Feng's face. It was the ultimate trump he had used to survive the god-demon war, an effect that ignored distance and defense, an absolute instant kill. The dragon maiden roared, manifesting her 100-meter true form to intercept. Yet the black beam was so swift it sent her hurtling tens of miles, smashing through 3 mountains. The black beam struck Jiang Feng's chest unobstructed. Destructive energy poured forth, collapsing the 10th centimeter space around them. Song Yuan laughed wildly, his face contorted. Such a blow would have slain even 10,000-year deities. A mere human not yet through the 3rd ascension should have died without question. And yet the light faded. Jiang Feng stood with one hand in his pocket, not a fold out of place. Above his head, a garish red number drifted lazily, 154. Song Yuan's laughter halted abruptly. His eyes bulged as if witnessing the cosmos restart. This had been his all-consuming, self-destructive trump card. It was by that ruthless move that he had survived the cataclysm 30,000 years ago. And now, This finishing strike could not even breach the defenses of this human who had not reached the third ascension. Before his words finished, he tapped out with the Huanyu Benghui Zhizhong staff of universal ruin. A factual ripple of annihilation unfurled. Dense swathes of red, true damage. Before his words finished, he tapped out with the Huanyu Benghui Zhizhong staff of universal ruin. A factual ripple of annihilation unfurled. Dense swathes of red, true damage numbers erupted violently. In utter terror and disbelief, Song Yuan's body was annihilated inch by inch, reduced to flying ash. Ding. Kill registered ancient fallen deity. Song Yuan perfect form. Looted free attribute points 20 million. A blinding orb of light burst forth from the spot. Jiang Feng stepped forward and picked up a crystal engraved with spatial laws and divine runes. Divine vestige. Taigu Zhuzai divine essence, ultimate proof of third ascension. Quality Yitzai Zhizhen Yitzai supreme. Type third ascension, ultimate proof, core divine essence. Effect contains the remnant divine might of the primeval overlord. O shatters boundary shackles, grants immunity to all suppression and rule-based instant kills below god tier, causes geometric surges in all attributes, and unlocks exclusive overlord powers. Note the supreme origin left from the Wanshan epic, the sole credential for ultimate third ascension. Jiang Feng exerted his 5 fingers, directly crushing the divine stone. The raging essence of the divine path surged through his arm and flooded into his body. The bones throughout his body emitted a crunching sound as they were forcibly reorganized and his meridians were forcibly widened. This transformation, which forcibly elevated the dimension of life, lasted only half a breath. Immediately after, an indescribable sense of clarity enveloped his limbs and bones. With a thought, one could shatter the heavens. With a breath, one could stabilize the universe. At this moment, Jiang Feng was capable of freely manipulating the threads of laws between heaven and earth. Hidden judgment trigger successful. You have completed the third transition. The attributes and skills of your profession have been completely reconstructed. The level restrictions have been broken. Currently level 70 can break through the original level limit, opening up to level 120. The third transition's profession characteristics have activated for every level gained. All attributes permanently increase by 200 points. Jiang Feng summoned the new profession panel. Profession Primordial Ruler of Stars, World Class, Exclusive Divine Skill 1, Unification of the Universe, Transformation. Effect: attacks forcibly inflict true damage equal to the total sum of Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Agility. Melee basic attacks trigger 20 times true damage. Ranged attacks trigger 10 times true damage. Ignore all laws, invincible, and bloodlock mechanisms. Exclusive Divine Skill 2, Divine Body of Dominance, Indestructible. Through Ian's transformation effect, based on Constitution attributes, gain absolute damage immunity, currently 99. 9. Full damage will be reflected back upon being struck. Immune to all instant death judgments and soul control. Exclusive Divine Skill 3, Primordial Divine Descent Starburst. New effect: draw upon the primordial essence into the body. Once activated, all attributes are forcibly doubled by 20 times. Last for 6 hours. Cooldown time 4 hours. Looking at these 3 outrageous skills, Jiang Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Once the ultimate skill is activated, all attributes directly surge 20-fold. With this punch, he could easily pierce through an entire planet. He then opened his attribute panel and was astonished to find that all attributes had doubled. ID Qingfeng Profession Primordial Ruler of Stars, World Class, Level LV 70, Title Conqueror of the Abyss. All attributes 5. Health 1 billion, Mana 1 billion, Defense 200 million, Physical damage 300 million, Magic damage 300 million, Attack speed 1 million times, Second movement speed 1 million times that of a normal person, Constitution 100 million, Intelligence 100 million, Strength 100 million, Agility 100 million, Luck 200 million, Allocatable attribute points 25 million. Coins in bag 1. 5 trillion, including proceeds from selling 4204th transition divine crystals to Su Jingshuan, the head of the Su family, and 1500 ancient divine relic treasure maps. Such explosive attributes are simply terrifying. To be this powerful right after completing the third transition, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights in the future, unstoppable. Not to mention being a 1,000-level powerhouse, even against a 10,000-level being. Jiang Feng was confident he could fight. Closing the attribute panel, Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the spoils on the ground. Among a pile of red gear and materials, an ancient ring radiating with 4 strange glows quietly floated there. Jiang Feng's pupils suddenly brightened. Crown of the Celestial Masters, Divine Fall Quality 4-color Supreme Treasure, the only one in the entire server wearing requirements. Level LV 70, all attributes over 10 million. Base attributes, all attributes 200 points. Supreme Treasure Trait 1, Body of the Ruler. The wearer's all base attributes are further enhanced by 30. Supreme Treasure Trait 2, Inevitable Death Law. All your attacks have a fixed critical hit probability of 100. Supreme Treasure Trait 3, Divine Level Destruction. Critical hit damage permanently increases by 800. Supreme Treasure Trait 4, Immortal Treasure. Cannot be dropped, cannot be destroyed, ignores laws of deprivation. 4-color Supreme Treasure. Without hesitation, Jiangfeng put on the ring. Under the boost of all attributes 30, his already more than 1 billion 5-dimensional attributes experienced a second nuclear explosion-like frenzy of expansion. Now his combat power had crossed into an extremely exaggerated level. Meanwhile, the sky outside turned completely crimson. The highest specification announcement in the entire server. Congratulations to player Qingfeng for successfully killing the complete divine being and obtaining the first 4-color Supreme Treasure in the entire server. Crown of the Celestial Master's Divine Fall. The highest specification announcement in the entire server. The continuous 15 times of blood-red scrolling text had completely crashed the server's world channel system framework. After several seconds of dead silence, the server chat box exploded. 4-color Supreme Treasure. Am I blind? This game has been open for decades and hasn't even seen a 1-color, yet he just pulled out a 4-color. All attributes with percentage increase 100 critical hit plus 800 critical damage. Is this panel filled out by the planner with their feet? Does the official manage this? This cheat is too blatant. Quickly delete the account for safety, folks. This big shot can flatten Dongjiang City with just a fart. The complete divine being has been single killed, and our guild is still grouping to farm mutated wild boars. Is this the dimensional strike between man and God? Please, Senior Qingfeng, share your coordinates. I'm willing to be a dog, the kind that can guard the door. The players fell into extreme madness and despair. Such a complete dimensional value suppression frantically rubs their original gaming common sense into the ground. At the same time, in Kyoto, the highest military command center of Huaxia. In the core conference room, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could drip water. All present were top-tier experts above level 100, each wearing military stars, their auras repressed like an abyss. The man sitting in the main seat was named Xiao Zhenjiang, dressed in a straight Zhongshan suit, without any military rank. He was currently the number 1 on the Huaxia combat power ranking, globally recognized as the ultimate powerhouse. At this moment, the large screen was frozen on the crimson announcement from the World Channel. A military district commander swallowed hard, breaking the silence. Commander, this Qingfeng. No, Jiang Qiking's growth rate is simply outrageous. I'm concerned that the abyssal demon lord in the real world may notice him and will cross borders recklessly to eliminate this seedling. Xiao Zhenjiang picked up his teacup, gently blowing the floating tea leaves, taking a slow sip. He put down the teacup and his calm gaze scanned across everyone. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying a chilling sense of penetration. Your awareness must be awakened. The complete divine being, even I do not dare to say I can leave unscathed. Not only did he single kill it, but he also casually dropped a 4-color Supreme Treasure. This is far beyond the realm of genius. Xiao Zhenjiang stood up, his profound gaze fixed upon the blurry ID silhouette on the big screen. He raised his hand to adjust the collar of his Zhongshan suit, his tone exuding extreme certainty. If the abyssal lord dares to find him, it is those demons who should be running for their lives. On the other side of Blue Star, in the highest strategic center of the Lighthouse Nation, a massive holographic screen displayed a crimson announcement from the Demon Domain World Channel. The entry boasting that Qingfeng had solo killed a level 200 complete deity and obtained a treasure of 4 colors dominated the entire page. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling and suffocating. Supreme Commander Wilson's forehead throbbed with veins as he slammed his fist down on the alloy conference table, creating a horrifying deep dent. Have we identified the real identity of this Qingfeng? He scanned the room with a piercing gaze. The intelligence officer wiped cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he reported, the opponent possesses extremely high authority, and on the Chinese side, a physical-level top-secret lockdown has been enacted. Our people cannot infiltrate at all. Wilson gritted his teeth. The Lighthouse Nation had maintained its position as the world's hegemon for decades, relying on the quantity and resources of top awakened beings. Now, with China suddenly presenting such a monster with a significant combat power gap, it was tantamount to flipping the table. Immediately contact the Western European Allied Forces, the German Federation, Fusang, and Goryeo. Wilson issued his command with malevolent intensity. Initiate the highest level of resource embargo plan, block all cross-border dungeon trading channels, and raise the tariff barriers to the maximum. We must completely cut off China's supply of awakened beings from the bottom up. The vassal states, which usually looked up to the Lighthouse Nation, had already convened a remote video conference expressing their intent to follow suit. Even the self-proclaimed neutral federal empires chose to feign ignorance. A siege net targeting China was instantly drawn. Just then the conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and the economic commander rushed in flustered. "Commander, the sanction order hasn't been sent out yet, and Su Jingxuan, the head of the Su family, has already dumped a large batch of 4-turn divine crystals on the overseas black market. The quantity is well over several thousand." Wilson's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. "We'll take this entire batch. No matter the cost, we must secure them all." "But," the economic commander stammered, "his asking price is 10 times the international market rate." 10 times. Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Wilson nearly jumped up. "People from Britain and France have already rushed over with funds to make contact. Commander, we have over 60,000 awakened beings stuck at the 4-turn level in our country, all of whom desperately need these materials to break through. We can no longer delay." The economic commander swallowed hard, revealing a harsh reality. Without this batch of goods, they won't be able to break through for 2 years. And on China's side, with this foundation, they could produce a 4-turn army at any time. Wilson's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. "If we buy, the national treasury will bleed profusely, becoming a pure scapegoat. If we don't buy, it won't be long before our high-level combat power will be thoroughly outpaced by Britain and France, and our position as the world's hegemon will undoubtedly face severe challenges. Buy? Let's acquire it all at his price." Wilson squeezed out these few words through gritted teeth. The sanction order was stillborn. Just as he was preparing to suppress them firmly, he found himself having to humbly offer money, a feeling of being pressed down and bled dry that left all the senior commanders present feeling utterly defeated. At the same time, news spread back to China, and the entire internet fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Does anyone understand? The Su family executed this move beautifully. 10 times the premium, firmly pinning down the foreign devils. It's truly satisfying. I heard the Lighthouse Nation raise the price to 15 times just to snatch it from other countries. Haha, this group of people sanctions this and sanctions that, only to end up as the biggest victims. I just saw the news, and the head of the Su family, Su Jingxuan, personally stated that this batch of goods is not from the Su family's foundation, but merely scattered goods tossed out by the great Qin Feng. The Su family just acted as a buyer. What the hell? Who is this great Qin Feng? With one person's strength, he supports an entire country's 4-turn combat power. Oh my, you don't even know who the great Qin Feng is. He just killed the 4-color treasure and instantly defeated a level 200 complete deity. It's well known throughout the country, and you actually don't know. Don't search anymore. I just went into the game to try to buddy up, but he directly set up a server-wide message rejection. Hundreds of top guilds are queuing up with sky-high checks, and they can't even catch a whiff of the great man's exhaust. Of course, a person of his caliber is not going to bother with your trifling matters. General Zhang Chonglin personally stood up to endorse him. This is our only dimensional level big shot in China. The admiration of the domestic populace for Jiang Feng soared to near religious levels at this moment. Such a grand occasion had not been seen in decades, and the respect shown was no less than that for the founding emperors of China. Major media outlets flooded with reports about Qingfeng, and internet forums even opened a dedicated wind god zone. Meanwhile, in the world of the demon domain, at the site of the fallen god of grievance, Jiang Feng was completely unaware of this, and could never have imagined that he had already been elevated to the status of a deity in the real world. He had just finished organizing the mountain of treasures in his backpack, preparing to break through to level 120, when Zhang Shuyan's cross-channel communication popped up. "Zhang Feng, have you seen the trending topic in the real world? Su Jingshuan's 15 times premium sale on the international black market has left the high-level officials of the Lighthouse Nation with nothing left to their name." Zhang Shuyan's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. "This Su Lao even publicly stated that the goods were sourced from you. Your name is spread across the entire internet. You are now absolutely well known throughout the server. I really didn't know. I was just busy earlier." Zhang Feng's tone was calm. "Su Jingxian is far better at business than I am. I thought a 3 times premium was already the limit, but compared to him, I was the most conservative one," he casually replied. On the other end of the communication, Zhang Shuyan's laughter was crisp, her eyes filled with uncontainable joy. "Most of the funds from the domestic business associations are already in place. If you still have any stock, the domestic market can completely absorb it. As long as it makes money, that's fine. He'll just stock up a bit more. If the domestic market can't absorb it, he'll send it abroad to exchange for resources." To Jiang Feng, money was merely a string of numbers. What truly mattered was the absolute power of discourse brought by monopoly. Jiang Feng was well aware that as long as his production capacity was sufficient, promoting the great rejuvenation of China would be completely feasible. However, what was most urgent for him now was to kill more monsters and obtain more attributes to continuously improve himself. After all, to forge iron, one must first be strong oneself. Zhang Shuyan spoke rapidly, throwing out a significant proposal. "If you still have the energy, I suggest you directly work on the 5-turn starlight crystals." 5-turn? Yes. Currently, the top combat powers globally are stuck at the peak of the 4-turn level. Jiang Shuyan explained in detail. Many high-level players have clearly reached level 200, yet they are unable to complete the 5-turn quest at level 180 simply because they can't obtain the starlight crystals. The maps where the crystals drop are all restricted areas above level 180. Not only are the monsters' attributes abnormal, but the drop rates are also shockingly low. Even if dozens of level 200 players form a team and fight relentlessly, they might not encounter one in the level 300 Demon Lord with a staggering drop rate will be updated promptly at 700. She paused for a moment and declared, the starting price for a 5-turn crystal is 50 trillion gold coins. The black market merchants are even more ruthless, daring to demand 200 trillion for one. A 5-turn powerhouse can dictate the fortune of a nation. Whoever possesses the crystal holds the power. She added, if you don't earn this money, someone else will. Set a sky-high price and don't let the black market traders profit. 200 trillion for each. Jiang Feng quickly calculated in his mind. 10 times that is 200 trillion, 20 times 400 trillion. With the points from the Tianshu secret meeting, he could acquire so many valuable items. To know his entire fortune now amounts to only 15 trillion. Realizing the significance of these crystals, Jiang Feng immediately said, all right, I will stock up. He cut off communications. Jiang Feng activated the 10,000 Realms star plate, instantly arriving at the 5-turn crystal map. He left the Dragon Maiden here to farm monsters, continuously producing materials. He teleported again, heading straight to the 5-turn material production area. The demand for 4-turn materials is immense, and 5-turn materials are strategic resources worldwide. Both sides began working simultaneously, harvesting comprehensively. Space distorted. Jiang Feng landed in a desolate bone field where sunlight never reaches. This is a top-tier map in the high-dimensional public zone of the demon domain, accessible only to those above level 180. Hordes of decaying mad battle demons wandered at the edges, with levels reaching as high as 265. Jiang Feng waved his hand, directly slaughtering a dozen of them. The surrounding terrain was instantly shattered. Ding! You have achieved an over-level kill on LV-265, decaying mad battle demons. Experience points greatly increased. You leveled up. LV-75, LV-76, LV-77. He soared up, gaining 7 levels in a row. The Diligent trait activated, granting him 25 monster-killing experience. The Professional trait triggered, adding 200 to all attributes for each level, totaling 1. For million attributes over 7 levels. Then his Violent talent activated. Triggered unlimited level Pangu Slaughter. The level gap is immense, stealing 600 free attribute points. Triggered unlimited level Pangu Slaughter. 18 LV-265 monsters were defeated in one blow, netting a total of 10.8 million attribute points. Along with his bag stock of 25 million, he amassed a total of 35.8 million attribute points. Jiang Feng allocated all of it to luck. Luck value 2.8 billion, 3.2 billion. Yet after killing a round, he didn't even catch a glimpse of half a crystal. The drop rate in this outer area is ridiculously low. He didn't want to waste time and immediately stepped deeper into the core area. Brother, hold on. A voice rang out. A young swordsman in a silver-white sword robe emerged from behind a boulder. His ID read Aojian Lingyun, level 204, with a heavy aura of peak 4-turn power. Seeing the gruesome traces of battle on the ground, he was startled, thinking Jiang Feng had to exert his utmost to barely clear this wave of monsters. He had no idea that Jiang Feng had merely dispatched the group of 265-level monsters with a casual auto-attack. From your equipment, you're also here to farm crystals? Aojian Lingyun's tone remained polite. This place is impossible to farm alone. Deeper in lies the level 300 monster zone. Even attracting one can wipe a team out. I'm also from Huaxia. How about teaming up? We can split the materials. Those bold enough to wander in cross-server maps are certainly top-tier experts in the country. Aojian Lingyun sought a stable partner. No need. Jiang Feng decisively declined. I prefer to act alone. Teaming up is too slow. With that, he showed no signs of pausing, vanishing into the core area, filled with a black mist of laws at level 300. Aojian Lingyun stood frozen, utterly astonished. Are young people nowadays this fierce? In the level 300 core area, even the main force of the Lighthouse Nation would shed layers of skin. That's a place even I, a level 204 Wild Battle King, wouldn't dare to recklessly enter without a team. This kid looks like he's only level 77. Did he really just charge in like that? Having spent decades in the demon domain, this was the first time he had seen such reckless tactics. He shook his head, preparing to continue taking chances in the outer region. 10 seconds later, a dazzling dark red system announcement resounded in the cross-server region. Server-wide announcement: player Qing Feng successfully killed the LV-300 Lord Abyss Misfortune Demon General. Drops LV 300 God level red armor, Abyss Misfortune Robe, X1. 5-turn core material Star Crystal, X1. Server-wide announcement, player Qing Feng successfully killed the LV 300 Lord Misfortune Demon Lord. Drops LV 300 red armor Demon Lord boots, X1. Rare God item Void Lost Spirit Stone, X1. The announcements didn't stop at 1 or 2, but cascaded like a waterfall, flooding the screen with over a dozen notifications. Aojian Lingyun, standing at the edge of the map, stared intently at the system announcements, his eyes going wide, his brain going blank. Qing Feng. What about killing 100 chickens, or 10,000? Jiang Feng did not dare to imagine it. He suddenly recalled that the young man's level panel showed only 77, yet he dared to venture alone into the dangerous core area of level 300. He wasn't crazy, he simply hadn't seen the other's strength. Aojian Lingyun's scalp tingled, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He hurriedly pulled out his communicator, his fingers trembling as he dialed the private number of military big shot Zhang Chonglin. Big uncle, I just ran into a big shot. His voice trembled. It's that Qing Feng who lives right across. He's only level 77, yet he killed so many level 300 lords, and the server-wide announcements are blowing up. On the other end, Zhang Changlin's laughter was hearty, yet carried a hint of understanding. You mean him? That kid has more abilities than that. The resources and combat power in his hands are more terrifying than you can imagine. Don't offend him. Aojian Lingyun silently hung up, feeling a burning heat on his cheeks. He had previously thought being level 204 and ranking in the top 10 of national combat power was quite impressive, even considering whether to team up with the other party. But now it seems his little abilities are simply insignificant in front of the big shot Qing Feng. He thought he was a top expert, only to realize today what it means to have people beyond people and worlds beyond worlds. His pride was mercilessly crushed. Meanwhile, within the level 300 core area, Jiang Feng was immersed in the exhilarating feeling of stock. Under the terrifying amplifications of the Primal Sovereign Divine rank and Sky Sovereign Demon ring, his formidable attributes of 570 million became an unreasonable nuclear weapon. With a casual auto attack unleashed, Tyrant Divine Domain professional trait triggered, forcibly reducing all targets within 100 meters by 50 in all attributes. Sky Sovereign Ring trait triggered 100 forced critical hit, adding 10 times critical damage. Universe Unification exclusive Divine Skill 1 transformation triggered attacks forcibly, add the total of all attributes. Melee normal attacks trigger 20 times true damage. The level 300 Abyss Demon monster with health exceeding 1 trillion couldn't even let out a complete scream. Jiang Feng's retinas displayed a series of suffocating blood-red numbers, 2280542445534. True damage. With the double boost of Tyrant Divine Domain and Divine Fallen Demon Ring, all enemy targets' attributes are forcibly reduced by 50, with 100 critical hit, 10 times critical damage, and no exemptions. In just 5 minutes, Jiang Feng's backpack had accumulated over 30 Starshine crystals, previously trading at sky-high prices, while his free attribute points surged by more than 80 million. Allocate points all into luck. Maximize the drop rate. Jiang Feng's thoughts shifted slightly. 2 billion, 4 billion. It wasn't a cross-server battlefield, it was clearly a shopping spree. The drop rate in the core map is significantly higher than in the outskirts. Generally, after killing 3 monsters, a Starshine crystal is guaranteed. Void Lost Spirit Stones and various level 300 red gear littered the ground, with the occasional piece of unique equipment dropping. This was the most terrifying map Jiang Feng had ever encountered. It was no wonder the attributes of the monsters here were outrageous, and only top-tier national teams. With Jiang Feng's 4 billion luck attribute, it drastically enhanced the drop rate beyond reason. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, the air around him suddenly froze. The pervasive black mist of laws was forcibly torn apart, and hundreds of teleportation beams crashed. Over 100 top players, all above level 200, appeared, encircling him tightly. Looking at the ID prefixes above their heads, they were all from the Fusang Nation and the Goryeo Nation. The leader of Fusang's Sword Saint had the ID Qinya Xiui at level 215. He crushed a scroll in his hand, and a crimson translucent barrier instantly enveloped a radius of. The system warned. The current area has been sealed by player Qinya Xiui using the forbidden item Warblood Realm. The red name PK mode has been forcibly activated. This area cannot use teleportation scrolls and cannot log off forcibly. Jiang Feng halted, casually propping his staff on the ground, quietly observing the group. Qinya Xiui drew his sword, pointing it directly at Jiang Feng with an arrogant expression. You foolish pig, hurry up and hand over your Starshine crystals. This core production area belongs to our Eastern Alliance. How dare you trespass? Your current actions are considered illegal trespassing, and we have the right to judge you. A nearby Goryeo magician sneered. Can't you understand human language? We have already obtained the joint permission of the Lighthouse Nation's commander. If you don't hand over your items today, we'll send you back to level 0 and your ashes will be scattered. The cross-server map has always been a survival of the fittest. These individuals relying on their numerical advantage of over 100 top experts along with the blockade of the forbidden item were certain that Zhang Feng was nothing but meat on the chopping block unable to escape. However, Zhang Feng did not even blink. Are you done talking? His voice was icy devoid of any fluctuation. Are you rushing to reincarnate? Qinya Ziyi's face turned dark as he shouted, utterly arrogant. Everyone focus all your power and blast him to pieces. Over 100 top players from foreign servers simultaneously unleashed their powers and countless forbidden spells and sword energies intertwined to form a meteor shower overwhelming Zhang Feng. Such terrifying firepower could instantly annihilate any fully equipped level 200 strong team. Zhang Feng did not evade, nor did he even activate the most basic magic shield. He merely felt that after his class change to the Ancient Star Sovereign, he had yet to test his damage limit. Then let me use the blood of you mosquitoes to test the power of the cannon. Zhang Feng's thoughts shifted, directly activating his 3-turn ultimate exclusive divine technique. Ancient Divine Descent Starburst, activated. Boom. A terrifying power derived from the ancient source instantly infused his body. Zhang Feng's 5-dimensional attributes originally in the hundreds of millions were forcibly multiplied by 20. The already distorted panel now became a long string of illogical astronomical numbers. Constitution 2. 8,020,000x, Intelligence 2. 8,020,000x, Strength 3,020,000x, Agility 2. 8,020,000x, Luck 8,020,000x. He then gripped the Cosmic Destruction Staff with one hand facing the torrent of skills, casually executing a basic attack. It was merely the most ordinary basic attack. But combined with the weapon's traits and the class passive unity of the cosmos, it triggered 20 times true damage. Additionally, with the weapon trait basic attack forbidden spell, the Tyrant's Law had a 4,0 square meter attack range, plus the class passive unity of the cosmos, the melee basic attack directly triggered 20 times true damage. Buzz, a black destructive halo exhibiting an absolute vacuum state, expanded silently outward from Zhang Feng. Time and space were more fragile than a piece of paper in front of this halo. Any sword chi, any forbidden spell, any invincible shield upon touching the black light did not even trigger the judgment mechanism and was forcibly erased. 4561084890680. True damage law shattered 40 trillion. Still true damage. Who can withstand this? Over 100 arrogant foreign experts didn't even have time to change their expressions, their bodies and souls instantly vaporizing. The so-called forbidden item War Blood Realm, deemed absolutely unbreakable, shattered like a cheap glass dome, exploding into a sky of powder. A swift and clean screen-clearing instant kill. One strike swept away all monsters within a radius of 100 meters, clearing nearly 30,000 square meters, causing a dozen starshine crystals, a large amount of divine gear, and a few unique items to drop simultaneously. Over 100 people in total. They were all defeated with a single move. Feng Lao's strength is truly... We need the battlefield footage. Who captured any screenshots? I really want to see how exceedingly powerful... Relying on the support of the Lighthouse Nation, they've cleared the battlefield and guarded the corpses, but today they were directly evaporated by the great Master Qingfeng. This group left not even a trace behind, a pure dimensional suppression. Let's see if they dare to act arrogantly in front of the Huaxia region. This victory is utterly exhilarating. Feng Shen YYDS. Worship the #1 dominator of this age. In the cross-server core area, Zhang Feng glanced at the world channel and casually closed the panel. Not bad. I just entered the demon domain a few days ago. This damage is barely acceptable. His tone was calm, as if he had simply crushed a few ants. The ground was littered with spoils radiating a dazzling array of colors. The lifetime accumulation of over 100 top-tier foreign players was all here. Zhang Feng waved his hand, claiming everything. Acquired 134 pieces of LV 200 divine red gear. Acquired 412 pieces of dark gold ancient equipment. Acquired Tian Song Yun Blade exclusive to Qinya Shui artifact embryo physical attack 8. 2 million armor penetration 40. Acquired staff of Netherfire exclusive to Min Shirshuan divine level magical attack 9. 4 million fire damage 50. Acquired 5-turn core material Starshine crystal X5. Acquired Void Lost Spirit crystal X16. The crystals and spirit stones are somewhat useful. I'll keep them for now. Zhang Feng casually organized the scattered materials. Starshine crystals are already global strategic materials, perfect for domestic and international trades. Void Law Spirit crystals can enhance divine level and rainbow treasures, and having more of this is naturally better. After all, his level was rising rapidly, and he might need a lot of them later to avoid having to farm them again at the last minute. As for the piles of red gear and dark gold equipment, their attributes were too low, merely occupying space in his bag, he would deal with them later. Beep. Jiang Shuyun's communication suddenly cut in her tone, filled with rare urgency, and shocked Jiang Feng. Did you just wipe out the top combat forces of Fusang and Goryeo in the cross-server area? Clearly Jiang Shuyun was so disconcerted because she had already seen the server-wide announcement of Jiang Feng defeating over 100 foreign players in one move, and her emotions were still unsettled. Yeah, a bunch of ignorant fools insisted that this map is their territory. If that's the case, their territory is too vast, I just cleared them out. Jiang Feng spoke in a flat tone, casually fiddling with the newly dropped crystals, appearing utterly unconcerned. Oh, this. Jiang Shuyun was momentarily stunned, then let out a wry laugh, taking a while to regain her composure. They are not just ordinary players. Chinya Xioi represents the core forces of the Fusang military and the Sakura martial demon path, while Min Shixuan is a crucial figure of Goryeo's largest financial group. And behind them stands the Lighthouse Nation. Especially after reaching level 200, the cost of dying is extremely high, losing at least 10 levels. Coupled with your ridiculously high luck attribute, they must have lost a lot of equipment this time, right? Jiang Feng replied indifferently, I picked up over 100 pieces of red gear and over 400 pieces of dark gold gear. None of it is particularly useful, just a few material crystals that are somewhat useful. Jiang Shuyun's heart shook, exclaiming in awe, wow, your move has directly caused a gap in the high-end combat power of two countries for nearly a decade. Is that so? Jiang Feng chuckled softly, his expression showing no fluctuations. He secretly shook his head. If these people were considered top-tier combat power, then his own foundational attributes, easily reaching billions and over 20 billion in multidimensional attributes after unleashing his ultimate skills, would become meaningless. A bunch of extremely arrogant folks crashing into misfortune themselves. Who can they blame? Jiang Shuyun was instantly left speechless. Indeed, in the face of absolute numerical superiority, any international influence or gap in combat power is just a joke. After hanging up the communication, a tender and clear voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Master, is there danger on your side? I sense that you used your primal power. It was the Dragon Lady. The bloodline connection of the ancient ancestral dragon allowed her to communicate across map boundaries. I'm fine, just a few little tadpoles. Jiang Feng responded gently. How's it on your side? The monsters in the fallen god wasteland are quite weak. I just breathe a few flames and they're gone. The dragon lattice tone was filled with the excitement of claiming credit. Oh, by the way, master, I just dropped a strange stone from an elite monster. It's shiny. A link to an item popped up before Jiang Feng's eyes. Ancient Awakening Pearl. Quality mythical. Effect: when used on a pet with ancient bloodline, there is an extremely small chance to awaken a unique top-tier talent. Description: take a gamble, and a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. In most cases, it's just a pretty rock. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this before. At the Tianshu secret meeting auction house, a single one was sold for over 100 points, worth around 10 billion gold coins. This item circulated quite a bit in the market, but the despairingly low awakening probability had caused countless wealthy players to go bankrupt, only to not even make a splash in the end. But our luck value is inherently unreasonable. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers casually instructing, just use it. He held no expectations, merely letting the Dragon Lady play with it. If she really liked it, he could always invest heavily later, clearing the entire market to stack up a unique talent. Okay. 2 seconds later. Ding. Your pet Dragon Lady has used the Ancient Awakening Pearl, triggering terrifying luck enhancement. Awakening successful. Dragon Lady has obtained the unique top-tier talent, Endless Devouring, stellar level, unique hidden. Endless Devouring can devour all skill books, equipment, accessories, and materials. The higher the target's level and quality, the more terrifying the permanent attribute increase after devouring. No upper limit. Jiang Feng stared in disbelief at the attribute effects, then burst into laughter. Can this actually awaken a unique talent? If those who spent billions of gold coins in the capital city and ended up bankrupt due to their excessive spending knew about this, wouldn't they just die from anger? The unique talent they begged for from everyone. He just tossed a pearl to the Dragon Lady, and it appeared, and it's such a top-tier stellar level. According to the world's rules, talent levels range from F to SSS, with hidden levels above, but most are not unique. Only the unique hidden level is an exceptionally rare find. At 1800, the update is on time. Ever since his third transition, he has inexplicably gained. This endless devouring is genuinely at the level of cosmic laws supported by the source of the stars, while ordinary hidden levels are nothing but dust in its presence. In terms of profession, it's the same. He started from the first transition as a war titan and charged upwards, stepping on the ancient grade, a world-class profession. For his parents, the Life Seeker and Underworld Sniper look impressive, yet they rank between SSS and ancient grade, qualifying as quasi-ancient grade. After some contemplation, Jiang Feng established the clearest hierarchy in his mind: infinite grade, exclusive to Jiang Feng, Star level cosmic law level ancient grade world class ultimate combat power quasi-ancient grade SS level SSS level A level S level F level C level. This ranking is his absolute understanding. His infinite grade is one of a kind capable of rubbing the system's rules into the ground. The star level relies on the cosmic source even more hardcore than the ancient grade, which represents the world's ultimate combat power. As for those conventional SSS levels, they are merely younger brothers in front of these three. Interesting. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased. The dragon girl clearly hadn't realized the value of this talent, her voice somewhat dazed. Master, what kind of exclusive divine skill is this? Is it powerful, eh? This isn't a divine skill, it's an exclusive talent. Zhang Feng patiently explained. This is an exclusive talent that allows you to take off right where you stand. Starting today, you don't need to save the red gear and dark gold gear you acquire. Just consume them as candy as long as they aren't the best quality. Really? That's wonderful. Let's go for it. I will definitely get stronger quickly to protect my master. The dragon girl cheered with joy. Don't get too happy too soon. Zhang Feng looked up at the gloomy sky of the cross server zone, his eyes growing profound. Ever since my third transition, I've had a premonition. That level 900 divine court relic, and that gaze crossing dimensions. There is a force watching me. We cannot be complacent, the real danger is still far away. Understood. I will go level up quickly. The communication was cut off. Immediately Zhang Feng's retina began to display system prompts in rapid succession. Your pet dragon girl has devoured the LV-120 red gear desolate battle armor. All attributes 3,000 points. Your pet dragon girl has devoured the LV-120 dark gold sword. Strength attribute 1,500 points. Your pet dragon girl has devoured the rare skill book, Frost Storm. Magic damage 3,000 points. This little girl is indeed not one to be trifled with. Zhang Feng chuckled. Although the attributes gained from devouring are far less brutal than his Pangu Slaughter, looking at the entire world, this is still a heavenly divine skill that would make all major nations envious. After some thought, Zhang Feng opened his communication list and dialed his childhood-friendly Hu. Brother Feng. I'm currently taking my uncle and aunt through a dungeon. Li Hu's excited voice came through. Hold on a second, help me with something. Zhang Feng got straight to the point. Go to the trading house of the Tian Shu Secret Society and buy a bulk of an item called Ancient Awakening Pearl. That thing. I've heard people say it's incredibly expensive, over 10 billion each. It's basically a bottomless pit. Li Hu exclaimed. Money is not an issue. Zhang Feng performed a transfer operation. Ding. Your account has been credited 100 trillion gold coins. Holy crap. A heavy thud was heard on the other end of the line. Clearly Li, who had been so shocked he sat down. Brother Feng. Did you just rob the treasury of the Devil Realm? Don't be so surprised. As long as the price isn't outrageous, buy as many awakening pearls as there are on the market. If it's not enough, come back for more. Zhang Feng casually instructed. Also, the Tian Shu Secret Society requires access permission. I just sent you a black card, check it out. Rest assured, Brother Feng. I will never let you down. Li Hu promised repeatedly. Then he couldn't help but report excitedly. By the way, brother, my uncle and aunt are currently absolutely crushing it. With the funds you provided earlier, we ruthlessly splurged on divine gear. In just a few hours, and we have already fought our way from the novice village to level 60 dungeons. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, directly opening his backpack and activating the one-click filtering function. He packed up more than 100 pieces of red gear, over 400 pieces of ancient dark gold gear, and several pieces of level 100 or below treasures that had just dropped from the external elite. Ding. Email sent successfully. Attachment: LV-100 Treasure Guardian of the Firmament Shield X1, LV-90 Divine Red Gear Starlight, Priest Robe X1, LV-100 Divine Red Gear Accessory, Set X3. I just sent it. Oh, when your levels are sufficient, you can equip these relatively decent items. Zhang Feng's tone was very casual. It was as if he wasn't sending out treasures that could trigger a bloodbath across the server, but rather a few unwanted old clothes of pure dimensional suppression. This is a treasure. Li Hu's voice trembled wildly. Take it and equip it. Train them while helping me gather supplies. Brother Feng, aren't you afraid I might run away with these things? Li Hu swallowed hard, teasingly stared. If you really had the guts, you wouldn't have begged for mercy while holding your head when you provoked the senior bullies in your third year, and you still clung to their legs asking me to run first. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly, teasing back. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Li Hu's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable choked emotion. Brother Feng, thank you. My life is in your hands. After hanging up the communication, Zhang Feng turned his gaze back to the depths of the core map, shrouded in the black mist of loss. With the trivial matters settled, it was time to continue raising his limits. He tightened his grip on the staff of cosmic destruction and stepped forward, plunging straight into the heart of the most densely populated area of level 300 monsters. with a 100-meter range forbidden spell AoE combined with the absolute suppression of the tyrant's domain. Wherever Zhang Feng passed, the abyssal monsters vaporized in large swathes. Ding! Overleveled kill on the LV-300 Abyssal Demon Tyrant. Triggered talent infinite grade Pangu Slaughter. Plundered free attribute points 20000 points. Obtained 5 transition core material Starshine Crystal X2. LV-300 Divine Red Gear Abyssal Demon Battle Blade X1. Ding! Overleveled kill on the LV-305 Underworld Bone Dragon. Triggered talent infinite grade Pangu Slaughter. Plundered free attribute points 200 points. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng's level broke through the 90-level barrier. This leveling speed cannot be described as exaggerated. If global players knew, they would be envious to madness. It should be noted that even from level 70 to 71 after the third transition, one must farm thousands of monsters of the same level. The higher the level, the more terrifying the experience required. There have long been calculations on the forum. A normal player needs to kill at least 400 to 500 monsters of the same level to level up from level 89 to 90. Only Zhang Feng, by continuously slaying level 300 monsters, could level up at such a rapid pace. In the cross-server core area, chaos reigned. Zhang Feng glanced at his backpack, his fingers gliding over the list of spoils on his retina, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This time he had wiped out a total of 187 level 300 monsters, a definite bountiful harvest. Zhang Feng glanced at his backpack, his fingers gliding over the list of spoils on his retina, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The backpack was overflowing with red gear materials and spirit crystals, yet there wasn't a single piece of 2-color treasure in sight. However, this place was known as a material sanctuary, so it was normal not to find any. Zhang Feng's mind stirred slightly. Attribute points, allocate them all to luck. Allocation complete. Luck value 400 million, 700 million. At this moment, the laws of luck in the void were completely trampled underfoot by him. This allocation was still aimed at increasing the drop rate. His combat power and damage were already maxed out, and only the luck attribute remained as the core pursuit at this time. The more luck attributes, the better. The higher the attribute points piled up, the more outrageous the drop rate, hidden quests, and equipment drop probabilities would be. As for the monster corpses beneath his feet, they were all leftovers that other players couldn't handle or clear. Seeing that the monsters were not respawning, Zhang Feng no longer lingered, walking straight into the depths of the map. He used the characteristic 2 of the Universal Star Disk, Universal Traversal, which allowed for instant teleportation to any previously explored coordinates. After a teleport, Zhang Feng directly arrived at the core area of the map. It was eerily silent all around, with not a blade of grass in sight. The dark earth was engraved with intricate abyssal patterns, and at the center stood a massive sacrificial pit. This was clearly the respawn point for the boss. However, the pit was completely empty. Zhang Feng glanced at the equipment he was wearing. Although he had a piece of 4-color treasure and several 1-color treasures on him, the remaining pile of divine red gear simply couldn't keep up with the current pace. He needed to obtain some powerful equipment with special characteristics, otherwise it would be a disservice to his infinite level talent and extraordinarily high luck value. He had come specifically to sweep the goods, looking to take down bosses, and hoping for good fortune to drop. But after wandering around this cross-server core area for quite some time, not only did he not see a shadow of the BOSS, he couldn't even sense a trace of its presence, which was truly abnormal. He opened the system manual and input his current coordinates for inquiry. The information was instantly fed back. The regional overlord had not been killed. It hadn't died, and it wasn't in its lair. Could it be off having tea with the neighbors? Red tea or green tea? The only explanation was that it had been taken away and secretly attacked by someone else. Zhang Feng immediately activated void walking. His body soared into the air, instantly vanishing into the folds of space. His movement speed surged 5-fold. Each second consumed 50 points of mana, which was negligible given his current tens of billions of mana. The reason he hadn't activated the instant teleportation of the Universal Star Disk was that moving at full speed allowed him to overlook the land, providing a far broader view than teleportation. He stood on the clouds looking down at this desolate land. In the distance, flames soared hundreds of miles away. A dense web of spell lights was weaving together, fiercely bombarding a central target. It was a group of players clad in dark red divine gear surrounding a beast that resembled a mountain as they took turns attacking. Their tactics were extremely tight, with frontline defenders soaking damage while ranged attackers dealt harm, maintaining a defense as steady as a rock. Zhang Feng squinted, narrowing his focus. The guild emblem above this group was a blood-dripping battle axe. The Nordic War God Federation. Before awakening, Zhang Feng had seen information about this group on the forum. They were the top-tier elite team of the Nordic region, all reckless maniacs when it came to fighting. They specifically targeted the hard bones that other countries struggled to take down. Usually, if the commanders of various nations encountered difficult wild BOSSs, they often had to spend exorbitant amounts to hire them. Today, this group had quietly come to the cross-server area, luring the core boss into the wilderness. No need to think, they definitely wanted to monopolize the kill. Jiang Feng casually cast a detection spell. Wasteland Void Devourer Forbidden Seal level LV 300 health 90 approx. 720 billion 800 billion physical defense 10 billion magic defense 9 billion attack 24 billion skills Void Annihilation Time and Space Collapse Universal Silence All Laws Prohibition Realm Devouring. Good heavens, another Forbidden Seal level boss. In the game Magic Domain, the level boundaries of bosses were extremely strict. From ordinary Lord level to Elite Leader level, then to Purgatory Enhanced level, each layer more twisted than the last. The Forbidden Seal level meant ancient sealed beings inherently immune to most conventional damage along with unreasonable special law mechanisms. Beyond that, there were the divine levels that surpassed the attribute breakthrough system limits. Jiang Feng touched the Staff of Cosmic Ruin in his hand. Back then he had taken down the 80-level Abyss Dragon Ancestor, who was also a Forbidden Seal level. Now this 300-level giant would have an even more insane drop rate. Jiang Feng looked forward to it, his gaze shining brightly at the sight of this boss. On the battlefield below, the Nordic team consisted of 24 members cooperating with extreme synergy. Ranger Hans shot an arrow and quickly retreated, his peripheral vision inadvertently sweeping across the sky. Although Jiang Feng was in a concealed state, the high-level ranger's intuition still alerted him to something amiss. "Captain, there's someone in the sky," Hans shouted in the team channel. The captain, Olaf, who stood in the front, raised a heavy shield taller than himself, braving a sweeping attack from the BOSS, which sent him reeling. "Put some extra effort in if someone has discovered that we are stealing the kill," Olaf commanded coldly while consuming potions. They had spent a hefty sum to purchase sealing scrolls, and the entire team had ground for a full day and night just to whittle down 10 of the boss's health. The potions they had used were exorbitantly priced, and they had carelessly tossed various disposable items. The total investment was quite substantial. If this news leaked, it would definitely attract a frenzy of interest from top guilds in other countries. If they ended up being intercepted halfway, the losses would equate to at least half a nation's wealth. Olaf's mind raced quickly, and he made a decisive call. "Hans, you go negotiate. Give him 10 billion. No, let's broaden the scope, just give him 100 billion gold as a hush fee. Make him take the money and roll away. Remember his ID. If he dares to take the money and betray us, we will hunt him down cross-server and make him pay back 100-fold. Understood." Hans immediately broke away from the battle sequence, unfurling his wings of wind and speeding towards the sky. Just as he ascended, he collided head-on with a figure in black. Hans clearly saw the unmasked ID above the figure's head, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single sound. Jiang Feng completely ignored him, teleporting away in an instant. Hans was left dumbfounded in midair, looking around. The next second, a thunderbolt struck his mind, leaving his scalp completely numb. That ID was Qing Feng. He was the one who had just been spamming the World Channel, taking down hundreds of top-tier combatants from the Eastern Alliance with a single strike. "Captain, this is bad. It's Qing Feng," Hans shouted at the top of his lungs in the team channel. Olaf was swinging his giant axe, wildly shouting in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? We're fighting a— Hurry back and output. The defense line is about to be breached by the boss." As soon as the words were spoken, a slender figure appeared directly above the giant head of the BOSS, stepping through the void. Jiang Feng didn't even glance at the sweating Olaf below. He looked down from above, surveying the monstrous forbidden beast. In cross-server battlefields, there's never a rule stating that whoever sees it first owns it. Jiang Feng's voice was not loud, yet it clearly overpowered the deafening roars of the battlefield. "With a single hand, I can battle 3,000 emperors, pushing back 13 continents with both palms. Here, strength is the only rule. Whoever has the ability to kill claims the ownership." Olaf looked up, his heart suddenly racing. In midair, Jiang Feng had already raised his staff. No incantation was needed, no casting time was required. The tyrant's domain erupted with a thunderous sound. Within 100 miles, the space instantly froze, and all living beings had their attributes forcibly reduced by 50. Following that, Jiang Feng directly executed a basic attack. With an attack speed of 1/million per second, countless afterimages filled the air, moving so fast that they broke the sound barrier, causing the air to buzz with explosive sounds. Each strike carried the true damage accumulated from four-dimensional attributes, inflicting pain that made the boss wince. Every hit dealt 10 times the critical damage, with red damage numbers flashing before the eyes. No matter how thick the boss's defense was, or how perverse its skills were, all was in vain against this attack speed. Never able to hit back, it was pinned in place and beaten mercilessly with no chance to retaliate. 2280542445534. True damage. With the double boost of the Tyrant's Domain and the Godfall Demon Ring, all hostile targets in the domain had their attributes forcibly reduced by 50, with 100 critical damage and tenfold critical damage that could not be exempted. 2280542445534. True damage tenfold critical 2280542445534. In just 1 second, the entire process lasted less than a second. That forbidden beast, which had taken a day and night of bombardment from 24 of the world's top experts, barely lost 10 of its health. With 72 billion health, the boss's long health bar was instantly cleared and evaporated. Boom. The boss, as massive as a mountain, shattered into countless dazzling lights and exploded like meteors, crashing down to the ground, leaving not even a speck behind. It was a complete instant kill. A thorough and utter instant kill. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The 24 elite members of the Nordic War God Federation were all petrified, maintaining the posture of casting from the previous second. There were no common scenes of shouting and cursing found in novels, nor did anyone dare to point at Jiang Feng and accuse him of stealing the kill. Only extreme awkwardness and deep-rooted fear lingered in the air. Olaf gaped, feeling the divine grade battle axe in his hand was as heavy as a mountain. His mind was, after his team had fought desperately for a day and night, how could this person, with just one glance, not even seeing the skill effects, clearly make the boss disappear? What kind of divine strength is this? Did we just waste our time before? This person is not a player at all. He is merely a data cheat disguised as a player. Bribe. Olaf felt like slapping himself twice in anger. Spending 100 billion gold coins to bribe someone of this level. Was he trying to hasten the death of his whole team? Immediately after the world channel was hit by the second ultimate tsunami of the day, dozens of blood-red server-wide announcements flooded the screen. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qing Feng for the first kill of the LV-300 Forbidden Seal level boss, the Desolate Void Devourer. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qing Feng for the first cross-server kill of a forbidden creature, earning world prestige 80 billion. Holy crap. Wind Lord is on a killing spree, not stopping even for a second. Just after defeating the top-tier team from Fusang and Goryeo, he directly crushed the LV-300 Forbidden boss. This battle power is ridiculously explosive. Goodness. Aeon's an Adicade 5-turn talent. This Qing Feng is definitely a cheat that appears once in 10,000 years. Stop talking about anything else. That's a Forbidden Seal level boss. A tough character immune to regular damage. How did he break through its defenses in just 1 second? Who exactly is Qing Feng? Is he the ultimate weapon hidden by the national team? How come there was no wind of this before? Please, Wind Lord, be a person. Can you leave some breathing space for other players? This plot is more absurd than novels. I can hardly believe it's real. Jiang Feng completely ignored the barrage of comments flooding the world channel and gracefully descended to the ground. As the 780 million heavenly luck value triggered, the loot on the ground piled up like a mountain with colorful light, making it hard to open one's eyes. This drop was simply overwhelming. Ding. Killed LV-300 Forbidden Seal boss Desolate Void Devourer. Level increased to LV-91. Level increased to LV-92. Ding. Level increased to LV-94. Ding. Level increased to LV-95. Triggered the Ancient Star Masterclass feature, gaining an additional 200 attribute rewards per level, cumulatively unlocking 1 million attribute bonuses. Triggered Infinite Level Pangus Plunder. Forcibly plundered free attribute points, 3500 points. The system notifications came in rapid succession like drumbeats as the power within Jiang Feng surged like a torrent, yet his expression remained calm, with his gaze firmly fixed on the dazzling loot. The 24 elite members of the Nordic War God Federation beside him were all swallowing hard, their fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. This was the forbidden boss they had fought desperately for a day and night, only managing to whittle down 10 of it. The immense wealth that should have belonged to them was simply snatched away. Watching as others casually picked it up, the heart-wrenching feeling was worse than being hit directly by the boss. If it weren't for this Qing Feng giant suddenly appearing, this wave of wealth that could change the foundation of a nation should have belonged to them. Jiang Feng completely ignored the envious crowd and casually walked into the center of the light column. The system firmly locked the ownership in his hands. No one could snatch it away. Others had to wait for over 4 hours before they could pick up these items. Ding. Picked up 5-turn token Star Crystal X4. Olaf's eyelids jumped violently. His throat rolled like it was installed with a motor. Star crystals. Outside, they were trading for 20 trillion each, and even after clearing 3 LV-295 dungeons, they might not be able to gather one. Yet this big shot just casually bent down and picked up 4. Ding. Picked up 5-turn token Star Crystal X13. Hans gasped, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. 17 crystals. On-time update. When the notification sounded, several members of the Nordic team almost collapsed to the ground. 44 starshine crystals piled together, their dazzling light blinding them, while their Tao heart had long shattered into powder from the repeated notifications. Only then did they understand what it meant to have people beyond people and the despair brought by dimensional strike. Pick up Void Lost Spirit Crystal X66. 66 spirit crystals glowing with a faint blue light floated up automatically, entering Jiang Feng's backpack. This was the core material for strengthening divine-level equipment and colorful treasures. Just one could make top guilds fight over it, and now it was being produced in bulk as if it cost nothing, causing the Nordic team to turn red with jealousy. Ding. Picked up one colorful treasure, Heavenly Thunder Battle Boots. Jiang Feng bent down, casually picking up a pair of boots covered in thunder patterns. As soon as the boots were in hand, crackling lightning danced, and the system panel instantly appeared. Heavenly Thunder Battle Boots quality, one colorful treasure, wearing requirements, LV95, all professions, universal basic attributes, all attributes 1. 8 million movement speed, 800 special effect 1, void step. Ignore terrain limitations and slow effects, allowing free movement in the void without magic consumption. Special effect 2, thunder control. When enduring the 4th and 5th transcendence thunder tribulations, it forcibly reduces 80 of true tribulation damage, immune to all thunder-based control. Description contains the primordial power of the ancient thunder god, a life-saving artifact for high-tier class transitions, an opportunity that is rare to encounter. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he directly put the boots on his feet. He knew exactly how valuable these boots were. The rules of magic domain were notoriously cruel. The more extraordinary the hidden profession, the more terrifying the thunder tribulation faced during class transition. Countless talented individuals with SS-grade talents had perished under the 4th and 5th thunder tribulations, where the power of the tribulation was immense. Players struck would not only drop dozens of levels in an instant, but the rare equipment they dropped would be completely obliterated by the energy of the tribulation, leaving no chance of recovery. After all, no one dared to step into the area where the tribulation erupted. The residual laws there could instantly kill any living being that approached. Many exceptional talents had ultimately become mediocre or even perished because they could not pass the tribulation. Especially for Jiang Feng, this world-class profession of the ancient star monarch would certainly trigger an extraordinarily powerful thunder tribulation. With these boots, he could directly reduce 80 of the tribulation damage, which was incredibly considerate. Even though Jiang Feng's attributes were already invincible, these boots were like an extra lock on a safe, making him even more secure. This big shot. Olaf could no longer contain himself, rubbing his hands as he approached, a flattering smile on his face. Could you let us have a look? If the equipment attributes are suitable, we are willing to pay a hefty price, and the price is absolutely negotiable. Hans and others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with desire. They were so eager that just a glimpse of the attributes would be enough to satisfy their cravings. Jiang Feng completely ignored them. As soon as the boots were on, a surge of violent electricity coursed through his legs and spread throughout his body. His movement speed surged instantly. The faint lightning beneath his feet illuminated the ground, and with one step he had already crossed thousands of feet. When he turned back, the lightning still surged, and the dragon aura lingered, returning in an instant. He bent down and picked up a necklace entwined with temporal and spatial patterns. As soon as he held it, the chain rippled with layers of flowing light, and a system notification followed. Ding. Picked up 3 colorful treasures, temporal source, flow chain. Jiang Feng casually opened the attribute panel, temporal source, flow chain quality, 3 colorful treasures, wearing requirements, LV95, all professions, universal basic attributes, all attributes 34. 5 million maximum magic value, 100 special effect 1, endless source flow. Reduces skill mana consumption by 90, and forcibly reduces skill cooldown time by 80. Special effect 2, temporal anchor. When under control skills, there is a 70 chance to trigger temporal immunity, immune to that control, and reflect it back to the caster, cooldown 10 seconds. Description contains the power of the temporal source, a mage's ultimate endurance artifact, greatly enhancing sustained combat capability. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, not taking it too seriously. Reducing mana consumption by 90 and cooldown by 80 was of no use to him. He usually didn't rely on skills and could crush all targets within 30,000 square meters with pure basic attacks. A 70 immunity to control with a 10-second cooldown was also rather ordinary. The quality of this 3 colorful treasure was decent, and if he didn't like it later, he could always use materials to wash the special effects and get something better. Thinking this, he still put the necklace around his neck. It felt light and had no burden at all. Immediately after, an item of dark gold dragon robes caught his eye. The dragon robe was woven entirely from dark gold threads with ancient ancestral dragon patterns vividly depicted. The dragon scales gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, and a tremendous imperial pressure surged toward him. This was actually a treasure for the chest armor. Ding. Picked up 5 colorful treasures. Ancient Universe Emperor Dragon Robe, Mage exclusive. Ancient Universe Emperor Dragon Robe quality 5 colorful treasures. Wearing requirements LV 95. Mage exclusive. Basic attributes, all attributes 900 million maximum health, 200 defense, 3 billion special effect 1 imperial pressure. Immune to all control mental attacks and restrictions below taboo level. Targets below his level will have their actions slowed, skills delayed, and momentum dissipated, with all attributes directly reduced to 0 after 30 seconds. Special effect 2, Indestructible Dragon Body. Reflects 1800 true damage when hit, reducing self-damage by 60 on the third hit, directly immune to all damage. Special effect 3, Ancestral Dragon's Blessing. Releases any attack normal attack magic skill with a 55 chance to trigger Ancestral Dragon's Roar, dealing an additional 10 times magic damage with no cooldown and no consumption, and can trigger continuously. Description: an imperial grade battle armor left by the ancient ancestral dragon, merging mage output with warrior defense, the ultimate gear for melee mages. Jiang Feng scanned the attributes of the dragon robe, and his eyes moved slightly as he casually wore it. At 1300, the update was punctual. Olaf's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, his jaw almost unhinged. In the 40 to 50 years since the Demon Realm opened, not to mention a 7-color treasure, no one has ever seen even a single 1-color item drop. Look at him, 1-color, 3-color, 5-color items dropping like they're wholesale. This drop rate is simply insane. Hans' face turned pale, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Captain, a month ago we spent an entire day and night exhausting all our trump cards, just barely managing to kill a level 295 Forbidden Sealed boss. In the end, we only got 4 pieces of shabby red gear, and none of them were exceptional. We only managed to scrape together 3-star crystals. This level 300 boss is only 5 levels higher. How could the drop rate be 1,000 or 10,000 times worse? He swallowed, staring at the dazzling equipment scattered on the ground, feeling as if his worldview was collapsing. Moreover, he hasn't dropped a single red item. The lowest start is 1 color. This just doesn't make any sense at all. I got it. I finally figured it out. Olaf suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes wide with realization. It must be that Master King Feng's luck attribute is outrageously high. Otherwise, how could he drop so many colorful items? It must be his super high luck that maximized the drop rate. Hans' eyes went blank, staring fixedly in Jiang Feng's direction. 20 million. I think it's more than that. Olaf furrowed his brows, his tone grave. At least 50 million as a base. Otherwise, it would be impossible to drop such god gear that transcends dimensions. Listening to their captain's analysis, the members of the Nordic team were left dazed, frozen in place. Hans shook his head wildly, his voice cracking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If there really are 50 million free attribute points, what kind of madman would put them all into luck? Not adding defense, not adding health. In this map, even a casual touch would shatter you. Even my top-notch ranger only has about 6 to 700,000 in luck. They guessed the beginning right, but were far from guessing the end. 50 million in luck left them stunned and unable to accept it, but in reality, Jiang Feng's base luck value had already skyrocketed to 780 million. This doesn't even account for the terrifying all-attribute bonuses from the 3-color and 5-color treasures he had just equipped. For Jiang Feng, killing a level 300 monster granted him 2 million attribute points. Casually killing dozens would easily net him 10 billion luck, which was merely a matter of lifting a finger. The loot collection phase continued. 2 blinding 1-color beams of light and a more dazzling 2-color flow automatically flew into his backpack. 1-color Starfall Divine Crown LV95 base attributes, all attributes 1. 8 million. Special effect 1, Starlight Protection. Magic damage reduction forcibly increased by 20, immune to all low-level blinding and mental interference. Special effect 2, Fallen Stars. There is a 10 chance of summoning a meteor from the sky to strike the target area when hit, dealing real damage based on magic damage, 500. 1-color Void Belt LV95 base attributes, all attributes 1. 6 million. Special effect 1, Void Seed. Backpack slot limit increased by 1 million slots, self-weight reset to 0. Special effect 2, Extreme Evasion. 15 chance to forcibly evade any form of physical and rule-based attacks. 2-color Calamity Ring LV95 base attributes, all attributes 13. 5 million. Special effect 1, Bloodthirsty Calamity. Every attack forcibly attaches 20 lifesteal, ignoring enemy healing reduction and shields. Special effect 2, Brutal Strike. Critical damage increases by an additional 300, excess damage automatically converts into real shields. Jiang Feng glanced at his panel, casually putting on the 3 pieces of equipment. The ring is decent enough, the lifesteal and critical damage are passable. But the belt and hat are a bit lackluster, they'll just wear them as accessories for now. If the Nordic team heard this, they would likely be so furious they'd spit blood. In their eyes, treasures that were hard to come by, even one-color ones, were just accessories to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng keenly sensed that when the luck attribute overflowed beyond a certain threshold, the system drop triggered a not duplicates completion mechanism. The 3 pieces of equipment he just obtained perfectly filled the empty slots for his head belt and ring. Jiang Feng glanced at his equipment bar. Currently, he was missing only the shoulder pads, leg armor, and 2 bracelets. As long as he filled these 5 slots, the entire set of divine gear would be complete. He was not in a hurry. With his extraordinarily high luck attribute, exquisite treasures would drop sooner or later. There was no need to hope. The real dilemma was never whether or not, but to choose the best and discard the inferior. He looked down on ordinary colorful gear. Only the top attributes and the effects that matched his talents were worthy of his divine gear. After all, for Jiang Feng, dropping gear was easy, but picking out the truly exceptional items that could elevate his combat power was the only challenge at hand. Jiang Feng opened the attribute panel and immediately invested all 35 million attribute points earned from killing the level 300 forbidden boss into the luck attribute. The already explosive luck attribute was nearing the limits of the panel. With the terrifying bonuses from the 6 pieces of 7-color treasures, he wore his attributes directly broke through the ceiling. Unbeatable combat power, maximized drop rates, striding through the entire server, defeating enemies with a single blow. ID Qingfeng Profession Ancient World Class Star Sovereign 3rd Transfer Profession trait activated. Every level up permanently increases all attributes by 2 points. Level LV 95 attribute bonus, all attributes 35 based on equipment, accessories, weapons, titles, etc. Health 33 billion, magic 22 billion, defense 5, 2 billion, physical damage 3 billion, magic damage 3 billion, constitution 1 billion, wisdom 1 billion, strength 1 billion, agility 1 billion, luck 8 billion, allocable attribute points 0, backpack, gold 4 trillion, talent. Pangu Slaughter unlimited level, killing enemy units grants free attribute points based on target level and strength. The stronger with no upper limit on attributes. Diligence can make up for weakness. Grade monster killing experience 25. Skills exclusive divine technique 1. Universe unification transformation effect, attack forcibly attaches true damage equal to the total of strength, wisdom, constitution, agility. Melee normal attacks trigger 20 times true damage. Ranged attacks trigger 10 times true damage. Ignore all rules, invincibility, and bloodlocking mechanisms. Exclusive divine technique 2. Divine body of domination, immortal in all tribulations transformation effect based on constitution attributes, gain absolute damage reduction, current 99. 9. Full damage reflection upon being hit. Immune to all instant death judgments and soul control. Exclusive divine technique 3. Ancient divine descent starstorm rampage, new effect invokes ancient primordial essence. After activation, all attributes forcibly double for 20 times. Last for 6 hours. Cooldown time 4 hours. Equipment 7 pieces, universe destruction staff 1 color, level 70, starfall. Divine Crown 1 color, level 95, Ancient Universe Emperor Dragon Robe 5 color, level 95, Lava Rending Shoulder Pads, Divine Gear, level 20, Void Belt 1 color, level 95, Dragon Scale Bone, Cutting Leg Armor, Divine Gear, level 20, Cataclysmic Thunder Battle Boots 1 color, level 95. Accessories 5 pieces, Time and Space Flow Chain 3 color, level 95, Time Stasis Bracelet, Divine Gear, level 20. Twilight of the Gods Bracelet, Divine Gear, level 20, Lord of the Skies, Divine, Fallen Magic Ring 4 color, level 70, Calamity, Ring 2 color, level 95, Special Accessory, 1 piece, 10,000 Realms, Star Disc 1 color, level 70. Subsequently, Jiang Feng checked the reserve status of 2 materials. Star Crystals 2 13 pieces, Void Lost Spirit Crystals 3 51 pieces. He swaggered deeper into the desolate bone plane under the gaze of the Nordic group. Jiang Feng did not forget the main objective of this journey, charging ahead to reach level 120 and complete the 4th transition. He would also gather some materials along the way. Once he reached level 100, he would use the materials to craft a full set of enhanced colorful gear. He was surrounded by a 5-colored halo, and even the red gear was on the verge of being completely outdated. Ignoring the group from Northern Europe, Jiang Feng strode purposefully towards the depths of the desolate bone plains. The remaining elite members from Northern Europe could only watch, helplessly scratching their heads in frustration, yet they dared not take a step forward. Ahead lay an absolute dead zone, a place that no one had dared to tread in the decades since the launch of Demon Domain. Looking at Jiang Feng's retreating figure, Hans swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Captain, should we also sneak in?" Just follow behind the big shot and get a taste of the leftovers. Smack. Olaf slapped him back. Are you looking to get killed? That outer boss nearly wiped out our entire village. You want to go in and hand over your head now. You have rare equipment burning a hole in your bag, and you want to rush in for charity. Hans covered his head, feeling wronged, and curled up like a quail. Olaf gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted at Jiang Feng's back, big shot Qingfeng. Please wait. He took off running like a meat mount in his face, forcing a flattering smile. Big shot. You eat meat? Can you spare us a bit of soup? Can we buy a few of your unwanted scraps? Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks and glanced at him. Buying is possible, but according to black market rules, there is a tenfold markup. If it were Su Jingxian from the Tianshua secret meeting encountering such a monopoly, he would never settle for less than 30 times the price. Jiang Feng felt that this was quite reasonable. Upon hearing tenfold, Olaf was not only not anxious, but instead let out a long sigh of relief. Recently in Lighthouse Country, there was a major incident where they spent 15 times the price on fourth transition materials, which had spread like wildfire. Tenfold for unprecedented colorful gear. It was simply a bloodbath of profit. Buy. We must buy even if it means selling everything. Olaf nodded. What parts do you need? Jiang Feng asked casually. Olaf grinned widely at this. The way he spoke was like a vendor selling cabbage at a market. Just pick what you want. He steeled himself and replied, big shot. Our team focuses on heavy armor. We need high defense tower shields, heavy armor, and a massive axe to break defenses. What do you think? Jiang Feng waved his consciousness over his backpack and casually tossed out 4 pieces of subpar level 80 gear, along with 2 level 80 massive axes. Level 1 gear base price, 10 trillion each, 4 pieces for 40 trillion. Weapons are double 2 pieces for 40 trillion for a total of 80 trillion. Jiang Feng said it so casually, as if he was buying 2 fried dough sticks. Tenfold markup, a total of 80 trillion gold coins. No bargaining, no credit. Upon hearing this price, Olaf's scalp nearly exploded. The Northern European Federation was indeed rich, but to hunt this 300-level boss, their liquid funds had already been drained. Cash. They truly couldn't come up with that much. Big shot. We can gather a maximum of 65 trillion in cash. Olaf was sweating profusely, frantically pulling out his trump cards. Can we use hard currency to settle the debt? In the blink of an eye, a pile of premium items radiating with the light of laws piled up at Jiang Feng's feet. 10 SSS level hidden profession scrolls. For ancient secret realm tokens. You should know these are highly sought after. Plus 2 220 level hell dungeon passes and 1 200 level attribute secret realm ticket. For a few pieces of colorful gear, Olaf had practically stripped his guild bare. Jiang Feng glanced over. These items barely counted as a stopgap. In 2 days after leveling up, he would consider even free items an encumbrance. Deal. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Feng cleared away all the supplies and casually traded away those pieces of subpar colorful gear. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the depths of the forbidden zone without looking back. Olaf trembled as he picked up the level 1 gear, immediately putting it on. Holy crap, Captain. That's insane. With this power, if we encounter that forbidden boss again, we definitely won't be beaten this badly. Olaf clenched his fists tightly. Holy crap, Captain. That's insane. With this power, if we encounter that forbidden boss again, we definitely won't be beaten this badly. Olaf clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging data within him. Yet in his heart, there was not an ounce of joy, only a lingering dread. Looking in the direction where Jiang Feng had disappeared, his voice was dry. Just tossing away a few unwanted items can make me grow stronger across dimensions. What exactly is this Qingfeng? Meanwhile, in the country of Fusang, in the main city of Demon Domain, a blinding white light flashed from the resurrection spring, and a broken body crashed down onto the stone slab. Qinya Shui lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. His level had directly plummeted by over 10 levels, and all his dazzling height-ear divine gear had been completely blown away. Now he was left with only a set of tattered system gray clothes. In the country of Goryeo, at the resurrection point in Yunyu main city, Min Shirhan crawled out of the spring, his eyes bloodshot and his teeth chattering. A nearby player recognized him at a glance and exclaimed, "Holy crap! That's the great magician Shirhan. Why is he at the resurrection point?" His level dropped by 200. Great God, Lu Yun. His national weapon, the Mirror River Staff, has been destroyed. The news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the channels of both countries and the live streaming networks. Hundreds of millions of players flooded into the forum, with the screen filled with shocking broadcasting footage. Not only these two great figures, but more than 100 supreme experts representing the pinnacle of power in both countries sat in a row, soaking in this spiritual spring. Quickly check the world announcement. That player from China with the ID Qingfeng soloed the 300-level forbidden boss. He just wiped out our top-tier team, and without a pause went to take down the forbidden deity. Baka. You should know that Xianye Shui, the sword saint of Fusang, has dominated the Eastern Ocean for 6 years with the strongest hidden profession unmatched with his swift blade. No one who has battled him has ever seen the true form of his Yamada no Orochi blade before being defeated. How could such a terrifying powerhouse be killed in an instant by someone named Qin Feng from China? If it weren't for the world announcement right in front of me, I wouldn't dare to believe it. What kind of game is this? Just delete the account. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the Great Cataclysm. Since 30 years ago, when the laws were restructured, the Earth's Pangu merged with an unknown higher dimensional force, completely rewriting the foundational rules of Blue Star, allowing humanity to step into the demon domain, awaken their talents, and embark on the path of the extraordinary. Since then, national wars have erupted globally every year. For the resources of the demon domain and for living space, the collision of interests among nations has become increasingly brutal. In the past, Fusang and Goryeo closely relied on Lighthouse Country, building up their strength with massive resources rampaging across cross-server maps, even daring to openly bully Chinese players. But today, the shadow of fear has pierced deep into the hearts of all players from both countries like a plague never to be removed. China has produced such a non-human monster. At this rate of leveling up, even the first-generation ancestors would have to call him grandfather. What kind of egg is this national war? Their former arrogance. China has produced such a non-human monster. At this rate of leveling up, even the first-generation ancestors would have to call him grandfather. What kind of egg is this national war? That person can deal damage from half a map away. Our main city is left in ruins. Just surrender. Even being cannon fodder for this monster feels like an insult. This battle, the divine gear lost, and the experience points drained are not even worth mentioning. The backbone of high-end power in both countries has been utterly shattered by Jiang Feng. National fortunes have at least regressed 5 years at the starting line. In the world of the demon domain, a hidden high-level virtual space known as the Lighthouse Congress Chamber. By the cold metallic round table, Xianye Shui was slumped in his chair like a pile of mud, his gaze vacant, the once high and mighty demeanor of a swordsman shattered beyond repair. Even his hand trembled as he tried to lift the teacup. It was clear that he had been psychologically scarred by the player with the ID, Qingfeng, completely afflicted with a phobia of the Chinese. Min Shixuan paced angrily beside him, his eyes filled with a madness born of fear. Revenge. I want him dead. Min Shixuan slammed his fist on the table. Even if it means wagering the fate of the entire nation, we must kill him before the national war. Xianye Shui wore a bitter expression, his throat feeling as if it were clogged with sand. Revenge? Are you going to offer your head for it? His output in a single second surpasses the damage dealt by both our guilds combined over our entire lifetimes, by tens of thousands of times. The fate of the Lighthouse Nation is at an end. That one from China is the true father of Blue Star. Xianye Shui laughed despairingly. Let's admit defeat. If we kneel and seek peace now, we might still be able to save our main city from being flattened. Impossible. Min Shixuan shouted in a broken voice. I refuse to believe there is a god in this world without weaknesses. As soon as he finished speaking, the data above the Congress chamber suddenly distorted. The holographic projection of Wilson, the supreme commander of the Lighthouse Nation, thunderously descended into the main seat. With his golden hair and blue eyes, he looked down with a piercing gaze at the two defeated dogs. Two utterly foolish idiots. Wilson began with a vicious tone. The trillions of resources the Lighthouse Nation feeds you every year, is this the achievement you offer in return? Hundreds of top experts being killed like dogs by a young Chinese player who just awakened a few days ago. Purely the epitome of uselessness. Xianye Shui and Min Shixuan's faces turned the color of pig liver, yet they dared not utter a single word. Wilson leaned on the table, his immense aura pressing down on the two. Listen closely. I am issuing the highest order now to be executed unconditionally. Take your most trusted confidants and head to the Abyssal Zone in the northern frontier. Contact the high-ranking members of the Abyssal Demon Clan for me. At these words, Xianye Shui's eyes nearly bulged out. Min Shixuan was also frozen in place. The Abyssal Demon Clan. That was the mortal enemy that slaughtered 60 of humanity and triggered the Great Catastrophe. Commander. Xianye Shui's voice trembled. This is a crime against humanity. How can we become traitors to our own kind? Min Shixuan swallowed hard. If this leaks, we will be nailed to the pillar of shame for generations. Whipped. Put away your pathetic hypocrisy. Wilson sneered repeatedly. History is only written by the survivors. As long as we can use the abyss to exhaust China's national fortune and dismantle that kid named Qin Feng into pieces. In this game of Blue Star, it will still be I who decides. Make sure to handle this beautifully. If you mess it up tomorrow, I will cut off your supplies and throw your embezzlement of military funds into the Blue Star Congress. At that time, I guarantee you will have to line up to die. With a flash, the holographic projection turned into light points and dissipated. Inside the Congress chamber, silence reigned so profound that one could hear their own heartbeat. Chinya Xioi slumped back in his chair, painfully tugging at his hair, his eyes filled with an internal struggle. Min Shishuan stood in the shadows, the initial fear gradually replaced by a venomous desperation. He stepped over and patted Chinya Zuyi's shoulder. "Stop pretending to be the saint." Min Shixin's voice dripped with resentful coldness. "You've been stepped on so hard that you can't even care whose knife it is anymore. What are you still dawdling for? Do you dare to defy Wilson's command?" Min Shishuan gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting the madness of being cornered. They exited the demon domain, returning to the real world. The biting wind and snow cut like knives as the two trudged through the heavy snowfall. This was the winter demon abyss, the most terrifyingly frigid place in the northern frontier. Over 20 years ago, the abyssal demon clan was defeated by human ancestors and retreated here, personally designating it as a forbidden zone. The temperature here remained below -100 degrees Celsius year-round. Ordinary people entering instantly turned into ice sculptures. At the end of the snowstorm stood a throne made of 10,000 tons of black ice towering high. The abyssal demon King Ball sat on the black ice throne. His massive figure was shrouded in darkness, with only two glowing crimson flames flickering in his eye sockets. Min Shishuan thudded to his knees on the icy surface, his knees smashing through the ice layer. "Respected Demon King, a terrifying anomaly has appeared in China. Get lost." The cold, bone-chilling voice slammed directly into their souls. All didn't even bother to move a finger. A violent surge of chaotic laws instantly tore through the void, crashing heavily into their chests. Boom. The two were sent flying like kites, with their strings cut, soaring thousands of kilometers, blood gushing uncontrollably. Their health bars evaporated by 99%, nearly dying on the spot. It should be known that this was the real world. Death here meant true death. "Do you think this king is a stepping stone?" Bao's voice dripped with undisguised ferocity. "You think such a pathetic scheme of using others' blades is unnoticed by me?" The two crawled out of the snow pit, not daring to utter a single sound, fleeing in a disheveled manner. Beside the throne, a dark-robed general of the demon clan knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, the player from China named Qingfeng. According to our investigation in the demon domain space, his talent and profession are absolutely no less than world-class and may even reach the stellar level. I have my own assessment." Bao's gaze was grim. "Then what about our plan?" "Send a command to the front lines, withdraw all troops. Seal off all entrances to the winter demon abyss and enter a phase of hiding and recuperation." Ball coldly ordered, his voice devoid of any ripple. The nearby demon general suddenly raised his head, his face filled with shock. "Withdraw. 60 years ago the abyss descended and humanity became food. Until 30 years ago the laws were restructured and humanity awakened to counterattack. Now to withdraw means to declare that the 6 decades of invasion by the demon clan has been a complete defeat. Your Majesty, if we withdraw, what will happen to our clan's dignity? If you have no life, what dignity is there?" Ball interrupted sharply, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Even a level 300 void devourer can be evaporated by him in a second. Such a cross-dimensional monster, whoever goes will die. The abyssal demon clan has reached the time to protect their—" Jiang Feng utilized the multiverse star plate to teleport directly to the area of level 310 monsters, the Sea of Despair. On the bone-paved wasteland, a sickly green miasma permeated the air. Groups of 10-meter-tall skeletal behemoths were wandering. "There are plenty of them. I like this ATM." Jiang Feng raised the universe destruction staff and casually executed a basic attack. Boom. The entire 3,000 square meters of void collapsed instantly, unleashing a torrent of destruction, carrying 20 times the real damage, smashing brutally into the densely packed horde of monsters. 17.6 billion. The terrifying numbers surged into the sky like a blood-red waterfall. Under this unreasonable numerical crush, over 100 level 310 bone beasts had no chance to even scream before instantly evaporating into ashes. Ding. Killed a level 310 despairing bone beast, gained a massive amount of experience points, talent bonus 25. Gained free attribute points 2. 3 million. The system's notification sound became a harsh. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to look closely. His mind was filled only with the soaring experience and attribute points. Killing a monster grants 2. 3 million free attribute points. This leveling speed was exhilarating. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 95. LV 98. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 99. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 100. Congratulations, your profession characteristic is triggered 200 to all attributes per level, accumulating a total of 1 million attribute points. Golden light flashed as Jiang Feng stepped into the 100 level threshold. At this moment the ground was littered with gleaming loot, almost blinding his eyes. In front of Jiang Feng, whose luck was maxed out, red gear had completely disappeared, replaced by top-tier double-colored treasures all over the ground. Starshine crystals and Void Lost Spirit crystals also dropped in dozens. Currently, Starshine crystals, 254 Void Lost Spirit crystals, 410 materials for strengthening treasures. It seems that the higher the level of the map, the better the drop rate of Lost Spirit crystals. Zhang Feng muttered to himself as he casually picked a few top-tier double-colored equipment from his backpack, directly filling the gaps with shoulder pads, leggings, and 2 bracelets. Double-colored Annihilation shoulder pads, LV95 basic attributes 14. For million to all attributes. Effect 1 Annihilation Barrier. Reduces damage taken by 40 when attacked, and rebounds 30 of the. Effect 2 Disaster Blessing. When health is below 30, triggers invincibility for 3 seconds, cooldown 180 seconds. Double-colored Ancient Leggings, LV95 basic attributes 19. 5 million to all Effect 1 Ancient Charge. Increases movement speed by 200 with a 50 chance to deal additional stomping damage when attacking. Effect 2 Earth Vein Resilience. Permanently increases maximum health by 50 and grants immunity to all slowing and restraining effects. Double-colored Star Crushing Bracelet, LV95 basic attributes 10 million to all attribute. Effect 1 Star Crushing Combo. Each attack has a 35 chance to trigger a secondary strike, dealing 80 of normal attack damage. Effect 2 Starfall Armor Penetration. Ignores 40 of the enemy's defense when attacking with doubled effectiveness against boss. Double-colored Demon Devouring Bracelet, LV95 basic attributes 15. 6 million to all attributes. Effect 1 Demon Devouring Spirit. Restores 20 of health and mana after killing a target with doubled effectiveness against Elite's boss. Effect 2 Demonic Flame Burn. Inflicts continuous demonic flame damage on attack, losing 5 of maximum health per second for 5 seconds. With the full-color equipment in place, his attributes surged once again. But what truly excited him was the new feature unlocked at level 100, the Star Level Enhancement System. As long as Void Lost Spirit crystals are consumed, equipment can be enhanced. For instance, enhancing the Universe Destruction Staff 5 times would make it Universe Destruction Staff 5 stars. The most outrageous part of this star enhancement rule is that every subpart under each major equipment category needs to reach the corresponding star level simultaneously to trigger the full attribute bonuses of that tier set, and the effects of the 3 major categories can stack. 5 stars 40 to all attributes, 10 stars 1 times to all attributes, 20 stars, 7 times 30 stars 5 times to all attributes, 40 stars 10 times to all attributes, 70 stars 25 times to all attributes, 90 stars 50 times to all attributes, 100 stars 80 times to all attributes. Additionally, the quality of the equipment breaks through the 7-color limit and automatically upgrades to Chaos Black Gold Chaos Treasure. Zhang Feng specifically brought up the panel to check his 3 major equipment categories, none of which had met the conditions to trigger any star level set bonuses. Equipment category 7 pieces, star levels not unified. Accessory category 5 pieces, star levels not unified. Special category 1 piece, star level not enhanced. Zhang Feng's furrowed brow instantly relaxed as he figured out the mechanics. It was just like the enhancement set mechanism in online games. Calculating this way for the 3 major sets of equipment, accessories, and special items, as long as all 13 pieces of equipment are enhanced to 100 stars, he can trigger 3 times the 80 times all attribute bonus, stacking up to a total of 240 times the all attribute increase. Zhang Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This star level enhancement system was indeed outrageously beyond imagination. What excited him even more was that regardless of the color quality of the 7-color equipment, as long as it reached 100 stars, it could automatically upgrade to Chaos Treasure. Chaos Treasure. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his gaze filled with fervor as a brilliant thought formed in his mind. He immediately locked his gaze on the only special equipment on him, the 10,000 Realm Star Disc. There is only this one special slot. This means that as long as the star disc is enhanced, it can be directly considered as a full set of maximum stars, instantly gaining the full attribute bonuses of the set. The enhancement rules are quite straightforward. 11 stars to 20 stars consumes 3 Spirit Stones, success probability 85. 21 stars to 40 stars consumes 5 Spirit Stones, success probability 65. 41 stars to 70 stars consumes 7 Spirit Stones, success probability 45. 71 stars to 100 stars consumes 10 Spirit Stones, success probability 25. Each enhancement will determine the basic success probability based on the current star level range. If the enhancement is successful, the star level increases by 1. If a critical hit occurs, the single star level increase is capped at the current range's maximum stars. If the enhancement fails, the star level drops directly to the minimum star level of the current range. Zhang Feng glanced at the enhancement rules, understanding them in his heart. Currently, the price of Void Lost Spirit Stones in the domestic black market is around 100 million gold coins each. The reason it doesn't sell for a sky-high price is purely because this item can only be used to enhance color-grade treasures. The current environment in Magic domain is such that most top players have never even seen a colored equipment. Since there is no demand, the Spirit Stones can only be left on the trading market as rare materials. Once the main force starts generating colored gear, this item will definitely be driven up to an astronomical price. Zhang Feng focused his mind and glanced at his backpack. After clearing the field along with the stock saved by the Dragon Girl, he had a total of 410 Void Lost Spirit Stones. Enough to splurge a bit. He summoned the Enhancement Furnace and decisively tossed in the only special equipment, the Wanjie Star Disc, along with the Spirit Stones. Ding! 1 Spirit Stone consumed. Enhancement successful. Critical hit triggered. Wanjie Star Disc upgraded to 10 stars. Set effect triggered. All attributes 100. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. With nearly 1.8 billion luck points, this hidden bonus was simply beyond reason. The first enhancement directly triggered a full-star critical hit, which was incredibly stable. While others relied on luck for enhancements, he was purely maximizing the system's upper limit. He pressed triggered a critical hit. The Cosmic Star Plate upgraded to 20 stars. In the 21 to 40 star range, Zhang Feng clicked twice. The first was a normal star upgrade, while the second was a dazzling burst of golden light. Triggered a critical hit. The Cosmic Star Plate upgraded to 40 stars. A smile curled at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth. If those wealthy individuals outside who spent their fortunes on equipment saw this drop rate, they would probably faint on the spot. In the 41 to 70 star range, he used 3 tries. The third Spirit Crystal fell directly, maxing out the range. For the highest tier from 71 to 100 stars, he only clicked 5 times. He had consumed only 85 Void Lost Spirit Crystals. If someone with lower luck attributes were to attempt this, they would need to invest astronomical numbers to fully enhance their equipment to 100 stars. Triggered a critical hit. The Cosmic Star Plate upgraded to 100 stars. Triggered ultimate set effect 80 times to all attributes. The equipment quality broke through the colorful limit, automatically upgrading to Chaos Supreme Treasure Chaos Black Gold. Boom. In his backpack, the star plate, which originally radiated with a rainbow aura, instantly transformed into a deep, mysterious black gold color. The surface was enveloped in the chaotic energy of the universe's emergence, and just a glance seemed to strip away one's very soul. He opened the attributes. Cosmic Star Plate 100 stars. Position special. Quality Chaos Supreme Treasure, unique in the entire server. Wearing requirement level LV 100. Profession universal for all professions. All attributes 12 billion. Treasure feature 1. Traversing the multiverse. Ignores any dimensional and cosmic barriers, can instantly teleport to any coordinates in the myriad realms and high-dimensional domains. Not limited to the demon domain world. Treasure feature 2. Blood rebirth. Revives in full state when suffering a fatal blow with no negative penalties. Cooldown CD 3 months, refreshes with natural seasons. Treasure feature 3. Immortal treasure. Cannot drop, cannot be destroyed, ignores law deprivation. Treasure feature 4. Chaos Star Source. Immune to all mental control and soul destruction. Treasure feature 5. Full map vision. After unlocking, can fully view all hidden information on the demon domain maps. Requires level 120 and 4th transition to unlock. Having consumed only a few enhancement stones, he directly hit 100 full stars and became the first Chaos Supreme Treasure in the entire server. This was a massive profit. Just this one piece of equipment added 12 billion to all attributes. Combined, that's 60 billion. To put it into perspective, killing a top-level monster at level 310 only grants 3 million free attribute points. This star plate was equivalent to him grinding through more than 26000 monsters. Continue. Zhang Feng didn't stop, and he lined up the remaining 12 pieces of colorful gear for enhancement. Under the influence of incredible luck, in under 10 minutes, all 13 pieces of gear were glowing with black gold chaos light. In total, he consumed only 325 Void Lost Spirit Crystals. Just as he used up the last Spirit Crystal in hand, the entire set of equipment was directly enhanced to 100 full stars. All of this was due to Zhang Feng wearing the complete set of Chaos Supreme Treasure with 100 star accessories, which directly boosted his luck attribute to a terrifying 11040 billion points. With 1.8 billion base luck, adding 12 billion from the accessories, and then multiplying by the 80 times 100 star increase, this outrageous value was finally calculated. Because of this, most of the time he only needed to enhance once to trigger a critical hit, instantly upgrading each piece of colorful gear to 100 stars and completing the thorough evolution of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. This was the terrifying power of attributes taken to the extreme. Any so-called probability would directly convert to 100 in the face of absolute panels. 13 pieces of equipment emitted intertwining light, and Zhang Feng took a brief glance at this batch collectively upgraded to Chaos Black Gold treasures. Armor and weapons: 7 pieces Staff of Universe Collapse God Crown of Starfall Ancient Universe Emperor Dragon Robe Desolation Shoulder Guards Void Belt Ancient Leggings Heavenly Thunder Battle Boots. Accessories: 5 pieces Chain of Time and Space Flow Star Fragment Bracelet Demon Devouring Bracelet Ring of the Celestial Lords Fallen Star Disaster Ring. These 12 pieces of equipment, after breaking through to the Chaos level, had their all-attribute bonuses surge to a terrifying level exceeding 1 billion. Moreover, each piece of equipment awakened an extremely perverse combination of premium attributes: absolute invincibility, high-dimensional damage immunity, causal law counterattack, true penetration law shielding, and a total of 60 lines. 12 Chaos Supreme treasures, each with 5 top-tier effects fully maximizing attack, defense, sustainability, laws of causality, and temporal spatial existence. They were armed to the teeth, truly invincible wherever they went. Having donned the gear, Zhang Feng directly pulled up his personal panel. ID: Qing Feng. Profession: Ancient Star, Sovereign World Class. Level LV 100. Additional bonus: all attributes 240 times each of the 3 major sets triggers the 100-star full effect stacking. Health: 56230 billion after enhancement 1. 349 trillion. Magic: 25430 billion after enhancement 610 billion. Defense: 4078 billion after enhancement 97 billion. Physical damage: 57500 billion after enhancement 138 billion. Magical damage: 6100 billion after enhancement 146 billion. Critical damage: 49 times absolute critical. Movement speed: 46 times. 4-dimensional attributes: strength, agility, stamina, intelligence 159. 7 billion after enhancement 3. 8 trillion. Luck 160. 4 billion after enhancement 3. 8 trillion. Distributable attribute points 0. Attributes completely collapsed. This panel was no longer a dimensional suppression. Each of the 3 major sets triggered the ultimate enhancement of 100 stars, all attributes 80 times stacking to a terrifying total of 240 times. Zhang Feng casually closed the panel. With about 300 to 400 spirit crystals, I can ensure to enhance a set of 13 pieces of Chaos Supreme treasures. He quickly calculated in his mind. This was still the most conservative estimate. Now that his luck attribute had reached a staggering 38 trillion, the success rate was terrifyingly close to the extreme, nearly guaranteeing a 100 success on the first attempt. As long as he enhanced once, he could trigger a critical hit to upgrade a colorful gear to a Chaos Supreme treasure. Based on this efficiency, 338 spirit crystals were just enough to gather a complete set of Chaos Supreme treasures. If he used this batch of spirit crystals to tailor a set of 100-star Chaos Divine gear for his parents and childhood friend Li, who they would instantly stand proudly at the pinnacle of the Blue Star Pyramid, becoming a truly unshakable top-tier existence. God-level equipment can manifest 100 into the real world. Even if a stronger alien race invades from beyond the abyss in the future, with this invincible panel his parents could walk sideways, even when going out to buy groceries. Zhang Feng was never a soft-hearted person. Li was the only childhood friend who had truly treated him well after his transmigration, and his parents were his only soft spot and reverse scale in this world. Giving them the strongest equipment was not charity, but rather leaving behind 2 absolute supports that would never betray him in this chaotic world. Moreover, with his current strength, crafting several sets of Chaos Supreme treasures was merely a matter of convenience. Exchanging this little resource for absolute loyalty was an incredibly profitable transaction. Empowering Li, who also meant having a reliable bodyguard beside his parents as well as a trustworthy subordinate at his disposal. As for wealth, it was negligible to him. A mere flick of his fingers could yield trillions, so it hardly mattered. Furthermore, Li, who would also offer him unconditional trust and obedience, and such a person would only bring more benefits to Zhang Feng. As for others, forget about Chaos Supreme treasures. Zhang Feng wouldn't even bother to glance at them. His mood instantly lightened by more than half. With this in mind, Zhang Feng casually opened his friend list and sent a message to Li Hu. When looking for the ancient awakening pearl, stop by the trading hall and buy up as many void lost spirit crystals as you can. Li Hu almost immediately replied, Brother Feng, why buy this worthless stone? No one is touching it in the market right now. Hoard it. Zhang Feng answered succinctly, once the first-class equipment is released, this thing will definitely become a strategic resource that everyone will fight over. Demand will explode and prices will skyrocket. Understood. He'll arrange it right away to secure it all. Hearing there was work to be done, Li Hu's enthusiasm was instantly revitalized. Zhang Feng glanced at the backpack, noticing that the void lost spirit crystal had indeed been depleted. It seemed that not only did he have to break through to the fourth transformation, but he also needed to gather more of these items. At the very least, he aimed to collect 3 sets of Chaos treasures to send over to Fat Hu. He wanted his parents to wear the game's top-tier Chaos Divine gear. With that thought, Jiang Feng activated the Great Thousand Shuttle, and his form flickered before disappearing from the spot. This trip was indeed to find the Dragon Lady to procure goods. To smash the Chaos treasures required base materials and spirit crystals, and the Dragon Lady undoubtedly had plenty of equipment prototypes. Perhaps she could even yield a significant amount of spirit crystals. Of course, by now she might have already amassed a large pile of 4th transformation divine crystals. He left without hesitation, unaware that at the moment he forged the first piece of Chaos treasure the entire game, Magic Domain, and even the real world had already erupted into chaos. Boom. In the real world, the originally clear sky of Blue Star was suddenly torn apart by countless black gold lightning bolts. A massive shadow of a Chaos star disk obscured the sun, projecting itself across the globe. The terrifying oppressive force seemingly from a higher dimensional universe made all living beings on Earth tremble in their very souls. Meanwhile, within the game, Magic Domain, the Crimson World announcement brutally flooded the screen. Global announcement: congratulations to the player Qing Feng from the Huaxiao region for successfully crafting the first full-star, 100 stars equipment in the entire server, which has been promoted to a Chaos treasure. System notification: the limit of the plane's laws has been broken. System notification: the Magic Domain world has completed 10 deep evolution. All players' drop rates have increased moderately. System notification: with the leap in world energy levels and ecological reconstruction, the previous level cap of 3,000 has been lifted, and the current world can spawn terrifying monsters up to level 8,000. All players are advised to be cautious while exploring. The deafening announcement echoed 30 times, hammering down on the heads of players worldwide like 30 heavy strikes. The global chat channel first experienced a deathly silence before erupting into a tsunami-like frenzy. Chaos treasure. What kind of divine grade is this? Is it above 1 star or 7 stars? Can someone up there think a little? The system has declared the limits of the plane's laws have been broken. This is a forbidden divine object beyond the 7 stars. Crafting to 100 stars. Where did he get so many materials? I've played until now and haven't even touched 1-star equipment, let alone drooling over red gear on the leaderboard. How did that divine player suddenly achieve 100 stars? What kind of insane success rate is that? I'm going crazy. Below divine gear, everything is capped at 10 stars, and each star level has a progress bar. Failing once means losing everything. I previously spent a fortune on a 10-star pink gear. He actually made it to 100 stars. Damn, this isn't just luck, it's like he's rubbing the system's probabilities into the ground. Brothers, focus on the key point. Qing Feng is incredible. By himself he made the world evolve, and gave all players a boost in drop rates. I'm stuffed with benefits from this. I kneel before the benefactor Qing Feng. Am I the only one feeling scared? The Magic Domain can spawn level 8,000 monsters now. In the past, a 3,000 level boss could destroy a city at will. If a level 8,001 appears, will Blue Star be wiped out? If the sky falls, Qing Feng will hold it up. We just need to cling to his coattails. At this moment, on the outskirts of the desolate Bone Plains, Zhang Chonglin chopped off the head of a level 285 monster with a single stroke, but his wild blade froze in midair. Next to him, Jiang Shuyun, who was directing the team's movements, had even forgotten her chant. The two of them looked up in unison, staring intently at the black gold star disk shadow in the sky that seemed poised to crush the entire plane. Zhang Changlin's eyes were about to pop out and his hand trembled as he held the blade. Jiang girl, am I not seeing clearly? 100 stars. You didn't see wrong. Jiang Shuyun took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently. She gazed at the frantically scrolling world announcements, a bitter smile on her face. Not only is it 100 stars, but it also breaks the fundamental laws to become a chaos treasure. This young master truly doesn't regard the system at all. How? How did he do it? Zhang Chonglin swallowed dryly, his voice parched. As a pinnacle of Wuxia's combat prowess, he understood too well how deep the waters of strengthening went. With billions of players worldwide, it was incredibly difficult to even achieve 10 stars, let alone touch 1-star equipment. Yet Jiang Feng not only obtained colorful gear, but also pushed it straight to 100 stars. This was a purely unreasonable dimensional suppression. Moreover, Jiang Shuyun's gaze was complex, but a fiery madness ignited deep within her eyes. The world energy level leap in the system announcement, and those ancient monsters at level 8,000. Do you understand what this means? Zhang Chonglin paused slightly, then seemed to think of something, remaining silent as he waited for her to continue. Young Master Jiang's strength has long shattered the limits of the current servers, forcing the system to raise the upper limits of the entire world. Jiang Shuyun lowered her voice, her tone incredibly certain. Old Zhang, I dare say from now on this young man's stage will not be limited to suppressing a few clowns on Blue Star. In the depths of the star domain, those terrifying existences from higher dimensional realms will be the prey in his sights. In the level 70 monster area at the blood red past this map, that usually terrified ordinary players was oddly quiet. The black gold lightning roiled in the sky, oppressive energy pouring down, and the fierce monsters around didn't even dare to stir, lying flat on the ground pretending to be dead. The 4 elders from the Li and Jiang families who were teaming up to farm monsters all halted their actions. Jiang Jiangguo still held the red gear longbow in his hands, the low-quality cigarette he was smoking already burned down halfway. A hot ash fell on his forearm, but he remained oblivious, not reacting at all. Though he didn't understand the specific mechanics of the game, looking at the commotion in the sky and hearing the nearly frenzied screams from surrounding players, he knew his son had definitely stirred up a huge mess. Old Jiang. Li He's father Li Daqiang opened his mouth, struggling to voice a single phrase. You've given birth to a god. Suilon, you don't understand. Nearby Wang Mei, who frequented forums, tightly grasped Lu Quillen's hand, her voice trembling. Right now, don't even mention a chaos treasure. Even the most ordinary colorful gear has never been dropped by the entire server's billions of players. Your son not only got colorful gear, but also directly upgraded it to 100 stars. This isn't merely luck, it's as if the ancestor Pangu himself descended to feed him with a bowl. Lu Tsuelan was momentarily stunned, unable to regain her senses. She looked up at the starry phantom in the sky that seemed poised to collapse. Blue Star awkwardly chuckling twice and muttering, "This child has always had good luck since childhood." A simple statement, yet it carried an effortless air of grandeur. Li Daqiang and Wang Mei exchanged glances, both falling into silence. They were painfully aware that their current glory was entirely reliant on their son Li Hu, and they had also benefited immensely from Jiang Feng's remarkable fortune. Had it not been for Li Hu growing up alongside Jiang Feng, they would never have even known where the threshold of the Tianshu Long Garden lay. Recently, the forums and global channels were buzzing with memes about Jiang Feng. Some said, Qing Feng is the system's biological father. Others claimed the GM personally intervened to train him. And some bluntly stated he is the only true god in the entire server, while we are merely NPCs serving to highlight his presence. Even more humorously, someone composed a rhyme. While others hunt monsters to survive, Brother Feng hunts monsters as if shopping. While others enhance their abilities at the risk of their lives, Brother Feng enhances with a mere click of confirmation. With each meme they understood, the couple's shock multiplied. Only at this moment, gazing at the celestial phenomena, did they fully realize the magnitude of the cosmic giant they had latched onto. Meanwhile, in the capital city at the Supreme Military Command, in the vast holographic war chamber, one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing was deliberate. The first powerhouse of the human race and Supreme Commander, Xiao Zhenjiang, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Wielding the highest insignia, he stood tall as a sword, intensely staring at the blinding black gold announcement on the holographic screen. On his usually ironclad face, an unprecedented gravity was evident. Even in dust one can hide the spark of a star. Even in the ordinary, legends can be born. I never expected that the spark of China would burn so wildly and fiercely. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was low but carried an irresistible authority. Immediately retrieve the energy fluctuation data of the celestial phenomena. Such a level of law pressure absolutely does not belong to the dimensions present in Blue Star. Beside him, the chief of staff broke into a cold sweat, instantly dampening his back. Commander, do you mean? As soon as the Abyssal Demon clan retreated, this incident occurred. Do you truly believe that those abyssal rabble feared our ironclad defenses? Xiao Zhenjiang suddenly turned, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the room, enunciating each word. They fear him. He pointed forcefully at the screen, jabbing at the two characters, Qingfeng, his voice resonating. Not just the demon clan. The system alerts that an 8,000 level ancient monster has emerged and the world ecology is beginning to restructure. This unreasonable force fluctuation will inevitably draw the attention of higher dimensional beings from beyond the star domains. The time for China to prepare is running out. Xiao Zhenjiang raised his hand to adjust his military uniform's collar, his tone calm, yet resolute. I have to meet this unseen millennium genius in person. With a single move, he annihilated 100,000 abyssal troops and single-handedly repelled the demon clan. This is a monumental act of saving the nation in dire times. Now that such a momentous event has occurred, he must meet Jiang Feng no matter what. Such a dimension-defying nuclear weapon must be personally disclosed for safety. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the frigid snow pit of the winter demon abyss. Bang! Bang! Two bloodied and disheveled figures burst forth from the snow, struggling to crawl out. It was Qinya Shui and Min Shihan, both of whom had been flung away by the demon king ball like a fly. Cough, cough, cough. Min Shihan, a core member of the Goryeo Chaebol, spat blood, his face pale, as the holy shield at his chest, radiating sacred light, suddenly shattered into dust with a crack. On my myth-grade life-saving talisman has shattered. Min Shihan howled in despair, only to notice the red text that appeared before him, nearly fainting from shock. Warning: the life-saving mechanism has triggered, and you will permanently lose 30 of all attributes. Permanent loss of 30. In this slow-moving martial era, this felt more painful than death. Beside him, Chinya Shoei was equally devastated, having lost an arm. Though he didn't lose any attributes, he was utterly weakened. As the two were about to feel relieved for surviving, suddenly the heavens and earth changed color. Black gold lightning tore apart the sky of the frigid land, and the terrifying pressure of the laws forced both men to collapse onto the snow, unable to move. What is happening? They were horrified, quickly logging into Devil Realm to check the situation. As soon as they logged on, the screen was filled with Crimson World announcements smashing directly into their faces. Global announcement: congratulations to the player Qingfeng from the China region for successfully crafting the first equipment in the server with full stars, 100 stars promoted to a chaos treasure. 30 consecutive world announcements without warning and with no reason slammed into their faces. Chinya Zi's pupils trembled, inhaling sharply. I told you. This Qingfeng is the true father of Blue Star. The fate of the Lighthouse Nation has come to an end. If it weren't for Wilson's orders, I wouldn't have lost an arm at all. Min Shihan felt as if he had just received an invisible slap to the face, burning with pain. Reflecting on how he had followed Wilson's orders, foolishly attempting to use the Demon King's blade to kill Qingfeng, he realized he had become a complete international joke. Fortunately, he was tough enough to avoid being killed by the Demon King on the spot. But from now on, he had to keep a close watch on Qingfeng, daring not to provoke him in the slightest. The perspective shifted back to the demon realm deep within the desolate Bone Plains. Amidst the violent temporal turbulence, Jiang Feng activated Myriad Dimensions shuttle, and his figure stepped out from the void, landing precisely on the coordinates where the Dragon Maiden had been idling. For 100 miles in every direction, the land was barren, littered with the remains of fourth-tier elite demonic beasts. A pungent, acrid scent of burning permeated the air, a clear testament to the brutal, one-sided massacre that had just taken place here. Master. The primeval ancestral dragon, which had been coiled atop a mountain of bones, slumbering in its 100-meter-long form, sensed Jiang Feng's aura. In a flash of golden light, it shrank to the size of a palm, transforming into a crystalline golden dragon that cheerfully leaped into Jiang Feng's arms. The Dragon Maiden affectionately nuzzled Jiang Feng's palm, then retreated half a step, as if to show off, opening her mouth wide. A cascade of spoils poured out like a waterfall of trash, instantly covering the ground in a shimmering mountain of treasure. Jiang Feng swept his gaze over it, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corner of his mouth. Over 200 pieces of divine-grade red equipment radiating a crimson light. More than 5000 fourth-tier core materials, divine crystals. But what pleased Jiang Feng the most was the pile of crystals in the corner, shimmering with the halo of void loss. A full 700+ void law spirit crystals. Well done. Jiang Feng rubbed the Dragon Maiden's head, offering his praise without stint. These 700+ spirit crystals were like a pillow, arriving just as he was feeling drowsy. Combined with the 400+ crystals Li Hu had snapped up at bargain prices from the trading house, he now had well over 1,000 in hand. With his terrifyingly high success rate nearly guaranteed, it was enough to forge a full set of top-tier Chaos Divine equipment for each of his parents, directly maxing out 3 sets of 240-fold all-attribute boosts. Without another word, Jiang Feng waved his hand and swept all the materials into his inventory. He then summoned the enhancement furnace, initiating a frenzied mass-production enhancement spree. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of critical hit prompts exploded in a cacophony like a machine gun firing in rapid succession. Divine equipment was born in batches and promoted on an assembly line until all that remained were pieces of pitch-black gold-veined chaos equipment. Enhancement successful. Critical hit triggered. Equipment upgraded to 100 stars. Ultimate set effect activated. Automatically promoted to Chaos Divine Artifact. In a matter of moments, Jiang Feng had consumed 1014 Void Law crystals. A full 3 sets totaling 39 pieces of all-class Universal Major equipment were all forcibly forged into black gold flowing Chaos Divine artifacts. With this unrestrained batch of godlike creations, the entire Demon Realm world channel directly experienced a collapse unprecedented in the decades since the server's launch. World announcement: congratulations to player Qingfeng from the Huaxia region for successfully crafting a 100-star maxed-out equipment piece promoted to Chaos Divine Artifact. World announcement: congratulations to player Qingfeng from the Huaxia region. Each piece of equipment triggered 30 consecutive world announcements. For 39 pieces, the announcements flooded the screen 1170 times. The scarlet announcement text cascaded like a waterfall of blood, forcibly searing itself onto the retinas of every player worldwide, blasting nonstop for over half an hour. The entire world went utterly insane. The Huaxiao region chat channel exploded, its scrolling speed so fast that even the top assassins couldn't keep up. Holy crap. Over 1,000 announcements. My eyes are going blind. Is Father Qingfeng stocking up, or what? Father. Need a sidekick. One who can shout 666. I'd be grateful for a piece of your hand-me-down red gear. I'm numb. I went bankrupt and couldn't even get my hands on a dark gold weapon, yet this big shot is wholesaling chaos divine artifacts like cabbages. Foreign server scum, take a good look. This is Waxia's prestige. Deal with it. Meanwhile, on the major overseas servers, a deathly silence first fell, followed by hysterical cries of utter collapse. Fusong channel, this must be a bug. Strong protest. The Qin player must be cheating. Germanic Federation god. My father's treasured clan heirloom, a divine artifact, is only epic purple. He single-handedly crafted 39 chaos divine artifacts. This game might as well delete the server and start over. Lighthouse Nation channel, what the FK? Is this a private server? I suggest we surrender to Huaxiao right now. One Qingfeng could wipe out our entire server. Goryo channel, check the genealogy quickly. Lord Qingfeng's ancestors must have Goryo blood. Amidst this earth-shattering uproar, Jiang Feng's expression remained calm as he simply turned off the clamorous world channel. He casually pulled up the Dragon Maiden stat panel. During this idle period, thanks to the high experience from the 4th tier map, the Dragon Maiden had shot up 15 levels, reaching LV85. Name Dragon Maiden level LV85, 4-dimensional stats 1. 5 billion. Luck 200 million. This didn't even account for the hidden explosive growth in her stats from devouring the piles of divine equipment as snacks courtesy of her star-grade talent, Endless Devouring. At this growth rate, even common high-tier demonic beasts won't be enough to fill your teeth soon. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze indifferently. His own level was stuck at LV 100, and his distributable stat points were exhausted. To continue wantonly plundering stats, a breakthrough to the 4th tier was now urgent. Jiang Feng pulled up the map interface, his gaze locking onto a forbidden, undeveloped area at level 400, the Endless Thunder Sea. Before setting out, Jiang Feng opened his friend list. He packaged a large number of 4th tier and 5th tier core materials and directly sent them to Jiang Shuyan. The attached message was just a single line: stabilize the market. For Jiang Feng, he was an extreme egoist and a lone wolf who walked his own path. With his infinite plunder talent, he grew stronger with every monster he killed. Spending time on haggling auctions and management was a pure waste of life. Cultivating Jiang Shuyun, a woman with top-notch business acumen, as his exclusive steward to fully manage the exchange of wealth between the game and reality was the most efficient choice for profit. Leave professional matters to professionals. He only needed to provide the absolute power capable of overturning all rules. Then Jiang Feng openly hussed chat window. 3 sets of intimidating black gold flowing chaos divine artifacts were directly thrown into the trade window. Fatty, split these 3 sets between you, mom and dad. Equip them immediately. Li Hu replied almost instantly, his tone breathless with shock. Bro Feng. Are these the things that were flooding the world announcements just now? All 3 sets are maxed out. My legs are weak. If I wear these out, I'll be chased and killed by the whole server. Jiang Feng's expression was indifferent as he typed the line. This equipment can also be manifested in reality. Keep a low profile normally, but if anyone dares to mess with you, crush them directly. Remember, with this on, there's no such thing as a comeback, only your one-sided massacre. His parents and brothers had to stand at the absolute pinnacle of safety. It wasn't an overflow of sentiment, it was that his people could not be taken advantage of due to weakness. This was his bottom line and the most rational calculation. Having given his instructions, Jiang Feng directly closed the communication, unconcerned with Li Hu's excited response on the other end. As expected, the last line in the message box was Li Hu's reply, perfectly measured. Bro Feng, I get it. I'm just riding on your coattails. I absolutely won't show off, and I won't cause trouble. I know my place. Jiang Feng glanced at it, his fingers moving slightly as he sent a calm reply. Don't get cocky. If something happens, I won't indulge you. There was no ferocity, just a pointed warning enough to establish the rules. He activated the Myriad Dimensions shuttle ability of his Chaos Black Gold version of the Myriad Realm star chart, and his figure instantly blurred in place. When he reappeared, he stood at the edge of the Endless Thunder Sea. Ahead, purple lightning churned. Thunderclouds hung so low they seemed to press down on his head, and space itself was twisted into fine wrinkles. Bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels writhed like mad serpents, tearing through the void. The air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone. This was the absolute forbidden zone for level 400 monsters. An ordinary player stepping half a foot inside would be instantly vaporized by the stray arcs of electricity. Jiang Feng stepped forward through the thunderstorm with an expressionless face. Boom. As he entered the Thunder Sea, a violent explosion erupted from the thunder pool ahead, and hundreds of colossal beasts, each over 30 meters long, surged forth. A system prompt instantly flashed across his retina. Name Purple Sky Thunder Beast Level LV 400 Purgatory Enhanced Health 1. 2 trillion skills Purple Extreme Frenzy Thunder Annihilating Thunderstorm Absolute Paralysis. In the Demon Domain world, the level classification is extremely strict. Above ordinary monsters are elite bosses. Above elites are the Purgatory Enhanced level. This tier lacks the boss prefix, yet is significantly stronger than the same level elites, infinitely approaching the Lord level boss. The boss tiers range from low to high: Lord level, Hidden level BOSS, Unique hidden BOSS, Forbidden seal BOSS, Divine level boss, World level, Domain, God level boss, Top tier, World level. In the Demon Domain, those stronger than Domain God level boss are the Law level existences, Star level. 6 decades ago, the Abyssal Demon King Ball who descended upon Blue Star belonged to this tier. While not exceedingly rare across the server, it remains firmly in the upper echelons of combat power, infinitely nearing the pinnacle. Only those ancient powers hidden away in deep mountains and forests can contend with it. In the early years, when humanity transitioned from the technological era of Blue Star to the era of universal awakening, the Huaxia Empire faced near extinction. It was Xiao Zhenjiang who stood up and single-handedly repelled the Demon King Ball, preserving the foundation of Huaxia. It is precisely because of this that humanity was able to rebuild their homeland from that catastrophe, gradually restoring national strength. To this day, awakening schools are spread across the nation, marking the official onset of the martial arts era, where everyone practices martial arts, with many martial arts halls emerging and societal order maintained. At this moment, hundreds of level 400 high-tier monsters with terrifying health in the trillions charged at Jiang Feng, accompanied by apocalyptic lightning. This situation would cause any top-tier guild's 100-man team to be annihilated on the spot. Their true combat power has already surpassed that of a level 300 Forbidden Seal boss. With hundreds attacking together, it was clearly a crushing situation. Jiang Feng's gaze was icy, his expression unperturbed. He raised his hand and wielded the Universe Rupture Staff, waving it effortlessly. A perfectly ordinary basic attack. Centered around Jiang Feng, a 30,000 square meter area collapsed violently as rubble and lightning were instantly devoured. Tyrant's Law activated. The basic attack directly expanded to a 100-meter radius, treated as a forbidden spell unleashed. Dimensional Crush activated. Ignoring all realm defenses, damage fully converted to true damage. The next second, a dense array of crimson damage exploded in the sky above the Thunder Sea, dazzling to the eye. 148960 trillion. 20 times true damage. Universe Unification, 49 times critical, absolute critical. 148960 trillion. 148960 trillion. In an instant, a flood of numbers overwhelmed the entire scene. The Purple Sky Thunder Beast's trillion health couldn't even withstand a fraction of this terrifying damage. In the blink of an eye, it was a full-screen instant kill. All the Thunder Beasts didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized into nothingness by the true damage. Calculating the numbers, these monsters owed Jiang Feng 148958 trillion health even in death. If it weren't for the strict linear unlocking of high-tier maps in the Demon Domain, requiring the destruction of the current map source to teleport, Jiang Feng would have directly flown to farm monsters at level 3000 or 5000. Why waste time here with these small fry? Ding. Killed LV 400 Purple Sky Thunder Beast, gained massive experience. Ding. Talent, Pangu Slaughter. Activated, forcibly plundering 28 million free attribute points. Total settlement, killed 256 monsters, gained 2 billion free attribute points. As the crisp prompt sound faded, the loot on the ground piled up into a mountain of divine light. Jiang Feng's terrifying luck directly activated a mindless equipment explosion mode. Acquired 4-color equipment, 678 pieces. Acquired Void Law Spirit crystals, 1350 pieces. Acquired 5th turn certificate Starshine crystals, 752 pieces. Acquired 6th turn certificate Moon Soul crystals, 180 pieces. Others might not even find a single piece of colored gear in their lifetime. Yet for Jiang Feng, it was like picking up stones by the roadside, resulting in a huge pile. Even the 6th turn items, far exceeding the current map's level, were directly dropped by him. Fortunately, his pet's quality had already surpassed SSS level, stepping into the quasi-ancient level automatically, picking up everything on the screen. Otherwise, he would be incredibly annoyed just picking up equipment one by one. Previously, when dealing with Qinya Shui and Min Shishuan, the loot was troublesome to pick up and prone to missing items. Thus, every time he logged on, Jiang Feng made sure to have the Dragon Girl by his side. Moreover, after he logged off, the Dragon Girl could continue to grind experience, gather materials, and farm equipment for him. Strictly speaking, the Dragon Girl's main body had already reached the ancient level, the ultimate combat power of the world, and awakened a star-level talent, her quality capped at quasi-star level. In the future, Jiang Feng planned to further enhance the Dragon Girl, making her strong enough to autonomously farm monsters at several thousand or even 10,000 levels, as well as stronger bosses. He did not forget the chilling whisper in the 9,000-level Divine Court ruins, nor that gaze that crossed dimensions. A terrifying power had been lurking in the shadows, watching him. Jiang Feng despised this feeling of being spied upon, and he had to suppress the fear deep within him and grow stronger. Immediately, Jiang Feng glanced at his nearly bursting backpack, directly opening the system panel and spending 200 trillion gold coins to expand it with one click. Originally, the backpack had only 1000 slots, but it instantly surged to 1000 slots. This was no longer a backpack, it was clearly a massive portable multinational warehouse. An immense amount of experience flooded in, and the upgrade notifications exploded one after another. Congratulations, player level increased to LV 101. Congratulations, player level increased to LV 102. Congratulations, player level increased to LV 115. This frenzied pace of leveling up could only be experienced by Jiang Feng himself, intoxicating to the point of addiction. He was just one step away from the fourth turn at level 120. To level up 15 levels in one map was simply absurd. Just then, a purple glowing diamond crystal core slowly emerged from the depths of the Thunder Sea. This was the source of the level 400 map. Jiang Feng knew that as long as he destroyed it, he could unlock higher tier maps. He waved his hand again, delivering another plain basic attack. Crack, the source shattered in response. System prompt: you have destroyed the LV 400 Endless Thunder Sea map. Source meeting the unlocking conditions, unlocking the LV 401 LV 500 area permissions. Jiang Feng's figure flickered, and Great Thousand Shuttling activated instantly. In the next moment, he stood in the center of the level 500 map Extinction Death Abyss. Beneath him lay the gray-white lifeless ground as hundreds of level 500 boss monsters roared and charged at him. Jiang Feng raised his staff and pressed down lightly, unleashing another basic attack. 148960 trillion. 20 times true damage. Universe unification. 49 times critical, absolute critical. 148960 trillion. 148960 trillion. The devastating torrent of damage swept through, annihilating all existence in an instant. Ding. You have slain the LV 500 Skeletal Lord and gained a substantial amount of experience points. Total calculation: you have killed a total of 310 monsters, acquiring 2 billion free attribute points. You have picked up 753 pieces of colorful quality equipment. Congratulations. Player level has been raised to LV 116. Congratulations. Player level has been raised to LV 117. Congratulations. Player level has been raised to LV 120. Warning: you have reached the current realm's upper limit, level 120. Please complete the fourth transition, reconstructing the divine body, as soon as possible. Jiang Feng glanced at the notification and casually dismissed it. The fourth transition, Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, is quite fierce. He is already at an ancient world level, and after the fourth transition, he might break through the occupational system and ascend to the level of stellar cosmic law. He seeks stability and needs to push his attribute points to the extreme. After all, his attributes have long exceeded the rules, so there is no rush for the fourth transition. First, he should unlock the level 5000 map. In the following hours, the high-level area of the demon domain was completely thrown into chaos. Jiang Feng transformed into a killing machine, sweeping through the level 600 maps. No matter how strong the monster, no matter how rare the hidden BOSS, he would just hit once. One hit, and it was done. Behind him, fragments of the map's essence shattered one after another. Level 700, 1000, 2000. All the way to the LV 5000 Ancient Star Ruin. When the last LV 5000 Inferno-enhanced monster turned to ashes, Jiang Feng came to a halt. He stood on the rubble of the star ruins, opened his backpack, and began to tally up. The resources in his backpack had accumulated to a terrifying amount. The measurement units were almost reaching stellar values. He had exploded over 16000 pieces of colorful treasures. He had unexpectedly obtained 108 pieces of chaos black gold equipment with an extremely low probability. Transition tokens from the 5th to 13th transitions totaling over 26000 pieces. Void Law crystals over 10000 pieces. Various divine level forging and alchemy materials exceed over 1,000,000 pieces. A flash of golden light, and the Dragon Girl leapt from the pet space to Jiang Feng's shoulder. She skillfully activated full-screen auto-pickup, her small face brimming with excitement. Master, you're incredible. The Dragon Girl widened her golden vertical eyes, looking at the high-level remains scattered across the ground, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Jiang Feng. Here, take this and get to work. Jiang Feng spoke with a flat tone, casually tossing out a pile of resources. Inside were vast amounts of equipment that wouldn't be used for the time being, as well as high-level thunder attribute crystals dropped from slaying the 4,800-level Thunder Prison Celestial Beast. These crystals were already outdated for him, at most useful for synthesizing colorful equipment. Right now, he only dealt with colorful treasures. Among the equipment dropped this time, at least 70% were of 6-color and 7-color quality. A total of over 8,000 thunder crystals and 1,200 pieces of 1-color to 6-color treasures. The dragon girl cheered, opened her small mouth, and activated her stellar-level talent, Endless Devouring. Those diamond thunder crystals imbued with violent thunder power were swallowed by her, as if they were jelly beans. The 1,200 pieces of colorful treasures surged into her mouth like a flood. As she devoured, layers of deep purple thunder patterns emerged on the dragon girl, her aura rising sharply, becoming increasingly terrifying. Jiang Feng observed a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Having consumed so much high-level thunder energy, this dragon had already developed a strong resistance to thunder laws. Soon the fourth transition, Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, would descend. This ancient ancestral dragon would undoubtedly become the perfect lightning rod. Subsequently, Jiang Feng called up the battle record, heading straight for the single monster yield in the level 5000 map. Slaying the 5000 level Inferno-enhanced monster Pangu Massacre triggered, seizing 2 billion free attribute points. Just from this one map, he had recklessly gathered 4 billion attribute points. Efficiency is decent. Jiang Feng spoke calmly, full of composure. The 5000 level Inferno-enhanced monster had a health pool of 300 trillion, yet before his 14 trillion actual damage, it was as fragile as thin paper. Moreover, he was fully equipped with 13 pieces of Chaos Black Gold gear, possessing 65 divine-level special effects, among which 10 top-level defensive effects were truly unbeatable. Absolute invincibility, blood rebirth, causality avoidance. He stood still, and even if a 10,000-level powerhouse launched a full-force attack, they couldn't break through. Jiang Feng dismissed the battle record, focusing on the attribute panel's allocation section. After clearing 47 high-level maps, he had accumulated 18 trillion free attributes. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly poured all 18 trillion attribute points into basic luck. Points allocation completed. Basic luck 160. 4 billion 18. 16 trillion. The ultimate set effect of the 3 sets of Chaos Black Gold equipment erupted and took effect crazily at this moment. With 16 trillion luck augmented by an astronomical factor of 240 times across all attributes, it instantly transformed into a figure capable of crashing the server. 22 trillion. This outrageous panel data completely froze in Jiang Feng's view. Ding. System prompt: you have met the conditions to unlock LV 5000 and 1 LV 6000 area permissions. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing no ripples. For him, unlocking permissions was no challenge at all. He had originally intended to immediately face the 4th transition Heavenly Thunder, but gazing at the wildly soaring attributes on the panel, he inexplicably felt a bit addicted to farming. He wanted to see where the limits of the attribute data in the demon domain truly lay. With a flicker of his figure, Jiang Feng stepped directly into the level 6000 Forbidden Zone. Boom! With a casual basic attack, the myriad of divine demons vaporized on the spot, and the world fell into sudden silence. Pangu Massacre raged on, claiming another 2 trillion attribute points. This time, he did not allocate points to luck, distributing all to the 4 dimensions: body, agility, strength, and intelligence, each skyrocketing by 80 billion. The 240 times amplification was about to erupt, pushing all attributes to 230 trillion. Loot tally. Jiang Feng bent down to pick up a black gold light orb from the ground. Chaos Black Gold equipment, 11 pieces dropped. The deeper you go, the higher the drop rate. As for whether there were stronger equipment beyond Chaos Black Gold, just keep killing. Continue. No sooner had he spoken than the level 7000 map shattered. He again collected 16 trillion attribute points, wildly dropping 23 pieces of Chaos Black Gold equipment. Jiang Feng remained expressionless, stepping on the essence of the map, directly advancing into the peak combat power of the demon domain. LV 8000 Cosmic Boundary. As Jiang Feng indiscriminately trampled the rules of the world outside the demon domain, the situation had already exploded completely. Notifications of tens of thousands of colorful treasures like an endless blood-red waterfall were relentlessly hammered into the retinas of all players in the server. Playing around with the game. This game should just be renamed to Qingfeng Legend. Is this a drop of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands? Even if we robbed all the NPCs in the server, we couldn't gather this much. This guy deserves full marks for his act. Others are getting forced to see Chaos Black Gold armor drops using their heads for defense. Ordinary players were driven mad by the announcement, while the upper echelons of various guilds were sweating profusely fixated on another line of area unlock prompts. Level 400 opened. Level 5000. No way even level 7000 is being breached. Is this a player? Is this a living king of hell doing a physical reckoning for the server? In the real world at the strategic command center of the Lighthouse Nation, Commander Wilson slumped in his leather chair staring intently at the data on the large screen, not even noticing when his precious cigar fell into his lap, burning a hole. Just a moment ago, he was conspiring to unite multiple countries to ambush Qingfeng in the game, undermining the foundations of China. At this moment, Wilson felt a chill run through him. This is no genius. This is a walking human killing machine. Contact China. Immediately. Wilson slammed the table, his voice hoarse. No matter the cost, by a few pieces of Chaos Black Gold back. 1 minute later, the diplomatic officer rushed back, drenched in sweat, looking ashen. Commander, we got a response from China. What did they say? How much do they want? The officer swallowed hard. China said that the big shot Qingfeng is very busy and they can't get in touch, but what? China said we've done too many bad things, and even if we get in touch with Qingfeng, he probably wouldn't be willing to trade with us. Our direct line has been cut off, blacklisted. Wilson's face turned pale, a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, feeling so stifled he couldn't utter a single curse. In this unseen confrontation, China had completely won. The scene shifts back to the level 90 wilderness map, the Dark Canyon. Li Hu was strolling at the mouth of the canyon, with Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Tzulan, their leisurely demeanor resembling that of a middle-aged tourist group on a spring outing. The elderly couple was clad in the 100-star Chaos Black Gold armor, just dropped by Jiang Feng. To keep a low profile, Li Hu used a high-level concealment scroll to suppress the earth-shattering glow effect, making them look like two drab pieces of novice whiteboard gear. Jiang Jiangguo shook his arms, grinning widely. This outfit is lightweight, and its attributes are too strong. I can barely count the stats on the panel. With such high base attributes combined with a 240-fold increase, wouldn't I be invincible? Li Hu beamed with pride, thumping his chest and shouting, Uncle, Brother Feng is simply amazing. One of a kind in the whole server. The treatment Brother Feng gives us, no one in the whole server can compare. You two can just stand here and let the monsters bite. They won't even be able to hurt you. Even if the monsters surround you, they won't break your defense. Brother Feng said that as long as he is here, no one dares to touch a single hair on you. Just as he was speaking, a series of announcements flooded the sky with a crimson hue. Server announcement: congratulations to the player Qingfeng from the China region for destroying the source of the level 7000 map. Li Hu became even more smug, pointing at the sky. Look, Brother Feng is making purchases up there again. Lu Tzulan gazed at the announcement on the screen, her eyes crinkling with laughter, her tone filled with an undeniable pride as she chuckled. This unfortunate child making such a big noise while playing a game, it's too loud. She paused, unable to resist, adding, I wonder if he's eating on time. He spends all his time grinding levels. Hope he doesn't tire himself out. Turning to Li Hu beside her, she reminded, Huzi, when you log off later, remember to tell him to eat a bit more meat, not just play the game. Okay. Li Hu had seen the screenshot data. Just this outfit alone, don't even mention wild monsters. Even if all the top 10 guilds in the server teamed up, they wouldn't be enough for this old couple to blow their noses on. Just as they were speaking, a wild wind suddenly kicked up. Boom. A level 90 boss Shadow Frenzy Lion appeared before the three, bringing with it a foul wind. Before Li Hu could draw his sword, a team of players in purple gear rushed out from behind. Leading them was the vice president of the Dominion Guild, Crazy Blade, with a face full of muscle, wielding an epic grade, great sword, looking fierce. Old man, are you blind? This boss is claimed by our Dominion Guild. Scram. Crazy Blade cursed at Jiang Jiangguo. Li Hu's gaze turned cold. Without uttering a word, his massive body stepped forward, firmly blocking the elderly couple. There should be rules of priority. The monster spawned right in front of us, and you think you can just claim it? Li Hu gripped the hilt of his sword, his aura extremely fierce. Do you dare to bare your fangs while wearing whiteboard gear, you broke fool? Crazy Blade sneered, activating the warrior's core skill charge. Then let's send you and the monster back to town together. The great sword whistled through the air, tearing it apart, aimed directly at, instantly killing the three. These big guild members were used to bullying others, clearing the area, and killing was like an everyday affair. Seeing the opponent really draw their sword, Jiang Jiangguo's temper flared up. He usually took the heat at work, but he wouldn't let anyone bully him in the game. Instinctively, he raised the novice wooden sword in his hand to block. Clang! The great sword struck hard against Jiang Jiangguo's thin shoulder. An extremely glaring crimson number floated up. 0. Crazy Blade was stunned. An epic great sword hitting whiteboard gear, no damage. Without giving him time to think, the top-tier effect of the Chaos Black Gold armor, 10,000 laws, overpowering body causality shock, kill revealed, its fangs at this moment. Boom! No fancy spells or light effects, just the purest numerical suppression, without reason. A devastating shockwave exploded outward from Jiang Jiangwo like a nuclear blast, tearing apart the surroundings. Dozens of elite members from the Dominion Guild, along with the arrogant Vice President Crazy Blade, were vaporized the instant they touched the light wave, their screams erased completely. The unfortunate BOSS Shadow Frenzy Lion, which had just opened its mouth to roar, had its health bar instantly wiped out, disintegrating into ashes in the aftermath. But it wasn't over yet. The violent shockwave continued unabated, crashing against the canyon walls with destructive force. Crack! The space emitted a jarring cracking sound. The entire Dark Canyon map was torn apart by this unreasonable rebound power. The ground collapsed, revealing a pitch-black void with black dimensional cracks spreading like a spider web, directly displaying the black data streams of zeros and ones from the lowest layer. Ding warning. The underlying logic of this map has suffered a devastating blow. The system is on the verge of collapse. Urgent repairs are underway. The cold system alarm echoed across the skies of Dongjiang City. A conventional dungeon map that had formed over decades was shattered by an old man's instinctive block. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the sky, full of data streams, barely managed to patch up the canyon regrowing flowers and trees. Li Hu maintained his stance with the sword drawn, staring at the completely flattened wasteland before him, his calves twitching violently, and even his hand holding the sword trembled. Jiang Jiangwo glanced at the novice wooden sword in his hand that hadn't even lost a splinter, swallowing hard. This outfit has a strong recoil effect. Lu Tsulon patted her chest, still lingering in fear. What kind of terrifying thing did Xiao Feng give? Almost gave me a heart attack. Within the celestial pivot dragon court, atop the stargazing pavilion, Zhang Chonglin sat upon a rosewood chair, his hand holding a teacup frozen midair. The tea had long gone cold, yet he remained oblivious. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky above Eastern River City still bore the lingering crimson streaks of data turbulence. The blood-red light curtain of the server-wide announcement pulsed every few seconds, forcibly transforming the night into a bloodlit day. 7,000 levels of map origin. That kid plans to strip the demon realm bare. Zhang Chonglin swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Jiang Shuyan stood nearby, a tactical tablet in her hands, its screen flashing with the frenzied data of the instant collapse of the 9 major trade consortium's capital chains. She took a deep breath, forcing down the tumultuous waves crashing within her heart. Elder Zhang Jiangfeng just sent me another transaction list. Jiang Shuyan strove to keep her voice steady. 100,000 treasures below the 5-color tier and 30,000 low-grade void lost spirit crystals. He said they were cluttering his inventory and told me to dispose of them as I saw fit. Crack. The celadon teacup in Zhang Changlin's hand shattered. Tea and shards embedded in his palm, yet he seemed insensate, rising abruptly. Dispose of them as you see fit. Over 100,000 colored items. If those old fools in the West knew this was the trash he was throwing away, they'd likely spit blood and die on the spot. Zhang Chonglin paced back and forth, his eyes blazing with an alarming light. He stopped, turning to Jiang Shuyun, his tone suddenly growing earnest. Shuyun, there's something I need to give you a heads up about. Jiang Shuyun immediately straightened, her expression solemn. For this pillar of the military to act this way, it had to be a matter of earth-shattering importance. Tomorrow Marshal Xiao is coming to the Dragon Court in person, Zhang Chonglin said in a low voice. Jiang Shuyun's breath caught. Marshal Xiao Zhenjiang, the strongest human in the Huaxia nation, a living totem who had single-handedly suppressed the Abyss Demon Emperor for 60 years. He was actually coming to visit Jiang Feng in person. Not only that, but Marshal Xiao is coming with full sincerity. Zhang Changlin's words carried a hidden meaning. But the world situation changes in an instant. This child Jiang Feng's strength is beyond question. But he simply can't be bothered with mundane affairs. Zhang Chonglin stepped closer, lowering his voice further. Entrusting you with such a vast network of resources shows his profound trust. Mr. Jiang currently lacks a close confidant to tend to his needs. If you do well as the chief steward, not only your Su family, but the entire celestial pivot, even the aristocratic houses of the capital, will have to defer to your will. Jiang Shuyun was no fool. She understood Zhang Changlin's intent to court and broker an alliance. Her heart pounded fiercely, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, but her gaze was resolute. Rest assured, Elder Zhang. Jiang Shuyun bowed slightly, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. I know my place. Where Jiang Feng points I go. If anyone dares stand in his way, I'll bury them in gold coins first. Good. With those words I am at ease. Zhang Chonglin laughed heartily, then his gaze turned cold. Since he wants to clear out his inventory, let's hold a ruthless auction for him. Time to bleed those white pigs dry. 20 minutes later. The Darknet highest international specification virtual roundtable conference room. A dozen holographic projections sat around a black table. Every person present controlled the economic lifelines and military logistics of a national region. Commander Wilson of the Lighthouse Nation sat at the head, his face ashen and grim. Gentlemen, you've all seen the anomalies from Huaxia. Wilson's voice was hoarse. That player named Qing Feng has broken the system balance. We cannot sit idly by. The representative of Fusang Nation stammered in reply, Commander, but we truly cannot defeat him. Let alone a frontal confrontation, even if we mobilized our entire national force, would be like paper before Jiang Feng. Fool! Who said anything about fighting? Wilson roared. We'll buy with resources. A mysterious batch of goods has flowed out of Huaxia. No matter the cost, we must secure it. Just then the conference room system alert blared. Warning, an unknown authority is forcibly accessing the meeting. The holographic projection flickered, and Jiang Shuyan's aloof figure materialized at the center of the round table. She was dressed in a sharp black business suit, looking down at the assembled magnates from various nations. Jiang Shuyan, someone from the Celestial Pivot Secret Council. Wilson slammed the table, rising. Who allowed you in? Jiang Shuyan didn't even deign to look at him. She raised a hand and flicked her wrist, sending a dense data list crashing onto the round table. To make a long story short, my boss is in a good mood today and decided to do some charity. There's a batch of discarded trinkets here. Gentlemen, any interest? The representatives looked down, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The list was filled entirely with one-color and two-color supreme treasures. A full 100,000 pieces. Piled beside them were mountain-like stacks of 4th turn and 5th turn tokens, and 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. All the way up to 13th turn tokens, everything imaginable. All kinds of rare and exotic treasures were beyond counting. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by harsh, ragged breaths. They had poured tens of trillions in national resources and might not even produce a single one-color treasure. And now Jiang Shuyun was flinging 100,000 pieces in their faces like garbage. Gulp. Wilson swallowed hard, his previous arrogance utterly evaporated. He forced a smile onto his face that was uglier than tears. Ms. Jiang, is this real? That Qing Feng is willing to sell these to us. Don't miss. Jiang Shuyan sneered, pulling over a chair and sitting down, crossing her legs. These are just broken copper and scrap iron my boss couldn't be bothered with. Selling them to you is giving you a meal. Want it or not? If not, I'll feed it to the abyss dogs. Arrogant. Audacious. It was grinding the pride of the Western nations into the dirt. Yet not a single person in the conference room dared to lose their temper. Faced with such a dimension-crushing temptation of resources, dignity meant nothing. Yes, we want it. The representative of the Goryeo nation was the first to break. The Great Han region is willing to pay 200 trillion gold coins to secure 2,000 colored items. 200 trillion. Jiang Shuyan scoffed. Are you begging for alms? Gold coins are the most worthless paper to me now. Mr. Jiang had already circulated a sea of equipment domestically in Huaxia that was internal trade among the Chinese. It wasn't even on the same scale as you foreign powers. Even if you insisted on comparing, your 200 trillion wouldn't even cover a fraction. She stood up, bracing her hands on the table, her gaze cutting across everyone's faces like a knife. Listen to the rules clearly. For this transaction, no gold coins. I want your controlling shares in the core cities of the Demon Realm region. I want permanent mining rights to class and above real-world secret realms. And I want priority scheduling rights for all cross-region teleportation arrays. Every condition proposed by Jiang Shuyun is akin to striking at the very artery of the Western forces. The treasures and resources produced in the secret realm are strategic hard currencies that cannot be bought even with wealth. To hold on to them is equivalent to possessing the key to the collective evolution. The god-level red equipment in the game is exceedingly rare, and treasures with the prefix true are even harder to come by at exorbitant prices. Even with Jiang Feng's strong backing, Jiang Shuyun is well aware of the realities of the domestic high-ups. One must be strong themselves, or relying solely on others for sustenance is not the way forward. The path to national strength lies in collective growth. The more main cities one controls in the game, the broader the territory for exploration, naturally leading to an increase in national fortune. As for the priority scheduling rights for cross-region teleportation arrays, that is an absolute lifeline. This is tantamount to monopolizing the logistics hub and military mobility network for the entire server. Rapid allocation of resources can enclose the army in an instant. Holding onto this trump card means grasping the very lifeblood of the entire game. The meeting room fell into a deathly silence for a full minute. Jiang Shuyun, you are robbing us in broad daylight. Wilson slammed the table fiercely, the veins in his neck bulging. Such harsh and humiliating conditions the Lighthouse Nation would rather die than sign. Take care, no need to see you off. Jiang Shuyun didn't even lift her eyelids, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Mr. Jiang's goods never lack buyers. Guess if the Abyssal Demon clan would be willing to trade a few main cities for these colorful outfits. As soon as these words were spoken, the representative of Goryo was taken aback. The Goryo will sign. As long as we get some colorful outfits, we can immediately transfer our shares in the main city of the demon realm. Fusang will sign too. The alliance's defenses crumbled in an instant. Everyone understood. The equipment was monopolized by the Demon King Ball, and the Abyssal clan would only grow stronger. In the real world, they would face an existential threat. Signing the conditions would allow their own combat power to soar. However, it would require relinquishing more initiative. Wilson watched as several individuals flipped allegiances, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He understood better than anyone. Once the gap in equipment widened, the Lighthouse Nation's dominant position would be utterly lost. Deal. Wilson felt all strength drain from his body, slumping into his chair. This smoke-free game of chess saw Huaxia emerge victorious. As soon as the news broke, domestic forums, various live streams, and the Magic Domain World Channel erupted. Damn, this wave of robbing foreign devils feels exhilarating. The Wheel of Fortune turns. These guys also have a day to bow their heads and admit defeat. What kind of cheat does the big boss Qingfeng have? Is 100,000 colorful outfits as easy to toss as garbage? The trading market has gone crazy. Colorful outfits are being sold at rock-bottom prices. Qingfeng's foster father is soaring. The vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Association directly posted under his real name, his tone frantic. This is a dimensional strike. It forcefully raised Wuxia's combat power by 2 eras. Qingfeng is a living god. In the eye of the storm, Jiang Shuyuan watched the assets and permissions in her account surge wildly, a cold and elegant smile forming at the corners of her mouth. She understood Jiang Feng all too well. He was a lone wolf, never bound by the constraints of the mundane world. Her task was to weave a vast net of benefits for him, becoming the sharpest blade in his hand. The scene shifted back to Magic Domain. Level 8000, Extreme Zone, Cosmic Boundary. Jiang Feng paused momentarily, directly opening his panel. The 16 trillion free attribute points obtained from sweeping through the level 7000 forbidden area were all invested into the dimensional attributes at once. Attribute allocation complete. Basic dimensional attributes: body, agility, strength, intelligence, 50 trillion. Chaotic black gold set, 240x amplification effect, 1200 trillion. A terrifying power capable of shattering high-dimensional laws surged wildly within him. Jiang Feng lifted his gaze and scanned his surroundings. Half a day passed, yet not a single monster had spawned. It was eerily abnormal. In this level 8000 extreme map, there wasn't even half a monster. Only a dead silence surrounded the starry sky. At the edge of the starlight, an old man in a coarse robe sat cross-legged. IDG Schwanza. The old man had no health bar, his aura restrained to the utmost, like an ordinary meteorite in the starry sky. You have arrived. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze weathered much faster than I anticipated. Jiang Feng gripped the universe destruction staff, raising an eyebrow. Who are you? I am Ji Xuanzi, the 73rd descendant of Emperor Xianyuan. The old man gradually stood up. No health bar, neither a monster nor an NPC. He was merely a pure ancient will, similar to the descendant of the flame Emperor Jiang Kunlun. I have been waiting for you here for a long time, long enough to forget the passage of time. Elder, why have you summoned me? Jiang Feng's tone was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. You are the chosen one. Ji Xuanzi stroked his beard. Cross this line, and you will be able to tear apart the underlying laws of Magic Domain. Once you reach level 10,000, Jiang Kunlun and I will be able to fulfill our merits and ascend to the higher realms. Jiang Feng's gaze was steady, neither servile nor overbearing. Suddenly speaking, Jiang Kunlun also mentioned the world within a world. What exactly is there? Why have the ruthless figures from ancient times vanished without a trace after entering? Ji Xuanzi looked up into the deep space, sighing lightly. I know little, only that the laws there are 1,000,000 times stronger than those of Blue Star and Magic Domain. They were all bewitched by a prophecy. What prophecy? Jiang Feng inquired, not hurriedly. Kunlun's pinnacle, the path to ascend, undying and unextinguished, all realms pay homage. Ji Xuanzi's words resonated in ancient times when the first emperor offered sacrifices with the terracotta army. He opened a one-way channel. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone neither soft nor harsh. Elder, you have no idea what that place looks like, yet you say, I am the chosen one. And you want me to protect the descendants of Yan and Huang. Where does that confidence come from? Ji Xuanzi was not angered. Instead, he smiled, exuding a sense of mystical certainty. It relies on the will of heaven. It also pertains to the great calamity that occurred 12,000 years ago. You've heard of Nuwa mending the sky, right? Jiang Feng remained silent. Myths are not fabricated. 12,000 years ago, a meteor from the outside world pierced through the boundary of the Buzhou mountain realm. The Milky Way surged, and the Great Flood nearly led to the complete extinction of humanity. Mending the stones was precisely to repair the high-dimensional rift that was breached. Ji Zuance's gaze was piercing, fixated on Jiang Feng. Before the two emperors of Yin and Huang ascended, they received a divine revelation in a dream. When the abyss descends and the data of the magic domain digitizes Blue Star, a being capable of shattering all laws will be born. He is the next mender of the sky. Thus I remain here solely to guide you. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Zuance's figure shattered into countless golden starlights, slowly drifting toward the sky. Go venture into the realm of 10,000 levels. Go see the true starry sky. Moments later, the old man completely vanished, and the surroundings fell into silence once more. Jiang Feng stood in place, stroking his chin. He simply wanted to rely on his infinite plundering talent and quietly be a background character, to stack attributes to cosmic levels and ensure a stable life for his parents. He couldn't care less about how the world was. Yet these ancestors from thousands of years ago insisted on forcing him to take on a mission, even placing a savior's hat on his head. They even brought up Nuwa mending the sky. Don't be too absurd. I'm just an emotionless monster-slaying machine. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze, his expression calm. What kind of savior of the world did they expect him to be? Don't be ridiculous. He has never harbored such self-righteous compassion. His purpose for entering the demon realm was simple to the extreme. Grinding monsters, looting gear, and stacking attributes to the breaking point, all while safely protecting his family. As for the myriad realms converging, let those who wish to compete do so. Just don't involve him, don't bother him. However, upon a second thought, there were 4 words in Ji Xiance's prophecy that caught his attention. Immortal and indestructible. This is not something that can be achieved through ordinary max-level damage reduction. Eternal life often implies unreasonable high-dimensional rules. Jiang Feng casually opened the system panel and searched the entire Warzone forum for the path to ascend and immortal and indestructible. The page refreshed, displaying nothing but recruitment spam from guilds with not a shred of useful information. He stopped hesitating and directly activated remote virtual communication for Demon Realm. Light and shadow twisted, forming a holographic conference room in an instant. The projections of Jiang Shuyun and Zhang Chonglin slowly materialized on either side of the long table. This was multidimensional communication, disregarding maps, transcending regions with no distance barriers. Mr. Jiang, have you finished dealing with matters over there? Jiang Shuyun sat upright, her expression capable. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, getting straight to the point. Have you ever heard of the prophecy, immortal and indestructible myriad realms converging? Jiang Shuyun furrowed her brows in thought for a few seconds and decisively shook her head. There are no relevant records in the Tianshu intelligence database. It sounds like an unlocking chant for an ancient secret realm. However, Zhang Chonglin across from her paused with his teacup. The military magnate squinted and pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. Now that you mention it, I have a bit of an impression. Several years ago, a strange person posted on a domestic forum mentioning those 16 characters. Does Elder Zhang know? Jiang Feng asked flatly. Could you please send me a link to take a look? Zhang Chonglin didn't waste words. He immediately utilized the highest military authority to retrieve that long-sealed dead link from the bottom-tier database and pushed it directly to Jiang Feng's panel. By the way, Xiao Feng, General Xiao's schedule has been set. He will personally visit Tianshu Long Garden to meet you tomorrow at noon. The only 7-turn level 400 powerhouse in Huaxia, Xiao Zhenjiang. Alright, got it. Jiang Feng casually replied and decisively cut off the communication. He had long anticipated that with his current strength, meeting some high-ranking individuals was merely a matter of time. Both Zhang Chonglin and Jiang Shuyun understood that Jiang Feng was about to soar. Even the commanders at the top of the capital had to personally visit him. What an honor, what gravitas. Jiang Feng didn't think further, his gaze falling on that worn forum link. The post data was pitifully sparse with fewer than 10 replies, but thousands of views. The poster's ID was Zhe Lugo. The signature conveyed a sense of youthful, yet eerie melancholy, the last chief of the star skeleton race. The main text was brief, directly dissecting the 16-character prophecy. At the beginning, Kunlun Peak, the path to ascend revealed. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain lies a physical passage to a higher dimensional world, the true starry sky behind the world. Immortal and indestructible myriad realms converging. Stepping onto this path allows one to undergo a complete transformation and gain the power of eternal life, making all planes and races in the universe kneel in submission. To prevent objections, this Zhe Lugu even added a simple and blunt summary at the end. Walking this path, invincibility, eternal life, Lord of the myriad realms. You blue planet's past powerhouses have all vanished merely for the sake of seeking longevity and supreme power. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his fingertips gliding across the screen. The reply section below was nothing short of a large-scale cyber mockery. Second floor, I am the peak. Oh, so there's a star skeleton race. I am a wild Ultraman from the M78 Nebula. Bro, have you read too many online novels? I suggest you take a left turn to the mental health clinic. Third floor keyboard immortal descends. I Uchiha Zhao C testify that the poster is right. Because he still owes me $5 for internet fees from yesterday. Fourth floor magical girl bulk. Could you at least make your story a bit more believable? Right now there's hardly a single 7-turn left in the entire server, and do you think you can talk about being the boss of the universe? It's totally unnecessary. If it were an ordinary person, they would have lashed out at the keyboard warriors. But this poster remained unusually calm. He started outputting a complete set of dimension systems that human powerhouses wouldn't even dare to imagine on the 5th floor. Your understanding is too limited. What is now called hidden professions and SSS grade talents on a cosmic scale is merely the entry-level standard for picking up trash at the bottom tier. The true talent and professional hierarchy is regular F to SSS level. Above that are quasi-ancient level, the ultimate combat power of the world star, level cosmic laws, realm master, level sovereign of dimensions, Tao source, level source power, void, level mastery of the void, heavenly respect, level supreme among the heavens, and even the limitless level that reigns supreme over all laws. Zhang Feng's fingers paused. He glanced at the 4 large characters on his panel, Pangu Slaughter. And clearly even this Zhe Lu Gu, who was spouting high-dimensional theories, had never touched this super-specification ceiling that belonged solely to him. Zhang Feng continued scrolling down. The poster's revelations persisted. The 7-colored divine weapons that you treat as treasures are merely transitional goods. The true treasure hierarchy: chaos treasures, chaos black, gold Hongmeng treasures, mysterious purple, mixed gold Yuan Shi treasures, colorless holy light, and finally the ultimate limitless treasures, the source of all paths. Let's also talk about the levels you revere as divine. Zhe Lu Gu's words exuded a cold superior. Level 120 for 4 turns, level 180 for 5 turns, level 260 for 6 turns. All the way to level 960 for 11 turns, level 980 for 12 turns, and level 990 for 13 turns. Only upon reaching level 999 can one be considered a pseudo-god capable of condensing divine attributes within their body. Cross that threshold and reach level 1000 to fuse divine attributes and become a god in flesh. The reply section remained silent for a few days. Then a netizen named Specializing in Bragging left a sarcastic comment. Seeing how well you crafted your tale, I'm almost moved. Great Chief, why don't you tell us more about what prehistoric civilization looked like 12,000 years ago to make you sound like this? The poster Zhe Lu Gu's last reply had lingered for 5 years. That piece of text was lengthy, and every word conveyed an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow that transcended millennia. It was an era of divine conflicts, a star domain of utmost glory. Every child born there had no so-called beginner's phase. Upon birth, they possessed the power of level 780 and 10 turns. Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened. Born with 10 turns. This starting point was indeed unreasonably high. Unfortunately, a calamity destroyed all of this. Zhe Lu Gu's words were filled with unspeakable despair. A massive comet carrying the laws of destruction crashed down. That comet is what you currently connect to as the demon realm space. In the violent collision, all high-dimensional deities perished, and the prehistoric star domain suffered a fatal dimensional downgrade, devolving into a primitive blue planet that couldn't even be classified as level 1. As the laws collapsed and the heavens fell into chaos, later generations could no longer possess such extraordinary power. Among your ancestors, those truly exceptional individuals did not perish. They stepped into a higher world solely to pursue the path of longevity. And I remained behind. With my power, I could have long swept through the demon domain and crushed Blue Star. Yet I endured for 10,000 years doing nothing just to wait for one person. A being capable of mending the rifts in the world and bearing higher dimensional power, the mender of heaven. When Nuwa spared my life back then, I lived to repay this debt of gratitude. Once the debt of gratitude is settled, I shall naturally dissipate into the cosmos and vanish without a trace. Zhang Feng stood in the vast, empty map of the cosmic boundary, surrounded by an eerie silence. The worldview gear levels and quest stages revealed in the post all matched the hidden information in his system. It was confirmed. The opponent was an ancient monster who had lived for 10,000 years hiding in some corner of Blue Star or the demon domain. Zhang Feng's lips curled slightly as he reached out to tap the input box beneath the floating light screen. Without probing, without unnecessary words, he typed a single line. You are all looking for the mender of heaven. I will say it directly, I am the mender of heaven. Clicking send. 1 second. 2 seconds. The data stream before him suddenly exploded, swirling violently. The starry background of the cosmic boundary was violently torn apart by an invisible hand, and the space barrier emitted a deafening sound of shattering. There was no system announcement, no monster fresh effects. A thin gray shadow crashed through the base code of the level 8000 map, smashing down in front of Zhang Feng with a loud bang. The old man was covered in gray-brown rock scales lacking equipment or weapons. Even Zhang Feng's probing technique, which could see through all laws, could not perceive his name or health bar. Yet as soon as he stood still, Zhang Feng's chaotic black gold armor automatically erupted in a dazzling black glow, and the absolute defense, amplified by 240 times, was passively triggered, fiercely resisting the high-dimensional pressure emanating from the old man. "You? We're just replying." The old man's voice was hoarse and dry, his deep-set eyes locked onto Zhang Feng, with blue flames flickering wildly in their depths. "The internet speed is quite fast." Zhang Feng flipped his wrist, the staff of cosmic ruin gripped in his hand. Without any excess vigilance, he prepared to unleash a devastating true damage strike in mere milliseconds. Zirek showed no concern for his indifference. He trembled as he stepped forward, his gaze greedy and fervent, scanning Zhang Feng's entire being like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. "The foundation of the ancient Star Master. Know your aura is far beyond this." He suddenly looked up, his rocky old face contorting into a near-manic smile. "It can't be wrong. Only an anomaly that thoroughly breaks free from conventional constraints can mend the heavens. After 12,000 years, I've finally waited for this." Zhang Feng observed his frenzied demeanor, which seemed ready to rush forward and cling to his leg, and replied in a tone as calm as water, "I only posted to verify the truth. This job I want to find someone else." Zirek was completely stunned. He clearly didn't expect Zhang Feng to refuse. His withered arm waved frantically, his tone becoming urgent to the point of losing composure. "You don't understand. That is the path to ascend to the heavens. It is the strongest passage in all realms. As long as you follow me, my Star Skeleton clan will exhaust our last essence to help you skip all transitions and all stages, directly reaching the top." He shouted louder and louder, his voice exploding in the starry sky. "Your current data, no matter how massive, is still just a mundane being trapped in this dimension. Follow me, and you will instantly condense your divine form, merge with the laws, ascend to the heavens in one step, and become a god. Directly level 1000, fully becoming a god, stepping into the pinnacle of all realms. Skipping all shackles, directly achieving godhood. This temptation is enough to make any major player on the rankings kneel and bow down on the spot." But what about Zhang Feng? He remained expressionless, even a bit cold-blooded. He lifted his eyelids, slightly coldly scrutinizing the ancient relic who had lived for 10,000 years. "Click to receive, directly become a god. The condition is to fill that high-dimensional rift, right? This is your fate. It's also the only way out." Zirek howled. "I won't go." Zhang Feng simply spat out two words, decisive and unyielding. Zirek's eyes widened, the blue fire in his eyes instantly solidifying. "Why? That is the great power of the myriad realms. How many people seek it and cannot obtain it? Since it is an unknown passage, entering could result in disconnection." Zhang Feng turned casually, opening the teleport coordinates of the myriad realms star plate, speaking in a flat tone. "The pancake is drawn quite well. But I've already become a god in body. If I can't return, who will support my parents?" He slightly turned his head, glancing at the utterly petrified Zirek. "And stay honestly in your cave. If you bother me with this kind of nonsense again, I'll pull out your divine form and sell it for coins." Zhang Feng turned and left. In the dead silence of the starry sky, only the 10,000-year-old leader of the Star Skeleton clan remained. Zhang Feng did not cross that line to tear apart the underlying laws of the demon domain, nor did he heed Zirek's passionate speech about mending the heavens. The reason was simple. Who knows if crossing dimensions might trigger a chain reaction? What if it brings unforeseen disasters to Blue Star? He didn't want to be any savior, nor did he want to bring catastrophic trouble to his family. More importantly, Zhang Feng's attributes had reached an extremely terrifying level. His spiritual perception was keen to the extreme. He sensed that there was something off about this Zirek. His mouth proclaimed the welfare of the world, yet the greed in his eyes was completely unconcealed. Until Zhang Feng's figure completely disappeared. Zirek's previously transcendent demeanor crumbled in an instant, his withered face twisting like old tree bark. In his azure eyes a resentful fire ignited. "You lowly ant, how dare you give face and not take it?" The ancient monster's bony fingers crushed the nearby meteorite, the sound grating like sandpaper. "What nonsense, mender of heaven! For 12,000 years I have guarded this broken place, my body withering, the laws flowing away." After enduring so long for a perfect vessel, he actually dared to refuse. This was his true objective. The so-called guiding passage was merely a facade. As long as Zhang Feng showed the slightest relaxation, he would immediately strike, fiercely draining Zhang Feng's soul orifice, directly seizing this supreme body, with unlimited potential to reclaim his place at the peak of the myriad realms. But he never expected that Zhang Feng would not fall for his tricks. "Don't want to mend the heavens. Want to support your parents." Zirek chuckled sinisterly, his rocky scales trembling violently. "Quite filial, huh?" Zirek roared angrily, blue flames raging in his eyes. then I will send your whole family to hell to reunite. When you see your parents die in front of you, I will see if you can remain this calm. Boom. The high-dimensional laws tore apart space. Zirig transformed into a gray light following the threads of causality, remaining on Jiang Feng's body, directly rushing towards the lower levels of the demon domain. Level 1200 map Fallen Abyss. Dark red magma rolled beneath and groups of level 1200 abyss lords roared with earth-shattering sounds. Just pulling one out could wipe out the top guilds of Blue Star hundreds of times. Yet at this moment it felt like Jiang Jiangguo held a weapon that had concealed its true appearance, looking like a novice wooden bow, and casually drew it to full moon. Whoosh! An unembellished arrow flew out. Boom! Ahead 500 meters away, over a dozen abyssal lords with trillions of HP exploded into dust, not even a bone shard remaining. Holy shit, uncle. This damage is insane. Absolutely epic. Li Hu, trailing behind to pick up gold coins, shouted with a cracked voice, incessantly flattering. Lu Tsuelon, holding a wooden staff, idly cast a healing spell on herself. Old man, slow down. You've cleared all the monsters who I don't even get to use my skills. Li Hu chuckled sheepishly, quickly explaining. Annie, with you and uncle wearing this Chaos Dark Gold set, all your stats are in the trillions. Not just level 1200, you could steamroll through thousands of extreme level maps. Coming here today is just a warm-up. Lu Quillen's face glowed with pride as she turned to look at Li Hu. Who, these monsters give tons of EXP and you're leveling up fast. Why not call your parents to train too? Finger must have plenty of spare gear. Hearing this, Li Hu was startled, waving his hands frantically. Annie, stop right there. No way. His expression turned serious. Brother Feng has been nothing but good to me. He even gave me complete chaos treasures. I'm just riding on his coattails and I know my place. After a pause, he spoke with unusual clarity. If I got greedy and dragged my whole family here to leech off him, that would be utterly ungrateful. I know Brother Feng's temper. He won't tolerate nonsense. I have this life only because I stay in my lane, I can't cause him any trouble. Lu Tsuelon nodded repeatedly, full of praise. Who, you're truly sensible. Finger made the right call befriending you. As the three chatted animatedly, the sky above suddenly shattered like a mirror. A suffocating high-dimensional pressure surged like a tsunami, freezing the rolling magma of the fallen abyss into ice. Jiang Feng's parents. Die! A shrill venomous roar shook heaven and earth. A gray shadow plummeted like a meteor, Zirig's withered claws tearing through the void, wrapped in 10,000 years of annihilation laws, aimed straight for Jiang Jiangguo's back. This strike would instantly kill even a level 5,000 divine boss. Li Hu's face paled, he couldn't react in time. Jiang Jiangguo was still turning to speak, with Lu Tsuelon completely off guard. Bang! A dull thud shook the ground as Zirig's claws dug deep into Jiang Jiangguo's back. Then, a crimson number floated lazily above Jiang Jiangguo's head, 3,600. The air fell into dead silence. Li Hu's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly bulging out. Lu Tsuelon froze, forgetting to even raise her hand. Jiang Jiangguo turned around, utterly bewildered. Even the ferocious Zirig was completely paralyzed midair, his azure eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He stared at his claws, then abruptly at Jiang Jiangguo's health bar. 460 trillion total HP, and only 3,600 points had been lost. Not only was it not a breach of defense, but it hadn't even scratched a hair. More absurdly, the regeneration was so obscenely fast that the 3,600 HP recovered instantly, the health bar utterly unmoved. Wah! What the hell is this? Zirig's worldview shattered completely, his voice trembling. His high-dimensional annihilation strike, honed over 10,000 years, hitting an old man from Blue Star, felt like a mere tickle. What kind of inhuman, outrageous stats were these, hey? Jiang Jiangguo rubbed his back, frowning as he scrutinized the gaunt old man covered in rocky scales, looking utterly bizarre. Why are there monkeys spawning on this level 1200 map? This old rascal has a nasty temper, daring to scratch me. Jiang Jiangguo complained irritably. Uncle, this doesn't seem like a regular monster. It looks like a tough guy with a storyline. Li Hu swallowed hard, his heart still pounding. Lu Tsuelon hurried over, grabbing Jiang Jiangguo's arm. Old man, are you okay? Does it hurt? Hurt my ass, it felt like a mosquito bite. Jiang Jiangguo shook her off, glaring at Zirig with rising anger. You old bastard, daring to interrupt my spring outing. Tired of living. With that, he casually grabbed the weapon that looked like a novice wooden bow, but was actually a chaos treasure. Without drawing the string, or using a skill, he swung it like a club straight at Zirig's head. Zirig sensed danger, and tried to retreat, only to find the void around him completely locked down. An irresistible supreme law crashed down. It was the causal annihilation kill inherent in the Chaos Dark Gold set, backed by overwhelming absolute power. No, wait, I am bang. Before he could finish, the bow's back slammed solidly into Zirig's forehead. A blinding crimson number exploded, nearly overwhelming the entire view. 326 trillion. Absolute true critical. This terrifying number was so massive it nearly burst the system interface. The crimson glowed dazzling and disorienting. Zirig didn't even have time to scream. His stellar corpse, refined over 12,000 years, burst into a puff of nihilistic ash like a watermelon crushed under a hydraulic press. In his final moment, his eyes split wide open, refusing to close, dying without understanding why Jiang Feng's father was equally outrageously overpowered. The ash was swept away by the wind in an instant. That's it. Jiang Jiangguo shrugged, stowing the bow with disdain. Its health bar wasn't even as thick as that red rock boar's, a pure glass cannon monkey. As his words faded, the void beside them rippled like water, and Jiang Feng stepped out of the Myriad Realm Shuttle's black gold rune array. He had sensed the old monster tearing through space and immediately locked onto his parents' coordinates to rush over. Jiang Jiangguo, seeing his son, immediately put on a stern face and complained, "Finger, just what kind of messy enemies have you been making? Resorting to tattling to parents now, huh?" Pointing at the ash on the ground, he deliberately scolded, "What if that old rascal had actually scratched me to death? Wouldn't you be an orphan, you little brat? It's only because your old man is tough. Oh, anyone else would have been done for." Seeing his father still in a joking mood, Jiang Feng's lips curled up as he walked over casually. He hadn't stopped Zirig immediately because he knew exactly how overpowered the Chaos Dark Gold set was. "Dad, don't get smug and act innocent," Jiang Feng retorted with a smile. "With that gear on you, defenses in the hundreds of trillions, and causal damage reflection, not even a single hair would be out of place if Blue Star exploded right now, let alone from some old corpse. I just wanted to use his hand to give you two a little workout. That's what family harmony and mutual help is all about. You little rascal, getting cheekier by the day." Lu Tsuelon laughed and smacked Jiang Feng on the back. Watching the whole scene, Li Hu was utterly awestruck. With a thud, Li Hu dropped to both knees, tears nearly streaming from excitement. "My lord, my liege." He looked up at Jiang Feng with fervent eyes. "Brother Feng, this gear is too incredible. That 10,000-year-old monster's dimensional strike couldn't even harm a single hair on uncle. From today on, I, Li Hu, live for Brother Feng and die for Brother Feng. He'll go wherever you point, no questions asked." Jiang Feng got goosebumps and walked over to kick Li Hu without hesitation. "Get lost. Get up now." Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "Cut the act with me. My lord and my liege. I don't want to end up like Dongzhi was stabbed in the back by you one day. No way. I'm a loyal dog. I'd never betray you." Li Hu rubbed his backside as he stood up, grinning foolishly. Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Tsuelon watched the two clowns and couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the vast, deep fallen abyss, what had been an intensely dire crisis had been turned into a light-hearted family comedy by these four people. Jiang Feng glanced at the drifting ashes in the air, curling his lip as he cursed. This old man is just looking for trouble for no reason. Yet despite his words, he was well aware, this old fellow definitely had ulterior motives. Right from the start, he attempted to coerce him into mending the heavens. When rejected, he even dared to cross boundaries and ambush his parents. His intentions were far from pure. However, this incident also indirectly confirmed a suspicion. The bizarre myths of Huaxiao found in the ancient encyclopedia of his past life were likely true, merely erased by the catastrophic events of prehistory. The so-called demon realm was nothing but the calamity comet that pierced through the dimensional fabric of Blue Star. Yet Jiang Feng had no interest whatsoever in mending the heavens. Even if that high-dimensional rift were to break open a massive hole, as long as it didn't hinder his ability to log in and farm monsters for attributes or disrupt his mother's grocery shopping and his father's leveling up, it had nothing to do with him. "Holy crap. Feng, go take a look." Li Hu suddenly shouted, pointing excitedly at the air. In the originally empty space, a faint starlight was suspended, revealing a fist-sized beast skin pouch, its surface covered with dark golden magical patterns, exuding an aura of high-dimensional mystery. Shumi Star Skeleton Pouch, a high-dimensional storage treasure containing a fragmented micro-star domain. Jiang Feng stepped forward and casually grabbed the pouch. Ding. Successfully acquired. Congratulations to the host for gaining 80 trillion gold coins. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 4500 Void Lost Spirit Crystals. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 12000 Star Crystals. 1800 items of 13th tier tokens. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Destruction Divine Fragment Demigod Level 1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Primordial Treasure Xuanzi Tai Su's Demon Subduing Armor Xuanzi Mixed Gold 1. The crisp sound of system notifications rang out in succession. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the previous hundreds of colorful items flooding the screen, everything that popped out was of solid quality, directly filling the inventory. Jiang Feng moved his fingertip and directly opened the attribute panel of the Xuanzi Tai Su's Demon Xuanzi Tai Su's demon-subduing armor quality primordial treasure, Xuanzi mixed gold, where requirement no level exempt from high-dimensional laws-based attributes, all attributes 1. 2 trillion primordial characteristics, 1. Xuanzi holy protection, damage reduction, 99. 999, remaining damage converted to unlimited shield duration, all attributes 50. Primordial characteristics 2, mixed gold dominance. Immune to high-dimensional law suppression alteration, ignores instant death and other kill mechanisms triggered upon receiving hits with uncontrollable dominance. Primordial characteristics 3, demons subduing soul devour. Inflicts 3,000 true damage to demons, abyss high-dimensional evil spirits. Looking at the absurdly overpowered attribute panel, Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. The attributes of this single piece directly crushed his current Chaos Black Gold gear. However, he had 3 complete sets of Chaos treasures stacking 3 major sets each with an 80x total attribute boost, adding up to a total of 240x. If he were to replace the chest armor, the set effect would immediately collapse. If only this item could trigger the set effect on its own. That way he could directly equip it and stack a terrifying 400x total attributes plus 7 incredible special effects and an additional 12 trillion total attribute boost. He'll wait until I gather a full set before considering it. Without a hint of reluctance, Jiang Feng raised his hand and stuffed this primordial treasure coveted by top-tier experts into his backpack. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon the multifaceted crystal stone radiating a chilling black light. Destruction Divine Fragment, demigod level. This was the first time Jiang Feng had seen anything labeled with the word Divine Fragment in a drop. Fengge, what is this pitch-black stone? It looks eerie but has a high prestige. Li Hu leaned in for a closer look, his eyes wide in amazement. Jiang Feng remained silent, directly capturing the attributes of the Divine Fragment and sending them into the current channel. As soon as Li Hu saw it, he gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Jiang Jiangguo glanced at the panel, his brow instantly knitting into a frown, his expression grave. Lu Zuelan was even more confused, pulling Li Hu and asking, "Huzi, what does this say? What is a 1,000-level divine body? It sounds quite mystical." Just as Jiang Feng was about to explain, a clear, yet weary sigh suddenly echoed in the vast fallen abyss. That is the destruction Divine Fragment, the core Divine Fragment of the Dark Abyss Devourer, Loka, whom you have just slain. As the voice fell, the surrounding void twisted like rippling water, and Jiang Kunlun, dressed in a plain white robe, stepped forward. He first cautiously glanced at the wooden bow in Jiang Jiangguo's hand, then bowed respectfully to Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with complexity. "Elder Jiang." A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Jiang Kunlun nodded, looking at the bewildered Li Hu and Jiang Feng's parents. He forced a smile. "You can think of this thing as a direct level-up job change certificate, a ready-made product." He turned to Jiang Feng, his expression serious. "Refining this Divine Fragment will allow you to skip all thresholds from level 1 to 13, instantly becoming a 1,000-level fully maxed divine body, mastering the laws of destruction, and your combat power will surge directly." "Directly max level?" Li Hu exclaimed, his voice cracking. "That's amazing. It saves so much grinding." Jiang Kunlun coldly scoffed and shook his head. "Shortcuts always come with a price. It will sever your future. Refining someone else's Divine Fragment will lead to assimilation, and you will never be able to use your original self to condense a perfect Divine Fragment." He emphasized, staring at Jiang Feng word by word. "The most deadly part is that after refining, your growth rate will be directly cut by 90. Your cultivation will be capped for this lifetime, and you will never think of leveling up again." Jiang Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Killing a monster would normally yield 10 points of attributes, but refining this wretched stone would only grant him 1 point. Killing a top-tier boss could net him 10 billion points, but with a 90 reduction, he would lose 9 billion for no reason, a pure loss. "Whoever refines this thing is a fool picking up sesame seeds while dropping watermelons," Jiang Feng sneered inwardly. His Pangu Slaughter was an infinite talent with no upper limit. As long as there were enough monsters, his attributes could directly break through the boundaries of the universe. For the sake of a momentary 1,000 level, to give up an infinite future, that would be a terrible. Jiang Kunlun hurriedly stepped forward, earnestly advising, "Young friend Jiang, your foundation is too solid. Do not be deceived by this false power. This Divine Fragment absolutely must not be touched." Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Zuelan did not understand the laws of the divine body, but they clearly heard severing the future and diminished growth. Lu Zuelan anxiously grabbed Jiang Feng. "Finger, this is just a poison apple. You must not touch it." Li Hu also nodded frantically. "Fengge, you don't need this. Your leveling up is like riding a rocket. There's no need to settle for someone else's second-hand, unfinished building." "I know." Jiang Feng nodded, flicking his wrist. He tossed the forbidden divine spark, viewed by Jiang Kunlun as a taboo, into the corner of his backpack like discarded trash. This lousy stone can go to the auction house later, perfect for swindling some foreign fools. He casually sealed the divine spark's fate. After stowing his belongings, Jiang Feng turned to Jiang Kunlun, his gaze sharpening. Why aren't you retired in Kunlun Mountain? What brings you to the 1200th level abyss? Jiang Kunlun's aged face flushed. He cleared his throat twice and confessed. I came, originally, to deliver a message to you. He pointed at the fading ashes on the ground, his voice grave. That thing you just killed wasn't the real Star Wraith. The true Zerg was assassinated 10,000 years ago by this creature Morak. This ancient fiend wore Zerg's skin, lurking in the shadows, merely seeking a perfect vessel for reincarnation. I sensed the tearing of higher dimensional space, fearing you'd fall into its trap, so I rushed over. At this, Jiang Kunlun glanced at Jiang Zhangwo, who was casually cleaning his nails with a wooden bow. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, disbelief thick in his tone. Who would have thought? Before I could even arrive, this 10th-of-sandy-year-old monster was reduced to ashes by your esteemed father. Jiang Kunlun's heart churned with shock, reverence, and a trace of bewilderment. He simply couldn't fathom how an old man from Blue Star who hadn't even reached level 100 could unleash such terrifying power. A single strike dealt hundreds of trillions in true damage, effortlessly vanquishing a demon that even he had to treat with caution. What kind of lineage did this family possess? They were nothing short of a pack of deeply hidden monsters. Jiang Feng listened, understanding dawning on him. No wonder that old codger had been spouting nonsense from the start. He was a fake seeking to steal a body. Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. Jiang Feng nodded calmly. Jiang Kunlun shook his head, his expression instantly lightening, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Young friend Jiang, my visit this time is also to bid you farewell. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Where are you going? The heavenly path. Jiang Kunlun's eyes gleamed with longing. I have sensed that Ji Xuan's obsession has completely dissipated. He has already set foot on the heavenly path, entering the legendary upper realm. Our mission to guard the bloodlines on Blue Star is finally complete. He looked at Jiang Feng, his tone filled with emotion. Though you have yet to reach level 10,000, your strength has long surpassed the limits of this world. With you standing guard, Cathay has nothing to fear. It is time for me to journey to the higher dimensional realms and behold the scenery there. With that, Jiang Kunlun made a deep bow to Jiang Feng, his body dissolving into specks of pure light, vanishing into the abyss. Jiang Feng gazed at the spot where he had disappeared, his eyes calm and unruffled. Higher dimensional realms. Upper realm. Perhaps he would go there someday, or perhaps he would remain on Blue Star. But that was a matter for another day. Right now there were more practical things to do. Jiang Feng turned to face his parents and Li Hu. Dad, Mom, this map's monsters are all cleared. Huzi, take them to another map to keep leveling up. Li Hu immediately straightened his back, thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Feng Ge. They'll handle it perfectly. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and said no more. He had been stuck at level 120 for a while. It was time to undertake the fourth awakening quest, reconstruct the divine body. The path to power had never known shortcuts. At merely level 120, his battle prowess already stood at the pinnacle of the demon realm. With turbulent times ahead, the most urgent task was to complete the fourth awakening as soon as possible. With a thought, Jiang Feng activated the universal star chart. Black gold runic patterns spread rapidly beneath his feet, folding space layer upon layer. I'm off. The moment the words fell, his figure vanished from the abyss without a trace. Neutral public zone, level 120 exclusive map, heavenly punishment, thunder platform. Gales swept the land and dark clouds pressed oppressively low, suffocating all breath. For 100 miles in every direction, the ground was scorched black and frozen solid, utterly barren. Even the wind carried a bone-piercing chill. Above, dark violet thunder orbs hung in midair, each 100 meters wide. They revolved slowly like countless cold, unblinking eyes, their devastating pressure cascading down from the heavens. This was the life-or-death trial for level 120 players. The ultimate fourth awakening mission: reconstruct the divine body. Endure it and be reborn with battle powers soaring. Fail and be reduced to ashes, everything lost to oblivion. Below the platform, a dense, seething crowd of high-level players from various war zones packed the area. Some held precious recording artifacts, hoping to glean techniques for passing the trial. Many more clenched their fists, trapped at level 120, staring at the thunder platform without daring to take a single step forward. The fourth awakening heavenly tribulation tests one's true foundation. The president of an old guild from the Cathay region stroked his beard, his tone weighty and deliberate. An ordinary player can only withstand one lightning strike with all their might. Enduring two is the mark of a top-tier talent. But surviving three, that is a fearsome figure unmatched in the world, a true strategic asset. As his words faded, a burst of arrogant shouts erupted from the front of the crowd, drowning out all noise with brazen swagger. Everyone move aside. Witness how the great ancient saint sect of Indus shall effortlessly conquer this sea of thunder. An Indus player draped in glittering gold ornaments strutted onto the thunder platform with boundless arrogance. His ID was conspicuously displayed, a mere level 156 berserker. Determined to pass the tribulation safely, he had splurged on a reality-breaking spirit crystal. This was a rare treasure that could bypass the level 120 restriction. Maxing out his level and attributes, he was convinced of victory, holding the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation in utter contempt. Raising his dark golden great axe high, his body erupted with crimson light as he roared, "Ancient gods, grant me your strength. Bring it on." Boom! The dome of the sky was torn asunder as a silver thunderbolt as thick as a bucket crashed down with unstoppable force. Crack! A deafening shriek rang out. Amir's cherished dark golden great axe instantly melted into a pool of scorching molten iron, sizzling and vanishing through the cracks of the platform. The lightning, undiminished, struck with earth-shattering might straight toward the crown of Amir's head. The berserker who moments ago had been flaunting his invincibility didn't even have time to scream. His health bar was swept away like dust in a gale, dropping to zero in an instant. The next second his body turned to ash, scattering on the wind without leaving a trace. A dead silence fell over the crowd for a full second, then erupted into deafening laughter. "Is that all? You dared to boast about conquering the thunder platform? A single basic white bolt obliterated you. All that bluster, and you were just a paper tiger. Ancient saint sect of Indus. What a joke. Higher level means nothing. Without real foundation, you're..." The players from the Indus war zone, faces flushed crimson, hung their heads low, not daring to breathe, slinking back into the crowd, without the courage to retort. Before the laughter had faded, a black shadow darted forth. A ninja from the Fusang nation, his face cold as ice, leaped onto the thunder platform without a word. With no superfluous talk, he snapped 3 purple high-grade barrier scrolls between his fingers. A thick layer of protective light enveloped his body. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, and several identical figures materialized, his life-saving skill shadow clone. He intended to use this trick to deceive the tribulation and endure the lightning. Yet the heavenly Tao is merciless. The tribulation seals the essence of the soul, rendering any trickery futile. Boom! The first bolt of thunder crashes down. The ninja from Fusang spat out a mouthful of blood as his 3-layered height-gear shield shattered like paper. However, he gritted his teeth and endured, refusing to retreat a single step. "I endured it." The first bolt of thunder was withstood. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Just as a flicker of joy crossed the ninja's eyes, the clouds above began to churn violently. The second bolt of azure thunder descended without granting any respite. Bang! There was no suspense. The Fusang ninja was instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist, dying on the spot, while the system decreed his failure, permanently stripping him of 1/10 of his attributes. With 2 people ascending the stage and 2 meeting a tragic end, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over all the players present. The once boisterous crowd fell into dead silence, every one of them gasping in shock. Even the whispers ceased. The might of the heavenly tribulation crushed all hopes and arrogance. In this silence, a steady, indifferent voice slowly rang out, effortlessly breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "Step aside." The top-ranked, heavy-armored knight Austin from the Fengya Kingdom's 3rd-tier powerhouse list made his appearance. Holding a massive tower shield inlaid with dragon crystals, the shield shimmered with a cold luster. With each step onto the lightning platform, he moved steadily and powerfully, his presence commanding. Taking a deep breath, Austin erupted with blinding holy light, shouting loudly, "Holy shield defense. Life bloom." The holy light enveloped him, the massive tower shield positioned in front of him, ready for battle. Boom! The first bolt of white lightning struck down fiercely upon the tower shield, sparks flying and smoke billowing. Austin's feet were rooted to the ground, unmoving. The so-called divine shield left only a faint charred mark, completely unscathed. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Such formidable defense. This is the power of a top-tier powerhouse. Before he could catch his breath, the second bolt of azure lightning followed, striking with unstoppable force. Austin's complexion turned pale, a muffled groan escaped him as one knee crashed heavily onto the charred ground, dust flying everywhere. The surface of the massive tower shield was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The luster of the dragon crystal dimmed slightly. His health bar plummeted below 20, precariously low. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on, enduring this deadly strike. He did not fall, did not back down, successfully weathering 2 bolts of tribulation. As the thunder clouds slowly dispersed, a pure golden light descended from above, enveloping Austin completely. His momentum surged wildly, entering the 4th tier and reshaping his divine body. God! He truly withstood 2 bolts of heavenly thunder. The Fengya Kingdom is about to produce a great figure, the future champion of the Western Battle Zone. Austin stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, proudly surveying the entire arena. The Western players erupted into a thunderous celebration, finally feeling a sense of pride. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a figure slowly emerged from the back of the crowd. The young man wore a black and gold robe, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely across the charred ground towards the lightning platform. He concealed no information. Above his head, a simple 2-character ID instantly silenced the crowd. Qingfeng. Initially, only a few people at the edge of the lightning platform glanced at the black gold figure nonchalantly, not paying much attention. After all, various figures came and went on the lightning platform every day. But just that glance froze those few individuals, as if someone had seized their throats. Their eyes bulged out, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud, unable to stand. Qingfeng. A shrill scream piercing through the clamor of the lightning platform was more ear-splitting than thunder. These 2 characters detonated like a fully charged nuclear bomb amidst the densely packed crowd. The Western players who had just cheered for Austin saw their smiles freeze in an instant, their expressions shifting from joy to awe-mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside, even forgetting to breathe, while the Huaxia players, after a brief silence, erupted in cheers that almost shook the heavens. Holy crap! It's the Great One Qingfeng. My adoptive father is incredible. My God! A true deity descends. He is still at level 120, and now he personally comes to face the 4th-tier heavenly tribulation. This Great One is essentially a dimensional strike. What heavenly tribulation can compare to him? In our hearts, he is a living true God, an unparalleled existence. Finally, the Great One has made his move. Now those arrogant guys from the West should keep quiet. The entire area around the lightning platform was completely drowned out by the roaring voices of the Huaxia players. The waves of sound surged like a tide, shaking the dark clouds above. News spread like wildfire across the globe. That Great One who single-handedly annihilated a level 300 forbidden BOSS treated colorful treasures like commodities, broke through the level 400 barrier and charged into the level 8000 map, was actually only at level 120. He was just about to enter the 4th tier. The absurdity of this information instantly drove players worldwide into a frenzy. The mainframe of the Demon Domain system was alarmed, directly launching the highest specification exclusive live broadcast room on both the game and reality in's Heavenly Dao viewing platform. In that moment, everyone who had been idly hunting monsters or trading in the main city abandoned their tasks, rushing in frantically. As the broadcast began, the online number instantly surpassed 100 million. It should be noted that 60 years ago, after the Great Catastrophe and the Abyssal Demon Monarch descended upon Blue Star, the global population had sharply decreased by 60%. Even so, at the moment the broadcast started, over 100 million players still surged, and simultaneously all eyes glued to the same screen. In the center of the screen atop the Heavenly Punishment Thunder platform, Jiangfeng donned a black gold robe, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, standing tall like a spear. He gazed up at the roiling pitch-black thunderclouds, his expression devoid of any fluctuations, calm, as if he were merely observing an ordinary storm. The live chat room was already flooded with a tsunami of comments. God, is he really Qingfeng? The monster who crushes the entire Western battle zone single-handedly is only at level 120. The world has gone mad. Is he slaughtering the gods with a novice village's stats? Goodness. Once he passes the heavenly tribulation, does Fusang still have a way to survive? Heavenly Thunder, hurry up and strike him dead. This is not scientific. System, quickly check if he is hacking. He must be hacking. Foreign players were twisted with envy, their curses echoing. But in the next moment, the comments from Huaxia players turned into an iron tide, sweeping away all other noises. Adoptive father is invincible. Great One Qingfeng magnificent. Is our Huaxia? A bunch of clowns can't tell the big king from the little king. My grandpa Qingfeng is the guardian deity of Huaxia. Incredible. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged at an unreasonable speed. 500 million, 800 million, 1, 3 billion, 1, 9 billion, 2, 8 billion. Top teams raiding in the depths of the secret realm abandoned their monsters, vendors setting up stalls in the main city packed up, and even the leaders in the highest conference rooms of various countries in the real world laid down their documents, holding their breath, intently staring at the same screen. At that moment, the mainframe of the Demon Domain system seemed to be violently impacted by terrifying data, and the light curtain flickered wildly. Ding! Without warning, a top-tier global announcement was forcefully nailed to the retinas of billions worldwide in bold, blood-red letters. Global announcement: player Qingfeng has stepped onto the Heavenly Punishment Thunder platform. Warning! This player's attributes are severely over the limit, triggering the underlying laws of the Demon Domain. The Heavenly Tribulation system will automatically elevate its dimensions. Boom. As the words just finished, the heavenly thunder pool went completely berserk. The originally dark purple thunderclouds turned pitch black as ink in an instant. Deep within the clouds, blood-red lightning surged violently, the pressure making it hard to breathe. An invisible wave of energy radiated from the thunder platform, sweeping violently in all directions. Retreat. Quick retreat. The experts below were terrified, screaming in panic. But it was too late for all of this. The violent aftermath instantly swept through the front row. Dozens of top-tier players at level 150 didn't even have time to scream. Their high-level shields shattered like glass, proving utterly ineffective. Players with slightly weaker abilities had their health bars reduced to 0, transforming into white light as they returned to the main city. Just a hint of the pressure from the forming tribulation was enough to instantly slay over 100 high-level players. Yet Jiang Feng at the center of the lightning platform didn't even lift his eyelids. Crack! The first blood-red heavenly thunder struck down with a roar. No shield, no dodging. Jiang Feng simply stood there, allowing the lightning capable of shattering mountains to strike down hard on the crown of his head. The lightning exploded, and his black robe danced wildly. A large pair of characters spelling immune lazily floated above his head. Not a hair was harmed. It was merely a gentle scraping. In the real world at Dongjiang 4th High School, the classroom was utterly silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Every student in the class had halted their writing, rigidly craning their necks, fixated on the projection screen in front of them. Don't you think that the figure of this Qingfeng expert looks a lot like our class talent Jiang Feng? A boy gulped and whispered in a lowered voice. Get out of here. A classmate beside him immediately scoffed, his face full of disdain. Jiang Feng is just a player who can only grind basic monsters. This guy is someone who can stand up against the Tao. If they are the same person, he'll recite this advanced skills manual of the demon realm word for word on the spot and copy all the dungeon insights 100 times. The school belle Shin Qingni, sitting in the front row, stared intently at the figure on the screen. Even her breathing became lighter. She said nothing, but her fingertips unconsciously clenched tightly, her heart racing wildly in her chest. The nonchalant posture, with hands in pockets, completely indifferent to the pressure of the heavenly thunder, was exactly the same as her rejection of herself. A woman's intuition was screaming alarm. The man on the screen, who sent the world into a state of terror, was undoubtedly that Jiang Feng who had rejected her without looking back. In the footage, the heavenly tribulation seemed to be thoroughly angered by Jiang Feng's blatant disregard. The thunder transformed into a torrential downpour, continuously crashing down. The 5th strike, the 10th strike, the 14th strike. When the 14th strike, as thick as a barrel, thundered down, the terrifying shockwave not only shattered the space within the game, but also extended through an invisible channel, directly affecting the real world. On Blue Star, in the extreme cold of the northern border, the winter demon abyss. The abyssal demon Emperor Ball suddenly stumbled up from his throne, his scarlet eyes fixed on the sky, his entire being trembling with demonic energy. The overwhelming high-dimensional pressure seeping from the void made him a seasoned demon emperor who had held his ground for 60 years feel his knees go weak, his soul trembling. What kind of monster is this kid to trigger a heavenly tribulation of this level? How could he possibly summon such a dimensional thunderstorm? Bao's voice trembled uncontrollably, the dignity of the former demon emperor utterly lost. All units, listen up. Abandon all surface strongholds on Blue Star. Immediately seal off the entrance to the demon abyss. Anyone who dares to take a single step forward, I'll flay him alive. His ambitions of conquering Blue Star for 100 years shattered into pieces under this pressure. Nightmares descended silently, wrapping him tightly in an endless abyss of fear from which he could not escape. No, I have oppressed the human race of Blue Star for 60 years. He will never let me go. I must escape. I must flee from this star domain. At the Eastern Sea defense line, the highest command center of Huaxia. General, the demon race is retreating. They are fleeing back to the abyss as if they have seen a ghost. The adjutant burst into the tent, his face filled with fervor. Mad dog, General. Li Yin looked at the faint lightning in the sky, laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Retreat. They are scared. One person crossing the tribulation has frightened countless demons away. This is the face of our Huaxia's stabilizing force. Just as the adjutant finished speaking, an urgent voice from the frontline scout suddenly came through the earpiece. His expression changed. He leaned closer to the earpiece to listen, then turned to Li Yin and reported in a low voice. General. Urgent report from the frontline. The reconnaissance satellite captured it clearly. In the direction of the winter demon abyss, the exclusive demon ship of Emperor Ball had already set sail. Wrapped in black mist, the ship slowly slipped into the crack of the abyss. Moreover, the million demonic army outside the abyss was in complete disarray. One by one, they retreated frantically, falling apart in utter disgrace. They didn't even spare a glance at the magical artifacts and supplies on the ground. This was no retreat, it was clearly a panicked, hasty escape. Ball, that old thing was truly scared out of his wits, disregarding even the dignity of a demon emperor. The thunder continued to rain down furiously, one strike after another crashing onto the lightning platform. The 20th strike. The 28th strike. The 35th strike. When the 35th strike of heavenly thunder roared down, the entire sky was dyed a crimson, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, blindingly bright. Surrounding the heavenly punishment lightning platform, the ground had long been scorched into a boiling lake of magma, the scorching waves of heat assaulting from all directions, the spatial rifts spreading wildly, like a black spider web, tearing apart, as if ready to swallow everything in the next second. In Kyoto, at the Tinshu Dragon Courtyard, the military heavyweight Zhang Chonglin stood alongside the leader of the trading guild Jiang Xun atop a high tower, their gazes locked firmly on the horizon. The sky in the real world was also shrouded in a layer of enchanting red light, echoing the phenomenon in the game. This commotion has surpassed all human understanding. Zhang Chonglin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his voice filled with an ingrained reverence, articulating each word. He is not crossing a tribulation, he is taming this world. Jiang Shuyan's beautiful eyes brightened suddenly, tightly biting her red lip, as the tumultuous waves of astonishment in her heart nearly overwhelmed her. She understood better than anyone that she was witnessing an absolute deity breaking through the shackles of the Tao, ruling over the world. Time passed second by second. In the live broadcast room, those who had previously shouted insults at Qing Feng and questioned his integrity had long been silenced. The bullet screen had fallen into complete stillness. All 2 billion viewers around the globe, along with a continuous stream of onlookers, held their breaths, staring wide-eyed, as Jiang Feng stood amidst the cataclysmic thunderstorm, walking leisurely, as if he were not crossing a tribulation, but taking a stroll in his own backyard. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had never even drawn the staff hidden beneath his robe, a weapon capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Equipped with the thunder-proof battle boots, which could forcefully reduce 80 of tribulation damage, coupled with his astronomical health points, and the absolute immunity of divine body, this was enough to withstand a heavenly tribulation that could obliterate the entire blue star, without even a hint of forced health reduction showing up. Boom! The heavens suddenly fell into silence, all the thunderclouds wildly collapsed and compressed towards the center, ultimately condensing into a pitch-black thunderball over a kilometer in diameter, suspended in midair with an aura of devastation. The 49th strike of heavenly thunder, the absolute limit of a conventional tribulation. Yet this thunderball did not strike down, and instead it slowly twisted and expanded in midair, eventually transforming into a faceless divine shadow towering 10,000 feet high. The divine shadow brandished a thunder spear forged from pure heavenly laws, the tip radiating with a chilling light, locking onto Jiang Feng, and with an undeniable will of the world, it was fiercely hurled down. On the other side of the ocean, in the command meeting room of the Lighthouse Nation, a profound silence. A silence as deep as death. Wilson fixed his gaze on the faceless figure on the screen, and the lightning spear condensing the laws of the Tao, his pupils trembling violently as cold sweat soaked through his crisp military uniform. It's already the 49th, and it's still the Tao's lightning tribulation after elevation. His voice trembled uncontrollably, completely unable to comprehend such a level of power. If anyone on their side faced this kind of tribulation, they would have long been reduced to ashes. Back when Wilson was the commander of the Lighthouse Nation, he had exhausted all his trump cards to barely survive 4 bolts of heavenly thunder during his promotion to the 4th transition. And their strongest fighter, that top genius known as the War Emperor of the world, could barely withstand 5 bolts during his tribulation. Looking globally, the highest record on the 4th transition lightning tribulation world record list is merely. But now Jiang Feng not only faced the 49th, but was also subjected to a forcibly elevated world-destroying blood-red tribulation. The terrifying extent of this last lightning spear has already surpassed the limits of human comprehension. Strike him down. O God, quickly descend your divine punishment and eradicate this damned heretic. Wilson gripped the table tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes swirling with nearly mad jealousy and resentment. Jiang Feng was too strong. So strong that it left the entire Western battle zone in utter despair. Only the Tao can end this monster. In the extreme cold land on the outskirts of the winter demon abyss, Min Shirhan of the Korean chaebol, stripped of all attributes, now resembled a stray dog struggling for survival while staring intently at the blood-red phenomenon in the sky. Die? You must die under this tribulation. Min Shirhan gritted his teeth, his face contorted, resembling a gambler who has lost everything, making a final desperate prayer. In his view, as long as Qing Feng died, the frustration in his heart would vanish. Beside him, the sword saint of Fusang Chiba Zuichi had already been forged into a demon by wrath, but remained silent at this moment. His heart was filled with overwhelming confusion. What kind of great fortune had this young man from Huaxiao encountered? What endless opportunities had he gained to defy the heavens and grow to such a terrifying level? On the Thunder Punishment Lightning platform, the fierce wind shattered space, and the oppressive laws of thunder caused the ground within 100 miles to collapse wildly. Facing the thunder spear that pierced the heavens and slammed down with the world's will, Jiang Feng stood tall, not even pulling his hands out of his pockets. That's about enough. He spoke calmly. As soon as his words fell, the void in front of him suddenly shattered. Roar! A dragon roar that shattered the skies and seemed to come from ancient times suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. She expanded against the wind, instantly transforming from a palm-sized glass golden dragon into a colossal ancient ancestral dragon spanning the heavens. A towering dragon. What does that even mean? Its body resembled a black gold giant vein that spanned the heavens, completely obscuring the sky. Each dark golden dragon scale was as large as a mountain, with raging laws of thunder flowing across the surface, shining brilliantly. Its dragon eyes resembled two blood-red suns hanging high in the sky, coldly gazing down upon all things. That horrifying pressure, unique to itself, turned everything in its path into powder. It must be that it had previously devoured 100,000 treasures and vast amounts of lightning crystals that made the dragon girl particularly sensitive to the tribulation lightning. Having long been dormant in Jiang Feng's pet space, she could no longer contain herself. Facing the falling Dao Law lightning spear, the colossal ancestral dragon not only did not evade, but instead opened its abyssal mouth capable of swallowing stars and devouring the sun, directly swallowing the world-destroying heavenly thunder in one bite. Crack! A crisp sound directly shattered the souls of billions across the globe. That 49th elevated lightning tribulation, which could easily obliterate even gods of 10,000 levels, was actually crushed and forcibly swallowed by the dragon girl on the spot. Boom! The moment the tribulation entered her body, the dragon girl's immense form erupted with a nuclear explosion of brilliance, illuminating the world with blinding light. Ding! Pet Dragon Girl triggered the star-level talent Endless Devour, devouring the elevated lightning tribulation. Ding! Pet completed ultimate evolution, unlocking the Constitution Ancestral Dragon world-destroying Thunder Body. Ding! Level skyrocketed to LV 780. Ding! Comprehensive combat power surged by 50 times. Ding! All attributes broke through to 80 billion. At this moment, the dragon girl was enveloped in chaotic black gold lightning, each ray of lightning carrying world-destroying pressure, and each breath shook the plane with a buzzing sound. Jiang Feng swept through the system panel, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He never expected the dragon girl to possess such strength, truly a pleasant surprise. The next moment, the system notification sound rang again. Ding! Ultimate evolution of the pet triggered backlash. You have obtained the Realm Master level exclusive divine skill, Ancient Realm Master 10,000 Dragon Transformation. Skill effect after release, can transform into a gigantic dragon of Realm Master level, wielding the plane's thunder and laws of destruction, immune to all attacks below Realm Master level, instantly increasing combat power by 50 times. No cooldown, no consumption. The entire world channel fell into a deathly silence for a full half-minute, and the next second it completely erupted with messages flooding the screen. What the hell? He ate the tribulation in one bite. Qing Feng didn't even pull his hands out of his pockets during the entire process, just stood there and let his pet chew through the fourth transition tribulation like it was a snack. Isn't this strength just off the charts? The tribulation is just playing around in front of the big shot. Who can withstand this? If the pet is this powerful, how strong must the big shot himself be? Countless shocking comments flooded the screen endlessly, as if they wanted to burst the entire world channel. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiangguo and Lu Zuolan, who remained on the spot and were preparing to open a portal to the next map, looked at the reddened sky, anxiously pacing back and forth. Just now, Li Hu had run in with sheer joy to report that Brother Feng was in the live stream. The two elders were initially filled with delight. Their son was about to accomplish something big. But as they watched the tribulation grow increasingly violent and terrifying, their hearts tightened with worry. Will Finger be all right? That lightning looks too frightening. Lu Quillen's eyes were red, her voice trembling. Beside her, Zhang Jiangguo, though not showing emotions as overtly as his wife, wore a similarly grave expression, staring intently at the blood-red sky, silent with worry in his heart, no less than Lu Quillen's. Li Hu took a deep breath, forcibly squeezing out a determined smile, patting his chest, and loudly reassuring, "Uncle Aunt, you can rest assured. Brother Feng has already briefed me, everything is under his control. This little scene isn't even worthy of warming him up." Seeing Li Hu pounding his chest with unwavering confidence, the elderly couple let out a sigh of relief, their hearts that had been hanging in their throats finally settling back into their stomachs. Li Hu turned around in response, his shirt soaked with cold sweat, and as the night breeze blew it clung to his skin uncomfortably. He gulped hard, his throat dry and tight. Those blood-red heavenly thunderbolts were fierce enough to tear apart space. It was no exaggeration to say he was terrified. But he knew full well that he couldn't show even a hint of fear at this critical moment. Li Hu clenched his back teeth and swore in his heart, "Brother Feng, you must return safe and sound. If anything happens to you today, Li Hu will take care of uncle and aunt. I will honor them as my own parents and ensure they live comfortably until the end of their days without any hesitation." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light suddenly erupted on the live broadcast. A colossal ancestral dragon soared into the sky, opening its abyssal maw, as if chewing on spicy strips, and swallowed the heavenly thunder spear whole. In the blink of an eye, the thunder clouds dissipated and the blood-red sky became completely clear. Li Hu's legs turned weak, and with a thud he collapsed onto the ground, slapping his thigh in disbelief. What the hell? Brother Feng's pet actually swallowed the heavenly tribulation. This isn't just a pet, it's a divine beast. A carbon-based life form could never accomplish this. Jiang Jiangguo stared intently at the light screen, rubbing his chin, his eyelids twitching as he struggled to utter, "What kind of monster has this kid raised in the game? That thunder spear looks incredibly solid. How can this pet possibly digest it?" Lu Tsalan leaned closer to the virtual light screen, her face filled with a mother's anxiety, frowning as she muttered, "This little girl has quite the appetite. If she swallows that big thunder lump in one go, she better not get a stomachache later." The intense pressure that had been suffocating just moments ago shattered completely. Li Hu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, while sitting on the ground, immediately breaking into a grin, standing up and patting his backside. "Annie, you're just worrying unnecessarily. With Brother Feng's strength, let alone a heavenly tribulation, he could pull down the heavens and use it as a blanket. Let's go, we need to continue farming monsters. We can't waste this top-tier divine gear we have on." In the capital, on the top floor of the military district building, the fierce wind swirled, flags fluttered. The strongest warrior of Huaxiao, the seven-turn human race totem, Xiao Zhenjiang, gripped the metal railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. His eyes widened as he stared at the giant light screen. The purple clay teacup beside him toppled over, spilling tea all over his shoes without him even noticing. He had long known Jiang Feng was strong enough to challenge the gods, but he never expected. Jiang Feng had kept his hands in his pockets the entire time, not even furrowing his brow, his expression indifferent, as if the heavenly tribulation before him was nothing but an inconsequential farce effortlessly devoured by a mere pet. This was not a challenge of levels, it was a dimensional suppression of blatant class oppression. Xiao Zhenjiang looked at the light screen, bitterly shaking his head, and sighed softly. This kid. The laws of Blue Star can no longer accommodate him. Recalling his 30 years of arduous cultivation, surviving near-death experiences just to barely touch the threshold of the seven-turn. Then looking at the young man with his hands in his pockets, not a single drop of sweat on him, his expression unchanging throughout his 30 years of perseverance, felt like a complete joke. The aide standing behind him gulped and, gathering his courage, whispered, "Commander, is the strength of the Master Qing Feng likely that of a hidden expert who has practiced in seclusion for years? Perhaps he even knows how to change his appearance. Oh, otherwise how could he be this powerful?" Xiao Zhenjiang turned sharply, his gaze serious and his tone laced with a hint of disdain. "Cultivation? Are you joking with me? He and his age combined don't even match your son's age. Oh, what cultivation are we talking about?" The aide was stunned, disbelief written all over his face. "Huh? How is that possible? My son is over 40 and my grandson is about to awaken. Are you saying?" "Yes, he's just an 18-year-old high school student who recently completed the awakening ceremony." Xiao Zhenjiang's words struck the aide like a thunderclap, shaking him to his core, leaving him momentarily 18 years old, yet possessing the strength to crush seven-turn experts and treat heavenly tribulations as nothing. This talent and combat power would be hard to find even across the galaxy. It was simply unfathomable. Xiao Zhenjiang's gaze returned to the light screen, his voice low and commanding. "Send me a death command." The highest command center grants Jiang Feng unconditional green light for all actions. Anyone who dares to interfere with his decisions will be treated as traitors, executed on the spot. The aide snapped back to reality, standing straighter and saluting loudly. "Yes." Across the ocean, in the conference room of the Lighthouse Nation's command, Wilson felt as if his spine had been pulled out, slumped like a rag doll in the leather chair, his eyes hollow. A minute ago he had been readied, praying for heavenly lightning to strike Jiang Feng dead. Now his worldview had shattered into pieces. Jiang Feng hadn't lifted a finger the entire time, his expression lazy and indifferent. That dimensional tribulation, capable of annihilating a nation's fortune and crushing the abyssal demon king, had become nothing more than a side dish for his pet, not even worthy of a glance. "Dismissed," Wilson grated out hoarsely. A general unwilling to accept stood up. "Commander, the 3rd Defense Line's deployment against Huaxia." "I said dismissed." Wilson exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, smashing his fist through the conference table. In a fit of rage, immediately withdraw all hidden sentries against Huaxia. Cease all trade sanctions. Anyone who dares to provoke that monster, I will personally flay him and send him to military court. The room fell silent with no one daring to utter a word. In the nation of Fusang, Sword Saint Chiba Xiu stared intensely at the live broadcast, his 10 fingers wildly tugging at his hair, his expression twisted. He rolled out of the game, yanked the katana off the wall, and with a crash slammed it onto the conference table, shattering the glass wall into a million pieces. The so-called revenge plan. It was all nonsense. The heavenly tribulation couldn't kill Jiang Feng. That man who couldn't even be bothered to strike at the tribulation, his proud Iato strike, was nothing at all. In the nation of Goryeo, Min Shihan's face was as white as if smeared with putty. He trembled as he grabbed the encrypted communicator, shouting frantically at the family elder's dump. Sell off all shares in overseas mines immediately. Convert it all into gold. We must serve the Su family of Huaxiao and buy their low-tier colorful armor at all costs. To survive, we can only beg for Huaxia's favor. Min Shihan was filled with despair and unwillingness, yet had no way out. He finally recognized reality. He and Jiang Feng were not even on the same dimensional plane. While the latter existed in 100 dimensions, he was but a speck of dust in one dimension. In the channel of the demon domain world, the chat subtitles rolled by at a speed beyond the limits of the human eye, causing the system's main brain to lag momentarily, forcing an urgent reroute. Adoptive father, I bow to you. To be able to swallow even heavenly tribulations, this is true divinity. My goodness, Brother Feng's pet is directly achieving divinity, swallowing heavenly tribulations in one bite. Just now I was sweating for Brother Feng. Sorry, I'm useless. I'm not worthy to question a god. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. All those Western dogs who were barking just now are now mute. This is amazing. But no one realized that this was merely the beginning. The true terror awaited them ahead. At this moment, atop the heavenly punishment thunder platform, the fierce winds began to subside. The colossal ancestral dragon soared majestically in the sky, its immense form rapidly contracting. With a flash of golden light, the dragon maiden transformed back into a delicate little girl, diving into Jiang Feng's embrace. She contentedly let out a satisfied burp, purple arcs of electricity crackling at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Feng lowered his gaze, his expression still calm and unmoved, showing no sign of relaxation after the tribulation nor a hint of pride. He simply raised his hand to ruffle her hair, his tone as flat, as if commenting on something trivial. Well done. The dragon maiden comfortably squinted her eyes, resembling a cat begging for a reward. Billions of viewers worldwide watching the live stream were left dumbfounded. The ancient beast that once devoured the heavens and earth now seemed so docile in Jiang Feng's arms. Even more shocking to them was that Jiang Feng maintained the same posture throughout, hands in his pockets, looking languid, as if what had just happened, devouring the heavenly tribulation, was merely a farce that had nothing to do with him. In the next moment, the system prompt sounded like a torrential downpour. Ding. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for successfully transcending the 4th tier heavenly tribulation. The 4th tier task, Reshape Divine Body, has been completed. Your 4-dimensional attributes have undergone a breakthrough. Special Divine Skill Divine Body has completed dimensional enhancement. Jiang Feng didn't even glance at the panel. With a casual flick of his fingers, he dismissed the myriad of complicated data reports, his eyes betraying no emotion. This level of breakthrough was merely a matter of course for him, with no need for even a moment's pause. Closing the panel, his gaze turned sharp as a blade piercing through the void of the thunder platform, directly stabbing towards the horizon. There, a dangerous aura, one that even he instinctively repelled, was gathering wildly. Yet Jiang Feng showed no fear. The corners of his lips curled into a faint mocking arc, his eyes swirling with the confidence to crush everything. Anyone daring to provoke him, regardless of what they were, would only meet a dead end. In the real world, the 4 oceans of blue star suddenly surged into 100-meter-high waves without warning. The highest-level air raid alarms in countries around the globe rang out simultaneously, the piercing red sirens tearing through every city. In Huaxiao, above Dongjiang City, the clear blue sky was violently torn apart by an invisible hand, creating a massive black seam. A torrent of deep blue game data flowed into reality like a celestial river. The surfaces of concrete high-rises flickered with virtual light spots. The street trees along the roadside twisted and expanded at a visible pace, instantly transforming into colossal corrupted trees that shaded the sky in a demonic realm. The laws of physics collapsed completely. Dozens of tons of heavy trucks floated in midair as if gravity did not exist. The ultimate fusion of the demonic realm and reality was forcibly triggered by Jiang Feng's latest breakthrough. Countless ordinary people screamed as they rushed into the streets, their faces filled with despair as they looked up at the sky. Within the endless depths of the black seemed the thunder pool roiled. A towering, faceless divine silhouette was slowly emerging from the sky of reality. It was the embodiment of the Tao that had just been devoured by the Dragon Maiden on the Heavenly Punishment Thunder platform. It had no facial features, only a world that was high above and utterly indifferent. Standing at the end of higher dimensions, it looked down coldly upon the insignificant blue star. In the next moment, the faceless giant's head turned slightly. Its cold, hollow gaze crossed countless dimensions, carrying the intent to eradicate everything, locking onto the coordinates of the Tianshu Dragon Garden in reality. On the Heavenly Punishment Thunder platform, Zhang Feng seemed to sense something, raising his eyes towards the direction of reality. There was no hint of panic in his gaze, only a suffocating coldness. He stepped forward, directly standing on the void. As he underwent the fourth-year reformation of his divine body, the sound of cracking bones echoed within him like fried beans. The special divine skill divine body completed its ultimate dimensional evolution at that moment. In an instant, a source of power surpassing the limits of blue star surged wildly through his limbs and bones. Previously, his attributes had increased too rapidly, and an invisible force had been secretly suppressing and repelling him. At this moment, that celestial restraint had completely vanished. A cold, sharp smile appeared on Zhang Feng's lips as he instantly understood everything. That was the rule restraint of the underlying heavens, known as the shackles of the Tao. Unfortunately, this layer of shackles had long been crushed into dust by him. He stood in midair, not relying on any power, firmly stepping on the void. With a sweep of his gaze, he could see through the threads of law flowing around him. The world rules that once made countless awakened beings bow in reverence appeared to him as nothing more than bundles of coarse yarn. The path to divinity, forged through thousands of trials, was completely flattened by his foot. Boom! The towering, faceless divine silhouette slowly lowered its head above the sky, where the demonic realm and reality overlapped. Its featureless face emanated an oppressive aura that could freeze the souls of billions. A grand voice devoid of emotion erupted loudly in the space between the two realms. Anomaly, you are quite impressive. The voice was neither sad nor happy, carrying an innate arrogance. For countless years you are the only one to have consumed the heavenly tribulation with a mortal body and broken the boundaries of the world. Your talent is unparalleled. The Tao lightly acknowledged Zhang Feng's might. But in the next second the void trembled violently, its voice suddenly turning bone-chillingly cold, enveloped in an irresistible, terrifying pressure that roared, however, you are ultimately just a being within this cage. You should understand, among the myriad worlds, only I can determine life and death. No matter how against the odds your power is, you cannot escape my decree. Now I bestow upon you a grace. The Tao's hollow eye sockets fixed steadily on Zhang Feng. The tone was arrogantly extreme. Reveal the secret you use to defy the laws, establish a contract, and become my agent in the mortal realm. From now on, every move you make must be reported to me. As a reward, I grant you immortality. The massive divine silhouette slowly turned its neck, its gaze crossing countless dimensions, precisely locking onto the coordinates of the Tianshu Dragon Garden in Dongjiang City. Everything in that cherished coordinate, along with your cultivation, will be reduced to ashes. The blatant threat and unscrupulous pressure. The high and mighty Tao actually regarded Zhang Feng's parents and loved ones as the most disposable bargaining chips. In that moment, the global live stream and forums fell into an eerie silence. 3 seconds later, public opinion erupted like a volcano. The barrage was so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch it, flooding the screen. Damn! The CPU is burning out. The Tao has personally intervened. This is the absolute ruler of both game and reality. It's over. Even if Qing Feng is ridiculously powerful, he can't possibly contend with the server's main brain. The Tao is actively seeking to recruit. This treatment is off the charts. If Qing Feng agrees, he would truly become the spokesperson for the divine. If it were me, I would have knelt long ago. What's wrong with being a dog for the Tao? Avoiding 1,000 years of detours and ensuring my family's safety, refusing would be foolish. Dignity is more important than life. Once Qing Feng bows his head, the backbone of Huaxiao will be completely broken. The live stream erupted into chaos, despair, fervor, and humiliation intertwined. The atmosphere across Blue Star was on the brink of collapse. On the far side of the ocean, in the Supreme Commander's conference room of the Lighthouse Nation, Wilson, who had been slumped in his chair like a dead dog, abruptly sat upright. Staring at the large screen, a twisted ecstasy erupted on his face. The advantage is mine. God has not abandoned our beacon of freedom. Wilson was so excited that his punch overturned the coffee on the table. Pointing at the black golden figure on the screen, he laughed uncontrollably. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. This kid is too arrogant, so arrogant that even the system core can't stand it. An admiral beside him rubbed his hands together excitedly. Commander, if he refuses, the heavenly Tao will surely unleash its ultimate divine punishment to obliterate him. If he agrees, he'll have a dog chain around his neck and can never act as he pleases again. This trump card of Huaxia is finished. Exactly. Wilson's face was ferocious. I want to see how this monster elevated to the altar by Huaxiao will grovel before the world will. At the East Sea defense line, Huaxia's supreme command. The atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed to drip with water. Bang! Mad Dog General Li Yin slammed his palm down, reducing the solid wood table to splinters. His eyes were bloodshot like an enraged lion. Shameless. What kind of bastard heavenly Tao is this? When it can't win, it targets someone's parents. How is that any different from those vile demons in the abyss? Li Yin cursed furiously. Minutes ago, he had been celebrating Jiang Feng's devouring of the heavenly tribulation. Now only a profound sense of helplessness remained. This was the heavenly Tao, the entity that set the laws of Blue Star and held the power of life and death over all. How could mortal strength defy heaven? Before the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Zhenjiang, the living totem of humanity, remained silent. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Commander, what do we do now? The adjutant's voice trembled. Tianshu Dragon Court is right in the capital. If the heavenly Tao acts, the entire capital will suffer. Xiao Zhenjiang took a deep breath, his tone as hard as iron. Issue the order. Activate the nation-protecting Grand Array and deploy all combatants above the 7th rotation to Tianshu Dragon Court. But that's the heavenly Tao. Even if it is the heavenly Tao, if it dares to touch my people of Huaxia, it will lose a few of its teeth. Meanwhile, deep in the level 1200 abyssal fall zone, the ground was littered with the remains of high-level demons. Jiang Jiangguo spun in his hands a weapon that looked like a novice's wooden bow, but was in fact a full-star chaos divine artifact of ultimate destruction. He looked up at the torn sky, his weather-beaten face flushed. A pretentious trick. Jiang Jiangguo's hands itched with the urge to draw the bowstring and grant this wretched divine shadow a physical release. With his current attributes and the trillions combined with the causal annihilation effect, this single arrow, even if it couldn't kill the heavenly Tao, would certainly make it shed a layer of skin. But in the end, he didn't draw the bow. Endure. I can't cause trouble for my son. Jiang Jiangguo forcibly suppressed his rage and put the wooden bow down. He knew the heavenly Tao was targeting his son. If he revealed his power now, it would surely disrupt his son's entire plan. Beside him, Li Hu clenched his iron sword until it creaked, grinding his molars. Uncle, this bastard is he really thinks we're pushovers. Lu Solon, sandwiched between the two men, watched the screen showing her son standing alone on the thunder platform, her eyes rimmed with red. Finger. She tightly clutched her clothes, her heart full of worry, but dared not make a sound. The family possessing the power to challenge the world all chose to endure in silence for Jiang Feng's sake. On the heavenly punishment thunder platform. Silence. A long silence. Tens of billions of eyes around the globe watched Jiang Feng, waiting for his final answer. Submit or be destroyed. The faceless divine shadow stood in the clouds, its hollow face looking down at the young man. In its view, mortals all had weaknesses, and with weaknesses they could be controlled. Have you considered? The heavenly Taoist voice sounded again, carrying a chilling urgency. Jiang Feng slowly raised his head. His gaze crossed the thunder platform, crossed the void, and clashed directly with the 10th Sanshang divine shadow. The right hand, which had been in his pocket all along, was finally pulled out. Consider. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth curled into an extremely disdainful smirk, a cold laugh escaping his throat. I'm considering whether you're worthy of receiving a single move from me. The moment the words fell, buzz, the void trembled violently. A staff emanating an aura of great destruction, its surface swirling with visions of collapsing cosmos, materialized in his palm. A one-color ultimate treasure scepter of universal annihilation. This was also the first time Jiang Feng had drawn a weapon since stepping onto the thunder platform. Gripping the staff, he pointed it at the faceless divine shadow in the sky. His voice was not loud, but it pierced the eardrums of the entire world like a sharp blade. Rules. I hate it when others set rules for me. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth. Threatening me with my family. In an instant, a berserk aura erupted from his body, millions of times more domineering than the heavenly Tao itself. Stellar Rampage activated instantly, forcibly doubling all attributes 20 times. The terrifying pressure shattered the thunder platform beneath his feet inch by inch. Who do you think you are? Jiang Feng's black hair danced wildly, his arrogant voice resounding through heaven and earth, each word like a thunderclap. My fate is mine to decide. Who the hell are you? Today I will slay this so-called heaven. Above the heavenly punishment thunder platform, the gale ceased. Jiang Feng pointed the scepter of universal annihilation at the sky. Slay heaven. A piercing red light ignited in the hollow eye sockets of the faceless divine shadow. Arrogant insect. Since you are obstinate, I shall erase this entire region. The colossal divine shadow raised its right arm. Endless red law chains coalesced in the sky, aiming at Jiang Feng, while simultaneously splitting into 10,000 chains heading straight for the coordinates of Tianshu Dragon Court in Dongjiang City. A fierce cold light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Under Stellar Rampage, all his attributes were forcibly multiplied by 20. His four-dimensional attributes instantly broke through 96000 trillion 6 quintillion. He swung the staff with one hand towards the sky. The trait Tyrant's Decree triggered, turning a basic attack into a forbidden spell. The trait Dimensional Suppression triggered, converting 100 of panel damage into true damage. He hadn't even activated Primordial Realm Lord Myriad Dragon Incarnation from the Dragon Maiden's Blessing. Once activated, his attributes would directly surge an additional 5000 times. Jiang Feng couldn't believe it. With his heaven-defying attributes, he couldn't handle a mere heavenly Tao. What a colossal joke. Back to the scene. The void collapsed on a massive scale. A black rift 10,000 zhang long followed the trajectory of the staff's swing, tearing the firmament apart. Layers upon layers of hundreds of billions of true damage numbers floated up. The red law chains that had just formed instantly disintegrated into ash. The raised right arm of the faceless divine shadow was grazed by the black rift and was severed cleanly at the root. 48 quintillion. The crimson damage number seared onto the retinas of the global audience. The heavenly Tao recoiled in pain, and the world channel paused for a second before text began to scroll frantically. No one could believe that the heavenly Taoist body had been broken by a player with a single strike. How dare you? The voice of the heavenly Tao trembled with fury and shock. It was the sovereign of this world, yet it had been breached by what it deemed an insignificant ant. I am the world's will. I am the very laws. The faceless divine phantom roared in madness as a colossal rift millions of zhang wide split the sky, the primordial source of blue star. An endless torrent of world power poured into the heavenly Taoist form. Its shattered right arm instantly regenerated, and its aura surged to an unprecedented terrifying realm, causing even the void to crumble under its pressure. Divine punishment, erasure. The heavenly Tao clapped its hands together, gathering golden light from the heavens into a colossal pillar of destruction that spanned the sky and earth, thundering straight toward Jiang Feng with the force to incinerate mountains and boil seas. This strike aimed to annihilate both body and soul, leaving not a single trace behind. You wish to erase me? With a mere thought, Jiang Feng activated his Realm Lord level divine ability, Primordial Realm Lord Myriad Dragon Incarnation. Roar! A dragon's cry that pierced dimensions exploded forth. Jiang Feng's human form vanished in an instant, and a dark golden light shattered the blockade of the light pillar. A colossal dragon 100,000 zhang in length loomed over the heavenly punishment thunder platform. Its size was 10 times greater than the primordial dragon before. Black golden scales shimmered with the Realm Lord level laws of destruction and thunder, amplifying his combat power by 50 times in an instant. The dragon's form blotted out the sky, so vast it stretched across the entire globe. Its draconic might pressed down, suffocating the very heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the global live stream exploded like an earthquake. Comments flooded the screen at tens of millions per second, voices surging beyond the display. I used to think defying heaven was just boasting, but now I see Qin Feng the Great. Defying heaven is just his basic move. Using the heavenly Tao as a stepping stone. He's basically grinding the world's rules into the dirt. 10 billion people worldwide watched the heavenly Tao threaten his family. I thought it would be heartbreaking, but the Great just took control. This level of dominance is unprecedented. The Lighthouse Nation was waiting to see China's trump card fail, but Qin Feng the Great countered by trying to slay the heavens. That slap in the face rings louder than the heavenly Taoist's own divine punishment. You can feel the sting through the screen. Holy crap. This behemoth covers the entire world. It's absurdly powerful. My God. It's dark when I open my eyes and still dark when I close them. This spectacle is terrifying. Qin Feng the Great is unfathomably terrifying. What world's will? What ruler of laws? To Qin Feng the Great, they're just buzzing flies. That arrogance of I control my own fate. That's true alpha energy. I thought devouring the heavenly tribulation was the peak, but now I realize the Great wasn't even trying. He didn't even activate the divine ability bestowed by the Dragon Maiden, and he's already grinding the heavenly Tao into the ground. Is there any limit to his power? The heavenly Taoist pillar of destruction slammed into the dragon's spine. Flares erupted across the sky, but only left a white scratch on the scales before dissipating into nothing. For glaring white characters floated above the dragon's head: absolute immunity. Impossible. The faceless divine phantom's voice twisted with fear for the first time. Realm Lord level pressure. How can you wield the power of the higher realms? Jiang Feng gave no answer. The colossal dragon extended its claw, tearing through tens of thousands of spatial barriers, and seized the faceless divine phantom by the throat. The heavenly Tao struggled, desperately channeling all its primordial power to resist, but could not budge the dragon's claw by even a fraction. I told you long ago. The dragon's mouth uttered Jiang Feng's indifferent voice. My rules I make. The dragon claw terrifying force instantly crushed the heavenly Tao's body. The faceless divine phantom let out a piercing shriek as its form shattered piece by piece. The worlds will collapse utterly before absolute violence. Golden divine blood rained down like a storm, drenching the wasteland where the demon realm and reality, a crisp mechanical system voice echoed in everyone's ears worldwide, tinged with static. Global Supreme Announcement Player Qing Feng has successfully slain the heavenly Tao avatar of the demon realm. Global monster drop rate increased by 2,000. Reality and demon realm fusion progress greatly accelerated. Current fusion 30. A new ultimate dungeon channel level 12,000 has been opened. Free entry from both the real world and the demon realm. With the announcement, a dazzling divine light shot up from the heavenly Taos remained slowly descending before Jiang Feng. Heavenly Tao Divine Spark Unique Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. Holder Qing Feng. Attribute bonus all stats permanently 100 billion. Special effect upon devouring the Divine Spark, the holder can incarnate as the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star Demon Realm governing the order of this world. Daily without cultivation or experience, personal combat power automatically skyrockets. These few lines shattered everyone's psychological defenses. In the Lighthouse Nation's Supreme Commander's meeting room, Wilson's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed stiffly onto the carpet. Deep within the Frost Demon Abyss, Demon Emperor Ball knelt kowtowing ceaselessly toward the east, any thought of escape utterly extinguished. He had slain the heavens. He had crushed the heavenly Tao, the arbiter of laws, with his bare hands. Back in the real world at East River City's 4th High School, the senior classroom was dead silent. With the fall of the heavenly Tao, the system's blinding light that had obscured the global live feed completely, Jiang Feng dismissed his dragon form, reappearing as a youth in a black gold robe, standing in the void. He turned to face the live camera, a delicate face, cold eyes devoid of any superfluous expression. In the classroom of Class 2, senior year at 4th High, a piercing scream erupted. It's him. It really is him. It's really Jiang Feng. Holy shit. The boy who had mocked Jiang Feng as a boosted player felt his legs give way uncontrollably. Yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg as he collapsed trembling on the floor. He had cursed the god who crushed the heavenly Tao behind his back. The other students clamped their hands over their mouths, biting their lips until they bled, their hearts filled with terror and regret. They remembered the awakening ceremony, how they had unbridledly mocked that classmate with a brank talent while he hadn't even bothered to respond. An elephant never heeds the barking of ants at its feet. Shen Qingni, the school beauty in the first row, trembled all over. Her face was pale as paper as she gasped for air. She recalled at the entrance of the demon tower how she had condescendingly said, "Need a bait to lure monsters, it'll give you 10% of the experience." And he had only replied with 2 words, "No need." Bait to lure monsters. Share 10% of experience. That boy whom she had viewed as a lowly grunt could casually crush the heavenly Tao and even feed the heavenly tribulation lightning to his pet as a snack. This immense cognitive dissonance shattered her Tao heart. Deep down, she had even suspected that the all-conquering Qing Feng the Great was 10-1 Jiang Feng. They say women's intuition is sharp, but at this moment she felt only panic and dread, not a shred of joy. Shen Qingni let out a despairing howl, her vision going black as she collapsed onto her desk. East River City, Tianshu Dragon Garden. Jiang Jiangguo tossed the chaos wooden bowl onto the sofa, took a big gulp of tea, and couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. This kid, he's making bigger and bigger waves. Lu Tsuelon patted her chest, beaming with relief. As long as he's safe. My finger is still the best. Li Hu knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically at the big screen. Godfather. May you reign for 10,000 ages, uniting the galaxy. The ruins of the heavenly punishment thunder platform. Jiang Feng floated in midair. The thunder platform beneath his feet had been completely shattered, and the cracks in the surrounding void were slowly closing. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully killed the avatar of the Tao, triggering Pangu's plunder. Successfully plundered the essence of the Tao, gaining 20 trillion free attribute points. Jiang Feng's gaze remained unruffled. Without a moment's hesitation, he equally distributed the 20 trillion attribute points, adding 5 trillion each to physique, agility, strength, and intelligence. The panel data surged wildly in an instant. 4-dimensional attributes 10 trillion after equipment amplification of 240 times 2,400 trillion. At this moment, the world channel had long been overwhelmed by bullet screens. Billions of players around the globe were fixated on the golden crystal floating before Jiang Feng. Heavenly treasure level, Tao divine gem. Oh my goodness. This is truly against the heavens. If I absorb and refine this, it'll directly control the order of the world. No need for cultivation. My combat power will soar just by lying down every day. Qingfeng, my adoptive father. Accept me. Just nod your head, and I'll resign to guard your door immediately. This is the supreme throne of Blue Star. As long as I consume it, I will be the only deity. Qingfeng, my grandfather. My grandfather is Qingfeng. Let's go. The golden light reflected on Jiang Feng's face as he casually grabbed the divine gem in his palm. He weighed it in his hand. It was light and had no weight. Then he flickered and descended to the ground. Dongjiang City, Tianshu Longyuan. The strange phenomenon in the sky quickly faded. Jiang Feng stepped forward, ignoring the distance and space, and landed steadily in the backyard of the manor. Seeing his son return, Zhang Jiangguo casually tossed the chaotic wooden bow onto the lawn. Lu Zuelon rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Feng's arm and examining him closely. Finger, are you hurt? Lu Quilin's eyes were red. Jiang Feng's cold expression softened in an instant. It's fine, it was just a big noise earlier made you worry. You little rascal, always causing such big scenes. Zhang Jiangguo scolded with a stern face, but his eyes were filled with pride. Beside him, Li, who suddenly knelt before Jiang Feng, clinging tightly to his leg and crying out, "Adoptive father, you've even slain the heavens. You're amazing. Quickly create that divine gem. Once you become the Lord of Heaven, you must arrange for me to be the first divine messenger." Useless. Jiang Feng kicked him away in disdain. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard. The strongest individual in China, Xiao Zhenjiang, entered the courtyard with Li Yin and Zhang Chonglin. Jiang Shuyan followed closely behind. These four prominent figures who could shake China with a stomp looked at Jiang Feng with eyes filled with awe. Li Yin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Qingfeng, no divine master Qingfeng. That is the Tao divine. As long as you swallow it, China will be invincible under your divine power. From now on, anyone who dares to challenge China will face the wrath of the Tao." Xiao Zhenjiang stepped in front of Jiang Feng. This iron-blooded commander who had fought throughout his life unexpectedly bowed his head and clasped his hands. "Jiang Feng, on behalf of the highest command of China, I humbly request." "Stop." Jiang Feng raised his hand, lightly interrupting directly. Xiao Zhenjiang stood frozen in place. "Commander Xiao, China is the place that raised me. I will naturally protect it." Jiang Feng's tone was devoid of any waves, "But this divine gem I do not need." As soon as he spoke, the venue fell into silence. Zhang Changlin's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is a chaotic black gold-level divine gem. The ultimate authority to control Blue Star and the demon realm. You don't want it. It's just a defective product of promoting growth." Jiang Feng glanced at the golden crystal in his hand, filled with disdain. "Eating it would lock my potential for life. While others see 100 billion attributes as the end, for me, it's merely an insignificant starting point. What I want is to achieve divinity with my own body without needing such shortcuts." The prominent figures present paused in their breathing. To treat even a chaotic black gold-level divine gem as trash. This perspective had rubbed their cognitive limits to the ground in a frenzy. Jiang Feng flipped his wrist, preparing to stuff this rubbish into his bag to gather dust. Suddenly, a pink afterimage shot out from his arms. The dragon maiden transformed into a delicate little girl, clutching Jiang Feng's arm tightly. She stared eagerly at the divine gem, saliva almost dripping down. "I'm hungry." The dragon maiden shouted, her voice sweet and childish. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. "Don't eat recklessly. This thing has too many impurities. Be careful not to upset your stomach." "I want to eat. I want to eat." The dragon maiden closed her eyes and crazily acted cute, opening her small mouth and leaning forward. Gulpy. That chaotic black gold-level divine gem, which drove the entire world mad, was swallowed by her, as if it were a candy. The venue fell silent. Jiang Feng's outstretched hand awkwardly halted in midair. Li Hu was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. Xiao Zhenjiang and Li Yin stared in disbelief, their minds buzzing. Before anyone could react, a blinding 10-colored divine light erupted from the dragon maiden. Her small figure slowly rose into the sky. The massive phantom of the ancestral dragon circled through the heavens and the earth once more. At this moment, the land of Blue Star resonated with a thunderous sound, and the sky of the demon realm showered with a bountiful rain. A crisp system prompt rang out loudly in the ears of all players, deafening. Server-wide announcement: player Qingfeng's pet dragon maiden successfully devoured the chaotic black gold-level divine gem. The dragon maiden successfully inherited the authority of the Tao, transforming into the new Tao of Blue Star and the demon realm, forcefully increasing all attributes by 100 billion. Unlocking Tao privileges: daily natural breathing, all attributes increase by 2 billion. Killing monsters grants a 10,000 attribute increase. The panel data exploded dramatically. This ridiculous leap in power was even more perverse than her original stellar-level talent. While others were grinding monsters, she only needed to lie down and breathe to have her combat power soar infinitely. The dragon maiden rolled in the air, comfortably transforming back into a little girl and landing on Jiang Feng's shoulder. Burp. She let out a very loud burp, rubbing her round little belly so delicious. Jiang Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh. This girl really has a good appetite. My finger's pet has become a deity. Our Jiang family must be on the rise. Lu Tsuelon said, proudly straightening her back. Li Hu reacted the fastest, immediately turning around and bowing frantically to the dragon maiden. I pay my respects to the Dao Grandma. May Grandma bless me with divine gear. Meanwhile, at Dongjiang City's 4th high school, in Class 2 of the 3rd year, the classroom was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. The projection screen above the blackboard was still displaying the global live broadcast. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the screen, staring at the stern-faced young man. That was Jiang Feng, the one who was assessed as having level talent during the awakening ceremony and was mocked by the entire class as someone who could only work as a laborer for the rest of his life. The male classmate who had just been shouting and mocking a moment ago now had a face as pale as paper. His mouth was wide open, but it seemed as if a ball of cotton was stuffed in his throat, preventing him from uttering a single word. He clutched his hair tightly with both hands, his cold sweat having soaked through his school uniform long ago. The thought of having personally insulted the master of the Tao was like ice running down his spine. Shun Qingni seemed drained of strength, completely collapsing into her seat. Her once proud level talent now appeared utterly ridiculous and cheap. Her so-called family background, her lofty charity, and her coveted admission quota to Jingwu University meant nothing in front of Jiang Feng. They weren't even worth a speck of dust. The other party did not desire the Taoist divine status, not because they could not obtain it, but simply because they looked down on it. Even casually raising a pet could allow them to consume the world's will as if it were a snack. Shun Qingni bit her lip fiercely, not realizing until blood trickled out. The overwhelming regret and despair shattered her pride like a heavy hammer. She knew that she had personally pushed away the only opportunity in her life to meet a true god. After a pause of 3 seconds, the bullet comments in the global live broadcast erupted like a tsunami. What the hell? A pet treated like a god. Even novels wouldn't dare to write that. The junk that King Feng's adoptive father looked down upon is just used to feed pets. This rich man's extravagance I could never afford, even if I knelt on the floor. The attribute boost from the Dragon Girl is truly outrageous. The resources we fought for with our lives for billions of people are nothing compared to what she gains from a single night's sleep. It is indeed unfair. But from today onwards, King Feng's fist is the only rule. On the other side of the ocean, in the highest council chamber of the Free Lighthouse country, the conference room was so silent that even a needle dropping would be considered loud. Around the large mahogany table, those who usually held the reins of Western power were now slumped in their leather chairs, resembling wilted eggplants. On the massive virtual projection screen, Jiang Feng was frozen in a pose with a delicate little girl perched on his shoulder. This pet, called the Dragon Girl, had just burped and swallowed the chaotic black gold level Tao divine status that represented Blue Star and the demon domain as if it were a jelly bean. Commander Wilson trembled as he held his cigar, which was burning down to his fingertips without him noticing. Resistance. Sanctions. To crush the genius of Huaxia. In the moment the Taoist divine shadow was crushed by Jiang Feng's hand, those thoughts turned to ashes. Ladies and gentlemen. Wilson's voice was dry, cracking as he said, from today onwards, all top-secret files targeting Huaxia are to be completely destroyed. Immediately. Right now. The senior officer beside him swallowed hard. Commander, what about those placements we've set up in the Far East? Withdraw all of them. Wilson jumped up as if electrocuted, roaring with all his might. Do you want to die that quickly? Open your eyes and see. Above Huaxia's head stands Jiang Feng's pet. Targeting Huaxia. That's challenging the laws of the world. Their pet can gain 1 trillion attributes from just sleeping every day. Are you going to challenge that? Without Jiang Feng lifting a finger, if heaven casually struck down a lightning bolt, the entire place would be turned to flat ground. The entire room fell silent. No one dared to refute a word. Immediately send a notification to Huaxia. Wilson slumped back into his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Compensate Huaxia 20 times for the resources confiscated by Korea and Fusang. Send a congratulatory message in my name, praising the great Qing Feng for exerting pressure across the universe. Being a dog means having the awareness of being a dog. In the face of absolute dimensional suppression, this group of self-interested Westerners knelt faster than anyone else. In Dongjiang City, Tian Shu Longyuan. This super fortress where the top aristocrats of Huaxia could not even squeeze in now had a strangely tense atmosphere. Outside Manor No. 12 in Area 8, a red alert line was drawn 3 streets away. It wasn't the military that did it, it was the tycoons living in Longyuan who did it spontaneously. The normally arrogant big shots were now tiptoeing when they went out, and their voices dared not exceed 30 decibels. Of course, living in the community was a living god, and even the Tao was their pet. Who dared to breathe loudly? They were afraid that their own dog barking would anger that master, and the next day their entire family would be vaporized by the system. At this moment, Li Hu was swaggering outside the Lonyuan high-end clubhouse. He ran into the president of one of Dongjiang City's top chambers of commerce. The president's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly approached, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle, handing over a top-quality spiritual cigarette. "Hey brother Hu, just out for a stroll. This is the freshly sourced Purple Heart tea. Would you like to try some?" Li Hu took the cigarette and glanced sideways at him. He understood exactly what these people were plotting. "All right, enough with the pretense. We are all neighbors, let's progress together. If you encounter any grievances outside, call my name. My grandmother is the heavenly deity." If this had been said yesterday, it would have definitely been considered madness. But today the big shots around, who were all listening intently, felt their scalps tingle, their eyes filled with envy. A top-tier connection. Truly, the Tao is my grandmother. In Yard 12, Jiang Feng was lounging in a rocking chair, resting his eyes. The dragon girl had transformed into a little girl squatting on the lawn. Jiang Feng casually took out a dozen pieces of colorful treasures that were sold for exorbitant prices in the outside world, occasionally throwing a few chaos black gold items over, as if feeding snacks. Crunch. Crack. The dragon girl was enthusiastically chewing on a blade of the silencing heaven, mumbling as she chewed, "Master, being a god is so boring. I just sneezed and accidentally flattened the Pacific Ocean tsunami, and the Blue Star people are still shouting about miracles." Jiang Feng rubbed her dragon horn, saying, "Just don't delete the map. Finish eating and go to work. I'll lock down the drop rates for those external servers for me." "Okay, boss." The dragon girl happily stuffed a robe into her mouth. Jiang Feng turned his head. On the other side of the yard, Xiao Zhenjiang, Li Yin, Zhang Chonglin, and Zhang Shiyun, the four stabilizing pillars of Huaxiao, stood straight, not daring to breathe. Looking at these four giants, Jiang Feng slowly stood up. "Since you all are here, I can't let you come for nothing." Jiang Feng spoke in a calm tone. He raised his right hand, lightly rubbing his fingertips, and four strands of faint golden light leaped out. This was a trace of secondary law source he had casually peeled off when he crushed the Tao. Jiang Feng flicked his finger. The four golden lights shot into the foreheads of the four individuals like meteors. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their minds. The system panel flickered wildly, and a line of dark golden secret entries was firmly imprinted in the attribute bar: Tao immunity, secondary law, permanent immunity to all realm suppression and negative locking within Blue Star and the demon domain. Experience gain 800 when receiving fatal injuries. The Tao forcefully revives once, cooldown of 12 days. In her vision, dark golden system prompts flashed frantically. Jiang Shuyun stared intently at the two lines of text on the panel: permanent exemption from realm suppression and forced resurrection once. This was the ultimate life-saving trump card of Blue Star's causal laws. Many powerhouses would turn green with envy at the sight. Her brain went completely offline. As a top-tier business elite, she usually calculated profits, splitting every penny in half to spend. Yet the strand of law casually bestowed by Jiang Feng ruthlessly crushed her so-called business logic into the ground. With this heaven-defying trump card, even if she barged into the Lighthouse Nation's lair for negotiations alone, she could point at Wilson's nose and curse, without fear of any form of physical annihilation. She tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, struggling to swallow her saliva. This is too precious. I haven't done anything." Her cheeks flushed slightly, her voice trembled, and her fingertips turned white from gripping tightly, showing none of the usual confidence of a strong woman. "Such a gift I truly feel unworthy." Jiang Feng lounged on the rocking chair, not even lifting his eyelids. "Just take it." His tone was oddly flat. It was simply something he didn't need tossed to her carelessly. There was no need for her to feel grateful. All he required was for her to clean up the pesky flies on the periphery so they wouldn't annoy him. "Thank you." Jiang Shuyun tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her eyes glistening. At that moment, no one knew what she was thinking. In contrast to her reaction, the military side was altogether more direct and unrestrained. The hot-tempered mad dog General Li Yan's legs gave out, and his burly body leaned forward. Thud! His kneecap crashed harshly against the blue bricks. The brick's surface instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Zhang Chonglin followed closely, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. Li Yan trembled violently, his eyes reddening as tears streamed down his scarred cheeks. He strained to hold himself up, veins bulging on his neck, and shouted hoarsely the grace of the Qingfeng Divine Sovereign's rebirth. His voice carried a sickly fervor. "This life of mine, old Li, shall belong to you from now on. Wherever you point, I shall strike." Zhang Chonglin pressed his hands to the ground, his forehead touching his palms, his voice hoarse, yet resolute, willing to serve the Divine Sovereign to death. The military is ready for orders at any time. With an extra life, they could ignore realm suppression. In the future, the Huaxiao military could charge directly into cross-server battlefields against those foreign monsters hundreds of levels high carrying explosives. This was the ultimate confidence in protecting the home and country. Xiao Zhenjiang stood in the rear. This Huaxiao commander was a 7th-turn peak powerhouse. For 50 years, he had single-handedly borne the fate of Huaxiao walking on thin ice in the face of Western and abyssal blockades. He gazed steadily at the golden light flickering on the back of his hand. His gray-white hair fluttered in the night wind. Xiao Zhenjiang slowly bent his right knee, touching one knee to the ground. He raised both hands, cupping his fists, lifting them high above his head. His eyes were bloodshot, reflecting the emotion and relief of releasing a heavy burden after 50 years. Huaxiao finally has a true invincible heaven. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice cracked, his eyes reddening. Jiang Feng, allow this old man to pay my respects. This was a complete submission to the pinnacle of absolute power. Before such an overwhelming dimensional crushing force, worldly titles were less than useless scraps of paper. They were not kneeling before an 18-year-old student. Instead, they were kneeling before a true god who could effortlessly crush the heavenly laws. Jiang Feng looked at the influential figures kneeling on the ground, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The cold hardness he showed to outsiders softened a little. Everyone, please rise, there's no need for this. He slightly raised his right hand palm, facing outward, and waved casually. A warm yet irresistible force instantly spread out, gently supporting the knees of the four. The four felt their legs lighten, and the formless immense power was not domineering, but rather like a spring breeze, easing their tense bodies, causing them to involuntarily stand straight. Taking these isn't meant for you to bow and scrape. Jiang Feng retracted his hand, his tone calm, yet warm. My parents are getting old, and like peace and quiet. Just take care to block out the chaotic noises outside. Upon hearing this, the four felt their tensed nerves instantly relax. The 18-year-old boy before them, clearly possessing the power to crush everything, wore loose pajamas and spoke in a tranquil manner, which inexplicably gave a sense of reassurance. They no longer dared to lower their heads or raise them, but straightened their backs and bowed deeply, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. Rest assured, divine sovereign. We will not disgrace our mission. After saying this, the four retreated quietly through the back gate, not daring to make a sound, yet their previous silence was now filled with a willing submission. Once the people had left, the golden halo left by the shattered heavenly laws gradually dissipated. The evening breeze swept across the lawn. Jiang Feng stood in place, suddenly furrowing his brow. Deep within him, an extremely intense wave of heat suddenly exploded. This was the essence of his exclusive divine skill, divine body of dominance, indestructible through eternity. The essence of the dominance body, usually dormant in his cells, was now rapidly heating up. His blood flow surged instantly, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiling dragons. Jiang Feng raised his right hand. Beneath the skin of his palm, black and gold lightnings surged wildly. The surrounding space was even scorched, forming tiny black cracks. The system's mechanical voice exploded in his mind, the sound mingled with the harsh noise of electrical short circuits. Warning: severe overflow detected in host's physical data. Law conflict. The divine body of dominance is forcibly analyzing high-dimensional origins. System attempting to redefine physical level. Analysis failed. Jiang Feng casually opened the attribute panel. The exaggerated number of 240 trillion in the health bar was flashing, frantically jumping with a bunch of garbled characters. He shattered the heavenly shadow and redistributed the laws. This seemingly careless action thoroughly loosened the ancient rules deep within Blue Star. Jiang Feng gazed at the raging lightning in his hand. Having absorbed a massive amount of attribute points, his seemingly mortal body could no longer contain such dimensional power. Divine body of dominance was about to achieve its ultimate breakthrough. Once he crossed this threshold, he would completely trample this broken panel underfoot, stepping beyond the system's definitions and entering a realm where even rules could not be measured. The black and gold lightning slowly retracted, sinking beneath his skin. The scorching sensation was forcibly suppressed. Jiang Feng shook his wrist. He was very clear that this was merely the build-up before transformation. Night deepened. Inside the house, Zhang Zhangwo's snoring shook the heavens. The old couple, dressed in top-tier divine gear, had indeed worn themselves out while hunting monsters. Li Hu was sleeping on the floor in the living room, tightly clutching a red-armored great sword, drooling while dreaming of dominating the entire server. Outside the streets of Longyuan, 3 military transport vehicles silently started and quickly drove away from the intersection. Following Jiang Feng's orders, the military security personnel withdrew completely. Jiang Feng carried a cup of warm water and walked up to the second-floor balcony. He casually spread his divine sense, instantly covering a radius of 10 miles. The next moment, he raised an eyebrow. Outside the large iron gate of Longyan, there were no soldiers armed to the teeth, but a group of furtive figures instead. Lin Jinbong, the richest man in the capital, wore a deep blue silk pajama and hotel white slippers. He tightly gripped a collapsible baton for self-defense. Beside him was Zhao Sihai, a real estate tycoon worth trillions, clad only in a mink coat, his bare legs shivering in the cold wind. Dozens of business magnates and financial tycoons controlling the economic lifeline of Huaxia stood in extremely orderly 2 lines, patrolling back and forth along the tall wall. Each movement was stiff, their expressions tense, as if they were sweeping for mines. No one dared to utter a single complaint, and no one dared to go home to sleep. Lin Jinbong sniffed his frozen nose and whispered to Zhao Sihai, raising his eyebrows, "Old Zhao, keep a close watch at that intersection. Even a wild dog is not allowed to enter and disturb the Qingfeng divine sovereign's sleep." Zhao Sihai tightened his mink coat and firmly gripped the baseball bat. "Understood, President Lin." This was the grand opportunity of a lifetime, one that they had accumulated over 8 lifetimes of blessings. Usually they wouldn't even be qualified to guard the divine sovereign's door. Living in this courtyard was a living ancestor who had just crushed the heavens like bugs. Faced with this kind of absolute crushing that couldn't even be described as a dimensional strike, life and death lay within the thought of the divine sovereign. To be a temporary security guard here was already the most secure and honorable way they could think of to save their lives. Zhang Feng took a sip of warm water. Looking at this group of comically absurd old men outside the wall, he shook his head in silence, put down the cup, turned back to the bedroom, and casually drew the curtains. Transcending the world. Combat power skyrocketed 1,000-fold, and the spiritual energy across the server erupted. The Tao of heaven was forcefully crushed, and the invisible shackles weighing down all awakeners shattered completely. The air was so saturated with magical particles that it felt like it could drip with water, and a breath filled his lungs with surging energy. Zhang Feng stood on the balcony, closing his eyes. The searing heat within him reached its peak. His consciousness swiftly left his body, and his vision pierced through the atmosphere, hovering in the boundless, deep, starry sky. The distant nebula slowly rotated. The deathly silence of the vacuum, the dark currents of dark matter, and even the gravitational pulls of stars appearing and vanishing were all as clear as if he were observing them up close. Before him the system panel flashed wildly. The characters displayed were no longer Chinese, but a series of garbled geometric symbols, all representing the unknown language of a higher dimensional universe. He couldn't comprehend it. Yet Zhang Feng remained as steady as a rock. Moments later he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He understood. Deep down, Zhang Feng had an intuitive feeling that upon the completion of this transformation of the divine body, he would shatter the so-called world level and stellar level thresholds with a single step. He would fully step into a divine dimension that even the system could not define. His gaze shifted downward. On the lawn, the dragon girl, transformed into a little girl, was munching on a colorful treasure like potato chips, crunching delightfully. Outside the courtyard wall, the billion-dollar tycoon Lin Jinbong and his entourage, sporting dark circles under their eyes, patrolled in the cold wind like thieves, careful not to make too much noise and disturb Zhang Feng. The scene was utterly absurd, yet strikingly reasonable. Someone outside gently knocked twice on the door. Outside stood the commander of Huaxia, Xiao Zhenjiang. This first powerhouse, usually imposing and intimidating, had unexpectedly shed his military uniform today, opting for understated casual wear. His face was grave as he entered the courtyard, not daring to look up at the second-floor balcony, and obediently approached the edge of the lawn. Granny Dao coughed. Lady Dragon. Is the divine lord busy? The dragon girl swallowed a piece of a blade, and replied, Master is daydreaming. Don't disturb him. His aura has changed. It seems like he has caught a whiff of some peerless delicacy. Xiao Zhenjiang's heart skipped a beat, and he said nothing more, obediently retreating to the corner and standing like a wooden post. On the second-floor balcony, Zhang Feng indeed blocked external perception, fully immersed in his transformation. His spiritual power followed the trajectory of the nebula, crazily rooting deeper into a higher dimension. The dimensional barrier between the magic realm and reality was as fragile as a layer of window paper before him. Ding! A piercing system notification sound exploded unexpectedly in the minds of everyone across the globe. Server-wide announcement: player Qingfeng has reached level 180A, breaking the vast shackles, completing the 5th transformation. Class change: Transcender, Tao source level. The system has detected that the physical laws are being forcibly interfered with, and the world fusion progress has been forcibly raised to 45. A brand new level 26,000 ultimate high-dimensional secret realm has been unlocked. Server-wide benefits triggered: spiritual energy revival on Blue Star. Spiritual energy concentration increased by 400. National combat power skyrocketed by 13 times. The drop rate across the server has increased 20 times. A screen full of crimson announcements flooded the chat. The world channel was silent for 3 seconds before erupting into a tsunami of jubilation. Holy crap. Waking up to find my combat power skyrocketed by several zeros. Qingfeng, my adoptive father, I salute you. What the heck is a level 26,000 map? I'm only level 30. Am I supposed to be a toothpick for a boss? While others are leveling up by fighting monsters, Master Qingfeng is hacking into the backend to change the source code. With this cheat, even the system has to bow down. Does anyone understand? The spiritual energy revival from Master Qingfeng cured my 80-year-old grandma's rheumatism. She just smashed the anti-theft door with one punch. On the Western Front, across the ocean, silence engulfed the room. World leaders stared at the blood-red announcements above their heads, left with nothing but despair. Sanctions. Use your head to sanction. He single-handedly raised the upper limits of the entire server. The so-called strategic balance now seems like a joke. Outside the dragon courtyard, Jiang Shuyun, Zhang Chonglin, and others bathed in the golden light of spiritual energy, clenching their fists tightly, their gazes towards Jiang Feng transformed into fervent worship, as if they were gazing upon a true god. In the manor's kitchen, the range hood hummed busily. Jiang Jiangguo skillfully stirred with a ladle, saying, "Why is it thundering again? This little brat can't wait until after dinner to level up." Lu Tsuelon mumbled, while chopping scallions. Who cares? Our finger is handling big matters. Hurry and stew the ribs. That little brat tiger eats like a cow. On the balcony, Jiang Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After completing the 5th transformation, the level data in the attribute bar shot up wildly, eventually stabilizing at LV 260. The world fusion rate approached half, and Jiang Feng became the master of this realm. He casually opened the attribute panel. The new class granted him a brand new Dao source level divine skill. All sources return to 1. The description was extremely simple and straightforward. Automatically fuse all low-level equipment, useless skills, and redundant items, directly purifying them into the source laws. For the first time, the system's power hierarchy was completely unveiled before him. Above the standard rating were quasi-ancient says ancient world level, stellar universe level, realm master, dimension level, Dao source level, void mastering the void, heavenly sovereign supreme of all heavens, and that unattainable infinite level, limitless loss. Yet his Pangu Slaughter remained at the infinite level, transcending the 3 realms and not bound by the 5 elements. But now the permissions had been infinitely amplified. Not only could he plunder attribute points, talents, skills, spatial environments, and even entire starry skies could be forcibly stripped away, directly converted into pure values that doubled his combat power. At the very bottom of the panel, 4 major laws he currently wielded were listed neatly. Basic laws: space-time, physical force field. Combat laws: destruction elements, divine and profane. Enhancement laws: life, revival, soul, plunder, causal rebound. Special laws: material manipulation, dimensional traversal. Looking at the long list of data, Jiang Feng wrinkled his nose in disdain. With a thought, he directly activated all sources return to 1. In an instant, the mountain of worthless items in his backpack, the flashy low-level skills on his body, and the dozens of effects attached to his chaos black gold armor were all violently extracted and crazily compressed. The lengthy data stream before him collapsed to 0 in an instant. In its place was an extremely clean and minimalist panel. All the outrageous values in the mega and billion range were compressed into the most intuitive source scale and multiplier. The path to greatness is simple. Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming joy within equipment, skills, and the attribute panel, all thoroughly fused with all sources returned to 1. His combat power surged by several dozen times in the blink of an eye. He knew that his current basic attributes had already reached the mega level. Considering the increase in power, it multiplied directly by thousands and hundreds of times, becoming extraordinarily strong. In his view, the turbulent data stream gradually calmed down. The universal convergence forcefully erased the redundant constraints set by the system. The long list of passive skills, resistance attributes, and special effect descriptions were all crushed and refined into a dark golden sphere the size of a fingernail. This is the power of the source. Jiang Feng's mind stirred slightly, and a clean minimalist panel emerged. Ding. Universal convergence analysis complete. The current panel has been reconstructed. ID Qingfeng level LV 180, current cap, reach profession skybreaker. 5th transcendence, Dao source level, combat power total of 4 dimensions, 40 trillion base luck, 23 trillion base multiplicative increase, 240 treasure set, 20 universal convergence, 20 stellar rampage, 5000 dragon transformation, 49 critical damage, 68 power of the source, simplicity of the Dao 5397 times. Jiang Feng looked at the final increase multiplier, his expression calm. The originally complex percentage damage reductions and flashy causal rebounds were all violently crushed by the universal convergence, merging into the simplest and most brutal form of combat power. This does not mean they have completely dissipated, but rather that they are all curled up and hidden within that fingernail-sized dark golden sphere. The sphere quietly hovered at his heart's position, pulsing steadily with his heartbeat, each rise and fall radiating strands of the source's Tao rhythm. It resembled a greedy black hole. The level talent Diligence makes up for lack that was once used to conceal the truth has already been devoured by it. The piles of obsolete materials and low-tier skill books in his backpack were all ground into powder, serving as fuel to support the rising multiplicative increase. Complexity faded, the Tao became simple. Zhang Feng thoroughly understood the underlying logic of high-dimensional power. As long as one grasps a thread of the power of the source, even a low-level practitioner wielding top-tier equipment with extreme laws can unleash incredible destructive power. Defeating the strong with the weak, counter-killing across levels. The variables in high-dimensional battlefields are vast. But for Zhang Feng, variables do not exist. The power of the source is the flourishing branches and leaves, while his infinite-level talent Pangu Slaughter is the deep-rooted rhizome. Without rhizomes drawing massive attribute points every day, even the most lush branches and leaves would be a fragile illusion. A terrifying base combat power of 40 trillion supports it. When multiplied by a permanent increase of 5,397 times, this is not a variable, but an unreasonable dimensional crush. In the study on the second floor, the floor-to-ceiling window was half open, and the night wind dispersed some of the stuffiness in the room. Zhang Feng sat in front of the redwood TC, a cast iron kettle bubbling with steam. Deliberate light footsteps came from outside the door. Then the door was gently pushed open. The #1 powerhouse of Huaxia, Xiao Zhenjiang, walked in. This pinnacle figure of the seventh transformation, revered by millions, had now removed the uniform, symbolizing supreme military authority, and changed into a faded coarse linen long gown. He did not sit in the guest chair, but walked straight to the TC, bent his back, and knelt heavily on the hard floor. Qingfeng, Divine Lord, I, an old man, have come to lay it all bare today. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was hoarse. His normally booming voice now carried a barely perceptible tremor. Zhang Feng did not even lift his eyelids. He casually picked up the steaming kettle, rinsing the purple clay teacup. The boiling water struck the cup wall, steam rising, his wrist steady as a mountain. 60 years ago, the abyss descended. In fact, Xiao Zhenjiang fixed his gaze on the patterns on the floor tiles, gritting his teeth as he personally dug up the festering scar hidden in his heart for 60 years. I was a coward. These 5 short words almost exhausted all the strength of this elder. Zhang Feng's hand, pouring tea, did not pause, the water line drawn straight, not spilling a single drop. At that time, I was just an ordinary private. The demonic creatures slaughtered the city, and the defense line collapsed at the first touch. I was left with no choice but to escape into an underground air raid shelter. There I unexpectedly found a fragment of a heavenly Tao divine core. Xiao Zhenjiang's chest rose and fell violently, his grizzled hair already soaked in cold sweat. If I had chosen to refine it on Blue Star back then, perhaps I could have ended that massacre decades earlier. But I was afraid. Faced with those indescribable high-dimensional demonic gods, my inherent cowardice took over. I used the power of the divine core to forcibly strip away the condensed divine body and send it to the upper world, leaving only a true self without any divine potential, struggling for survival on Blue Star, trading for a chance at life. The elder closed his eyes, the corners trembling slightly. For a full 60 years, he was revered by billions as Huaxia's stabilizing force, regarded as a totem of faith by countless awakened ones. Each word of praise, each medal slowly tortured his soul day and night. Only he knew that within this body admired by millions lay the soul of a timid coward. He had once thought of redeeming himself through atonement, but the more he tried to make amends, the deeper he fell. During that time, he lived in endless torment, unable to break free. It was not until Zhang Feng appeared that the seemingly unsolvable source of pain was completely shattered. The study was deathly silent, only the sound of flowing tea. The anticipated thunderous rage or scornful curses did not materialize. Zhang Feng picked up a clean purple clay cup and placed it on the low table in front of Xiao Zhenjiang. It is human nature. Zhang Feng lifted the kettle, pouring amber-colored tea to 7/10, full, his tone as flat as could be. Even ants cling to life, let alone a new recruit. Surviving is not shameful, dying is the true waste. There was no mockery, no pity, and certainly no judgment from a moral high ground. Zhang Feng did not care about the mistakes others had made in the past. He only looked at the present and future value. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Get up. Sit down, drink tea, and then get to the point. Xiao Zhenjiang's eyes were red. He pushed himself up from the ground, slowly standing, and took a seat on the nearby wooden chair. Since your divine body went to the upper world, Zhang Feng looked at him. Then tell me, why did the Abyss Demon Emperor go to such great lengths to descend upon Blue Star back then? They did not come to drain Blue Star's source. Xiao Zhenjiang took a deep breath. He did not touch that cup of hot tea, his expression unusually solemn. They did not come to consume Blue Star's essence. Xiao Zhenjiang threw out a statement that could overturn humanity's 60-year understanding of ironclad rules. Jiang Feng's hand holding the tea paused in midair. Everyone thinks that the Abyss demon race invaded to drain Blue Star and use it as nourishment for their reproduction. Xiao Zhenjiang's speech quickened, his voice filled with a chilling coldness, but I found the truth in the divine body of the upper world. Those low-level demonic gods, like a bunch of small fish, are simply not qualified and do not have the ability to consume Blue Star. Jiang Feng brought the tea to his lips, the slight bitterness sliding down his throat. He stared at Xiao Zhenjiang, waiting for the biggest card to be revealed. Because Blue Star is not a low-level civilization at all. Xiao Zhenjiang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. In the prehistoric mythological era, this place was second only to the Great Realm, revered by all races in the starry sky as the pinnacle of the mortal realm. The depth and prosperity here made even the upper Great Realm wary. The pinnacle of the mortal realm. As these 4 words were spoken, the air in the study suddenly froze. It turned out that Blue Star was never a low-level novice village that could be slaughtered at will. It was once the crownless king that stood high above. Since it was the pinnacle of the mortal realm, why has it become this laughable state of grinding and leveling today? Jiang Feng put down his teacup, his gaze turning completely cold. Because of a genocidal dimensional strike. Xiao Zhenjiang suddenly pointed to the night sky outside the window. Behind the deep darkness, it seemed as though countless malicious eyes were hidden. 60 years ago, the comet that pierced the realm wall and brought about the so-called digitalization was not a stroke of luck at all, nor was it the entrance to the Abyss passage. Xiao Zhenjiang's eyes burned with a deep-seated hatred. That was a weapon thrown down by the upper Great Realm to forcibly sever Blue Star's mythological legacy. Primordial treasure. Colorless holy light. Xiao Zhenjiang pronounced these 8 words slowly. A treasure of the primordial level, even higher than the chaotic black gold of 100 stars. Jiang Feng had once obtained it like a blind box. It was the mysterious purple void demon-suppressing armor dropped by Zirig after his defeat. But this super weapon that directly forced a mythological cultivation planet into digitalized online gaming was actually ranked above the primordial treasure. The primordial treasure. They threw down this primordial treasure to forcibly alter the underlying laws of this world. They imprisoned the true energy and Tao techniques that our ancestors cultivated into so-called health bars and mana points. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice grew increasingly fierce, chilling. They locked down the channel for ascension, plunging all of Blue Star into an endless cycle of grinding and leveling. They treated us like domesticated pigs. And the Abyss demon race was merely the hunting dogs they put into the pigpen to regularly clean up the surplus population. Jiang Feng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night wind stirred the loose hem of his clothing. At the end of his line of sight, the pitch-black demon tower pierced the clouds, a real projection of the demon realm. Once all of humanity believed that was the only hope for becoming stronger. Now it seemed it was merely an iron chain tied to a dog's neck. My divine body survived in the upper Great Realm for 60 years, crawling to the edge of the lowest. In the study, the aroma of tea was somewhat stifled by heavy words. I have survived in the upper realm for 60 years, crawling to the edge of the lowest tier. Xiao Zhenjiang let out a bitter smile, his face filled with bitterness. There I truly witnessed what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Even as a level 1000 god of laws, I am no more than an ant there. Xiao Zhenjiang stared at the teacup, his voice laced with despair. The people above are too powerful. Those babies born from great forces are dominators at the level of realm lords from the moment they hit the ground. As for the level 1000 deities and the powerful, who control the laws of the universe that we the Awakeners of Blue Star look up to in the upper realm, they are merely slaves with fiery chains around their necks, not even comparable to the most wretched of slaves. Jiang Feng held the purple clay cup, his hand steady as a mountain, while pouring tea. The amber-colored tea in the cup formed a straight line, not a single drop spilling out. So Jiang Feng did not even raise his head. The abyssal demon emperor running down to the lower realm is just to snatch this primordial treasure. Exactly. Xiao Zhenjiang nodded heavily. The demons up there are merely low-level bandits. The demon emperor bargain takes great risks to come down just to obtain this demon domain. As long as he refines it, his combat power will instantly increase by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. At that time, he too can leap to become a top-tier overlord. Jiang Feng listened and couldn't help but laugh internally. Combat power increasing by thousands or tens of thousands of times. It sounds impressive, but in the face of his base combat power of 40 trillion and over 5,000 times the permanent multiplier, this little boost is hardly enough to fill in the gaps. But rest assured, Divine Lord. Xiao Zhenjiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The Demon Emperor Ball is already scared out of his wits by you abandoning his century-old foundation and fleeing the star domain in his demon ship. He leaned forward, his tone sincere. Divine Lord, your power is earth-shattering. But before Blue Star is fully restored, I suggest you avoid direct confrontation with the upper realms. After all, that is a vast realm. Direct confrontation? Zhang Feng put down the teacup and scoffed. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze cold. I, Zhang Feng, never initiate trouble. But if someone thinks I am easy to bully and wants to step into my threshold. He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking loudly. I will twist off his legs along with his head and use them as a ball to kick. Xiao Zhenjiang was startled by this pure intent to kill, lowering his head and daring not to look directly. He took a deep breath and continued recounting the past. Actually, 20,000 years ago, Blue Star had a chance to escape its fate of being shattered. During that era, spiritual energy was dense, and great beings like Nuwa Hui and Pangu emerged. They forcibly pushed Blue Star, this lower realm, to the brink of transforming into a great realm. But this touched the core interests of the upper realms and became a thorn in the side of the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord high above sent people down to recruit us, wanting us to become his divine slave star domain. Xiao Zhenjiang clenched his fists, but was outright rejected by the great goddess Nuwa. Better to shatter than to be a divine slave. The Realm Lord, enraged and humiliated seeing Blue Star, was uncontrollable, directly discarded the primordial treasure demon domain. He forcibly shattered the laws of Blue Star, knocking us down from the altar. Zhang Feng snorted coldly, offering the most straightforward assessment. If you can't win, just flip the table and throw bricks. This high and mighty Realm Lord is on the same level as a street punk. He tapped the table. I don't care about gods fighting. But they shattered Blue Star, which is equivalent to smashing my rice bowl, threatening my parents' peaceful lives. This grudge is now set in stone. Xiao Zhenjiang looked at Zhang Feng's calm face, feeling reassured. Divine Lord, please follow me to a place. Zhang Feng didn't waste words, a thought was enough. The Great Thousand shuttling activated slightly. Neither of them even stood up, and the surrounding space rippled like waves. In the next second, the muggy evening breeze of the capital disappeared. In its place was a bone-chilling cold and howling gale. Kunlun Mountain at its absolute peak. The snow that never melts danced wildly in the fierce wind, the temperature dropping below zero. The two stood on the hard icy rock. Ahead stood a gigantic bronze door. The crevice of the door emitted profound and mysterious starlight, as if leading to the other end of the universe. Here is the path to ascend to the heavens. Xiao Zhenjiang pointed at the crack. It was also the passage linking to the upper realm back then. The two predecessors, Ji Xuanzi and Jiang Kunlun, walked through here. Zhang Feng placed his hands in his pockets, staring at the starlight in the crevice, remaining silent. Xiao Zhenjiang continued. Actually, over the years, those who ventured on this road basically never returned. It's not that they don't want to return, but they lack the strength to do so. Once there, even commoners are better off merely ants trampled upon. Zhang Feng turned his head and raised an eyebrow. Then why do so many people line up to seek death? Because of the great goddess Nuwa. Xiao Zhenjiang's voice was low. Those historical figures who went missing, the eternal emperors, and the most intelligent people, were basically summoned by the great goddess Nuwa. The great goddess Nuwa did not yield in the upper realm, and secretly built a force in Blue Star, needing to continuously absorb fresh blood from the lower realm to combat the Realm Lord. After hearing this, Zhang Feng could only think of two words. Just this. To rely on drawing a grand picture to summon him to the high-dimensional world as a frontline worker. Dream on. He held the infinite-level Pangu Slaughter. As long as there were monsters to slay, his attributes could snowball infinitely. Why abandon the perfect monster-slaying ground of Blue Star and start from the bottom in the upper realm? Not to mention Nuwa, even if the ancient gods of primordial chaos all arrived, they would not be able to give him orders or command him. The fierce wind whipped up the drifting snow. Xiao Zhenjiang watched Jiang Feng's unperturbed figure, knowing that this divine lord had an absolute opinion. After revealing the secret he had kept for 60 years, he felt as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, standing a bit straighter. Xiao Zhenjiang took half a step back, cupping his fists, and bowed deeply. Divine Lord, I have said all I can. My life was stolen. He raised his head, determination and relief on his face. If there's ever a place where I am needed in the future, even if I am shattered to pieces, I, Xiao Zhenjiang, will charge into battle for you. Just to redeem my cowardly heart from back then. Jiang Feng looked at the bronze door, without turning his head, casually waving his hand, signaling him to leave. No comfort, no retention. Xiao Zhenjiang bowed again, transforming into a streak of flowing light, as he leaped down from the Kunlun peak, disappearing into the wind and snow. Regarding such a person, Jiang Feng could not muster a bit of anger. Instead, he felt pity for Xiao Zhenjiang. Some people, while walking, inadvertently ascend to the position of Divine Lord. Yet some, while walking, confuse themselves into becoming soulless walking corpses. He did not know how to act, how to comfort, or even how to let him charge into battle for himself, he was completely at a loss. Jiang Feng only understood one principle: to firmly grasp his own fate, he could only confront fate with his own hands. At the peak, only Jiang Feng remained. The cold, biting wind swept through his thin pajamas, not even lifting the edges by a fraction. The protective power of the Tao source level firmly isolated all physical laws. Jiang Feng squinted his eyes. He never considered himself a savior. His greatest wish was merely to let his parents enjoy their old age while he lived with a bit more backbone. But he was clear about a very simple logic. He had shattered the heavenly path, raising the world's integration level. The commotion was too great. The people in the upper realms are not blind, and the realm lord is certainly not deaf. Even if he wanted to quietly be a monster-slaying madman, the reckoning from the high dimensions would eventually come crashing down. In fact, from the moment he dealt out damage in the tens of trillions, he had already been closely monitored from above. No wonder, Jiang Feng muttered to himself. No wonder Jiang Kunlun and Ji Xuanzi had held their ground for so many years. They were waiting for someone who could break the deadlock. They were waiting for someone who could lead humanity to the high dimensions and fiercely battle the ultimate boss. If they couldn't find that person, it would merely mean one more person would venture to the upper realm to fight for humanity. If they found that person, the fate of all humanity would be completely rewritten. The calculations were indeed exquisite. Too bad Jiang Feng would never follow someone else's script. While others countered the great realm through patience and alliances, Jiang Feng only believed in limitless violent values. His thoughts were completely clear. No matter how strong the upper realms are, thinking about them is purely nonsense. The only thing to focus on now is to continue madly slaying monsters. Changing classes, plundering attribute points, the speed of becoming stronger must not stop for even half a second. Just as Jiang Feng was about to turn and tear through space to go back to eat ribs, a low humming sound suddenly emerged from the reconstructed system deep within his mind. This voice was no longer the rigid mechanical tone, but carried a hint of the ancient tremor of the source of the Tao. Ding! Detected that player level has reached the full level cap of 260. Condition judgment passed. Tao source level profession Sky Repairer exclusive advancement route has been activated. Ultimate task of the 6th transition is now open. Task name: The Road of Sky Repair. Stage 1 task content: step onto the path to ascend to the heavens, cross the realm barrier, and go to repair the primordial treasure demon domain comet, the deep space cavity left by its fall that shattered blue star. Jiang Feng looked at the flickering golden text in his vision and directly sneered. Repairing cavities. He casually closed the panel, and his figure instantly merged into the void, disappearing into the blizzard of Kunlun's peak. The path to ascension. To hell with the path to ascension. Jiang Feng stood in the wind and snow, not even interested in looking back at the bronze door. The Realm King has set a trap. Nuwa's plotting. High-dimensional reckoning. In his eyes, it was all just a poorly written script by a bunch of old monsters. If he made a rash move and crossed that door to mend the sky, it would mean voluntarily sending his neck to the meat grinder of the higher realms. Perhaps it would even attract the Realm King's dimensional strike. He was not foolish. Stuck in a class transition task. Unable to break through the 6th transition. Jiang Feng simply didn't care. The combat power of this physical body had already crushed the underlying logic of both Blue Star and the Demon Domain. The level given by the system was merely a flimsy number. As long as he possessed the infinite level talent of Pangu Slaughter and had monsters to slay every day, his base attributes could endlessly snowball. As long as the base was large enough and the multiplication factor high enough, even a zero transformation novice could punch a high-dimensional deity back into the womb. A 9000 level God Court relic does hide some good stuff. Jiang Feng stroked his chin. He never forgot the overwhelming pressure he felt when he first touched that area of force that even he had to dread. But Jiang Feng did not want to take any risks. Stabilizing his growth was the hard truth. Before that, he needed to explore the newly unlocked 2600 level ultimate high-dimensional realm. For safety's sake, he decided to first test the waters in the 1200 level map. In any case, one must act steadily and not rush for success. Learning to slow down and calm his mind would allow him to walk steadier and faster, finding the most efficient shortcuts. To sweep through the 10th Assam level map, he naturally needed to bring along his professional full-screen pickup accessory. These past few days, he had been letting the dragon girl roam outside to level up. That girl was also a grinding machine, tirelessly working day and night, producing terrifying results. In just a few days, she had gathered over 6 million pieces of colorful treasures. Even enough 100-star chaotic black gold gear to ignite a national war in the outside world had dropped over 300 pieces. With a thought, Jiang Feng activated Great Thousand Traversal. His figure disregarded the laws of space and vanished in an instant. The next second, he stepped into the air above a dark red wasteland. Looking down, he saw a lovely silhouette transform into a cute girl. But this seemingly delicate dragon girl who was actually anything but weak sat brazenly atop a towering bone mountain, exuding a frosty aura that warned others to keep their distance. She tightly held onto a dazzling nine-colored staff, with both hands chewing on it like sugar cane producing sparks with each crunch. Sensing a disturbance in the void, the dragon girl suddenly looked up. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, her big eyes lit up like light bulbs. She casually tossed aside half of the staff and leaped into Jiang Feng's arms like a fluffy ball. "Master!" The dragon girl wiped the remnants of her snack on Jiang Feng's clothes, raising her chubby face in a frantic plea for praise. "I've been so diligent these past few days. I picked up over 600,000 of that colorful junk, and over 300 of the dark chaotic gear, all packed into the space. Good job. But don't eat for now, come with me to a new place to stock up." "Yage." Upon hearing stock up, the dragon girl instantly transformed into a streak of light and obediently perched back on Jiang Feng's shoulder. Jiang Feng raised his hand and casually swiped at the void. Great Thousand Traversal activated again. One person and one dragon, like two physical cheats, directly tore through the underlying code of the demon domain and forcefully descended into the newly manifested 1-to-0 level ultimate realm. This absolute zone had just formed. The system hadn't even had the time to generate a name, and the air was filled with crimson data garbles. Jiang Feng glanced around and mentally registered it: God-bearing void. As soon as he stepped in, the surrounding gravity instantly surged millions of times. Not a trace of spiritual energy could be sensed in the air, only filled with brutal chaotic laws. The sky was ash gray, and the ground was formed of solid dark matter. This was a true forbidden zone of life. A regular max-level player wouldn't even have the chance to fight monsters here. It's just a gust of wind from this place would evaporate their health in an instant. Here was the absolute death buffer zone for high-dimensional powers infiltrating Blue Star. "Master, it stinks here like the smell of big insects." The dragon girl pinched her little nose in disgust. No sooner had she spoken than from the depths of the ash-gray mist ahead, tens of thousands of crimson vertical pupils suddenly lit up. Mountain-sized magical beasts covered in tentacles and heavy white bone armor fully awakened. Just their breathing effortlessly crushed large swathes of space. Any one of these monsters could easily pin down the powerful nations of the West on Earth. But just as these beasts bared their fangs preparing to pounce, they caught the scent emanating from Jiang Feng's shoulder and the dragon girl. That was the absolute pressure belonging to the new heavenly Tao of Blue Star. Immediately, tens of thousands of vertical pupils shifted upwards, meeting Jiang Feng's calm gaze. A monster that could keep the heavenly Tao as a pet. In just an instant, a wave of ultimate dread from the depths of high-dimensional souls pierced through the brains of all the level 10,000 magical beasts. Those bone armors said to withstand nuclear explosions began to tremble uncontrollably. There were no earth-shattering roars, nor any provocative displays. Thousands of once mighty level 10,000 monsters turned and fled without hesitation. They tore through the void in a frenzy, running as if they had seen a ghost, their bony frames rattling. "Since you've come, why run?" Jiang Feng's tone was utterly flat. He didn't even bother to draw out the 100-star universe destruction staff. Merely raising his right hand, he lightly pressed down towards the 30,000 square meters of void ahead. There was no apocalyptic light or deafening explosion. With 40 million in base battle power, over 5,000 times the permanent multiplication factor, coupled with that unreasonable absolute true damage, this slap directly created a data black hole in the front space. Within the 30,000 square meters ahead, all the level 10,000 monsters racing for their lives, along with the dark matter beneath and the chaotic laws in the air. In the same second, they collectively disintegrated. There were no screams. Even the physical process of vaporization was omitted. Their traces of existence were directly erased by the system's underlying logic. Jiang Feng expressionlessly retracted his hand, even feeling a bit sleepy. He stepped forward. Great Thousand Traversal activated continuously. His figure flashed at the other two core coordinates of God-bearing void. He raised his hand again for another light slap. The entire 12000 level ultimate map was thoroughly cleared. Deep within the map, a 15000 level ultimate BOSS lurking in the black abyss had only just managed to coalesce a divine body of several thousand zhang. It hadn't even had time to utter a pretentious entrance line. It was directly shattered by the battle's aftermath caused by Jiang Feng's third traversal. Silence. An absolute dead silence. In just 10 seconds, this high-dimensional realm capable of causing despair to the Chinese military and overloading detectors from Western nations was reduced to a vacuum wasteland with not even a speck of dust left. "Master is so awesome." The dragon girl bounced excitedly on Jiang Feng's shoulder, her little fists making whooshing sounds, her eyes full of fervent stars. She smacked her little lips and earnestly suggested, "But next time with these little bugs, let me handle them, so I want dirty your hands. Stop flattering me and go collect the loot." Jiang Feng chuckled as he tapped her head. No sooner had he spoken than the system prompt on his retina started flooding the screen like a virus. Ding. Killed LV12300 deformed star skeleton beast experience points have been stored in the max level overflow pool. Ding. Killed LV12500 high-dimensional devourer obtained. In just 3 slaps, he had devoured over 2,000 level 10,000 monsters. This was the first clear in the entire server. Plus, with Jiang Feng's unmeasurable luck value all unit, the loot dropped was directly piled up in the void like a garbage dump. The dragon girl opened her chubby mouth and took a deep breath back. The supreme authority of the new heavenly Tao activated instantly. The colorful materials on the ground transformed into a river of stars, all packed up by her. Jiang Feng glanced at the material list that popped up. High-dimensional materials piled like mountains reaching into the sky. The equipment drop rate was exaggerated to the point where anyone would exclaim it was unreasonable. The lowest equipment dropped by these level 10,000 monsters was actually at the 6-color level, totaling over 2,300 pieces. Quality maxed out. The 7-color treasures dropped 600 pieces. As for the chaotic black gold treasures that could make global players kneel and cry for their ancestors, this obscure map surprisingly dropped 3 pieces. A single monster dropped 12.5 billion attribute points. Sweeping through, he amassed a staggering 38.75 trillion attribute points to distribute. Jiang Feng casually split and distributed the points, maxing out the 5 major attributes. With one click, his stats blasted through. All attributes soared to 48 million. Luck surged to 31 million. The drop rate is still acceptable, Jiang Feng commented with an indifferent expression. If the outside guild saw this haul, they would probably have a brain hemorrhage on the spot. This was enough strategic depth to directly arm dozens of national-level legions. But Jiang Feng had no interest in even storing them in the warehouse. With a thought, the dark golden light sphere resting at his heart erupted with a terrifying suction force that devoured everything. Tao source level exclusive skill, all sources returned to 1. All melted down. Jiang Feng lightly intoned 3 words. In an instant, the 2,306-color 607-color plus 3 chaotic black gold equipment just acquired, along with the top-notch skill books and high-level materials that had previously piled up in his backpack at this moment, were all swept into the air by this irresistible suction. There was no suspense. These ultimate godly equipment capable of igniting world wars with just 1 piece were instantly crushed to dust under the oppressive force of all sources returned to 1. What indestructible attributes, what causal effects, what miscellaneous resistances. All were forcibly purified into the most pure violence. The debris and residue turned to ashes, dissipating into the silent void. What remained were only drops of the most refined Tao source laws. The dark golden light sphere, like a glutton devouring food, swallowed these source laws whole. On his retina, that minimalistic panel with only a few lines of text. The multiplication factor at the end began an unreasonable and violent surge. 5,397 times. 6,002 times. 6,034 times. In the blink of an eye, his already excessive battle power multiplier shot up over 70 times. And it was as millions of fragmented materials and equipment in his backpack were treated as firewood and continuously fed into this bottomless pit. 600 trillion. At that moment. Ding. Server-wide announcement: player Jiang Feng has annihilated the LV-15,000 Ultimate BOSS, the Purple Ruins Burning Heaven War God. First to complete the 12,000 level Ultimate God Burial Void server-wide. The source feedback: all players' skill cooldowns permanently increased by 15. Experience acquisition efficiency for everyone increased tenfold. The jarring system announcement bombarded the retinas of players worldwide, overwhelming the already smoking server code. The LV-15,000 BOSS, casually shattered by Jiang Feng, left not a single hair behind. The system lagged for half a minute before it barely completed the death notification. The world channel instantly went into a frenzy, the information flowing so fast, it left only afterimages. What the hell? LV-15,000. I haven't even touched a LV-150 mob, and King Feng's adopted father is already going to the 10,000 level zone to stock up. Others are playing survival in a wasteland, but the great Jiang Feng is playing a high-dimensional vegetable chopping simulator. Selling sunflower seeds and drinks in the front row, also buying up unwanted nail clippings from his adopted father at high prices. Taking them home will definitely ward off evil spirits. Family who understands. I just leveled up to 50. In this age, am I only fit to be a single-celled organism? In the Tianshu Dragon Courtyard, in the secret meeting room, a group of business and military giants who usually could shake the ground with a stomp stared dumbfounded at the crimson announcement, in midair, collectively petrified. Zhang Chonglin rubbed his tingling old face, gasping in shock. Just switched jobs, and now he's tossing the 10,000 level ultimate away. Is there even a limit to this combat power? Lin Jinbong, the richest man, trembled as he held his teacup, smiling wryly. I've figured it out. The deity dislikes the monsters here not being enough for him to fill the gaps, so he went to the high-dimensional map for wholesale. Li Yin slammed his palm heavily on the table, his eyes filled with fervor. To hell with the higher heavens. With the deity overseeing, I dare anyone to touch a hair of China. Meanwhile, on the other side of the manor, the atmosphere was entirely different. Jiang Jiangguo was leisurely trimming potted plants. Lu Zuolan walked over with freshly washed fruits, accompanied by Jiang Shuyun in a smart professional outfit. Noticing the roaring phenomenon in the sky, Jiang Jiangguo didn't even lift his head, muttering as if it were the norm. That kid Feng always causing these big commotions. It's almost mealtime, and he's nowhere to be seen. Lu Zuolan smiled as she offered a bunch of grapes to Jiang Shuyun, her eyes filled with unhidden admiration. Shuyun, you see, my Feng is just too hardworking. You help him manage the big operation, it must be tough. If that brat Feng still doesn't understand, should I talk to him for you? Jiang Shuyun's heart skipped a beat, hurriedly lowering her head to take the grapes. Aunt Lu, you really don't have to joke with me. She was a smart woman, fully aware of her position. The immense power she wielded was merely sand slipping through Jiang Feng's fingers. She held a sense of reverence towards him, akin to a believer gazing up at a deity, never daring to entertain any improper thoughts. As long as I can help stabilize the rear for the deity, that is my greatest honor. Jiang Shuyun replied softly, her tone filled with clarity and restraint. Meanwhile, in the 10th sand level ultimate realm, the dragon maiden, fiercely gnawing on the remnants of equipment, had a much simpler thought process. As long as Jiang Feng spoke a word, even if the end of the universe lay ahead, this star-level ancient dragon would not hesitate to charge headfirst. Deep within the capital city, just having left Jiang Feng, the commander of China, Xiao Zhenjiang stared at the sky, filled with announcements, sinking into extreme confusion. Why go to the 12,000 level map to grind instead of taking the Kunlun path to ascend? Xiao Zhenjiang rubbed his pounding temples, completely unable to comprehend the deity's actions. Is this a disregard for the high-dimensional rules, or does he simply think there aren't enough monsters to kill? In the god burial void, Jiang Feng stood upon the remnants of obliterated magic creatures, suddenly recalling the ancient secrets revealed by Xiao Zhenjiang. Why did the realm king lose face to Nuwa, such a lofty being, and not personally descend to eliminate? Instead, he only threw down a primordial treasure to smash Blue Star. And Nuwa, why did she insist on venturing to the higher heavens to clash with the realm king instead of staying on Blue Star to guard her foundations? Many puzzles spun in his mind. Jiang Feng quickly grasped the key. Forcing oneself to descend would undoubtedly require a tremendous price that would make even the realm king wince. Otherwise, with his temperament facing a low-dimensional world like Blue Star, he would have long since stepped in to crush everything, leaving not a single opportunity. As for Nuwa's reasons for venturing to the upper realm, it likely had to do with Blue Star's predicament, with the most plausible scenarios being two: either the laws of Blue Star have been shattered, causing spiritual energy to dissipate, and it can no longer support their continued growth. Remaining here would only result in being suppressed by the laws, with cultivation stagnating or even regressing. Or it is a situation of offense replacing defense, leaving the spark of Blue Star behind. She leads human experts to invade the core region of the upper realm, while simultaneously seizing high-dimensional resources to enhance their strength, constantly disrupting the Realm King's plans, leaving him stretched thin, unable to focus on exterminating Blue Star, all to wait for someone who can truly break the deadlock and reverse Blue Star's predicament. As for the so-called prideful obsession with never yielding, that is basically impossible. Jiang Feng did not believe in that narrative. Those who could cultivate to Nuwa's level were all meticulous individuals. How could they gamble the future of their entire race for a mere matter of pride? If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. It's purely a waste of brain cells. Jiang Feng shook his head, scoffing. Once I stack my attributes to the point of system glitches, whether it's the Realm King or the God King, one slap will turn them to dust. With a thought, Jiang Feng activated Great Thousand Shuttling, tearing apart space. Ignoring all physical barriers, he forcefully smashed into the newly unlocked 26,000 level ultimate high-dimensional secret realm, Annihilation Star Abyss. As soon as he landed, what he stepped on was not soil, but vast fragments of shattered galaxies. The terrifying gravity was enough to crush stars to powder, and the violent high-dimensional laws slashed through the void like razors. At least this environment is not so boring anymore. Jiang Feng casually twisted his neck. Without warning, a massive void opened thousands of zhang deep in the star abyss ahead. A faceless messenger radiating blinding white light and bearing 12 wings slowly descended. The pressure emanating from him was hundreds of times more terrifying than the previous heavenly path of Blue Star, and the level above his head was a deep crimson. LV 80,000. Lowly ants from the lower realm. The messenger's mechanical voice resounded, filled with grandeur. You dare defy the will of the higher heavens. His Majesty the Realm King has sent me to forcefully descend, granting you complete annihilation. The messenger raised the law staff high, looking down as he proclaimed, to descend into this realm the higher heavens have expended the essence of 3-star rivers you shall die in. Villains die from excessive monologuing. Zhang Feng didn't even raise an eyelid, casually countering with a massive slap that tore through the air. Boom. With one hand, he single-handedly battled 3,000 emperors and pushed 13 continents. Regardless of what kind of realm king's messenger you are, the slapping continues. A pure unreasonable violence wrapped in 40 trillion of base combat power and 6,000 times terrifying multipliers directly pulled the entire star abyss, where the messenger stood, into a massive physical black hole. The 12-winged messenger didn't even have time to let out a scream before being physically evaporated along with the remnants of the galaxy behind him. You expend such a great price to descend just to receive a slap from me. Zhang Feng disdainfully clapped his hands. Open your perspective a bit. Dead people don't need to recite such lengthy lines. The aftershock of this slap spread out, shaking to dust the tens of thousands of high-dimensional monsters lurking around. Ding. You have annihilated the LV 80,000 Realm King's messenger. Kill. Infinite level Pangu Slaughter triggered. Plunder 500 trillion attribute points. The system's notification sound bombarded his retina like a torrential rain, densely packed attribute bars crazily jumping and skyrocketing, nearly bursting the edges of the interface, the crimson plunder values dazzling to the eyes. Zhang Feng chuckled coldly. Indeed, the Realm King had noticed him. But that's fine, he loved to help others. One kill, one pair, crushed a whole group, directly overturned his high-dimensional throne. The levels of the high-dimensional monsters were exceedingly high, with a single monster dropping a staggering 66.7 billion attribute points. In a flurry of clearing and plundering, in just a few seconds a suffocating astronomical number popped up on Zhang Feng's retina, an astounding 1567500 billion unallocated attribute points. Distribute the attributes evenly. Zhang Feng focused his thoughts, and a massive amount of attribute points poured down like a burst dam. The 5 major attributes: body, agility, strength, intelligence, luck, saw each surge by 600 trillion, including the recently slain Realm King's messenger. The ultra-simple panel wildly jumped combat power total of 4 dimensions, 648 trillion base luck, 631 trillion base, with 1,000 times multiplier. Zhang Feng's casual basic attack could flatten a nebula in the universe. The dragon maiden transformed into a towering ancestral dragon, opened her abyssal maw, and suddenly inhaled, devouring the heaps of top-quality loot, as if the Star River was pouring into her mouth. Zhang Feng casually glanced at the drop list. Starting with 7 colored treasures, a total of 37000 items. The chaos black gold armor that was being frantically snatched up worldwide appeared here, like wholesale, dropping 5,000 pieces. Most outrageous was that among the pile of goods lay 2 pieces of equipment shimmering with mysterious purple light, mysterious purple primordial war spear, and mysterious purple chaos boots. Those were supreme treasures, surpassing chaos treasures, mysterious purple mixed gold. Finally, I got something useful. Zhang Feng unceremoniously collected them. This 26,000 level ultimate realm was as easy for him as casually stepping out for a stroll and crushing a few ants. As the void settled in the center where the Realm King's messenger had been erased, a purple gold treasure chest emanating the aura of the Tao quietly floated. As Zhang Feng approached, he kicked the chest open. Inside there was no equipment, only an ancient book that seemed to be composed of pure starlight, without any material. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the special law ancient book, the Codex of all things material manipulation effect. After fusion, you can freely reconstruct, decompose, and transform all basic materials in the universe. Zhang Feng weighed the Codex in his hands, raising an eyebrow. What a blood gang. He actually got a good item with law attributes. Not bad. Zhang Feng tossed the Codex of all things in his hand, his mind already clear. The value of this item was simply beyond estimation. The power of the laws was not something that mere skills like Fireball or Ice Arrow from the demon domain could contend with, nor was it comparable to martial arts from the real world. This was a true cosmic divine ability that transcended the mundane dimension. To put it simply, he currently possessed 648 trillion in 4-dimensional attributes, which meant a solid foundation akin to having an infinitely large fuel tank. However, without the driving force of the laws, this would merely be a dormant volcano relying solely on brute force to crush enemies. And this codex was the most advanced engine. Zhang Feng opened the codex. With his current wisdom attribute of 648 trillion, equivalent to 64 trillion times that of a newly awakened novice, there was no need for him to sit cross-legged and endure hard enlightenment. He merely glanced at it. Buzz! The codex transformed into a beam of purple light and entered his forehead. The law of material manipulation was instantly mastered. Standing on the remnants of the star abyss, Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred. Within his storage space, an idle ordinary rainbow sword quietly flew out. In the next moment, the sword's body directly tore through the void, crossing dimensional barriers, ignoring all rules as it appeared above Blue Star. He wanted to test the feel of this law. Blue Star, Dongjiang City. On the evening pedestrian street, people flowed like a tide. A little girl with pigtails was riding on her father's shoulders, holding up half a skewer of candied hawthorn. Suddenly, the little girl raised her short, chubby finger, pointing at the sky stained red by the setting sun. "Daddy, look. The airplane is leaving a trail." The young father followed his daughter's finger and looked up, his snack bag falling to the ground with a thud, his whole body instantly stiffening, as if locked by an invisible binding spell. What appeared was not an airplane. A dazzlingly bright, seven-colored sword light was cutting the sunset in half at a speed that the naked eye could hardly capture. The sword's aura violently sliced through the atmosphere, dragging a vacuum-white streak thousands of miles long above Dongjiang City. The clouds over the entire city swirled madly to the sides, as if a divine miracle had descended, unable to heal for a long time. Outside the East Sea defense line in the novice monster hunting area, in a chaotic low-level wild chicken forest camp, two young girls who had just awakened a few days ago were sitting on stones to recuperate. "Aaron, where should we go to grind next?" A short-haired girl with a broken iron sword wiped her sweat, her cheeks still smeared with mud, her tone filled with exhaustion. The other girl with a high ponytail and holding a wooden staff shook her head repeatedly, her fingertips still shimmering with faint magical light. "Let's just hang around here for now. Going to a level 10 monster area now is just delivering food. Our stats are too shabby. Your attack power is only 312, and I can't even heal you. Let's steadily level up to 15, gather a full set of green gear, and then go." The two were chatting idly, planning to grind a couple more wild chickens to accumulate experience. The sky above suddenly exploded with a deafening sonic boom, the sharp sound of breaking through the air instantly drowning out the birds' chirping and the monsters' roars in the forest. The two instinctively looked up, their iron sword and wooden staff clattering to the ground. Then they completely forgot to breathe, their eyes wide and their lips slightly trembling, not daring to even draw a breath. A flying sword surrounded by colorful flowing light, carrying a world-destroying pressure, swept past them from several thousand meters above the radiance, illuminating the entire wild chicken forest like daylight. That pressure, even from thousands of meters away, felt like an invisible mountain pressing down hard on the two, causing their legs to go weak, and they collapsed into the mud with a thud, completely drained of strength. That was not the oppressive feeling of a high-level monster. It was pure dimensional suppression. It was a top-tier power that they as newly awakened novices were not even qualified to look up to. In the western part of Huaxia, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, in an isolated and long-abandoned ancient temple, an old monster with a face full of ravines, who had sat in silence for an unknown number of years, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up abruptly, staring intently at the colorful rainbow that flashed across the horizon. His bony hands clenched tightly under his sleeves. His throat rolled violently, and a trembling voice squeezed out from his dry throat, like sandpaper scraping. "This is the power of the laws. Material manipulation." This old monster who once dominated this realm was now filled with sheer terror, like he had seen a ghost. Jiang Feng shook his head. A sword flew around Blue Star, consuming almost no mental energy. The 648 trillion wisdom attribute allowed Jiang Feng to directly open up a vast and boundless sea of spiritual sense. "Since I'm going to try, let's aim higher and make it big." Jiang Feng raised his hand and casually pressed down. The storage space burst open. Swish, 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 swish. Tens of thousands of top-tier weapons radiating 6- and 7-colored light, along with over 5,000 pieces of chaotic black gold equipment that had just exploded, surged forth like a reverse meteor shower, instantly breaking through dimensional passageways and hovering in low Earth orbit above Blue Star. Tens of thousands of supreme, divine weapons. Without relying on any formations or external forces, solely based on Jiang Feng's, they precisely floated above the skies of various continents around the globe. The sword tips pointed towards the ground. The energy fluctuations emitted by each piece of equipment were enough to flatten a giant main city in an instant. Across the ocean in Lighthouse Nation, within the highest-level defense facility beneath the palace, Commander Wilson was holding a glass of red wine, listening to the daily report from the intelligence officer. Above the northern continent, dense red dots hovered in the stratosphere. The intelligence officer's voice instantly broke, trembling and shouting, "Commander!" Instantly switched to the satellite radar image. Above the northern continent, dense red dots hovered in the stratosphere. The intelligence officer's voice instantly broke, trembling and shouting, "Commander! There are tens of thousands of unknown energy sources in the stratosphere. Each one, if taken out, has an energy equivalent hundreds of times that of our strongest civilization's cannon. No, it's even millions of times more. All core cities worldwide are locked on. Wilson's hand trembled. The goblet crashed to the floor, splattering expensive red wine all over his pants. He stared intently at the enlarged image on the screen, where flying swords and battle armor, radiating chaotic black gold light, appeared, his face turning ashen. This is King Feng's equipment. This is definitely the handiwork of that living Yama. Wilson's legs went weak, and he slumped back into the command chair. The most advanced air defense systems and strategic missile interceptors became mere toys made of paper in front of these pieces of divine equipment capable of easily tearing apart continental plates. He understood better than anyone that as long as that deity in the sky had a single thought, Lighthouse Nation would be completely erased from the map of the earth in an instant. Not just Lighthouse Nation. At the same time, the entire world was shaken. The high-ranking officials of Maple Leaf Nation urgently halted all combat drills, all powerful individuals gazing up at the sky collectively rendered speechless. The commanders of the Rainforest Federation and the Northern Border Federation immediately connected to the peace negotiation line, flying directly to Huaxia, disregarding the national bottom line, only seeking to save their lives. Several chieftains of the Desert Alliance even knelt down in the yellow sands, regarding the divine sword in the sky as an omen of divine punishment, frantically bowing and praying. The high-ranking officials of the Black Soil nations were in chaos, hastily ordering the cancellation of national war readiness, fearing that even a spark could ignite the killing intent in the sky. The remnants of the financial magnates in Fusang Nation and Goryeo Nation were so scared that their souls fled in terror. Xinya Xiao, Yi, and Min Shishuan huddled in a bunker a kilometer underground, watching the meteor shower of swords in the holographic projection, feeling that even breathing loudly was a crime. The entire Blue Star, under Jiang Feng's casual wave of imperial might, fell into absolute silence and submission. Jiang Feng gently retracted his 5 fingers. The myriad divine armors instantly crossed dimensions, returning to him like weary birds returning to their nests. That was quite smooth. Jiang Feng gave a fair assessment of this law. The material manipulation of the Codex of all things was indeed tyrannical, but it had a hard limit. The upper limit was constrained by the materials being manipulated. 7-colored equipment could be used to intimidate the people of Blue Star, but if it were truly used to crush high-dimensional realm masters, it still lacked a bit of strength. It would probably shatter after a few uses. Only weapons of chaotic black gold level could barely qualify as his standard ammunition. Even so, Jiang Feng did not feel that relying solely on these was enough to crush everything he needed to continue to grow stronger and achieve infinite growth. Stepwise explosive growth, geometric level eruptions. As long as the attribute values are sufficient and the mysteries of the laws are understood, confidence would naturally be forged from within, and the future destiny could also be firmly grasped in one's hands. Since I can't keep up with the times, it's just taking up space. Jiang Feng stared at the tens of thousands of 7-colored and 6-colored equipment before him, his expression flat. His thoughts sank into his chest. All sources returned to 1. The dark golden light group erupted violently, transforming into a massive abyssal mouth that devoured the heavens and the earth. Over 30,000 top-tier colored armors, along with a large amount of miscellaneous high-dimensional materials, were mercilessly pulled apart in an instant. The piercing sound of shattering resonated in the void. All impurities were violently stripped away, and the purest source of the great Tao surged into Jiang Feng's body like a torrent. The special amplification multiplier brought by the material manipulation law began a frenzied leap without reason. The initial law amplification was still less than 100 times. But soon, 150 times, 300 times, 580 times. The values soared crazily, ultimately stabilizing at 700 times. Moreover, as the aftereffects of the devoured source continued to be digested, this number continued to rise at a stable frequency. Do not underestimate these mere hundreds of times. This is a special multiplier independent of the basic attributes applied to his 648 trillion abnormal panel, elevating his combat power to an astonishing astronomical figure. Jiang Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, turning his gaze to the remaining 5,000 pieces of chaotic black gold equipment. He glanced over, raising an eyebrow. Whether it was the system's underlying logic deliberately flattering him, or merely a matter of probability, among these 5,000 chaotic black gold items, exactly 1,000 were weapons, all of which were flying swords. Each sword had an ancient and solemn style, with angry dragon patterns swirling at the guard, and the blade flowing with black light of the law of destruction, exuding maximum prestige. Jiang Feng stroked his chin. These 1,000 flying swords will be kept as ammunition for sweeping the ground. He raised his hand and summoned this 1,000 flying swords to be individually locked into the special section of his storage space. As for the remaining 4,000 pieces of chaotic black gold armor, jewelry, and shields, left to rust, melted, all sources returned to one was activated again. All 4,000 pieces of chaotic treasures that would drive all of humanity on Blue Star mad were ruthlessly ground to pieces by Jiang Feng, transforming into primordial power purer by 10,000 times than 7-colored equipment. The multiplier on the panel experienced another irrationally explosive increase. Meanwhile, in the distant upper realms, in the violent interstellar turbulence, 2 blood-soaked broken figures stepped across the corpses of several high-dimensional beasts struggling to cross a towering starry sky gate. Jiang Kunlun coughed up a mouthful of golden blood shimmering with divine light, breathing heavily, his body swaying unsteadily. Ji Xuanzi had a portion of his arm severed, but stared ahead intently, the bloodshot in his eyes igniting with fiery light. The star mist slowly dissipated. At the end of their line of sight, on an ancient and vast floating star island, stood a tattered but still fluttering bronze battle flag. In the center of the battle flag was carved an ancient totem. That was the mark belonging to Nuwa. The two exchanged a glance, a gruesome smile breaking through the bloodstains on their faces. We've arrived. Finally arrived. Above the vast and boundless celestial expanse of the starry cosmos, the violent interstellar gale tore at the mottled bronze battle flag. Jiang Kunlun coughed up faint golden divine blood, kneeling heavily on the cracked white jade square. Beside him, Ji Xuanzi, missing half an arm, straightened his back and stared intently ahead. The star mist slowly parted. In the forefront stood a sacred and desolate ethereal figure. With a human head and a serpent's body, she was enveloped in the colorful essence of earth creation and stone mending. Her compassionate eyes seemed capable of piercing through the ages, and each breath stirred a vibrant storm across the starry realm. Behind her, several terrifying figures stood silently, their aura sufficient to collapse galaxies. To the left, a burly giant clad in animal skins bore a massive yellowish bow, seemingly capable of shooting down stars with his thick fingers deeply embedded in flesh. To the right, a wild man with disheveled hair leaned on a rough wooden staff, his eyes blazing with torrents of heat surging within him, chasing the sun. Further back stood even more bizarre and horrifying beings. A headless war god with bare torso had his breasts as fierce eyes and his navel as a bloodied mouth, wielding a giant axe that tore the heavens apart with its battle intent. At a higher altitude in the clouds, 3 elders draped in taiji and bagua robes sat cross-legged, their aura deep as an abyss, as if they were 3 divergent paths converging into one cosmic avenue. No one spoke, but the murderous intent condensed from 2,000 years of blood and tears caused the temperature of the entire starry realm to plummet to freezing point. Found it. Jiang Kunlun spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, his voice hoarse with extreme excitement. The mender of the heavens. Found it. The woman with the human head and serpent body slightly tilted her head, her gaze piercing through layers of dimensional barriers, looking far towards the east to that blue planet shrouded in thick data gloom. She remained silent, her serpent tail slowly undulating in the void, sending ripples of fate spreading outward. The demon domain, a 26000 level abyss, known as Annihilation Star Abyss. A flash of scarlet sword light sliced through the heads of 30,000 aberrant star skeleton beasts. Jiang Feng stepped atop the mountain of dark matter debris, his breathing remaining perfectly steady. For a full 3 days and nights. Since slaying the Realm King's envoy, he had not moved an inch from this map, turning this high-dimensional secret realm, which even the heavens above feared, into a slaughterhouse, where even the system's refresh mechanism began to malfunction. Ding. Killed. LV 26,000 Star Abyss Overlord experience points have been stored in the overflow pool. Ding. Infinite level Pangu Massacre triggered, plundering 500 megabytes of free attribute points. Ding. Killed. LV 26,000 High-dimensional aberration. The dense system notification sounds frantically washed over his retinas. In the distance, a mysterious and profound summoning could be faintly heard. The source of that fluctuation pointed directly at the barrier at the end of this abyss. The 900 level map, Divine Court Ruins. Jiang Feng sensed that benevolent summoning without malice more than once, yet he stopped at the boundary line, not daring to take even half a step forward. His current panel could be described as extreme explosive. Even if he ventured into the 900 level forbidden zone, he had a full 99% certainty of retreating unscathed. But this was not enough. Jiang Feng's gaze was unusually calm. The car accident in his past life made him realize that the so-called 99% safety was a joke in the face of fate. From that day forward, the word probability was no longer in his dictionary. Without 100 absolute crushing power, any risk, no matter how small, was tantamount to courting death. Fear of insufficient firepower must be remedied. He wanted to solidify the foundation in this safe zone to the point where the system would crash, stacking his health bar to a level that even high-dimensional deities would find despairing. Count the gains. Jiang Feng opened the panel behind him. After 3 days and nights of grinding, the data in the experience overflow pool had turned into garbled code 968-532-4000. Friendly reminder for those with awkwardness syndrome, please come here 9.6 billion. The equipment drops were even more disastrous. 6 to 7 colored treasures piled up to a staggering 3 million pieces like cabbages at a wholesale market. And the chaotic black gold level equipment revered as divine in the outside world of Blue Star amounted to a shocking 36000 pieces. Jiang Feng raised his hand to activate the material laws of the Samsara Codex, his formidable mental power acting like a sieve sweeping through the 360 pieces of chaotic black gold equipment, quickly discarding 2900 pieces of armor, jewelry, and other miscellaneous items. Then from the remaining sea of equipment, he precisely selected 700 flying swords with the most violent attributes. Added to the previous 100, he now had a total of 800 chaotic black gold flying swords humming in formation in the void. Jiang Feng squinted, calculating in his heart, I've gathered them all. This Samsara Codex requires top-tier materials as a vessel. These 8,000 flying swords would be his foundation for survival, sweeping through all, exploding the heavens. It was time to make his presence known. Otherwise, some people would never realize what the name Jiang Feng truly signifies. Jiang Feng spread his fingers and suddenly pressed down. Go. Blue Star. It was noon. The sky darkened without warning. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but the entire firmament being violently torn asunder. 8,000 100-foot-long chaotic black gold flying swords carrying a terrifying pressure capable of crushing planets directly shattered the dimensional barrier between reality and the demon domain. They did not attack recklessly, but instead formed an extremely solemn and lethal sword formation, hovering in a circular pattern in the stratosphere of Blue Star. The sword tips pointed toward the ground. The chaotic airflow flowing over each sword shattered the layer of data gloom, colorless holy light that had been sealed around the earth into fragments. The sound of the swords rang like a great bell, violently resonating deep within the souls of the 8 billion inhabitants of Earth. This was a narrative of cataclysmic proportions without a trace of smoke. The entire sky turned into pure black and gold. Even the radiance of the sun was forcefully repelled by the sword energy. After 10 seconds of complete silence, the world channel exploded with barrage comments at light speed. What the hell? Is the sky leaking? Is that a sword? That must be a planet killer. 8,000 of them. All chaotic black gold level. Did King Feng's adoptive father hack the system's back-end code? Don't speak nonsense. This is just a regular supply by King Feng's adoptive father. Who dares to look up? My eyes are almost blinded by the sword energy. This is not playing a game. Adoptive father has suspended 8,000 swords of Damocles above our heads. Stop talking. I'm already kneeling on the road praying that adoptive father won't slip. I'm willing to offer incense every day. Dongjiang City, Tianshu Long Garden. Inside the secret chamber, the highest echelons of Huaxiao stared intently at the sky outside the glass window. Xiao Zhenjiang's hands trembled, the purple clay cup he held clinking sharply against the plate. 8,000 chaotic treasures. He single-handedly drained the foundation of a high-dimensional world in 3 days. Li Yin swallowed hard, feeling his scalp go numb. If this sword formation falls, Blue Star won't withstand even a second. It will turn to cosmic dust. The Divine Lord is not only intimidating external enemies, he is challenging the heavens with his blade. Zhang Chonglin and Jiang Shuyun exchanged glances, seeing mutual surrender in each other's eyes. In the face of absolute violent numbers, any business battle, political maneuvering, or military strategy seemed laughable, like playing house in kindergarten. At the same time, in the small courtyard of Jiang's villa, Jiang Jiangguo held a watering can, looking at the dense shadows of swords in the sky, chuckling so much that the wrinkles on his face deepened. Wife, look quickly. Fenger has made quite a spectacle, black as night, like the dried meat we used to hang under our eaves. What dried meat? That's our son's ability. This is glory for our ancestors. Outside the towering iron gates of Long Garden Estate, the group of security personnel whose actual identities were top financial magnates and political figures in the country were now kneeling haphazardly on the lawn. Lin Zhenbong, the richest man in the capital, lay on the ground, his suit soaked with cold sweat, staring at the sky, his lips turning blue as he repeatedly bowed his head. He felt that the wisest and most correct decision he had ever made in his life was to come to Jiang's family and serve as Jiang Feng's security guard. Across the ocean, in the highest level air raid shelter of Lighthouse Country, Commander Wilson looked at the giant black gold flying sword hovering directly above the White House on the holographic screen, its tip exhaling the laws of destruction, causing the underground nuclear blast protection layer to groan under the unbearable weight. Bang! Wilson smashed the red nuclear button box in front of him into pieces. What the hell is this for? Wilson, like a beast pushed to the brink, roared into the communicator, "Immediately connect the holographic international conference. Bring in those idiots from Korea, Japan, and Europe." 1 minute later, the holographic projections of heads of state from over 30 top countries gathered together. There was no arguing, no testing. Gentlemen, resistance means death. Wilson's eyes were bloodshot. "We can't fight. It's utterly impossible. The Qingfeng of Huaxia is no longer human. He is the god who rules the universe. With 8,000 chaotic treasures cleansing the earth, he alone can erase all our civilizations from the earth 10,000 times. I propose." Wilson took a deep breath, his tone humble to the core. "Completely lift all combat readiness. Count all the resources in the national treasury and prepare to transport them to Huaxia overnight. We will bow our heads and surrender completely. From today, we Lighthouse country voluntarily recognize Huaxia as our superior and maintain eternal friendship. The common language in our country will immediately start implementing Long One." The representative of the financial magnates of Korea suddenly knelt in front of the projection, crying, "The commander is wise. The pattern opens. We Korea have long wanted to return to our roots." The Prime Minister of Japan nodded frantically, his forehead banging on the table. With a thud, "Huaxia is supreme. All nations come to pay tribute. We will hand over all rights to secret realm mining, just asking the divine Lord Qingfeng to spare us a way to live." In less than 5 minutes, a meeting that would determine the new order of Blue Star concluded amidst extreme fear and humility. Once invincible Western nations hurriedly readied their entire fortunes overnight, seeking to attach themselves to Huaxia, looking for a place of refuge. The unusual phenomenon did not end there. Almost at the same moment that the 8,000 flying swords hovered, cutting through the gloom surrounding Blue Star, 8 billion people worldwide, whether on the streets of reality or trapped in the demon domain instances, suddenly lost control of their legs. Thud, thud, thud. Like waves of wheat collapsing, billions of beings lacking willpower involuntarily bowed down towards the eastern sky. In Dongjiang City, a bustling commercial pedestrian street, the neon lights flicker in alternation. Shen Qingni had just exited a low-level secret realm, tightly gripping a finely crafted frost staff that radiated an icy chill. Behind her were Zhao Feng, Li Hao, and a recently joined loyal sycophant, Wang Chong. The once lively street was now eerily silent. Before her eyes, white-collar workers in suits, street vendors selling candied hawthorns, and fully armed patrol officers were all kneeling on the ground. Everyone was in tears, gazing fixedly at the sword formation that shattered the gloom in the sky. What's going on? Have they all gone mad? Shen Qingni felt the veins on the back of her hand bulge, her finely crafted staff creaking under her grip. Her heart was filled with unwillingness and jealousy. Just moments ago in the dungeon, she had been complaining. Why could Zhang Feng succeed when they were all awakened together? Why could that worthless person with a grade training talent stand above everyone else? Where did his extraordinary luck come from? Why could his pet become a heavenly path? Wang Chong leaned forward, his face full of flattery. "Qingni, these people must have fallen under some group illusion. Let's ignore them. With your grade talent, given time, you will definitely stand on top of Zhang Feng. He is merely..." His words were cut off. A pair of white-haired old men kneeling by the roadside interrupted his blabbering. The old men were dressed in ragged clothes with a broken bowl for begging placed before them. Yet at this moment their faces were filled with devotion, tears streaming down their faces mixing with dirt as they dripped onto the asphalt road. Wang Chong frowned. "Why are you old beggars kneeling?" One of the old men slowly lifted his head. In his once murky eyes there now flickered a light, as if he had seen through the ages, cleansing all illusions. The old man looked at Shen Qingni and Wang Chong not with anger, but with pity. "Little girl, dawn has arrived." His voice was hoarse but carried a weight that penetrated the soul. "If you do not understand, just close your eyes and see the great world." Shen Qingni was taken aback. As if compelled by an unseen force, she instinctively opened the system panel, her consciousness plunging into the deep spiritual web where the magical realm met reality. Boom. In the very moment she closed her eyes, an overwhelmingly vast, ancient memory violently shattered her cognition, crashing into her mind like a mudslide. It was not just her. This was the collective awakening suppressed in the genes of the 80 billion people of Blue Star for 60 years. The bloodline subconscious. She saw it. In the midst of the vast wilderness, the sky shattered and black water surged in. The weak human race wailed amid the raging flood, suffering immense calamity. A stunning woman with a serpent's body, ignoring the shattering of her divine form, refined the 5-color divine stone, using her flesh and blood to mend the celestial void. She witnessed those ancestors who were treated as livestock by high-dimensional deities refusing to yield. They raised their crude stone axes, braving the winds of destruction roaring as they charged towards the high-dimensional thunder in a suicidal assault. They would rather die than retreat. The scene abruptly shifted. 60 years ago, a meteor wrapped in colorless holy light pierced through the atmosphere of Blue Star. It was a dimensional strike of primal treasures. The laws exchanged for lives by those sages were ruthlessly smashed and forcibly locked. Blue Star was reduced to a data prison that relied on monster leveling, recognizing only health and mana bars. Human beings like puppets with severed spines lingered on in the system's set rules, forgetting who they truly were. Yet at this moment, the 8,000 chaotic black gold flying swords suspended in the sky above Jiangfeng shattered not only the courage of the overseas nations. The sharp sword light cut through the 60-year dimensional shackles that encased the souls of the people of Blue Star. He was never pretending. He was using the purest and most extreme violence to forcibly awaken the ancient memory of the human race that said, "I would rather die than be a divine slave." Memories receded like a tidal wave. Xin Qingni suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath. Cold sweat dripped down, soaking her clothes. The finely crafted staff in her hand clattered to the asphalt ground, shattering into pieces. He has restored the spine of Blue Star. Xin Qingni's voice trembled violently. That pitiful jealousy, unwillingness, and pride in her eyes were instantly crushed into dust before the vast righteousness of the race and the epic legacy. The Dao heart shattered. She finally understood. Her little pride was not even worth a speck of dust in Jiangfeng's eyes. Thud! Xin Qingni's knees buckled, crashing heavily onto the hard concrete ground. Behind her, Zhao Feng, Li Hao, Wang Chong, and the others were already in tears, willingly prostrating themselves on the ground. There was no humiliation, only the purest form of pilgrimage. The scene shifted back to the void of the god of burial. On the grayish, star-dead earth, Jiangfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the surging power of faith rising from Blue Star, not even raising an eyebrow. What awakening of ancestral memories, what reconstruction of the human spine. Those were merely side effects brought about when the 8,000 flying swords shattered the high-dimensional barriers. He never sought to be any savior. His goal was simple: to test the sword, to establish deterrence, so that the overseas flies and the upper messengers would cease their incessant chatter. Done. Jiangfeng withdrew his gaze. It would be a lie to say he was not moved by Nuwa's unyielding spirit, refusing to be a slave to the fallen race. He cleared his mind and returned his consciousness to the system's backpack. Inside was a true treasure mountain. 3 million pieces of 6 to 7 colored treasures. Over 300,000 pieces of chaotic black gold armor and jewelry. Just one of these items could incite a national war on Blue Star. But in Jiangfeng's eyes, they were nothing but a pile of useless junk. Keeping them is just wasting space. When the junk recycling station opens, it will definitely be a blood profit. Jiangfeng's mind sank deeply. The Dao source-level divine skill. Unity of all sources erupted in full force. This could no longer be called devouring. This was a cosmic-level resource collapse. A dark golden light mass emanated from his heart, instantly transforming into a terrifying black hole rotating at tens of thousands of Mach. Heavenly treasures were violently dumped out from the backpacks, swirling into the vortex. Countless blinding rays of laws were forcibly crushed, kneaded, and purified at the center of the black hole. The sharp sound of explosions echoed through the void. Jiangfeng fixed his gaze on the multiplication zone number at the end of the simplified panel. The multiplication factor, previously stacked by 30,000 pieces of colored equipment, was stuck at 2,766 times, as over 300,000 pieces of premium gear were frantically fed in. Boom! The numbers began to run wild. 2,766 times. 5,000 times. 10,000 times. The surface of Jiangfeng's body began to crack with dense black light. That was the physical dissipation that even the system code could not sustain. Even a ripple could shatter a star. But in the next moment, the absolute laws of divine body dominance forcibly intervened, healing the wounds. Destruction and rebirth wildly alternated on Jiangfeng's body surface. When the last 100,000 pieces of chaotic black gold jewelry were completely drained of their essence by the black hole, the fluctuation of values welcomed an ultimate frenzy. 43,200 times. 85,000 times. In the end, accompanied by a deafening crash that shattered this piece of void, the crimson numbers firmly locked in place. Special multiplication zone increase 16,000 times. Not only that, after unity of all sources extracted these premium items, a massive amount of essence remained inside, too large to be digested all at once. This terrifying number of 16,000 times was still climbing at a slow rate, like muscle memory, every second. Jiangfeng slowly clenched his fist. The sound of his knuckles rubbing together made the surrounding space emit a glass-shattering wail. His four-dimensional foundation had already been stacked to several 100 million through talent plundering. Now, with the addition of this exaggerated multiplication zone of 16,000 times, Jiang Feng closed his eyes, feeling the power within him surge like a raging sea. Just a casual breath released enough energy to annihilate himself from 3 days ago. A surge of battle power at 16,000 times. This could no longer be called becoming stronger. This was yet another forced jailbreak of life dimensions. Huff. Jiang Feng exhaled a breath of scorching white air, turning the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of dark matter into nothingness. At this moment, high above the distant heavens in a core dimension more vast than countless galaxies combined, a terrifying existence, so immense that it could not be measured by common sense, lay coiled within the depths of endless chaotic nebulae. The Realm King. Its body spanned across the star sea, comparable to an entire complete giant star domain. With every breath it stirred world-ending interstellar gales, causing stars to collapse and voids to be annihilated, the power far exceeding that of ordinary black holes by over 100,000 times. It floated silently in the depths of chaos, indifferent as it observed the countless ages of this world. But at the moment, the 8,000 chaotic black gold flying swords arrayed themselves around Blue Star. The sword intent shattered the barrier of colorless holy light, directly stirring this supreme ruler. The Realm King slowly opened its eyes. Those were cold, indifferent eyes burning like stars. There was no emotion, no pity, only the purest form of high-dimensional order. Its gaze pierced through layers of dimensions, crossing endless spatial distances, carrying an absolute sense of oppression that could crush all things looking down directly. In the void of the god of burial, the power Jiang Feng had just gathered tightened instantly. A sense of unprecedented terror like a bucket of ice water was poured over his head. His heart skipped a beat. The absolute defense enhanced by the 1600 times multiplier unexpectedly creaked under the weight of that gaze. Fear. This was the first time Jiang Feng had personally experienced such a substantial and lethal threat since his rebirth, even if it was just for a moment. But this chilling sense of oppression felt like a sharp steel needle, brutally piercing into his brain. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, and after a moment of trembling, his gaze quickly turned cold and fierce. He calmed his mind, forcibly severing the probing gaze that spread along the lines of causation. The Realm King. Jiang Feng murmured softly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. That single glance shattered the remnants of arrogance in his heart. He had thought that with his infinite-level talent, stacked attributes of several 100 million, he was absolutely invincible in this realm. Little did he know, just a single gaze from the other side, transcending dimensions, could make his heart race. This was the dimensional strike of an upper-level being. Did he really think he was a cosmic-level surveillance camera? It seemed that his development along the way had been too smooth. On Blue Star, he was the supreme deity, transcending dimensions. But once he stepped out of Blue Star, facing those true monsters standing at the pinnacle of the universe, this little trump card was barely sufficient. My speed of becoming stronger is still too slow. This firepower is too feeble. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The fear of insufficient firepower had completely set in. If he continued to progress step by step, once that planet-sized Realm King made a move or descended with even higher dimensional punishment, would he throw himself at them? He would not mind dying himself. But he absolutely could not lose his family beside him. The image of his parents watering flowers and cooking in the yard, Li Hu's carefree smile. He would not allow anyone to shatter the peaceful life he had painstakingly earned. Submission. That thought had never lingered in Jiang Feng's mind for even a second. The only outcome of submission was to be completely drained of value, and then exterminated like crushing a bug. Heaven cannot be relied upon, I can rely on myself. Heaven does not count, I have the final say. Since the enemy is strong enough to be unreasonable, then he must become even more unreasonable than the enemy. Attributes have no upper limit, so he would stack the values to the point where even the rules of the universe would collapse. Jiang Feng turned his head. His eyes, which had returned to absolute indifference, slowly gazed toward the edge of the void. There a boundary wall was faintly calling out to him with a subtle summon. A 90000 level map, God Court Ruins. Earlier he had felt a 1% uncertainty there, and to be safe he had paused his footsteps. But now, under the influence of the 1600 times violent crushing multiplication zone and the urging of that deathly gaze, that 1% concern was completely flattened. Jiang Feng paused, slightly, a frown creasing his brow. The terrifying sense of oppression from the depths of the void, akin to the collapse of the universe, existed for only half a second, yet it caused the surrounding space to emit a mournful wail. Master! A trembling call came from beside him. Jiang Feng turned his head. The carefree little girl Long Nu, usually preoccupied with eating and sleeping, was now clutching tightly at the hem of his clothes. Her golden dragon eyes were filled with unshakable fear. As the ancient ancestral dragon wielding the authority of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, her perception was even sharper than Jiang Feng's. The glance from the Realm King, transcending dimensions, stirred up a hurricane at the level of her soul. She was frightened. This time she did not whine or insist on accompanying Jiang Feng to stock up. Jiang Feng rubbed her little head, decisively dispelling the thought of taking her to the 900 level map as an accessory. All right, the water is deep ahead. Your small frame shouldn't get involved. Jiang Feng spoke in a calm tone. Return to Blue Star. Keep an eye on the home. The 900 level forbidden area, the Divine Court ruins, was fraught with unknown dangers. Since the Realm King was focused on it, it could be hiding deadly traps. Jiang Feng needed to concentrate on clearing the map, with no time to play babysitter. With Long Nu stationed in Blue Star, and those 8,000 hovering chaos flying towards the rear, was absolutely secure. Surprisingly, Long Nu did not make a fuss, merely nodding vigorously obediently. Okay. She understood that such a dimensional existence was beyond her current capacity to handle. After being struck by that glance, this newly appointed heavenly sovereign finally began to transform into a true deity. By the way, as Jiang Feng turned, he casually instructed, on the way back, stop by the northern winter demon abyss and deal with that abyssal demon emperor. Root out the weeds. He had no bottom line when it came to protecting his own. Against enemies, he had to scatter their ashes into the stars. Long Nu tightened her small fist. Jiang Feng did not look at her again, his gaze sweeping across the corners of his retinas. There the experience pool had already piled up into garbled text, and the massive amount of looted free attribute points was still wildly fluctuating. He pondered for 2 seconds. Now the multiplier had skyrocketed to 1600 times, and his combat power overflowed completely. Looking at the attribute panel, there still lay 34 trillion attribute points. Spending them now would certainly make the panel even more monstrous, but it wouldn't hold much significance. He simply decided to leave them be. Let them gather dust for now. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze. Having trump cards in hand is always more secure than displaying them openly. He did not know that this decision, stemming purely from a fear of insufficient firepower, would soon help him reverse a situation that seemed certain death. Blue Star above the heavens. The myriad black and gold sword shadows had just stabilized. Suddenly a dull, cracking sound echoed from the horizon of the East Sea. Roar. A loud, ancient dragon roar soared into the clouds, overwhelming all sounds in the world. Hundreds of millions of players looked up in shock. They saw an ancient ancestral dragon thousands of feet long, coiled in annihilating thunder and five-colored divine light, violently shattering the dimensional barrier and crashing down to the world. That unique supreme pressure belonging to the heavenly Tao caused the oceans of the world to freeze, and the ancestral dragon did not linger in Blue Star. Its cold, golden vertical pupils swept toward the north. Then with a flick of its tail, it transformed into a beam of aurora piercing through the universe, heading straight for the winter demon abyss in outer space. Holy crap, it's the dragon of my adoptive father. The heavenly Tao has manifested. What is it going to do? Stock up in outer space. The world channel erupted once more. Players were now completely numb. They had consumed more emergency heart-saving pills today than in the past 60 years combined. Dongjiang City, Jiang Family Courtyard. Jiang Jiangguo held a birdcage, watching the disappearing dragon shadow in the sky, smacking his lips. Old lady, look at how that little snake we raised is getting fatter and fatter. If it flies out, don't cause any trouble. Lu Zuolan poked her head out from the kitchen with freshly picked vegetables, exasperated. What's wrong with being fat? Being able to eat is a blessing. Our finger doesn't lack food. Hurry up and bring the dishes in, the meal is about to get cold. Meanwhile, at the Tinshu Dragon Garden Manor No. 1. The top giants of China's military, political, and business realms had all gathered. Xiao Zhenjiang, Li Yanzhang Chonglin, and the chief steward of Tinshu Jiang Shuyun sat around a rosewood round table. In the courtyard stood dozens of domestic tycoons worth trillions, not daring to breathe. The Divine Lord is up to something big again. Xiao Zhenjiang looked at the images being relayed back, his tone filled with reverence. That ancestral dragon of the heavenly Tao is going to the demon emperor's lair. It seems that the blade hanging over our heads for 60 years will finally be uprooted by the Divine Lord today. Li Yin slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with satisfaction. How refreshing. After being pinned up for 60 years, I've dreamed of chopping up that scoundrel ball. The Divine Lord is going to elevate the dimensions. In their limited perspective, Jiang Feng was already the ultimate truth of this universe, completely unaware of the pressure from the high-dimensional Realm King. Just as they were speaking, Xiao Zhenjiang's secretary rushed in, looking as if he had seen a ghost, hands trembling as he presented a confidential report. Commander, esteemed officers. The secretary swallowed hard. Outside. It's been blocked off. Who dares to block the Dragon Garden? Li Yin stood up abruptly. It's not. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It's Commander Wilson from the Lighthouse Nation, who has brought the leaders of Maple Leaf Nation, Europa Goryeo, and Fusang, all of them here. They chartered a plane directly to Beijing Airport and just landed. Everyone was taken aback. The secretary continued, They have brought all the resources from their national treasury, even the launch codes for the civilization cannon. Now those people are kneeling 500 meters outside the Dragon Garden, bowing, with every step seeking to meet the Qing Feng Divine Lord, or the Divine Lord's representative. A moment of silence fell around the round table. Jiang Shuyan set down her tablet, stood up, and her formal attire exuded an aura of extreme professionalism. She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The Divine Lord has mentioned that these people will come sooner or later. She walked over to a seemingly inconspicuous snakeskin bag in the corner. Inside were the junk that Jiang Feng had previously discarded because they took up space in his backpack. Jiang Shuyan randomly pulled out a few pieces of subtly glowing secondary-grade equipment, a tattered magic crown, a rusty short sword, and a weathered bracer. To modern China, these items were merely commonplace objects piled up in the storeroom, hardly considered rare. In Jiang Feng's eyes, they were even less than dust, so inconsequential that he couldn't be bothered to glance at them. "Let's go, esteemed officers." Jiang Shuyan spoke indifferently. "Let's meet these former world dominators and reward them with a few bones along the way." Outside the Dragon Garden, the asphalt road was scorching hot. The once mighty Commander Wilson of the Lighthouse Nation was now kneeling on the ground without any semblance of dignity. Beside him, the Prime Minister of Fusang and the head of the Goryeo Chables were banging their foreheads until blood flowed. Dozens of heavy trucks were lined up behind them, carrying the wealth of the Western world accumulated over centuries. The gates slowly opened. Jiang Shuyan emerged, flanked by Xiao Zhenjiang and other big shots. "Commander Wilson, long time no see." Jiang Shuyan looked down at him. Wilson, startled, scrambled over on all fours, pressing himself firmly against the pavement. "Ms. Jiang, on behalf of the Lighthouse Nation, I offer everything to the Great China and the Supreme Qing Feng Divine Lord. I only ask that the Divine Lord show mercy, withdraw the Divine Sword from above, and grant us a way out. Leave the items. The rules from now on we will set." Jiang Shuyan couldn't be bothered to waste words. She raised her hand and threw the few pieces of secondary-grade equipment away as if they were trash. Clang! A rusty secondary-grade short sword landed in front of Wilson. Jiang Shuyan's voice was icy. "This is a gift from the Divine Lord to you. For national defense, now get lost." Wilson stared at the broken sword on the ground, his eyes instantly reddening with blood. In an era where Jiang Feng forcibly rewrote the rules, even a piece of junk imbued with the Divine Lord's aura could serve as a life-saving amulet. He lunged at the short sword like a starving wild dog, clinging to it desperately, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Divine Lord. Thank you for the gift. This sword, our Lighthouse Nation will enshrine it on the highest altar of the royal city for generations, forever safeguarding our national fortunes." Meanwhile, the commander of Fusang grappled with the head of Goryeo on the asphalt road, fighting over that tattered magic crown without regard for their dignity. This scene solidified the new pattern of Blue Star. Nations came to pay their respects, and all corners bowed in submission. China stood at an absolutely unapproachable peak on Blue Star. At this moment, in the 90000 level forbidden area, the Divine Court ruins. Jiang Feng stepped across the dimensional barrier, and the scene before him changed drastically. There were no mountains, rivers, or sun and moon, only the ruins of ancient star regions reduced to shambles by extreme laws. Floating beneath his feet were broken continental plates, and an enormous ancient god's corpse lay across the air. Dark purple time-space turbulence swirled chaotically in all directions. Interesting. Jiang Feng looked around. Just as his heels steadied buzz, the void ahead suddenly twisted, and an enormous and exaggerated ancient holographic projection slammed right into his face. In the image, billions of ancient ancestors and otherworldly beings with divine wings were fighting in this star domain, and just as the battle reached a fever pitch, an absurdly large comet crashed down from the top of the starry sky. It was not a star at all, but a pure descent of dimensional laws, colorless holy light. The holy light pierced through heaven and earth, the laws collapsed, and billions of lives were instantly reduced to ashes. All the defiant divine abilities became laughable numerical panels before this power. Jiang Feng watched this scene of dimensional descent, his expression unchanging. This was the origin of Blue Star being forcibly transformed into an online game. The image gradually faded. On a massive divine monument ahead, a grand Taiji Bagua diagram emerged. A phantom slowly floated out from the diagram. It was an old man wearing a Taiji robe, exuding an otherworldly aura. Though only a wisp of residual soul remained, his presence was undeniably that of a creator-level ancestor. Cultural ancestor Fushi. After countless ages, at last a descendant of the human race has arrived here. Fushi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze filled with both nostalgia and warmth. He looked at Jiang Feng, his voice grand and compassionate. "Child, you must have endured unimaginable hardships to cross the 900 level abyss, right? The old ancestor sighed softly as if witnessing the bloody history of humanity's resistance. I am Fushi, leaving this wisp of residual soul only to await someone who can break the deadlock. Seeing your bone age is only 18, yet you have managed to kill your way here. Very well. Today I shall grant you this final heavenly secret transformation to assist you. As Fushi recited his opening lines, he habitually pinched his fingers to manipulate the yin-yang laws, intending to calculate this young man's details and tailor a legacy package. Then the gaze of the heavenly secret deduction fell upon Jiang Feng's panel. Ding! Fux's grand voice abruptly halted, as if a duck's neck had been squeezed. Those eyes which could see through the ages widened in shock, resembling two light bulbs. The illusory Taiji robe flickered, as if it would short-circuit from extreme astonishment. What did he see? There was no well-polished Tao foundation, nor any shards of divine rank that comprehended heaven and earth. Just rows of cold, brutal, and overwhelmingly vast numbers that made even his residual soul tremble. Basic four-dimensional 648 trillion. How many zeros is that? Fux's forehead buzzed as if it had exploded. He had mastered the yin-yang Tao, deduced the secrets of the heavens for eons, and at his peak, he was already the zenith of the human race, with blood and Tao reaching their limits merely several tens of billions. Already the utmost limit of heaven and earth. Yet this person before him was directly counting in trillions. A single word's difference created a chasm between them. That was a terrifying magnitude that he had exhausted his entire life's cultivation to comprehend, one he couldn't even begin to imagine. And it wasn't over yet. Fux's eyes trembled as he swept downward, and his eyeballs nearly fell out. Special multiplier 160,000 times. An absolute multiplier of 160,000. Fux's hands trembled in his sleeves like he stared blankly at the unperturbed short-haired youth before him, his entire high-level cultivation system built over 20,000 years shattering into dust in a second. You. Fushi stammered, pointing at Jiang Feng, unable to utter a complete word for a long time. This was no mere descendant seeking transformation. This was clearly a creature draped in human skin, an ultimate value monster, even more abnormal than the heavens above. Grant him transformation. At the edge of the 9000 level abyss, the chaotic flow of time and space tore at the remnants of broken stars. The remnant soul of Fushi stiffened for a full half-minute. He took a deep breath, barely stabilizing his crumbling state of mind with the 8 trigrams rhythm around him, and smiled wryly. It seems I have been too narrow-minded in my old age. He shook his head, the demeanor of a profound and inscrutable sage shattered into pieces. Then Fux's expression turned serious. I have been waiting for you here on the order of Lady Nuwa. I originally wanted to grant you an opportunity, but it seems now that it was all in vain. Fushi fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng. Take my advice, do not venture any further. The laws laid down by the Realm King there create an absolute killing zone. Your foundation is extraordinary. It would be better to accompany me to the higher realms of heaven and earth. Fight for the human race, shatter the Realm King's blockade. Jiang Feng remained expressionless, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves. Not interested. Fushi was taken aback. You are unwilling to lend a hand for the human race. Don't flatter me. Jiang Feng's tone was cold. When I want to go to the higher realms, I will go myself. I detest being told what to do. He gazed deeply into the void. If someone provokes me, I will naturally retaliate. But how and when I fight is my own decision. Fushi frowned tightly, wanting to persuade further. Young man, you do not understand the Realm King. Buzz. Before he could finish, a soft beam of 5-colored divine light silently penetrated the solid boundary of the 900 level map. A lotus bloomed in the void. A stunning woman with a human head and a serpent's body solidified from the light. She did not release the slightest pressure, yet the surrounding turbulent flow of time and space instantly transformed into a gentle breeze. Fushi bowed deeply, Your Highness. Nuwa did not look at Fushi. Her gaze landed on Jiang Feng. Then she surprisingly smiled. Her smile was gentle, carrying an appreciation that transcended millennia. A deep shock flashed in Fux's eyes. For 20,000 years since the day the laws of the Blue Star were shattered, he had never seen Lady Nuwa smile. I didn't expect the one who mends the heavens to be so young. Nuwa's voice was ethereal, devoid of any airs of a high-dimensional deity. Jiang Feng was neither humble nor arrogant, giving a slight nod. He respected others as much as they respected him. Nuwa did not chatter like Fushi. She looked deeply at Jiang Feng. In the next moment, a voice that only Jiang Feng could hear directly entered his mind. Our human race is willing to venture into danger for Huaxia, but I do not force you into divine matters. Just remember, the so-called rules of the Realm King are part of a grand scheme. The road ahead is perilous, so be sure to take care of yourself. Nuwa's transmission paused, her tone carrying a rare weight. Deep within that ruin lies the bait of the Realm King. I observe that your destiny bears a hint of the word trapped. It is likely related to this ruin. If you lack absolute certainty, do not venture forth. Jiang Feng said nothing. He stood quietly, his gaze calm as water. Nuwa ceased speaking, waving her long sleeves. The five-colored divine light wrapped around Fux's remnant soul, directly tearing through the void, entering the vast starry sea of the higher realms. In the endless galaxy, Fushi could not help but turn his head to glance at the serene-faced Nuwa. Your Highness, this young man is incredibly arrogant. Can he really pave the way for Huaxia? Nuwa halted her movement, her serpent tail gently creating ripples in the starry sea. She looked down, gazing at the blue planet surrounded by 8,000 chaotic flying swords. Fate has its arrangements, Nuwa said softly. No forcing, no entanglement. This was her greatest indulgence towards Jiang Feng. In the winter demon abyss. Boom. A massive body stretching thousands of feet long violently smashed through 3 small meteors, crashing heavily onto the core throne of the demon abyss. The ancient ancestral dragon and dragon maiden. Her golden vertical pupils spat violent thunder, scanning the surroundings. It was empty. The once luxurious and vast abyssal demon fortress now looked as if it had been gnawed by dogs. The floor tiles had been pried up and the treasury was emptied. Even the luminous night pearls on the walls had been pried clean. The abyssal demon King Ball had long since packed up and fled with his entire clan. Roar! The dragon maiden was furious. Her master had sent her to scatter Bao's ashes, yet this fellow dared to run. How could she, the new heavenly Tao, maintain her dignity? She suddenly sniffed. In the vacuum, a faint trace of fleeing abyssal demonic energy lingered, pointing towards the deep, endless starry sky. Trying to escape. The dragon maiden opened her massive dragon mouth, revealing her white fangs. You think I would let you off? Your bones are nothing but firewood for my soup. Sizzle! The ancestral dragon's world-destroying thunder body completely erupted. The dragon maiden transformed into a streak of destruction, thunder that even light could not catch up with, tearing through the cosmic space, madly pursuing the direction of the residual demonic energy. The ashes must be scattered today. Blue Star. 8,000 chaotic flying swords hovered in the stratosphere, and 8 billion people around the world knelt in unison. Within, Huaxia people were finally snapping back to their senses from the shock of awakening the ancient bloodline. The world channel Huaxia's exclusive region had completely exploded. The speed of the barrage was comparable to a light brain's calculations. Everyone awakened the memories that had been sealed for 20,000 years. They finally understood how glorious Blue Star once was. It was a mortal realm supreme that almost reached the pinnacle of the great world. They also finally understood how despicable the realm king was. To suppress Blue Star, he had turned a high martial world seeking cultivation into a data prison that only recognized health and mana bars. Fury. Boundless rage burned wildly in the veins of every Huaxia person. The voice of the pro-war faction instantly dominated the screen. Zhao Ku with a who string, let's take it to the Realm King. Even if I only have level 10, even if I am cannon fodder, I will bite off a piece of flesh from those bastards in the higher realms. Iron-blooded veteran, I have endured for 60 years. This breath of resentment has been pent up for too long. Lady Nuwa is suffering in the higher realms. How can we sit idly by at home? Unnamed assassin, stop talking. Who can open the portal to the higher realms? I have a body full of top-notch explosives, and I want to make a noise for the Realm King. Of course, Huaxia has never lacked rational minds. Sleeping Dragon is here, brothers, stay calm. The Realm King must have weaknesses. We need to research a solution to counteract the high-dimensional laws. Heavenly calculation, exactly. We have just taken over the foundations of Western countries. Let's research whether we can mass-produce the heavenly Tao divine status. If we fight, let's fight a wealthy war. Debates raged on. But what was surprising was that not a single person sang pessimistically, nor did anyone back down. This is the spirit of Huaxia. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Suddenly, a highly rated comment was crazily liked and pinned. Dongjiang, old Zhao, everyone shut up. What we should do now is wait for the return of the divine Lord Qingfeng. Wherever the divine Lord points his sword, we will charge through. Yes, let's wait for the divine Lord to return. Revive Huaxia. Sweep through the higher realms. The bloodthirst was thoroughly ignited. Once Lady Nuwa had single-handedly blocked the butcher's knife of the Realm King. Now they had their own invincible commander, Qingfeng. Dongjiang City walking street. Shen Qingni stared fixedly at the world channel on her retina. She knelt on the hard concrete ground, her luxurious skirt covered in dust. The once proud and cold face was now filled with indescribable shock and despair. Her worldview had shattered completely. The once brided Slaughter Talent Frost Empress. In the face of today's grand narrative of races and the dimensional descent, it was worth less than a low-quality plastic toy. Pain. A deep pain throbbed within her soul. She scolded herself for being so foolish and short-sighted in the past, to have treated the man who could crush the heavenly Tao and dominate the universe with such condescension. Behind her, The four boys who had always revolved around her, Zhao Feng, Li Hao, Wang Chong, and Zhang Ming, were already pale, their legs trembling slightly. Wang Chong feigned calmness and shouted, trying to maintain his composure, but his gaze instinctively flicked towards Shun Qingni, wanting to save face in front of her. Qingni, don't be afraid. Let's fight too. When the divine Lord Qing Feng returns, we will follow him to the higher realms. Li Hao quickly echoed, his tone extremely hollow. Exactly. We can't be cowardly. After all, we are awakened beings. How can we be so scared? Zhang Ming trembled like a sift, yet still forced himself to maintain bravado. 2M, not afraid. It's just the higher realms. Let's go. Only Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and pretended to be tough, looking as if he was ready to face death, but deep down, he couldn't hide his fear. They were terrified inside, their legs almost giving way, yet they didn't want to show weakness in front of the school beauty, forcing themselves to shout bravado. Everyone shut up. A hoarse, cold voice interrupted their poor performance. Shun Qingni slowly stood up, not bothering to brush off the dust from her skirt. She looked at these four boys who usually flattered her, but were now feigning bravery, feeling it was absurd and laughable. Wake up. You really think you are going to the higher realms to fight? She smiled faintly, the smile both bleak and weak. You are just afraid of losing face in front of me, pretending to be fearless. But you know better than anyone that you are terrified and can barely stand. The faces of the four turned pale in an instant, their thoughts exposed, and they all lowered their heads. Shun Qingni looked up at the sky, her eyes vacant, as if she had finally awakened from a long dream. I lost. Thoroughly lost. Even now I can hardly believe that the boy Jiang Feng, whom I once ignored and looked down upon, truly crushed the heavenly Tao and dominated the myriad realms. All of this feels like an unreal dream, but it has happened in reality. She gently closed her eyes, her voice barely audible. Between him and me, it is no longer a matter of differences in talent or status. It is a chasm, the distance between mortals and gods. All my previous pride is just a joke in front of him. At the 9000 level, Abyss, Divine Court Ruins. In the silent ruins of the stars, Jiang Feng stood alone before the massive monument of the deities. Fuxi and Nuwa had already left. That warning, destiny bears the word, trapped, do not venture forth, still echoed in his mind. Jiang Feng raised his head, looking deeper into the ruins. Their dark purple chaotic mist rolled eerily quiet. Yet beneath this silence lay a danger that even the 1/600-fold multiplication zone could not completely ignore. The word trapped represents a calamity. Jiang Feng murmured these four words, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His intuition was extremely sharp. If he turned back to Blue Star for a stable life, the Realm King would undoubtedly impose even more terrifying retribution. He could not afford that. He had to raise his stats to a level where the Realm King would have to gouge out his own eyes. Jiang Feng clenched his fists. Calamity. I want to see if the bait of the Realm King is tough enough. Boom. Jiang Feng took a step forward. There were no flashy skills or light effects, only the purest explosion of physical power. The broken star remnants within a radius of 100,000 miles were directly crushed into atomic states the moment he landed. The terrifying 1/600-fold multiplication zone around Jiang Feng, combined with 648 trillion of basic four-dimensional energy, manifested as a visible dark golden storm of origin swirling around him. Wherever Jiang Feng passed, those dormant ancient aberrations within the ruins, towering at 900 levels, did not even have time to scream before being ground into blood mist by the storm of origin. He charged through the layers of law barriers set by the Realm King, like a humanoid T-Rex, directly plunging into the deepest part of the ruins. The path ahead was infinitely dark, as if even time and space had been completely devoured, leaving only the Realm King's vague and oppressive presence overlooking all beings. Just as Jiang Feng's figure was completely swallowed by the mist. Blue Star World Channel. On the retinas of billions of players, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Ding! Highest announcement in the entire server. Progress of the fusion of the demon realm and reality, soaring to 95. The countdown for the world's laws has begun. Announcement: if player Qing Feng can overcome the calamity ahead and completely shatter the laws of the ruins, Blue Star will 100 fuse with the demon realm. At that time, Blue Star will break free from the shackles of data, officially stepping into the era of martial arts for all. Qing Feng will achieve enlightenment, the Dragon Maiden will hold the heavenly Tao, and Huaxiao will stand tall among the heavens, never to be extinguished. The golden text, carrying an inviolable sanctity, was deeply imprinted in the eyes of every person in the world. At this moment, the entire world fell into a deathly silence. Then it erupted into an ultimate carnival, suppressed to the extreme. And the turning point of it all was centered around that man who had plunged into the 9000 level abyss alone. Jiang Feng stepped forward in a single stride, his figure dissolving into the indigo-purple haze of primordial chaos. The void-ravaged ruins receded like a tide. Beneath his feet the sensation shifted, no longer the weightless abyss but cold, unyielding earth. His perspective instantly widened. An overwhelming aura of desolation and tragic grandeur struck him like a physical blow. This was no mere ruin. It was a living, bleeding battlefield of antiquity. The sky bled thick crimson as if soaked in gore. The land cracked open, rivers of molten fire raged unchecked. Jiang Feng stood atop a sheer towering cliff, gazing down. Billions upon billions of primordial ancestors surged across the earth, wailing fleeing clad in beast hides gripping bronze spears and halberds. Their once mighty bodies, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, were now lacerated with horrific fissures deep enough to expose bone. Above, an immense comet descended slowly, crushing all beneath its inexorable weight. Colorless sacred light radiating icy high-dimensional order forcibly severed the flow of spiritual energy across this realm. Near the precipice, an elderly man with wild, unkempt hair knelt before a shattered altar. The ancient tortoise shell in his trembling hands crumbled instantly into dust. He was Fu Shi, the primordial sage still whole in spirit, not yet reduced to a lingering soul. Blood streamed from Fu Shi's eyes as he pointed at the descending comet and roared, each word drenched in anguish and blood. This is no natural calamity. It is the vanguard of the upper realms. This sacred light is no celestial phenomenon. It is the executioner's blade hurled down from the heavens above. The moment his voice faded, 1,000 colossal cruciform rifts split open across the comet's surface. The Haotian clan had arrived. No declaration of war. No divine mercy. Millions of silver-armored beings emerged from the fractures. Their faces were concealed behind expressionless frost-cold visors, their weapons, halberds shimmering with high-dimensional energy, moved with the ruthless precision of cosmic sweepers as they plunged into the ranks of the primordial people. A merciless logic-defying dimensional slaughter commenced. Silver light flashed, and hundreds then thousands of primordial cultivators fell, their heads severed before they could even summon their artifacts. Scalding blood erupted skyward like cascading waterfalls, staining the clouds of violent violet black. A primordial war god gripping a colossal axe roared as he shattered the sound barrier, then cleaved a silver warship in two with a single swing. Yet within a second, a spear forged from immutable cosmic law pierced through his chest from unimaginable heights, pinning him, lifeless, to a 10th Sands Hang divine mountain. The sacred mountain collapsed. The war god perished. On the ground, elders, children, and women were trampled without mercy. The Haotian battle formation advanced like a colossal meat grinder. Each inch forward left behind only severed limbs and shattered remains. This absolute hierarchical annihilation brought Blue Star's once flourishing high martial and cultivation civilization to the brink of extinction within half an hour. Despair spread like a plague, until high above, five-colored divine light blazed forth. Nuwa, her form half-human, half-serpent, manifested midair. She beheld the carnage below, her gaze brimming with infinite compassion and unwavering resolve. She did not flee. Instead, she forcibly drew upon Blue Star's last vestige of core essence. The five-colored divine stones seethed and melted violently within her palms. To preserve the final ember of her people's lineage, she offered her divine body as the crucible, embracing sacrifice without hesitation. Her sacred form fragmented piece by piece, transforming into vast heaven-repairing power, sealing by sheer will the monstrous rift in the firmament through which enemies poured unceasingly. Then Nuwa dispersed her final divine soul upon the most remote, barren, nameless mountain range, later known as Kunlun's highest peak. She carved with her own flesh and blood a path leading upward to heaven itself. Carrying boundless fury, she crossed alone into the upper realms, not to flee but to draw away the majority of the heaven's wrath from Blue Star, using herself as bait. The vision accelerated rapidly before Jiang Feng's eyes. As recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Great Wilderness West chapter, 10 divine beings emerged from Nuwa's entrails, becoming gods who dwelled upon the plains of Liguang, standing crosswise along the path. Before departing, fragments of Nuwa's divine soul coalesced into 10 deities who stood astride the path, guarding it. She molded humanity from clay, inscribing upon these newborns of the wasteland a solemn, weighty name, Huaxia. With every ounce of her being she endured, waiting for the day when this bloodline bearing the legacy of antiquity would rise within this data-forged prison, a dimensionally suppressed cage, and overturn the entire game. The vision ended abruptly, light and shadow shattering like fragile foam. Jiang Feng remained motionless in the depths of the dim, ancient divine court ruins. He exhaled deeply, releasing a long, heavy breath. The surging, murderous ferocity in his chest subsided slightly, replaced by profound gravity. Myth was never a bedtime tale for children. It was the blood-soaked chronicle written by ancestors who paid with their lives. Nuwa's self-sacrifice to shield her descendants, Such pure unadorned tragedy stirred even Jiang Feng, whose heart was forged in ice and steel. A deep solemn weight settled within him. Jiang Feng stilled his thoughts and took another step forward. Not far ahead the mist parted silently. Before him stretched a vast gray plain, and upon it stood a lone figure back turned. Even in that simple stance, the oppressive aura radiating from him caused the surrounding space to collapse and vanish. That presence was achingly familiar to Jiang Feng. 648 zeta-level base 4-dimensional parameters amplified by an absolute multiplier of 16000 times. Identical in every respect down to the quantum signature of a single hair. The figure slowly turned. They faced each other across the chasm. Instantly, two forces of absolute identical origin collided with cataclysmic force, the earth splitting cleanly as if slashed by a celestial blade, revealing a bottomless abyss. From within the abyss, illusory waters surged forth, coalescing into two mighty rivers. Magnificent roaring torrents flowing ceaselessly between them, hurling waves thousands of zhang high. They were the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. The figure lifted his head. His features' expression, even the bone-deep coldness in his gaze, mirrored Jiang Feng perfectly. He spoke above the churning waters. Behold the ancestral waters that nurtured Huaxia. If you can slay me here today, you shall earn the right to stand before the realm's sovereign. If not, you are not even worthy to be a fleeting meteor. Jiang Feng's eyes chilled. His voice matched exactly, no inflection, no variance. He uttered no futile question like, "Who do you think you are?" Having endured 8,000 flying swords, he knew precisely what this was: a heart demon illusion. Any conventional physical or mental illusion would crumble instantly before a 16000-fold absolute multiplier. Only the heart demon was exempt, because it was a flawless 100 mirror of his own stats. It wasted no words. The instant its final syllable faded, it moved. No wind-up. No preparatory stance. The heart demon stepped straight through the river's aqueous veil, his fist wreathed in a storm of dark gold primordial energy, aimed directly at Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng did not flinch. Feral light flared in his eyes as he raised his hand, meeting the blow with a counterstrike. Boom! Their fists locked together with brutal force. No shockwave erupted. No sound propagated. True damage exceeding 10 million Jingai levels collided and ground against one another, causing the foundational laws of space across a radius of 100,000 li to suffer total logical collapse. That range spanned from Earth to Mars' orbit, far exceeding the distance between Earth and Moon. The void itself fractured into dense clusters of pixelated shards. The boundary of the realm overhead tore open with jagged spiderweb-like fissures. From the first second, this battle shattered all conventional combat frameworks. Even among the upper realm's ninth-tier cosmology, such a clash ranked among the apocalyptic collisions of top-tier origin cultivators. The ruin's energy barrier could not withstand such relentless numerical detonation. Jiang Feng reversed his grip and drew forth the staff of universal collapse. A flash of prismatic light gleamed in the heart demon's hand. He too withdrew an identical 7-colored staff. 10,000 dragon manifestation. Jiang Feng commanded, voice glacial. His form swelled instantly. A dark gold dragon 10,000 zhang long. Its height equaled 10 stacked Mount Everest. A single flick of its tail could span an entire province. Truly a creature of mythic scale, born of mountain and sea. The heart demon transformed in perfect synchrony. 2 titanic primordial ancestor dragons, so vast they blotted out the stars, engaged in furious world-shattering combat amid the stellar ruins. Claws rent dimensions, breaths of primordial fire rained down in mutual devastation. Jiang Feng delivered a celestial dragontail strike, shattering half the heart demon's body and dealing millions of jing in forced true damage. Yet the next instant, viridian light flared wildly atop the heart demon's head. Blood regeneration activated, its health bar instantly refilled. Unscathed, the heart demon retaliated with a blast of ancestral dragon breath burning straight through Jiang Feng's draconic form. Jiang Feng's omnidirectional regeneration triggered simultaneously, flesh stitching itself whole in an instant. Reverting to human form, they resumed, exchanging devastating blows. Jiang Feng invoked the manual of 10,000 phenomena, transmuting spatial matter into countless invisible blades, reducing the heart demon to minced flesh. Yet the heart demon reassembled within the pulp, defying physical law, then unleashed its ultimate technique, the Grand Thousand Realm Transit, delivering a causality-based annihilation strike powered by 100 stellar-grade chaos treasures. Jiang Feng observed